Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 151 Besieged from all sides. Watching this scene, everyone was stunned. They never expected that it would be the Zhuhong fruit tree that launched the attack. And the attack was so fierce. The two fastest runners were one marrow tempering realm cultivator and one visceral tempering realm cultivator. But they couldn't put up a decent resistance against the tree's attacks. Clang! A jade token fell and hit the ground, making a crisp sound. Finally, this sound awakened everyone, and they frantically retreated. The python was dangerous, but the fruit tree was even more dangerous. What happened to this mystic realm? They had never heard of plants attacking people before. Bang! A branch suddenly swept in front of Chen Fei. He dodged backward, and the branch hit the air, making a dull sound. Just from the sound, one could understand the tremendous force behind it. Chen Fei's figure slid, and in the blink of an eye, he moved more than 10 meters away, completely avoiding the Zhuhong fruit tree's attack range. But others were not so lucky. In just an instant, the few people who were the fastest to charge were all included in the range of the branch's attack. Soon, a marrow-tempering realm warrior was entangled by a branch. Amidst the screams, the person turned into a skin, and the branch of the Zhuhong fruit tree trembled, turning the skin into countless fragments in an instant. Move! An angry shout came from a visceral tempering realm warrior. The blade in his hand turned into a stream of light as it struck the branch, creating a sound of clashing iron and sparks flying. Bang! This seemed to anger the Zhuhong fruit tree. Instantly, more than 10 branches attacked, and with a cry of pain, the visceral tempering realm warrior disappeared without a trace. Watching this scene, the warriors who had been slower to run frantically fled, feeling fortunate that their agility was average. Otherwise, if they had charged too far ahead, they would likely have been reduced to ashes. Chen Fei now stood dozens of meters away, observing the scene in front of him. It was extraordinary. Chen Fei should have already run away, like the other warriors who wished they had 2 more legs to run faster than anyone else. But there were 2 jade tokens lying on the ground, which immediately caught Chen Fei's attention. In just a short period of time, 2 visceral tempering realm warriors and 5 marrow tempering realm warriors had died instantly. None of them had the strength to fight back against the Zhuhong fruit tree. The python demon lazily slithered back to the side of the Zhuhong fruit tree. The arrow wounds on its head had already been forced out by the movement of its muscles, and the wounds had healed completely. Perhaps by the evening, the scales in that area would have completely regenerated. Chen Fei suppressed his breath and looked at the python, then at the completely calm Zhuhong fruit tree. This combination completely subverted everyone's understanding. The greatest threat here turned out to be a spirit tree that produced fruit. Who could have imagined that? The chaotic scene from earlier had completely quieted down. The python retracted its head into its body, and except for the broken trees and the heavy grooves on the ground, there was no evidence of the battle that had just taken place. Chen Fei turned his head and saw that Quang Dingbo had already fled. The impact from the python was powerful enough to turn an ordinary warrior into a pulp. But judging from Quang Dingbo's ability to move, he probably had something that protected him from that attack. A gentle breeze blew through the dense forest, causing the branches of the Zhuhong fruit tree to sway. The fragments of clothes hanging on the branches were the only clues that indicated that something had happened here. Chen Fei stood still, his mind filled with various thoughts. At this moment, Chen Fei hadn't run away yet, which indicated that he had ideas about the Zhuhong fruit and the jade tokens on the ground. In the trial of the true inheritance, the followers of the marrow tempering realm were considered supporting roles. But no one said that supporting roles couldn't become protagonists. Followers could also compete for jade tokens. As long as they possessed 5 jade tokens and left, they would have officially passed the true inheritance trial. Guo Lingshan invited Chen Fei to the mystic realm not only because he felt there were more opportunities there, but also because he wanted Chen Fei to give it a try. Chen Fei glanced at the jade tokens on the ground and the Zhuhong fruit above. Charging head-on was definitely impossible. The area around the Yuhong fruit tree was a death zone, not to mention the presence of a peak first-stage python. Such a combination couldn't be dealt with unless around 10 visceral tempering realm cultivators worked together with all their strength. And if they had a bit of bad luck, they would suffer heavy casualties. Chen Fei estimated the positions of the jade tokens on the ground and then looked up at the 3 Yuhong fruits on the tree. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Chen Fei felt that those 3 Yuhong fruits had become even more ripe. He wanted the jade tokens, and he also had ideas about those 3 Yuhong fruits. "I'll take a gamble." After hesitating for a moment, Chen Fei took out 2 arrows and aimed at the jade tokens on the ground. The distribution of the jade tokens was not uniform, but that wouldn't faze Chen Fei. After a brief calculation, the next moment, 2 arrows flew out, hooking onto the rings on the jade tokens, drawing an arc in the air, and flying past the python. The python's body trembled in response but quickly calmed down. As for the Yuhong fruit tree, it remained motionless, like an ordinary fruit tree, showing no difference at all because the arrows were not aimed at them. Bang! The 2 arrows simultaneously pierced into a large tree trunk. Chen Fei's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the arrows. Looking at the jade tokens on them, a smile appeared on his face. As a true seed, he needed to collect 5 jade tokens. Now, he had instantly obtained 2, which nearly completed half of the mission. "Friend, impressive archery skills. If you share 1 jade token with me, I'll immediately leave without breaking my word. How about it?" A voice suddenly came from all directions, and Chen Fei's palm paused slightly before he put away the jade tokens. He looked around but didn't find any figures. "UN1, 1 jade token each. You give me 1, and 111 leave immediately without breaking my word." The voice sounded again, coming from all directions. At the same time, there was no abnormal aura in the surroundings, indicating that the person had a strong ability to conceal their presence. "If you want a jade token, go find it elsewhere. I don't have enough for myself," Chen Fei replied, keeping the 2 jade tokens in his embrace. He glanced around, then turned and walked away in another direction. "I only want 1 jade token. I'm already being polite. If it weren't for thinking that your archery is decent and we could have cooperated, do you think I would settle for just 1 you? A mere marrow tempering realm cultivator. Don't even have a bit of self-awareness." The voice suddenly turned cold, and a killing intent emanated from all directions, pressing down on Chen Fei. Surrounded, it seemed as if there were countless enemies all around, yet one couldn't find their positions. Chen Fei's footsteps paused slightly, with his left hand holding the bow, and his right hand placing an arrow on the bowstring. He prepared to shoot. "Ha ha ha. You think you can attack me? It seems I was too polite to you before, and one overestimated you." The voice laughed loudly, and the trees around began to sway. It seemed like an attack could come from any direction at any moment, creating a chilling feeling that made one want to submit. It was me who was too polite. Chen Fei's face remained expressionless. In the next moment, his figure flipped, and an arrow turned into a streak of light, piercing into a tree trunk. The trunk exploded, filling the air with wood chips. Not only wood chips but also a burst of blood mist. A figure staggered out from it. "Impossible, how could you find me?" Jintai looked at Chen Fei incredulously. His wind phantom technique was able to deceive many visceral tempering realm cultivators. Even peak visceral tempering realm cultivators found it difficult to detect his trace. But now, Chen Fei had located him on the first arrow he released. If he hadn't moved his body in time, his stomach would have been blown apart by the arrow. Chen Fei didn't say a word. An arrow appeared in his hand, and in the next moment, the arrow flew toward Jintai. Jintai roared in anger, feeling resentful. His figure flickered, and multiple illusions appeared, avoiding Chen Fei's arrows. Then, several illusions moved toward several large trees and disappeared. A gentle breeze blew, causing Chen Fei's hair to sway. Everything returned to calm, but the murderous intent in the air became stronger, as if a sword could appear over one's head at any moment. Chen Fei sensed his surroundings, and after Jintai stopped speaking, It was indeed difficult for Chen Fei to determine his exact location. Even the bloody smell from before disappeared from Jintai's body. The technique Jintai displayed was indeed amazing, especially in concealing his presence, which was the most remarkable Chen Fei had ever seen. However, every technique has its limitations. Just like the Starry Night Sword, it excelled in defense and could create a sword shield to protect the entire body. But correspondingly, the Starry Night Sword's offensive power was greatly weakened. The same applied to techniques like the soul-chasing steps and spatial travel. Each technique had its own strengths and weaknesses. Of course, there are techniques that are well-rounded, but sometimes, being well-rounded also represents mediocrity, unless it is a truly divine technique, which is not something that a physical realm cultivator like Chen Fei can come into contact with. Jintai's technique focused on concealing his presence and intimidating others with words and aura. In terms of actual attack power, Jintai was only a marrow-tempering realm cultivator. How strong could his attacks be? Chen Fei glanced around. His figure flickered, and he disappeared from his original position. The wind howled, rustling the leaves. In the darkness, Jintai watched as Chen Fei disappeared and breathed a slight sigh of relief. When he saw the two jade tokens flying toward him from a distance earlier, Jintai was confused. He had been wondering about the stroke of luck. But then Chen Fei appeared. Seeing Chen Fei's marrow-tempering realm cultivation, greed arose in Jintai's heart. He also wanted the jade tokens. Whether it was a true seed of the visceral tempering realm or a follow marrow-tempering realm, the most desired goal in this mystic realm was to complete the true inheritance mission, and the jade tokens were the key to that. Chen Fei was just a marrow-tempering realm cultivator, but he managed to obtain the jade tokens. Why couldn't Jintai? Chapter 152 Chapter 152 Picking Chest That's from the Fire. Chapter 152 Picking Chest That's from the Fire. With the Wind Phantom technique, it was difficult for even a peak visceral tempering realm cultivator to discover him. Jintai believed that it should be more than enough to fool a marrow tempering realm cultivator. From this point, Jintai believed that he was already in an invincible position. In the end, he didn't expect that Chen Fei's arrow would almost blow his belly out before he could even threaten him. If it weren't for his brilliant movement technique, he would probably be dead by now. It was this arrow that destroyed all of Jintai's illusions. He could only hope that Chen Fei would disappear as soon as possible. 15 minutes later, Jintai discovered that Chen Fei had appeared on another branch and was looking down from above. While Jintai cursed Chen Fei for being cunning, he desperately circulated the Wind Phantom technique to hide himself even deeper. Jintai decided that he would hide like this until night to prevent Chen Fei from suddenly appearing. Jintai was already scared out of his wits by Chen Fei. Chen Fei didn't find Jintai, so he threw the matter of Jintai to the back of his mind. It was just a martial artist with outstanding concealment techniques. It would be fine if the other party did not move. As long as he moved, he would actually be discovered by Chen Fei. Thus, this kind of person posed very little threat to Chen Fei. The margin for error was too low. If the other party made a mistake, he would pay the price with his life. Chen Fei looked at the two jade tokens in his hands. Next, Chen Fei needed to obtain 3 more jade tokens. If he did not pursue them after that, he could completely hide and wait for the 1-month deadline to arrive. Then, he would complete this mission. The 5th stage of the origin connection technique had already been completed, and the legacy disciple mission was completed. Chen Fei only needed to return to the sect and pass the test of temperament, and he would be able to obtain the legacy of the legacy disciple with the identity of the marrow tempering realm. When it came to cultivation techniques, the stronger the better. Chen Fei did not mind eliminating the origin connection technique so early and replacing it with a stronger legacy cultivation technique. However, if there was a chance, he could still accumulate some jade tokens. After all, he did not know what was going on with Guo Linshan. Chen Fei was just about to leave to take a look at the Zhuhong fruit tree when he suddenly stopped. Chen Fei looked at his body in confusion. He felt that there was a fluctuation emitting from his body. Chen Fei looked for the source and took out the 2 jade tokens in surprise. The fluctuations were actually coming from here. If the metal plates are gathered together, will they transmit information to the outside? Chen Fei was a little stunned. No one had told him this news before, and there had never been such a saying in the records of the true inheritance trial, unless this was specially added for this trial. Chen Fei recalled Wu Guanyan's words before they set off. He told them not to cling to the experience of their predecessors and to judge the situation. Previously, Chen Fei had always thought that he was talking about the changes in the environment in the mystic realm. Now that he thought about it, it was likely that part of it was about the changes in the metal plate. If there were too many of these metal plates, they would transmit information to the outside world, and the receiver would probably be the other metal plate holders. This was to encourage everyone to compete with each other and the strong prey on the weak. At that time, even if he wanted to find a place to hide, he would probably have to split the jade tokens sufficiently. No. If this reform was to make the legacy trial more stringent, as time passed, as long as one had an jade token, they would be able to sense each other within a certain distance. If he really found a place to hide it, the others would probably take it away based on their senses. Chen Fei looked around. He wasn't sure if there were other people spying on him. He put away the metal plate and dealt with it later. Now, Chen Fei wanted to take the Zhuhong fruit even more. The Zhuhong fruit tree was very dangerous, and so was the python. However, the Zhuhong fruit that was clearly there made it difficult for Chen Fei to give up. Now that the martial artists there had been scared off, Chen Fei had enough time to think of a proper way to see if there was a chance to get those 3 Zhuhong fruits. The Zhuhong fruit could increase one's inner strength cultivation. What Chen Fei lacked the most was his own cultivation. Chen Fei carefully returned to 100 meters away from the Zhuhong fruit tree. There was no longer any trace of blood on the ground. It was unknown whether it had been absorbed by the soil or swallowed by the Zhuhong fruit tree. The python did not move at all, as if it had lost its life. It did not move at all, not even the slightest fluctuation. Chen Fei looked at the 3 Zhuhong fruits and frowned slightly. He wanted to use the same trick again and shoot the 3 Zhuhong fruits away. However, the fruit was not an jade token. The jade token could withstand such rough treatment, but the fruit would probably shatter immediately if the arrow hit it. Chen Fei wanted to eat the Zhuhong fruit and did not want to destroy them. Destroying it would only enrage the python. Of course, if Chen Fei successfully obtained the Zhuhong fruit, the python would also be furious. However, at least Chen Fei had obtained what he wanted. The python's anger was naturally a consequence that he could bear. Moreover, if the Zhuhong fruit were as tough as an jade token, Chen Fei's arrow would find it very difficult to penetrate it. It was difficult for the python to block the arrow, but the branches of the Zhuhong fruit tree could do it easily. Just now, the branches of the Zhuhong fruit tree had displayed their strength and sharpness. It was very easy for them to set up an inescapable net. Although Chen Fei's arrows were fast, it was impossible for them to pass through silently. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Chen Fei's mind. Suddenly, he paused on this word. If the movement of the arrow was small enough for the Zhuhong fruit tree to not sense the threat, it might really be able to hide from the Zhuhong fruit tree's perception. However, the faster the arrow was, the louder the noise. The sound produced by the arrow rubbing against the air was actually very ear-piercing. Chen Fei's archery skills were not bad, but he had not cultivated it to the point where he could shoot fast. Yet there was no sound. There must be such archery. But Chen Fei had not had the chance to come into contact with it. Chen Fei took out a jade pendant from his pocket. It was the wind-concealing bow. Chen Fei did not learn it, but the jade pendant could help Chen Fei hide the wind. Chen Fei looked at the jade pendant in his hand. This all-purpose half-spirit tool seemed to be coming in handy again. Hide your killing intent. Hide your movements. And soften the force of contact. The request went through Chen Fei's mind. In the next moment, the jade pendant emitted a faint light that enveloped the 3 arrows in Chen Fei's hand. In the next moment, Chen Fei opened his eyes. The 1,000-thread technique circulated wildly, and eternity moment took effect on his body. Everything around him slowed down. Chen Fei saw the branches of the Zhuhong fruit tree flutter, and the leaves on the branches tremble slightly. He even saw the trace of the wind. Tremendous strength. Iron bones. A powerful force filled Chen Fei's body. This allowed Chen Fei to control the bow and arrow in his hand with greater ease. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated. The 3 arrows did not make any sound as they silently arrived in front of the branches of the Zhuhong fruit tree. The Zhuhong fruit tree trembled slightly as if it had sensed something. Its branches began to exert strength, wanting to attack the enemy. However, the Zhuhong fruit tree did not discover any enemies, and its branches could not help but sway. Bang! The 3 Zhuhong fruits were in different positions, so the order of the arrows was slightly different. The first arrow hit the leftmost Zhuhong fruit, but it did not explode. The arrow had gently pierced into the flesh, and then instantly flew out of the sky with the Zhuhong fruit. Buzz! It was as if a giant had suddenly become enraged, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Before the second and third arrows could touch the Zhuhong fruit, they actually paused in midair for a moment. Following that, the branches of the Zhuhong fruit tree instantly blocked the arrow and crushed it into powder in the blink of an eye. Chen Fei felt dizzy, but he immediately recovered with the help of the 1,000-thread technique. Chen Fei stomped his right foot on the ground and rushed forward crazily. The branches of the Zhuhong fruit tree spread out and struck the first arrow, but it only hit the air. Although the arrow had also stopped for a moment, it had flown for a distance after all. This moment of pause was ultimately unable to stop it. Chen Fei also disappeared from where he was and quickly chased after the arrow. The arrow still had the power left behind by the jade pendant. Chen Fei could sense the position of the arrow. Boom! Chen Fei sprinted for dozens of meters. Behind him came the loud sound of a python getting up. At the same time, there were dozens of branches waving in all directions, smashing through the air and smashing the ground. However, all of this had nothing to do with Chen Fei. At this moment, Chen Fei was following his senses and quickly rushed towards the location of the arrow. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Fei found his arrow on a treetop. Chen Fei revealed a smile on his face and his figure flashed. He jumped onto the treetop and picked up the arrow. Looking at the red fruit on it, his eyes lit up slightly. Just as he was about to reach out and pluck the Zhuhong fruit, Chen Fei looked behind him. A huge commotion was coming from there. Chen Fei was too familiar with this kind of movement. This was the result of a python charging around. He actually chased after me. Is he relying on the connection between him and the fruit? Chen Fei was a little puzzled, but he did not dare to delay. He circulated the soul-chasing step at full force, and his body turned into a phantom as he ran into the distance. No matter what kind of induction it was, as long as the distance was far enough, it could be blocked. Chen Fei did not stop for a quarter of an hour before the commotion behind him gradually disappeared. It was unknown if the python had lost its sense of the system or if it had given up. Chen Fei jumped onto the treetop and looked at the sky and the surroundings. There was day and night in the mystic realm, which was exactly the same as the time outside. Chen Fei did not plan to spend the night in the dense forest. This dense forest did not give Chen Fei a good feeling, as if he was being spied on. This kind of spying wasn't just limited. No matter where Chen Fei ran to, there seemed to be someone watching him. Chen Fei had tried to search for it, but he could not find the source. Since that was the case, he might as well go out and find a safe place to spend the night. Otherwise, he would be frightened for the entire night. Before night fell, Chen Fei found a cave. This cave was probably the place where demon beasts lived in the past. There was still a lot of excrement inside, but it had already dried up like a stone. Perhaps it was this smell that had caused this cave to be abandoned until now. Chen Fei carefully checked the inside and outside of the cave. After confirming that it was safe, he summoned the wooden cabinet in the spatial grid and took out some food. At the same time, he placed the 2 jade tokens directly into the wooden cabinet. The metal plates could sense each other. Since Chen Fei did not want his position to be determined, it was undoubtedly the safest to put the metal plate into the spatial grid. As for not being able to sense others, what Chen Fei needed to do the most now was to refine the Zhuhong fruit. At this time, it was naturally best not to be disturbed. Chapter 103 Chapter 103 Rapid Growth. Chapter 153 Rapid Growth. There were still 29 days left. If Chen Fei wanted the jade token, he could still plan slowly. Although this mystic realm was much more dangerous than the records, there were also many good things. In the past records, if one wanted to find mystical ingredients, one had to go to the most dangerous places, such as Half Bottle Mountain. In the end, a Zhuhong fruit appeared in a random forest. Shen Fei opened the bag behind him and looked at the bright red Zhuhong fruit. He couldn't help but smile. The most ideal would naturally be to obtain 3 Zhuhong fruits. However, the strength of the Zhuhong fruit tree really refreshed Shen Fei's understanding time and time again. Previously, when the Zhuhong fruit tree killed people, it did not use much of its strength at all. It was probably just playing around. It was only until Shen Fei plotted to snatch the Zhuhong fruit that the Zhuhong fruit tree was forced to show its strength. Shen Fei cast aside all other distracting thoughts and carefully observed the Zhuhong fruit. This Zhuhong fruit was also miraculous. After Shen Fei pulled out the arrow, the Zhuhong fruit repaired itself, restoring the damaged area to its original state. This Zhuhong fruit is probably the same as the fruit tree. Shen Fei picked up a Zhuhong fruit and muttered to himself. As far as Shen Fei knew, it was best to pick the Zhuhong fruit immediately after it ripened. Otherwise, the energy inside the Zhuhong fruit would be absorbed by the fruit tree instead. In the end, only the dried skin would be left. After plucking the Zhuhong fruit, he had to consume it immediately. Otherwise, every 2 hours would reduce the efficacy of the Zhuhong fruit by 10%. In the end, there would only be 30 of the medicinal power left, which would be quite a waste of natural resources. As for the Zhuhong fruit in Shen Fei's hand, not only did it not lose its medicinal strength, but it had become even redder. The medicinal strength contained in it had always been in its fullest state. Shen Fei looked at the Zhuhong fruit tree in deep thought, and his expression became slightly hesitant. After the Zhuhong fruit mutated, could he directly swallow it like this? After hesitating for a moment, Shen Fei used his finger to cut open the skin of the Zhuhong fruit. Fresh juice seeped out, and Shen Fei caught it with his finger. He didn't swallow it and just looked at it. The juice stopped on Shen Fei's finger and then began to seep into Shen Fei's skin bit by bit. This mystical ingredient could not only be consumed orally, but it could also be slowly absorbed by the skin. Shen Fei was worried that there would be other abnormalities with the Zhuhong fruit. If he really discovered that something was wrong with this slow absorption method, he could immediately stop it. The body controlled by the suppressing dragon elephant could do this. The drop of fruit juice had already seeped through more than half of its liquid. Shen Fei felt a scorching heat explode at the position of his finger. At first, it was normal, but later on, it was like putting a hand into a flame and roasting it. Shen Fei's expression changed slightly. This kind of heat had already exceeded the scope of mystical ingredients. Shen Fei could even see the skin on his fingers showing signs of melting. The inner strength in Shen Fei's meridians rumbled, trying to refine the heat at his finger. But the effect was very slow. Fortunately, the force of the suppressing dragon elephant rushed over and tore the heat apart instantly, integrating it into his body. Hiss! Although this scorching energy had been torn apart, Shen Fei still felt a sharp pain the moment it fused into his body. It was different from any pain he had ever felt. It was as if the lowest layer of his cells was being baked. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the pain disappeared. At the same time, Shen Fei's body felt relaxed, as if a layer of pressure had been removed. At the same time, a warm feeling spread from the inside out. His inner strength began to become active, and Shen Fei could even feel a trace of growth. Shen Fei looked at his finger. It had returned to normal. Shen Fei looked at the Zhuhong fruit again. The place where he had cut it was slowly healing at this moment. If he did not interfere, it would probably recover to its original state very quickly. Without the suppressing dragon elephant, an ordinary martial artist would have to refine the Zhuhong fruit into a pill before taking it. Otherwise, if he really swallowed one, his body would probably have dissolved. Shen Fei muttered to himself. This kind of dissolving was not due to the high temperature. According to Shen Fei's understanding in his previous life, it was more like the cells in the body could not withstand the mutated medicinal power, causing the cells to collapse directly. leading to the body disintegrating. Fortunately, Shen Fei had the suppressing dragon elephant. Although he still could not swallow the whole pill, it was not a problem to swallow it bit by bit. Shen Fei looked at the status of his inner strength cultivation on the interface. After more than a month of cultivation, under the effect of various cultivation techniques, Shen Fei had already completed more than 10 of the marrow tempering realm. He wondered how much his inner strength would increase if he swallowed this red fruit. Shen Fei threw away all other distracting thoughts and completely immersed himself in his cultivation. He did not care about what was happening outside. Shen Fei could feel the growth of his inner strength at every moment. Shen Fei's cultivation was increasing at an astonishing speed. Dozens of miles away, Guo Linshan ran forward desperately. Even though there was no sound behind him, Guo Linshan still did not dare to stop. After running for an hour, Guo Linshan finally sat down beside a rock, sweating profusely. Guo Linshan took a few deep breaths to stabilize his breathing. Guo Linshan still had lingering fears when he thought of what had just happened. There were a total of 5 people in the visceral tempering realm, and one of them was a peak visceral tempering realm martial artist from the Big Dipper Tower who was famous for his body tempering. The result was such a lineup. After killing the guardian demonic beast, just as they were about to pluck the spiritual herb, an earthworm rushed out from the ground and swallowed 3 martial artists in one gulp without any resistance. When Guo Linshan saw the huge mouth part of the earthworm, he thought that he had fallen into an illusion and could not extricate himself. Otherwise, how could there be such a huge earthworm? Moreover, its speed was extremely fast. Another martial artist who was slightly closer had only run a few steps before he was swallowed by the earthworm. Guo Linshan's quickest reaction was to turn around and run. Fortunately, he had been stimulated by Shen Fei's movement technique recently. After Guo Linshan broke through to the visceral tempering realm, he specially went to find a movement technique to cultivate. It couldn't be compared to the soul-chasing step, but it was full of explosive power, which was quite compatible with Guo Linshan's own characteristics. In just a few months, he had actually succeeded in his cultivation. Perhaps it was because the earthworm had eaten its fill and didn't want to chase after him. Or perhaps it was because of something else. Guo Linshan actually managed to escape with his life. Guo Linshan wasn't injured, but he was badly frightened. No matter how strong his nerves were, he also sensed that something was wrong with this mystic realm. Guo Linshan had seen demonic beasts before. It was even more normal for demonic beasts to exist in the mystic realm. However, how could earthworms turn into demonic beasts? Moreover, their bodies had become so exaggerated. Ordinary demonic beasts were tiny compared to this. It's too dangerous. I don't know how little junior brother is doing. I hope little junior brother will run away quickly if he sees something wrong. Guo Linshan sighed. He thought of the 4 visceral tempering realm cultivators who had come with him and shook his head slightly. In a cave, Quang Dingbo leaned against the mountain wall, his breathing weak. If Quang Dingbo hadn't moved his body, he would have been swallowed by the demonic python. In the end, although Quang Dingbo didn't get eaten by the python, he was still heavily injured. If it weren't for the soft armor he was wearing, Quang Dingbo would have been dead already. Senior brother, the meat is ready. Yu Daoshan was rolling a rabbit over the bonfire. The rabbit was exceptionally big, almost 1 meter long. It was unknown how it grew. Good. Quang Dingbo watched as the oil dripped into the flames, making a sizzling sound. The fragrance of the meat seemed to soothe some of the pain in his body, and Quang Dingbo couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, he had brought Yu Daoshan with him. Otherwise, Quang Dingbo wouldn't have had the strength to run away. Senior brother. Here Yu Daoshan cut a large piece of rabbit meat and walked to Quang Dingbo. It's all thanks to you. Quang Dingbo relaxed and looked up at Yu Daoshan. He suddenly realized that Yu Daoshan's eyes were pitch black, like a cold lake, bottomless. Quang Dingbo was shocked. He was about to force himself to turn his eyes away when he felt a sharp pain in his left chest, as if his heart was being crushed. Bang! Quang Dingbo thrust his spear forward, but it didn't touch anything. Yu Daoshan had already retreated several meters. Why? Quang Dingbo spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. With his heart crushed, There was no way that he could survive. You eat my meat, so of course one want to eat yours. Isn't this fair? Yu Daoshan tilted his head, and his pupils slowly turned red. Upon closer inspection, they looked like rabbit eyes. Quang Dingbo couldn't help but be startled by Yu Daoshan's words. He looked into Yu Daoshan's eyes and seemed to understand something. Looking at the 1-meter-long rabbit meat, Quang Dingbo threw his head back and laughed. As he laughed, he coughed up blood and slowly breathed his last. Seeing Quang Dingbo die, a strange smile appeared on Yu Daoshan's face. He began to walk toward Quang Dingbo. Under the light of the bonfire, Yu Daoshan's shadow seemed to have turned into a wild rabbit, gnawing on something. Time passed by in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Shen Fei had finally refined his Yuhan fruit. His inner strength cultivation had increased from 10 of the marrow-tempering realm to 45. Shen Fei's face was filled with joy as he felt the condition of his body. It was better than ever. Not only did the mutated Yuhan fruit provide astonishing benefits to the cultivation of inner strength, but it also tempered the body from top to bottom. The most direct manifestation was that the progress of the suppressing dragon elephant had increased by a small portion. In the past, the suppressing dragon elephant could only rely on vital energy to improve. From this, one could see how magical this Yuhan fruit was. Shen Fei stood up and straightened his body slightly. The sound of his bones and muscles ringing together could be heard. His progress in the marrow-tempering realm had reached nearly half, saving Shen Fei several months of bitter cultivation. If he could consume those 2 Yuhan fruits, even if he considered the problem of drug tolerance, Shen Fei's realm would be close to the visceral tempering realm. If he could find other mystical ingredients to consume during this period, perhaps Shen Fei would have a chance to truly break through to the visceral tempering realm and this mystic realm. Thinking of this, Shen Fei tidied up a little and decided to take a look at the Yuhan fruit tree again. He didn't necessarily have to obtain it, but he could observe it from afar. 2 hours later, relying on his memories, Shen Fei gradually approached the Yuhan fruit tree. However, before he could see the Yuhan fruit tree, the sound of a huge creature crushing over could be heard. A feeling of being targeted suddenly assaulted Shen Fei's heart. Chapter 154 Chapter 154 Life and Death. Chapter 154 Life and Death. Shen Fei's expression changed slightly. This voice was too familiar. It was the sound of the demonic python charging around. However, what made Shen Fei somewhat puzzled was that he was still at least several hundred meters away from the Yuhan fruit tree. How did he get targeted so quickly? Shen Fei's figure flashed and arrived at the crown of a large tree. Looking down from above, he happened to see the figure of the python. It was less than 100 meters away from him. As if it sensed Shen Fei's gaze, the python raised its head and looked straight at Shen Fei with its green eyes. Its eyes were filled with coldness. He really did chase after me. Shen Fei was surprised. He wanted to clash with this peak first-rank demonic beast. Shen Fei's figure flashed and ran into the distance. After running for 15 minutes, Shen Fei stopped when the sound behind the machine stopped. Shen Fei stood on a treetop, frowning slightly. If Shen Fei originally thought that the python's pursuit was a coincidence, seeing the python's appearance, it was obviously going for him. However, the distance was still so far away. It shouldn't be. Could it be that after taking a Yuhan fruit, the Yuhan fruit tree and the python's alert range have expanded so much? Shen Fei guessed in his heart, but he felt that it was unlikely. If that was the case, no matter how strong the Yuhan fruit tree was, it would probably die from exhaustion. Moreover, its strength would not be enough to support it. That can only be because I absorbed a Yuhan fruit, and it sensed something. Shen Fei thought about the effect of the Yuhan fruit. It was much stronger than the rumors. It was probably very important to the Yuhan fruit tree. There were only 3 fruits on the branch. If one of them were snatched away by Shen Fei, it would definitely hate Shen Fei to death. Several hundred meters away, it had just sensed Shen Fei's arrival and sent a python to chase after him. It could be seen how much he hated Shen Fei. Try again. Shen Fei pondered for a moment and deliberately made a half circle before quietly walking forward from another position. At the same time, Chen Fei activated the jade pendant to hide his aura. This time, it was still quiet within a few hundred meters. The python did not rush over. However, as they got closer, the surroundings became quieter and quieter. At the same time, the thousand origin technique began to warn him. When they were less than 200 meters away, Chen Fei stopped and sighed slightly. They couldn't go any further. The surroundings had already become silent. All the birds and beasts had hidden themselves. Clearly, they had sensed great danger. Chen Fei knew that he was still being targeted. He did not know how the Zhuhong fruit tree did it. Perhaps as long as he absorbed the Zhuhong fruit, he would not be able to cut off this connection for a short period of time. He would not even be able to hide his aura. This Zhuhong fruit tree had obviously learned its lesson. It did not send the python to chase after it directly. It clearly wanted to wait for Chen Fei to get closer before suddenly launching an attack. This tree has become a spirit. Chen Fei sighed. Unfortunately, it was just a tree. The other party had focused their attention on this side, making the surroundings too quiet. It would naturally make people wary. Chen Fei glanced at the Zhuhong fruit tree from afar, turned around, and left. Boom! As if sensing Chen Fei's departure, a loud explosion suddenly sounded from behind. At the same time, the python's charging sound rang out again. Chen Fei shook his head slightly. It had really set a trap. A moment later, the python behind him gave up, and Chen Fei also rushed out of the dense forest. This dense forest gave Chen Fei a terrible feeling. The feeling of being spied on had been lingering ever since Chen Fei entered the dense forest. It was obvious that there was a bigger secret in the depths of the forest. But Chen Fei did not intend to delve into it. Chen Fei couldn't even deal with that python, so it was naturally impossible for him to deal with the one in the dense forest. Chen Fei looked at his surroundings and thought for a moment before deciding to head southwest. This way, he could avoid the dense forest and stay away from Half Bottle Mountain. It was a pity to give up on the Zhuhong fruit, but Chen Fei did not give up on the various medicinal herbs he saw along the way. Although the effects of these herbs were far inferior to mystical ingredients because they grew in the mystic realm all year round, their effects would still be better than the herbs in the outside world. With a little refinement, it could become a medicinal pill with pill veins. Mystical ingredients could only be found by luck, and daily elixirs were the mainstream of cultivation. Chen Fei walked and stopped along the way. He did not meet anyone along the way and focused on digging up the herbs by the roadside. He did not know if it was luck or the current situation of the mystic realm. But along the way, Chen Fei actually obtained more than a dozen medicinal herbs. Compared to the first day, the harvest was even more exaggerated. Chen Fei had no choice but to find a secluded place halfway through and summon the wooden cabinet in the spatial grid. He put the bag full of herbs into it. When Chen Fei was picking the 13th herb that was over 10 years old, the twin stone that had been quietly in Chen Fei's arm suddenly moved. Chen Fei took out the twin stone and sensed the direction. Before he could identify the specific location, the twin stone lost its connection again. Senior brother Guo is moving quickly. Chen Fei frowned slightly. His figure flashed, and he ran forward for 100 meters. The twin stone did not move. Chen Fei did not stop and immediately changed his direction. After spending some time, the twin stone began to move again. Chen Fei had also grasped Guo Linshan's specific direction. He stepped forward and ran forward. A few miles away, you two bastards agreed to split the loot equally. You just got it. And you're already attacking me. It's just 1,000 rock grass. I'll give it to you. Guo Linshan swung his sword and deflected Sun Zonghai's spear. He rolled on the ground and dodged Yu Yanyan's backstab as he cursed loudly. Just now, you should have obediently accepted your death. Why do you have to make such a dying struggle? Yu Yanyan smiled charmingly. Her smile was so gentle that people couldn't help but want to look at her. Guo Linshan's expression froze for a moment. Although he immediately regained his senses, Sun Zonghai still stabbed him in the shoulder. A bloody hole instantly appeared there. Get lost. Guo Linshan roared and stabbed his sword at Sun Zonghai, wanting to exchange an injury for an injury. However, Sun Zonghai took 2 steps back and avoided Guo Linshan's counterattack. The origin connection technique's reputation as iron bones truly lives up to its name. Sun Zonghai had a smile on his face. If it was any other martial artist who had used all his strength to strike, they would have been injured from the front and back, even if they had bones to block it. The outcome would not have been any different. However, there was only a hole in Guo Linshan's body. Most of the power of the spear was blocked by Guo Linshan's bones. However, Guo Linshan wasn't feeling well either. Although his iron bones had neutralized most of the force, his shoulder blades had been shattered. He was already weak, and now he was at a disadvantage. Guo Linshan had thought of running away, but Yu Yanyan's movement technique was even more brilliant than his. As long as he was entangled for a moment, Sun Zonghai would immediately catch up. There was no possibility of running away. If you want to kill me, don't think about it. Guo Linshan took a deep breath and spurted out a mouthful of blood mist. His spirit, energy, and spirit were elevated in reverse. Sun Zonghai smiled, not caring about Guo Linshan's words at all. 2 against 1, and they were both in the visceral tempering realm, and they were all true disciples of their respective sects. It could be said that everyone's combat strength was almost the same. In fact, Guo Linshan's cultivation had only just entered the visceral tempering realm. However, Yu Yanyan had already reached the middle stage of visceral tempering and was superior to Guo Linshan in both strength and speed. In other words, Guo Linshan probably wouldn't be able to beat Yu Yanyan in a one-on-one fight, let alone face the pincer attack of the two opponents. Bang! With a muffled sound, Guo Linshan raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had repelled Sun Zonghai, he could not help but take a few steps back. Guo Linshan felt that he was really going to die this time. In this situation, it was already very difficult to turn the tables. Guo Linshan suddenly felt a little regretful, but it wasn't that he regretted coming to this mystic realm. The legacy disciple trial was a survival of the fittest. Danger had always been everywhere. If one wanted to obtain something, one had to pay using something else. Guo Linshan regretted not improving his body movement properly when he started learning martial arts. Even though he had made some progress after breaking through to the visceral tempering realm and practicing a set of movement techniques, it was still lacking. If his movement technique was a little stronger and he really couldn't beat them, he would have escaped. He wouldn't have been in such a desperate situation like now. Tisk! Yu Yanyan appeared behind Guo Linshan and stabbed a dagger into his back. Guo Linshan shifted his body at the critical moment. Otherwise, his heart would explode if he continued to move. All! Guo Linshan roared angrily and swept the broadsword in his hand horizontally, forcing Yu Yanyan to retreat. However, her entire body had already begun to stagger, and her injuries had worsened. Guo Linshan could not hold on any longer. When you're on the verge of death, throw it into that pool and see what's inside. Seeing that Guo Linshan was about to collapse, Yu Yanyan tilted her head to look at Sun Zonghai and said, "Still going to that pond? That place is a dangerous place. We threw a few marrow tempering realm martial artists into it before, but we only saw an afterimage. With our strength, we can't swallow that place." Sun Zonghai said hesitantly, "The dreamlike lotus is a rare mystical ingredient. Even if we see it outside, we can't get it with our status. You and I have to prepare for the aperture tempering realm. If we can take down the dreamlike lotus, the chance of reaching the aperture tempering realm will increase by at least 20%. Yu Yanyan licked her lips, her eyes full of greed. A mystical ingredient like the dreamlike lotus could only be found by luck. Alright, 111 try again when the time comes. Sun Zonghai thought for a moment and nodded. Just as Yu Yanyan had said, there were dreamlike lotus outside, but it was extremely difficult to get them. They didn't even have the chance to see them. I'm not dead yet. And you're already thinking about how to play with me. Guo Linshan laughed loudly when he saw that Sun Zonghai and Yu Yanyan had already started to make arrangements for him. He held his broadsword in his right hand and looked at Sun Zonghai and Yu Yanyan coldly and spat at them. Chapter 1 Since ancient times, most of the archers have been in close combat. Chapter 155 Since ancient times, most of the archers have been in close combat. You're courting death. Sun Zonghai snorted coldly and waved his spear. It turned into countless spear shadows and stabbed Guo Linshan's body. Guo Linshan raised his broadsword and blocked the attack with great difficulty, although he did not want to admit it. Guo Linshan knew that he would really die in a few more moves. The sad thing was that Guo Linshan was unable to drag Sun Zonghai and his companion. They were so cautious that they didn't even give them the chance to hurt them. Kai. Blood spurted out of Guo Linshan's body. The intense pain caused Guo Linshan's movements to change slightly, making it even more difficult for him to defend against Sun Zonghai's attack. At this moment, Yu Yanyan was on guard at the side and no longer participated in the attack. At this moment, Guo Linshan was already at the end of his rope, and his battle prowess was less than 30 of what it was before. The only reason why he was able to hold on for a while was that Sun Zonghai didn't want to kill Guo Linshan directly. Just like what Sun Zonghai had discussed, they wanted to capture Guo Linshan alive and bring him to the pond. They needed the dreamlike lotus. Moreover, the Kai and blood of a visceral tempering realm martial artist like Guo Linshan was the favorite of the demonic beasts in the pool. At that time, he might be able to see clearly what kind of demonic beast it was and make other plans. Huff. Guo Linshan spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back a few steps. He was on the verge of collapse, and even his eyes, which were looking at Sun Zonghai, began to blur, just as Sun Zonghai and Sun Zhanghai had said. Guo Linshan was really in a state of helplessness. If it wasn't for Guo Linshan's conviction, which made him unwilling to bow his head in defeat to Sun Zonghai and his companion, he would have fainted long ago. You sure are tough. I hope you won't die halfway to the pond. Yu Yanyan laughed softly. Her figure flashed, and she circled behind Guo Linshan. The dagger in her hand was poised to paralyze him. If they continued fighting, Yu Yanyan was worried that Guo Linshan would die directly. A dead martial artist's blood was still, but it was very difficult to attract demon beasts. Yu Yanyan did not want this to happen. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound suddenly sounded. Yu Yanyan's expression changed slightly, and her body suddenly stopped. Then, an arrow flew past her face. The wind brought by the arrow swept up Yu Yanyan's hair. A strand of hair broke and fluttered down. Who are you? Sun Zonghai's expression changed slightly. He turned his head to the right and saw a figure standing on the top of a tree, holding a bow and pointing it at them. In the next moment, several arrows flew toward the two of them. Marrow tempering realm, how dare you? Yu Yanyan sensed Chen Fei's aura and snorted coldly. Her figure flashed, and she rushed toward Chen Fei. But in just a moment, Yu Yanyan's figure was stopped by Chen Fei's arrow. Yu Xian's movement technique was not bad. Ordinary arrows could not lock onto Yu Yanyan at all. Yu Yanyan could easily dodge and even rush directly in front of the archer. However, Chen Fei's arrows were not only fast, but also powerful. They were amazing. They were even more important. The arrows could always predict the speed of the arrows. In just a few moves, Yu Yanyan's right hand was numb from the shock. She even had to dodge left and right, trying to avoid a few arrows. However, it was impossible to advance. Not only Yu Yanyan, Sun Zonghai only took a few steps forward and was directly beaten back more than 10 meters. Sun Zonghai was even worse off compared to Yu Yanyan's movement technique. It was impossible for him to break through. Instead, he could only take Chen Fei's arrows head-on. The strength of each arrow shocked Sun Zonghai. Was this an arrow that could be shot at the marrow tempering realm even if one was at the peak of the visceral tempering realm? One would have to be obsessed with archery to be able to do this. Friend, is there a misunderstanding? You and one don't know each other. Sun Zonghai took a few steps back and said slowly. This kind of archery technique was too terrifying. Right now, the other party was still fighting Wenuntuo, but he was already suppressing them and preventing them from advancing. If it was a one-on-one, the situation would be even more difficult. At this moment, it was impossible to use the marrow tempering realm to describe Chen Fei's deterrence. Sun Zonghai decided to negotiate. Chen Fei did not say anything. Looking at Guo Linshan's miserable state, Chen Fei did not stop shooting arrows. As time passed, Sun Zonghai's arms became slightly stiff from blocking the arrows. causing their movements to be slightly distorted. Not only Chen Fei discovered it, but Sun Zonghai and Yu Yanyan naturally knew it even better. They couldn't see how many arrows were left in Chen Fei's quiver. However, they obviously did not want to be passively beaten up like this. If anything went wrong later, they might die. Friend, since you don't want to talk, well, leave first. Sun Zonghai shouted and took a few steps forward, trying to get the package a few meters ahead. It was Guo Linshan's parcel, and the 1,000 rock grass was inside. This was how they calmed Guo Linshan's heart and then sneaked an attack on Guo Linshan. Now, Sun Zonghai naturally wanted to take the 1,000 rock grass. Bang! An arrow pierced the front of the bag, and the terrifying force blasted a deep pit in the ground, causing Sun Zonghai to stand rooted to the ground. A chance! Yu Yanyan's eyes suddenly lit up, and her entire face instantly turned red. Her figure seemed to have turned into a breeze, and she quickly rushed toward Chen Fei. Wind rush! She turned her body into a breeze, appearing like front and back, left and right, making it difficult for people to detect his true body. At the same time, it could greatly increase one's speed. It was ethereal and unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, Yu Yanyan crossed a distance of tens of meters and arrived in front of Chen Fei. Be careful! Guo Linshan had just recovered his strength and had a clear view of the surrounding situation. Fei noticed that Yu Yanyan had rushed over and couldn't help but shout loudly. At the same time, he realized that Sun Zonghai was about to attack as well. Guo Linshan roared and blocked Sun Zonghai's path. Get lost! Roman 2. Sun Zonghai shouted angrily when he saw Guo Linshan. Sun Zonghai had long been suppressed by Chen Fei's bow and arrows. Now that Yu Yanyan had finally found an opportunity, how could Sun Zonghai let it go? A mere marrow tempering realm expert thought that his archery skills were impressive and that he could suppress them. Now, Sun Zonghai wanted Chen Fei dead. Therefore, when he saw Guo Linshan blocking the way, Sun Zonghai became even angrier. He pointed his spear at Guo Linshan's limbs and crippled him first. He would have to deal with him later. The situation in the arena seemed to have changed in a flash. Yu Yanyan rushed in front of Chen Fei. Her face was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with love. It was as if she was rushing to her lover. She had already activated her seduction technique at full force, waiting for Chen Fei to lose his mind. Chen Fei looked at Yu Yanyan calmly. His eyes were filled with clarity. He put down the longbow in his left hand, and a long sword appeared in his right hand. Yu Yanyan narrowed her eyes. She did not expect that the seduction technique that could confuse the visceral tempering realm would actually be useless against a mere marrow tempering realm. However, now that she was in front of Chen Fei, if an archer lost his distance, he would naturally lose his greatest advantage. Even if Chen Fei held a sword, what could he do? Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, just as the dagger in Yu Yanyan's hand stabbed out. A sword and shield flashed in front of her. The timing of the sword and shield's flash was too good. Yu Yanyan didn't even have time to change her move. The dagger and the sword and shield collided. With just a touch, Yu Yanyan's expression changed. It was not only because the sword shield was extremely thick and difficult to break through, but also because a huge rebound sword force on the sword shield directly swept away Yu Yanyan's dagger. Yu Yanyan knew that Chen Fei had great strength, which could be seen from the power of the bow and arrow just now. However, great strength did not mean that it could be transformed into sword techniques. This required exquisite sword techniques. How could a marrow tempering martial artist achieve first-rate archery and such an exaggerated level of swordsmanship? This required years of cultivation. Unless the other party was a true genius. But if he was a genius, why was his cultivation only at the marrow tempering realm? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yu Yanyan's mind. Before Yu Yanyan could adjust the dagger in her hand, a light suddenly flashed in front of her. Not good. Yu Yanyan was greatly shocked, and she desperately blocked the front with her dagger. Swallow returns. A move that specializes in defense. It can deflect force and block attacks that far exceed one's own strength. With her visceral tempering realm cultivation, Yu Yanyan possessed an extremely strong ability to control her body. At the critical moment, She actually pulled her dagger back and blocked the sword light. Clang! A force far beyond imagination came from the dagger. Swallow returns had indeed helped Yu Yanyan to reduce a lot of the force, but the remaining force was still beyond the scope of Yu Yanyan's resistance. Yu Yanyan could not control her right hand, and the dagger directly hit Yu Yanyan's chest. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Yu Yanyan's mouth. The move that was specially used for defense was actually broken by a single move. Misunderstanding. Seeing Chen Fei's cold gaze, Yu Yanyan shouted loudly. However, what greeted her was an ice-cold sword light. Yu Yanyan's scalp went numb. She circulated her wind rush crazily. Yu Yanyan turned into a gust of wind and dodged backward. Tisk! The sword light flashed. Chen Fei did not chase after her. He turned to look at Sun Zonghai. After Sun Zonghai smashed Guo Linshan to the side, he rushed toward Chen Fei. Guo Linshan didn't need to care anymore. He was just on the verge of death and couldn't stop anything. On the contrary, Chen Fei, who had just appeared, was too much of a threat. He had to kill Chen Fei. Otherwise, if Chen Fei escaped and appeared at the critical moment of their battle in the future, it would definitely cause huge trouble. However, Sun Zonghai had only crossed a few dozen meters when he saw Yu Yuyan being pushed back by a sword. She even turned into a gust of wind and retreated crazily. This made Sun Zonghai stop in his tracks, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Zonghai! Yu Yanyan appeared and looked at Sun Zonghai with a sorrowful expression. Yu Yanyan seemed to have dodged Chen Fei's sword 7. But she didn't really dodge it. At this moment, a huge wound appeared on her abdomen. It was already incurable. Sun Zonghai's eyes widened. He didn't even look at Yu Yanyan's right hand. His figure flashed, and he fled into the distance. Chen Fei's archery skills were terrifying, but he didn't expect his swordsmanship to be even more exaggerated. In just 3 moves, he had severely injured Yu Yanyan. With such combat strength, if Yu Yanyan was unharmed, Sun Zonghai would still have the guts to stay and fight. But now that Yu Yanyan was about to die, she no longer had the slightest bit of combat strength. Sun Zonghai had no guts to stay. Who would have thought that an archer's close combat skills were so much more exaggerated than archery? It was simply unreasonable. Chapter 1 to Fix Chapter 1 to Fix Burning Life. Chapter 1 and 5 Fix Burning Life. Zonghai. Yu Yanyan looked at Sun Zonghai in disbelief. Her face revealed a desolate expression as she fell to the ground. Sun Zonghai didn't listen to Yu Yanyan. He didn't even have the thought of capturing Guo Linshan to threaten Chen Fei. This was because Sun Zonghai did not know the purpose of Chen Fei's appearance. Whether it was to save them or for the metal plates on the 3 of them, Sun Zonghai didn't dare to take the risk. Although Guo Linshan was on the verge of death, his willpower was extremely strong, and he still had some combat strength left. If he wanted to use Guo Linshan to threaten Chen Fei, he would have to spend some time. In that time, Chen Fei would have caught up to him. At that time, Sun Zonghai would have no chance at all. Trying to escape, Guo Linshan wanted to stop Sun Zonghai when he saw his movement, but he was injured by his internal organs. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and when his right foot moved, his body almost fell to the ground. Chen Fei's figure flashed past Yu Yanyan, and blood splattered from Yu Yanyan's neck. Yu Yanyan did not look at Chen Fei, but stared at Sun Zonghai and then fell to the ground. When Sun Zonghai heard the commotion behind him, the blood in his entire body boiled, and he turned into a bloody shadow as he rushed forward. Every step was a scene, and each scene was blood. He burned his blood, Kai, inner strength, and even his lifespan in exchange for extreme speed. In just a few steps, Sun Zonghai had crossed 100 meters. Chen Fei glanced at Guo Linshan and hesitated for a moment. He did not chase after Sun Zonghai. With Sun Zonghai's speed, Chen Fei would definitely be able to catch up to him. But it would take some time. Now, Guo Linshan was seriously injured and on the verge of death. The concern was that when Chen Fei returned after killing Sun Zonghai, Guo Linshan might not be able to hold on till then. Moreover, the mystic realm was full of dangers. Even if Guo Linshan was persistent, it was difficult to guarantee that no other accidents would come. Chen Fei paused for a moment before Sun Zonghai disappeared. It had to be said that this technique was extremely powerful. Although Chen Fei did not know what price he had to pay from the tragic aura that he had emitted just now, it was likely that the side effects were severe. If Sun Zonghai was willing to use such a move during the fight just now, Chen Fei would definitely not be able to defeat Yu Yanyan so easily. Unfortunately, Sun Zonghai was willing to flee, but he wasn't decisive enough when it came to risking his life. Chen Fei walked up to Guo Linshan and stuffed a healing pill into his mouth. At the same time, he applied the golden wound medicine on Guo Linshan's wound. After dealing with the simple matters, Chen Fei walked in front of Yu Yanyan and took down the jade token and the bag behind her. The disciples of the sunken water pavilion were very emotional. They stared at Sun Zonghai's back until their deaths. Even though Sun Zonghai had abandoned her, she did not scold him. Unfortunately, he didn't entrust it to the right person. Senior brother Guo, let's go. Chen Fei helped Guo Linshan up, and his figure flickered as he disappeared from the spot. 2 hours later, Chen Fei brought Guo Linshan back to the cave. Chen Fei felt that this was the safest place. At least, nothing would disturb him during his cultivation for the next few days. Guo Linshan had already fainted, but fortunately, his injuries had stabilized and did not worsen. At the same time, the origin connection technique in Guo Linshan's body was also circulating on its own to heal his injuries. The vitality of a visceral tempering martial artist was actually extremely tenacious. From the outside to the inside, every part of his body had been tempered. Therefore, as long as it was not a fatal injury, with timely treatment, it would normally gradually improve. The origin connection technique, in particular, could connect internal and external energy, which was also very effective in healing injuries. Chen Fei sat cross-legged and guarded by the side. 4 hours later, Guo Linshan finally woke up. As soon as he woke up, Guo Linshan immediately got up and looked around cautiously. He only relaxed when he saw Chen Fei. It was obvious that Guo Linshan had not recovered from the battle just now. Thank goodness you're here. Guo Linshan looked at Chen Fei and slowly leaned against the mountain wall, letting out a sigh of relief. Guo Linshan really felt that he was dead. As for the twin stones' reaction, Guo Linshan did not notice it at all at that moment. All his attention was on Sun Zonghai and the other man. It means that you're not destined to die. Chen Fei handed the water bottle over and said with a smile. One was just lucky. And I didn't want to die, so one held my breath. Guo Linshan took the water bag, raised his head, and drank all the water in one go. It was really too dangerous today. Guo Linshan could only blame himself for not recognizing people clearly and thought that Sun Zonghai and the other were just new acquaintances. He didn't expect Sun Zonghai and Yu Yanyan to know each other long ago, and were just waiting for the others to fall into their trap. Chen Fei smiled and handed Guo Linshan's parcel over. At the same time, he rummaged through Yu Yanyan's bag. There wasn't much in Yu Yanyan's bag. Just a few herbs and some women's belongings. Chen Fei took a glance and threw the package aside. Junior brother, take this jade token. Guo Linshan opened his bag and shook his head when he saw Yu Yanyan's jade token inside. My life was saved by you. How can I take this jade token? As Guo Linshan spoke, he threw the jade token to Chen Fei. Chen Fei caught it and looked at Guo Linshan's expression. He knew that Guo Linshan was serious. Chen Fei nodded his head and did not decline. He put away the iron token. This is 1,000 rock grass. One was here for this mystical ingredient. Guo Linshan took out a medicinal herb from his bag and placed it in front of Chen Fei. Bone strengthening and blood regeneration. Senior brother, you can directly consume it tomorrow. It will be beneficial to your injuries. Chen Fei looked at the 1,000 rock grass. This was a rare spiritual ingredient, far from what ordinary medicinal herbs could compare to. However, compared to the Zhuheng fruit, the 1,000 rock grass was slightly less valuable. It's too wasteful to swallow it directly. If we take it back to the sect, we can exchange it for 6 contribution points. Guo Linshan smiled and shook his head. So many. Chen Fei was a little surprised. Although it was a mystical ingredient, the contribution points it gave were quite shocking. because this is the medicinal ingredient for refining the aperture-breaking pill. So the sect values it a lot. Guo Linshan looked at Chen Fei's expression and explained. Last time one told you about the mystic realm. There was one more thing one forgot to mention. If he really became a legacy disciple of the sect would actually give him an aperture-breaking pill. And this was the most important thing besides true inheritance. The aperture-breaking pill can help you break through to the aperture-tempering realm. Hearing the name of the medicinal pill, Chen Fei guessed. Right. When one cultivates to the peak of the visceral tempering realm and consumes the aperture-breaking pill, one can use the essence energy in the body to directly transform it into mental strength, allowing the mental strength to soar. Yes. Guo Linshan nodded and said, we martial artists in the body-tempering realm have weaker mental strength. So it's extremely difficult to train our apertures. A single aperture-breaking pill could greatly increase the possibility of breaking through. That was why the aperture-breaking pill is so precious. The sect was willing to give so many contribution points for the mystical ingredients needed to refine the aperture-breaking pill. Chen Fei nodded slightly. There were actually such benefits after becoming a true disciple. Chen Fei thought of Ji Hongji and the others. He reckoned that he could only rely on his own strength to try to break through. But senior brother, we shouldn't think about contribution points at this time. This 1000 rock grass can speed up your recovery, so it's better to eat it directly. Chen Fei thought for a moment and advised. In this mystic realm, it was very dangerous to have injuries. Although the cave looked safe now, other accidents might happen in the next second. Chen Fei insisted on using things that could be immediately converted into strength. Guo Linshan pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Looking at the 1000 rock grass in front of him, Guo Linshan waved his right hand. A small part of the 1000 rock grass fell into Guo Linshan's hand, and the remaining half was pushed by Guo Linshan to Chen Fei. These are enough for me to heal my injuries. Guo Linshan looked up at Chen Fei and said with a smile, although the 1000 rock grass doesn't help with the growth of inner strength, it can strengthen one's bones and produce blood. It can increase one's foundation and slightly increase one's strength. Chen Fei was slightly stunned. He was about to speak when Guo Linshan waved his hand and said, your strength is already stronger than mine. This mystic realm has changed. So the stronger you are, the better. I still want you to take care of me. Guo Linshan smiled at the end of his sentence. He bit the 1000 rock grass in his hand and closed his eyes to heal his injuries. The whole plant would have to wait until tomorrow, but it wouldn't be a big problem if it was just this little bit. Chen Fei knew Guo Linshan's personality. He looked at the 1000 rock grass in his hand and hesitated for a moment before biting the 1000 rock grass and swallowing it. A warm medicinal effect spread out from his stomach. The 1000 rock grass did not mutate and was considered normal. After a moment, Chen Fei opened his eyes and swallowed the remaining 1000 rock grass. The medicinal power flowed through his limbs and continuously warmed Chen Fei's body. A sense of relaxation that came from the bottom of his heart arose spontaneously. It felt a little similar to the feeling of refining the Zhuang fruit, but it was also very different. It was difficult to describe it with words. After an unknown period of time, Chen Fei opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Chen Fei looked at the interface, and his expression could not help but change slightly. The value of his inner strength did not increase, but the limit required to break through to the visceral tempering realm had decreased by a large margin. The 5th level of the origin connection technique also had the ability to lower the upper limit of a breakthrough. The effect of the 1000 rock grass was even more obvious, as if it had increased Chen Fei's innate ability. Originally, after refining the Zhuang fruit, Chen Fei's marrow tempering realm progress was 45. Now that the upper limit of breaking through had been lowered, it was 55 and above, which indirectly increased Chen Fei's cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Guo Linshan's injuries were finally fully recovered. It was already the 10th day after entering this mystic realm. Chen Fei had already discovered that the jade token's senses had suddenly increased by a notch today. It was only at this moment that Guo Linshan was shocked to realize that the iron plate actually had such a function. This direction seems to be that pool. Guo Linshan sensed the fluctuations coming from the iron plate. At this moment, a group of owners of the iron plate closest to them had gathered in one area. There were quite a number of them. Pool, was there anything special about that place? Chen Fei also sensed that a large number of jade tokens were gathering together. I heard from Sun Zonghai and the others that there's a dream-like lotus there. Guo Linshan whispered. Dream-like lotus. Chen Fei's expression changed slightly. This was a mystical ingredient that could greatly aid in the use of mental energy, compared to other mystical ingredients that could help one's inner strength cultivation. The True Seeds actually hoped to obtain this kind of powerful mental strength because it would pave the way for the future aperture tempering realm. 10 miles away, at a pond, more than 20 people gathered together and looked at the pool in the distance. It was quiet there, and only the dreamlike lotus was swaying in the wind. Chapter 1 and Chapter 1 and unable to do anything. Chapter 157 Unable to do anything. Junior brother. Are we going? Guo Linshan raised his head and looked at Chen Fei. Chen Fei's current battle prowess had long surpassed his. Going to such a dangerous place. He naturally had to discuss it properly. We can go and take a look, Chen Fei replied. Chen Fei pondered for a moment. No body tempering realm warrior would think too much of a mystical ingredient like the dreamlike lotus, which could help with the mental energy. Even aperture tempering realm warriors wouldn't miss such a mystical ingredient. Chen Fei understood that after opening an aperture point, he would advance to the aperture tempering realm. However, the aperture tempering realm did not end with just cultivating one aperture point. If he wanted to improve his martial arts cultivation, he needed to dig out more apertures to nourish his cultivation. This made the requirements for his mental strength very high. Thus, in the aperture tempering realm, mental strength was the key. This realm was called the aperture tempering realm because, after the body tempering realm, aperture tempering was the key. Now that Guo Linshan had recovered from his injuries, Chen Fei and he naturally had to go out and explore. Not to mention the mystical ingredients. They also needed to obtain a sufficient number of jade tokens. Alright, then let's go. Guo Linshan was eager to try. If he had the chance to get the dreamlike lotus, not to mention the lotus leaves, even a single lotus seed would greatly benefit his core soul energy. Chen Fei and Guo Linshan simply packed up, and according to the induction of the jade token, they headed towards the location of the pool. At the pond, the purpose of everyone's gathering here is very clear. It's that dreamlike lotus. However, there is a beast under the pond. If we don't kill that beast, we won't be able to get the dreamlike lotus. Jiao Zhenguan looked at the 20-odd people present. Most of them were in the visceral tempering realm, and only a small portion were in the marrow tempering realm. Among these people in the visceral tempering realm, there were a total of 3 people at the peak of the visceral tempering realm, including himself. What are you trying to say? You can say it directly. Naiquan scratched his head and said impatiently. Most of the Big Dipper Tower's disciples were impatient, and Naiquan was one of them. As long as the method is suitable, everything can be discussed. If you have any suggestions, you can tell me. Shai Xianjun grabbed the spear in his hand and said expressionlessly. The demonic beast under the pond is extremely fast. In the pond, no matter how many of us there are, we can't beat it. We have to drag it to the shore and combine our strength to destroy it. Guo Zhenguan said, not caring about their attitude and directly telling them his plan. Choosing a battlefield that was advantageous to oneself was a necessary choice in battle. I've seen the demonic beast's attack technique before. That afterimage should be its tongue. I can stand at the front later. When it attacks, one can wrap around its tongue and drag it up. Naiquan pondered for a moment before looking at Jiao Zhenguan and Chai Xianjun. But it's dangerous for me to do that. When the dreamlike lotus is distributed, I need to take 30% by myself. Roman 2. No. Jiao Zhenguan and Chai Xianjun immediately refused. There were so many people here. If Naiquan took 30 of the profits, what would the others get? He'll give you 10% at most. And that's because you're the one leading the charge. If you don't agree, I can let my sect's senior and junior brothers go. After Jiao Zhenguan finished speaking, a person walked out from behind him. A steady and fierce aura assaulted his face. Although he had not reached the peak of the visceral tempering realm, no one dared to underestimate this person. Naquan looked at the newcomer and frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded his head unwillingly. 10% was considered his bottom line, barely reaching the requirement. The dreamlike lotus can only be obtained by those who contribute. When the time comes, don't let me see anyone slack off. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless when the distribution is done. Jiao Zhongmuan said in a low voice. What should I say if someone else joins us later? Chai Zhanjun sensed that some people were still gathering over. We'll see when the time comes. Jiao Zhongmuan thought for a moment and said ambiguously. Those who were strong and contributed would naturally get some. If one's strength were insufficient, then there would naturally be nothing to share. Jiao Zhongmuan didn't say this out loud, but everyone present understood. In the mystic realm, the strong preyed on the weak. Whether or not to give you something completely depended on your strength. If he could dominate the entire arena and monopolize the dreamlike lotus, no one else would dare to say anything. 10 miles away, the two of them were carefully hurrying on their way when Chen Fei suddenly stopped. The thousand origin technique vibrated slightly, indicating that there were other dangers in the surroundings. What's wrong? When Guo Linchen saw Chen Fei's actions, he quickly stopped and looked around cautiously. Chen Fei took out an arrow. His ears trembled slightly. The next moment, the arrow turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Chen Fei's hand. Bang! With an explosion, a tree crown was blasted through by an arrow. A figure appeared from within, looking at Chen Fei with some surprise. That arrow just now had almost directly injured him. It was simply inconceivable that a marrow tempering realm martial artist possessed such archery skills. Don't misunderstand. Fu Zhaoxing raised his hand slightly, indicating that he had no ill intentions. There was a warm smile on his face. Looking at this smile, it was as if it was a spring breeze, and the hostility in his heart seemed to have dissipated a lot. You can actually hide the fluctuations of the jade token. Guo Linchen looked at Fu Zhaoxing in surprise. After being shot by Chen Fei, the fluctuation of the jade token on Fu Zhaoxing's body began to appear. Chen Fei also looked at Fu Zhaoxing with some surprise. It was estimated that in order to hide the fluctuation of the jade token, Fu Zhaoxing's body technique had a little flaw, which was discovered by Chen Fei. If it wasn't for the jade token, Fu Zhaoxing's figure would probably be able to hide flawlessly. This made Chen Fei think of Jintai he had met before. The other party was also skilled in this kind of movement technique. You're overpraising me. Fu Zhaoxing humbly waved his hand, looked at Chen Fei, and said, the two of you seem to have extraordinary strength. Do you want to travel together? This mystic realm was extremely dangerous. Only by supporting each other could they survive the following time. When did you become so insincere when you invited people to come with you? There are still people hiding in the dark who haven't come out yet. Chen Fei grabbed Guo Linchen's arm, and his body swayed as he disappeared from the spot. Fu Zhaoxing's expression changed slightly when he realized that Chen Fei and the other man were already dozens of meters away. His expression turned gloomy. The method that he had tried before was actually ineffective. In just a little more time, they would be able to complete the encirclement. It was a pity that they had lost the 2 jade tokens. Senior brother Fu. A few figures suddenly appeared on the surrounding treetops. Although they saw people at this moment, if they closed their eyes, they would realize that these people did not emit any aura. Those two are very cautious. Someone whispered, Senior brother Fu. That's the person who injured me, Jintai said excitedly. He had been hiding in the dark just now. When he saw Chen Fei come, Jintai was so excited that his entire body was trembling. After being scared out of his wits by Chen Fei last time, Jintai hid in the dense forest for a full 6 hours before finally leaving. During those 6 hours, Jintai was constantly on tenterhooks, afraid that Chen Fei would suddenly appear. Now that he thought about it, Jintai knew that he had been completely frightened by Chen Fei, almost to the point of becoming a mental barrier. When he saw Chen Fei earlier, he thought of his 5 senior brothers. If they could complete the encirclement, there was a chance that they could forcefully keep Chen Fei and the other. In the end, it had only started for a while when Chen Fei immediately sensed that something was wrong and left. Ha! Fu Xiaoxing appeared in front of Jintai and slapped him on the cheek. Jintai fell from the treetops and smashed heavily into the ground. Jintai's left cheek swelled up. He raised his head and looked at Fu Xiaoxing. His eyes filled with disbelief. He could not understand why Fu Xiaoxing would hit him. Have you forgotten the essence of the wind phantom technique? Your cultivation is the lowest. Yet you still dare to have such intense emotional fluctuations. If it wasn't for you, that person wouldn't have noticed the abnormality. Fu Xiaoxing shouted sternly, causing Zhu Jintai to shrink back involuntarily. After seeing Chen Fei, Jintai was indeed overly excited. However, he never thought that Chen Fei would leave because of him. If you do this again, you can explore this mystic realm alone. Don't follow us anymore. Fu Xiaoxing looked at Jintai coldly and said, you can't do anything but spoil things. A mile away, Chen Fei noticed that Fu Xiaoxing and the others did not chase after him, so he stopped. Was there an ambush just now? Guo Linchen asked incredulously. He hadn't noticed anything unusual just now. In other words, if Guo Linchen had encountered such a situation alone, he would have been surrounded. Moreover, the situation was even more tragic than the last time. It was not a double, but an additional one. Their ability to hide is very strong. However, when they are about to attack, they will definitely reveal their aura. Chen Fei explained with a smile when he saw Guo Linchen's expression. If they wanted to hide their strength, they would not have any aura when they attacked. Fu Xiaoxing and the others did not even need to surround them. However, it was indeed very dangerous to encounter such a blockade with a small number of people. Guo Linchen nodded. He did not expect that he had unknowingly escaped another life-and-death crisis. Guo Linchen recalled the method of exploring the mystic realm recorded by his predecessors. Alternatively, they could learn to stick together and use the strength of a group to resist danger. Both had their pros and cons. After all, no matter how strong one was, they were only at the peak of the visceral tempering realm. It was still dangerous to encounter a few more visceral tempering realm experts. The advantage was that everything he obtained belonged to him. It was very safe to form a group, but the things obtained belonged to the group. In the end, there would probably be very few things that could be distributed to you. Guo Linchen glanced at Chen Fei, his junior brother, who had only entered the sect at the bone tempering realm, had grown to such a level. Because Chen Fei was around, they could deal with most situations. Back then, Guo Linchen had invited Chen Fei to the mystic realm only to allow his cultivation to advance further. Unexpectedly, Chen Fei had actually become his most able help. It was really unpredictable. Chen Fei did not know what Guo Linchen was thinking. The two of them went around Fu Xiaoxing's position and continued to rush to the pool. 15 minutes later, Chen Fei and the other man finally arrived at the pool. There was already an intense battle going on here. By the pond, Naiquan was grabbing onto a huge tongue and pulling it up with all his might. Wisps of green gas continuously emitted from the tongue, and Naiquan's body emitted a series of corrosive sounds. Fortunately, Naiquan used his inner strength to block them. Chapter 1 Feet Chapter 1 Feet Successive Shots. Chapter 158 Successive Shots. Rise. Feeling dizzy from the poisonous gas, Naiquan circulated his inner strength, causing the blood in his body to boil. With a loud shout, he pulled back, causing the pond to churn violently. A huge object was pulled out of the pond. Hiss. Seeing the true appearance of this demonic beast, many people present could not help but suck in a cold breath. It was a huge toad. At first glance, it was no smaller than a thatched cottage. On its back, there were poison bumps that were as big as a camel's hump. Green poison swayed within, making one's scalp go numb. The eyes of the venomous toad were a bottomless black, just like this pool of water. After the venomous toad was dragged out of the pool, the aura of a peak tier 1 demonic beast swept out, causing some marrow tempering realm martial artists to pale slightly. Even the visceral tempering realm martial artists had unnatural expressions when they saw the venomous toad. It was much more difficult to exterminate such a highly toxic creature than other demonic beasts. However, when they thought of the dream-like lotus in the pond, they gathered their courage again. Wealth came from danger. How could there be no danger if he wanted to obtain mystical ingredients? Moreover, the toad's tongue was being pulled, and its body was being controlled within a certain range. Furthermore, they were not in the pool, which actually reduced the difficulty by a lot. Everyone, go! Jiao Xiangyun was unmoved. He put a detoxification pill into his mouth and waved his right hand. He rushed toward the venomous toad. Although poisonous creatures were dangerous, they were not inexhaustible. At least, compared to other Tier 1 demonic beasts, the venomous toad's defense was definitely weaker. This was an opportunity. A group of people rushed toward the venomous toad. The eyes of the venomous toad were filled with coldness. Suddenly, the venomous toad's tightly shut mouth opened, and two shadows flew out from it, sweeping around the surroundings. Be careful! Jiao Zhengyuan's expression changed slightly. He had not expected the venomous toad to have 3 tongues. What kind of mutation was this? However, there was no time to think about it. Jiao Zhengyuan's sword subconsciously turned into a disc and blocked in front of him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jiao Zhengyuan's body couldn't help but stagger backward. At this moment, Jiao Zhengyuan finally saw the appearance of the tongue that was attacking him. It was completely different from the one in Naiquan's hand. It was even fatter, and one could even see the movement of the muscles on it. It was obvious that it was much stronger than the first one. Even Jiao Zhengyuan, who was at the peak of the visceral tempering stage, had to retreat to deflect the force. Ah! What is this? Save me! Jiao Zhengyuan was just about to get wrapped by the creature's tongue when a tragic cry came from somewhere else. Jiao Zhengyuan glanced at it from the corner of his eye and frowned. The toad's third tongue split into dozens of thin threads, which began to hunt down warriors. Compared to the other 2 tongues, these dozens of thin threads were weaker and not poisonous, but they were extremely fast. Visceral tempering realm martial artists could still barely see the trajectory and block it, but those at the marrow tempering realm were completely unable to see what was attacking them. Usually, just 4 or 5 threads could kill a marrow tempering realm martial artist. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 marrow tempering realm martial artists had already died. Thick blood scattered in the surroundings, making it look like hell. It was disgusting to look at. Shai Xianjun shouted coldly. The spear in his hand turned into a phantom and pointed at the dozens of thin lines. The myriad shadow spear was said to be able to produce hundreds and thousands of spear shadows. The actual situation was naturally not so exaggerated. Moreover, no matter how many spear shadows there were, most of them were just illusions and did not have actual attack power. At most, they were used to confuse others. However, Shai Xianjun blocked the front and managed to block a portion of the threads, allowing the marrow tempering realm martial artists to escape. As for the remaining visceral tempering realm martial artists, they began to remove the remaining thin threads one by one. If you want the dream-like lotus, join in. If you don't want to do anything, you're not going to get a share. Jiao Zhengyuan saw that many other martial artists had arrived from the periphery and could not help but shout loudly. The threat level of this venomous toad had somewhat exceeded Jiao Zhengyuan's expectations. Right now, he could only let the people who had just arrived in. Otherwise, if there were any accidents, the original people would suffer heavy losses. The people who came later looked at each other. Many marrow tempering realm experts had died, but those at the visceral tempering realm were only injured. It was unrealistic to think that they could benefit from this. If they continued to stay here, they might even be punished later. Junior brother, let's go over too. Kuo Linshan turned to look at Chen Fei. Chen Fei nodded. Although this venomous toad was dangerous, most of its methods had already been used. As long as he was careful, the danger could still be controlled. Senior brother Guo, be careful. As Chen Fei spoke, his figure flashed to the treetop. He drew his bow into the shape of a full moon. In the next moment, the arrow turned into a shooting star and pierced the back of the venomous toad. Croak. The venomous toad suddenly cried out in pain. Just now, many people had thrown hidden weapons at the venomous toad, but they were all deflected by the venomous toad's skin, so they could not hurt it at all. At this moment, Chen Fei's arrow had broken through its defense. Many people could not help but glance at Chen Fei. When they saw Chen Fei's marrow tempering realm cultivation, they could not help but reveal a surprised expression. Alright, that junior brother. Use your bow and arrow to suppress it. Jiao Velmuan saw the arrow on Chen Fei's back, and his expression changed. He saw that Chen Fei's clothes were also from the primordial sword sect, and he couldn't help but smile. Chen Fei did not say anything. He shot an arrow at the venomous toad's eye, but it was immediately blocked by the venomous toad's eyelids. Compared to the skin on its back, the venomous toad's eyelids were actually tougher. Even with the strength of Chen Fei's current bow and arrow, it only caused a white spot to appear on the venomous toad's eyelids, and then the arrowhead was completely shattered. However, the strength of Chen Pel's arrow caused the venomous toad to stop, making it unable to control its body. Chen Fei did not focus on the venomous toad's eyes. As for its mouth, the venomous toad protected it very well. With just a slight tilt of its head, it could avoid the arrow and rush into its mouth. Chen Fei began to attack the back of the venomous toad one arrow after another. He attacked the same area, first shattering the skin defense on the surface, causing the damage caused by each arrow to increase. The venomous toad's painful cries began to grow louder. It tried its best to move its body and avoid Chen Fei's bow and arrow. As time passed, the wound on its back became bigger and deeper, and all kinds of poison had already splashed everywhere. However, the first tongue of the venomous toad was held back by Nai Quan, and the second tongue, which possessed immense strength, was currently being held by the combined strength of 3 visceral tempering stage cultivators. It couldn't move, and its body was naturally confined to a certain area. Moving in such a small area was impossible to avoid Chen Fei's archery. The wound on the venomous toad's back became bigger and deeper. The other warriors couldn't help but smile. According to this trend, they would be able to kill this venomous toad in a few minutes. A peak tier 1 demonic beast would usually already have a demonic core in its body. It was difficult to consume a demon pill raw, so it was best to use it as medicine. Its effect was similar to that of mystical ingredients, and it was another great harvest. Without the cooperation of so many visceral tempering realm experts, a few ordinary martial artists would probably only be able to deliver food to this venomous toad. Croak. The venomous toad seemed to have sensed its situation. Its eyes flickered slightly, and 2 of its tongues suddenly broke off. The remaining tongue suddenly returned to its mouth. The expressions of the others changed slightly. Previously, they had considered the possibility of the venomous toad severing its tongue in order to survive, so they were all closing in on the venomous toad step by step. A few of the visceral tempering realm martial artists had even gone around to cut off their retreat. However, no one had expected the venomous toad to be so decisive as to sever its tongue. Croak. The venomous toad let out a cry, causing the ears of the martial artists present to buzz. Then, the poison bags on the back of the venomous toad suddenly shattered one by one. The poison did not scatter, but was absorbed by the venomous toad. A mouthful of poisonous gas was released from the toad's mouth and dispersed in all directions. Kai kai kai. Wherever the poisonous gas passed, the ground seemed to have been splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, and the sound of corrosion could be heard endlessly. The expressions of the other warriors who wanted to approach him changed as they retreated. Even if they used their inner strength to resist the poison, they would not be able to withstand it. The venomous toad had completely spat out all the poison in its body. Compared to the poison on the first tongue, it was more than 10 times stronger. This venomous toad clearly knew that it was in danger. With its intelligence, it simply used a big move to force everyone back. Don't let it escape back to the pond. Jiao Zhanduan's expression changed. After a moment of hesitation, he circulated his origin connection technique and released his inner strength, forming a protective barrier around his body. He then arrived in front of the venomous toad. The sound of corrosion instantly echoed around Jiao Zhanduan's body. Only a martial artist, at the peak of the visceral tempering realm, had the ability to create such a thick wall of inner strength to protect himself for a short period of time. Trying to escape. Nai Quan laughed loudly as he appeared in front of the venomous toad. He grabbed one of the venomous toad's legs. Nai Quan's body was several times smaller than the venomous toad's. However, With Naiquan's explosive shout, the venomous toad's body was suddenly dragged up and thrown backward by Naiquan. Good. Shai Xianjun's eyes lit up. His long spear was dragged on the ground, and his aura disappeared. In the next moment, his aura suddenly appeared again, and then it exploded. The long spear that was dragged on the ground had disappeared. Boom! The spear was like a dragon. When it appeared again, it had already pierced through the toad's chin and head. The venomous toad trembled violently from the pain. Shai Xianjun could only hold on for a moment before he was flung away. However, there was no doubt that the spear had severely injured the venomous toad. The other visceral tempering realm martial artists swarmed forward and crazily attacked the venomous toad. There was no venom. Its tongue was broken, and its head was severely injured. The venomous toad's strength was less than 10%, and it only lasted for a moment before it was killed by the other visceral tempering realm martial artists. With a dull thud, the venomous toad's body smashed into the ground, completely dead. Just like that, a peak tier 1 demonic beast was killed by everyone's combined efforts. Are you Feng Zipa's disciple? Jiao Xianyuan came in front of Chen Fei and sized him up. The main reason was that Feng Zipu had personally sent Chen Fei and Guo Linshan to the secret realm, leaving a deep impression. After all, they were aperture tempering realm experts, so they could attract the attention of others wherever they went. This was why Jiao Xianyuan took a few more glances at Chen Fei and Guo Linshan. Chapter 159 Chapter 159 Mental Collision. Chapter 159 Mental Collision. Senior Brother Jiao. Chen Fei cupped his hands and said, Jiao Xianyuan was a peak visceral tempering realm martial artist, and one of the few experts among the primordial sword sect's true disciples. Chen Fei had naturally inquired about him. Your archery skills are very strong. Jiao Xianyuan complimented. It was not flattery, but the archery skills that Chen Fei had just displayed had indeed left a deep impression. It was also because of Chen Fei's archery skills that the progress of the battle this time was much faster. Senior Brother Jiao, you flatter me. Chen Fei smiled. Are you interested in joining us after we split the Dreamlake Lotus? Jiao Xianyuan invited. Since they were from the same sect, there would naturally be some trust. Not to mention Chen Fei's archery skills. He was completely worth roping in. Later on, when they encountered other demonic beasts, Chen Fei could play a huge role. Let me think about it. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and did not agree immediately. Working together was naturally much safer. But there were also many restrictions. It was hard to say which was better. Sure, just tell me later. Jiao Xianyuan nodded and didn't force him. Guo Linshan, who had followed him, nodded and gestured for Jiao Xianyuan to walk towards the venomous toad. This demon core would also be distributed later. What did Senior Brother Jiao say? Guo Linshan shook off the venom on his body and asked courteously. Jiao Xianyuan was very famous in the sect. His master was also an aperture tempering realm expert, and his cultivation was much stronger than Feng Zipa's. He was strong and had a strong background. He was a predetermined legacy disciple in the sect. If nothing went wrong, Jiao Xianyuan would definitely be able to obtain a true inheritance after the secret realm. He wants to invite us to take action together, but I haven't thought about it yet. Chen Fei whispered. Yes. Guo Linshan nodded. It was indeed not a good choice. A marrow-tempering realm disciple held a blade and cut open the venomous toad's body with great difficulty. After searching for a while, he found a J-green demon core. The venomous toad was already dead, but the demon core gave people the feeling that it was facing a smaller venomous toad. Its aura was extremely dense. However, as time passed, this aura gradually subsided. Moreover, the demon beast was gradually becoming harder, and the vital energy within was gradually being locked. How do we split the demon core? Naiquan's face turned green. He had been poisoned, but he didn't care at all. From his aura and movements, this bit of poison didn't seem to have any effect on him. Take the dreamlike lotus first, then distribute it. Jiao Xianyuan looked at the dreamlike lotus in the pond. Not only had the beasts become stronger, but many mystical ingredients had also changed. Jiao Xianyuan had heard many stories about mystical ingredients killing people. so he couldn't be sure if the dreamlike lotus had mutated or not. Who's going? Chai Zhanjun asked. If it was the mystic realm in the past, there would probably be people rushing over impatiently at this moment. But now, everyone was a little cautious. The dreamlike lotus was good, but it was also dangerous. Let's test it out first. Naiquan originally wanted to go by himself, but after thinking about it, it wasn't very safe. This venomous toad was an obvious danger, so Naiquan could still show off his might. The dreamlike lotus didn't know what was going on, so it would be foolish for it to try to be brave. I'll go and hunt some wild game. Chai Zhanjun looked around and asked, Senior brother, Ilgo, a disciple at the marrow-tempering realm, hurriedly spoke up. Just now, the marrow-tempering realm disciples had hidden behind the venomous toad. If they did not perform now, they would probably not get a single lotus seed later. Go back quickly. Chai Zhanjun nodded. In just a few moments, a mountain deer was dragged back. This mountain deer was undoubtedly much larger than the outside world, but there was nothing unusual about it. Although the mystic realm had mutated, not all things had mutated. There were still many things that had only become bigger and more ferocious. In throwing the past to be a member of the, Naiquan grabbed the deer's leg and sent it flying toward dreamlike lotus. The dreamlike lotus was a mystical ingredient, and it wasn't as fragile as ordinary herbs. Such a collision couldn't damage it at all. Everyone stared at the mountain deer, watching it fall from the sky and then smash the dreamlike lotus. The dreamlike lotus felt like it was bent. Then, it bounced the mountain deer to the side. Everyone's expression changed as if there was no danger. It was difficult for mutated mystical ingredients to withstand the smell of blood on the mountain deer. If there was anything unusual, they would normally devour it directly instead of remaining indifferent. Let's see, Chai Zhanjun said in a low voice. Since the dreamlike lotus was there, he might as well observe it. Naiquan and Jiao Zhangyun nodded, but they didn't rush forward. Shen Fei stood behind the crowd and looked at the dreamlike lotus. The thousand origin technique didn't give any warning, but Shen Fei had a strange feeling in his heart that he couldn't explain. However, if there was really danger, the thousand origin technique would at least fluctuate and not be as calm as it was now. Mountain deer's blood filled the water. In just a few moments, it had dyed the pool red. Even from dozens of meters away, everyone could smell the blood clearly. However, the dreamlike lotus only swayed with the breeze. It didn't do anything to the deer. 15 minutes had passed, but there was still no movement. Some people had already begun to stir. This was the dreamlike lotus. A single lotus seed was enough to make their mental strength grow significantly. With their eyesight, they could see that there were many seeds on the dreamlike lotus. In other words, everyone present could at least get one lotus seed. If he had put in more effort just now, he could have obtained more. This should be enough. Chai Zhanjun whispered. My skin is rough, and my flesh is thick. Shall I take it? Naiquan looked at Chai Zhanjun and asked. Good. Jiao Zhangyun thought for a while and didn't raise any objections. Chai Zhanjun nodded. Naiquan grinned as he flashed to the front of the dreamlike lotus. Even though he had confirmed that there was no danger, Naiquan still approached cautiously. He spent some time before he arrived in front of the dreamlike lotus. Seeing it swaying slightly, Naiquan was dazed for a moment. Naiquan blinked his eyes and furrowed his brows in confusion. He turned to look at Jiao Zhangyun and the others, but they didn't reveal any strange expressions. Naiquan turned to look at the dreamlike lotus. After thinking for a moment, he cautiously shot out a stream of energy and hit the dreamlike lotus. A lotus seed flew out from the dreamlike lotus and landed in Naiquan's hand. The dreamlike lotus still didn't move. Naiquan looked at the lotus seed in his hand. A faint fragrance wafted in the air. It was exactly the same as what was recorded in the records. Naiquan let out a sigh of relief and began to dig out the entire dreamlike lotus. It took Naiquan a full 15 minutes to dig out the entire dreamlike lotus, including the roots. The dreamlike lotus could be consumed from all parts of the body, including the roots. The only difference was the strength of the effect. Seeing that he didn't leave anything behind, Naiquan's figure flashed and returned to the pond. Everyone couldn't help but surround him. When they saw the dreamlike lotus in Naiquan's hand, Their faces were filled with excitement. Although a few marrow-tempering realm experts had died, the losses were considered very small. Now, he had gotten a complete dreamlike lotus and a peak level 1 demonic beast core. He might not have made a fortune this time, but it was close. Let me make this clear. I only want the dreamlike lotus. I don't want the demon core, Chai Xianjun said in a deep voice. The effect of the demon core was extremely low for him. At most, he could take it back and exchange it for contribution points. Give me the demon core. One don't want the dreamlike lotus. Nai Quan thought for a moment, then handed over the dreamlike lotus and the demon core. The Big Dipper Tower's cultivation technique allowed him to slowly absorb this type of demon core. Nai Quan could try it out in the mystic realm. Jiao Zhenyuan and Chai Xianjun couldn't help but smile as they began to distribute the items according to the agreed-upon method. There were a lot of lotus seeds. Those at the marrow tempering realm would get one, while those at the visceral tempering realm would get a few more. Guo Linshan got 3, and Chen Fei even got 5 lotus seeds. After the lotus seeds were distributed, the rest were the lotus leaves. Jiao Zhenyuan and Chai Xianjun took the majority of the leaves. Everyone had witnessed the effects of Chen Fei's archery, so they actually got a portion of it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiao Zhenyuan and the other were distributed fairly. Of course, there was still some bias, but it was already considered rare fairness. The dreamlike lotus was divided up in a short while. Everyone smiled. Some people looked at the lotus seeds in their hands and couldn't wait to swallow them. According to the records, the dreamlike lotus melted in his mouth and didn't burden his mental energy. Even if you swallow an entire dreamlike lotus, you will be fine. Your mental energy will naturally grow and become quite gentle. Oh, someone swallowed the lotus seed and felt that the texture was a little strange. Didn't they say that it would melt in their mouths? Why did it feel slippery? Guo Linshan looked at the lotus seed, thought for a moment, and decided to swallow it. It was naturally best to immediately convert this thing into strength. Otherwise, if it was accidentally snatched away by others, wouldn't he be pissed to no end? Senior brother, wait a moment. Chen Fei extended his hand to stop Guo Linshan. Although the thousand origin technique did not warn him, Chen Fei felt a strange feeling when he looked at the lotus seeds and leaves in his hands. It was hard to explain. It was as if there was a layer of gauze blocking Chen Fei's eyes, making Chen Fei subconsciously feel a little uncomfortable. However, he could not tell what the problem was. Guo Linshan looked at Chen Fei with some doubt. In just a short while, many people had already swallowed the lotus seeds. Chen Fei frowned and stared at the lotus seed in his hand. He subconsciously pinched the lotus seed hard. The surface of the lotus seed shattered, and the juice dripped from Chen Fei's fingers. A faint fragrance floated into his nose. There was no problem with the touch and taste. Little junior brother. This Guo Linshan looked at Chen Fei in confusion. It was a waste to crush the lotus seeds like this. The effects of the medicine had been reduced by at least 20. Chen Fei didn't say anything. He threw the lotus seeds in Guo Linshan's hands and the lotus seeds and leaves in his own hands into a jade box and sealed it well. Eternity moment. The thousand origin technique circulated rapidly, and Chen Fei directly smashed this core soul energy at the shattered lotus seed in his hand. Bang! Chen Fei's head seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, as if someone had punched it. It suddenly flew back, and blood flowed out of Chen Fei's nose. Chen Fei's entire brain was dizzy, and he could barely distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Let's go. Run! Chen Fei roared angrily. He pulled Guo Linshan and dashed into the distance in a flash. Chapter 160 Chapter 160 Fake for Real. Chapter 160 Fake for Real. Guo Linshan was confused. He didn't know what had happened to Chen Fei. However, Guo Linshan did not resist. He followed Chen Fei's momentum and ran wildly. Guo Linshan was not the only one who was stunned. The others were also surprised to see Chen Fei's actions. There was clearly no danger here. Why did Chen Fei suddenly act like this? The expressions of Jiao Zhenyuan and the other two peak stage visceral tempering martial artists changed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, they followed behind Chen Fei. They actually had a strange feeling in their hearts, but they couldn't explain it. There seemed to be a feeling that made them want to stay quietly on the spot and enjoy the joy of victory. They didn't want to move. Because of this, after they had distributed the dreamlike lotus, they had all stood still and watched the others eat the seeds. They even had the urge to consume the lotus seed immediately. It was just that their instincts had forcefully suppressed it. Thus, when he saw Chen Fei's actions, it was as if his nerves had been pricked, and he was unwilling to think about it. It was as if one would be misled if they thought about it seriously. Let's go. The visceral tempering realm cultivator who had yet to consume the lotus seed had a struggling expression on his face. His body trembled as he followed behind Zhao Xianguan and the others. As for those who had already consumed the lotus seeds, regardless of whether they were in the marrow tempering realm or the visceral tempering realm, they stood rooted to the ground and watched the others run away with a strange expression. There was only confusion on their faces, and their bodies did not move at all. Guo Linchen was dragged by Chen Fei and ran for several hundred meters. He felt his 5 senses suddenly become clear as if a layer of fog had been suddenly pulled apart. His mind suddenly became alert. Did you feel it? Chen Fei stopped and saw Guo Linchen's expression. He wiped the blood off his nose. The backlash from eternity moment made Chen Fei sense that something was wrong. A dream-like lotus that had already been divided should be a dead object. The most normal result of using a psychic skill on an inanimate object was that there should be no reaction. However, the core soul energy was reflected, causing Chen Fei's mind to be injured. It was precisely because of this injury that Chen Fei's core soul energy, which had been concealed, suddenly awakened. The Thousand Origin technique began to warn him frantically. Zhao Xianguan and the others arrived in front of Chen Fei. Just as they were about to speak, they suddenly noticed that the lotus seeds and leaves in their hands were strange. They looked down and saw that these lotus seeds and leaves were actually trembling violently. In the next moment, all the lotus seeds and leaves turned into little venomous toads, and it spat out poisonous fog at the person holding them. What is this? Zhao Xianyuan and the others were shocked and subconsciously threw the venomous toad out. These venomous toads merged together in the air and disappeared in front of everyone with a cry. The jade box in Chen Fei's arms trembled slightly. However, this was a jade box specially made by the Alchemy Master Alliance. It could lock the vitality of the mystical ingredients and also isolate some external interference. As for the crushed lotus seed in Chen Fei's hand, it did not turn into a venomous toad and fly away, either because it had been hit by the core soul energy or because it had been shattered. Look! Before everyone could recover from the sudden change from the lotus seed to the venomous toad, someone suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw that the martial artists who had not come over had all fallen to the ground in pain. A person's stomach suddenly bulged, and then vines crawled out of his facial features, and his screams stopped abruptly. The man glanced at the crowd from afar and rushed into the pool with his hands and feet. He dived into the water. Not only this person, but the martial artists who did not come over began to mutate one by one. Their mutated appearances were no different from the first one. It was as if his body had turned into a plant. Whether it was the marrow tempering realm or the visceral tempering realm, none of them could escape this change. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 people jumped into the pool and disappeared. This what's going on? Someone said in a trembling voice. From the joy of splitting the dream-like lotus to now, they had lost everything. The appearance of those puppets made people shudder. What had happened? Emotions were fluctuating. We were controlled by the dream-like lotus. Naiquan looked at the demon core in his hand. How is this a demon core? It's just a piece of rock. He didn't know when it was swapped out. The dream-like lotus had made up a beautiful dream and made people fall into it. Human emotions were the most magical. When one was extremely sad, one's heart would die. When one was extremely angry, one could sometimes surpass one's own strength. The dream-like lotus took advantage of the fluctuating emotions to control their minds. Zhao Xianyuan's expression was ugly. This was a futile effort. The venomous toad was a real demon beast, but it had been controlled by the dream-like lotus and had become a supporting character in the show. The venomous toad had killed many people, But after splitting the dream-like lotus, even more people died. In the end, they were back to zero. If Chen Fei had not noticed that something was wrong and slightly awakened them, they would probably be in danger at this moment. They might not be able to withstand the imperceptible hypnosis and swallow the lotus seeds in their hands. Thinking of this, Jiao Zhenyuan couldn't help but glance at Chen Fei. He was clearly only in the marrow-tempering realm, but not only was his archery skill powerful, but even his mental strength was extraordinary, allowing him to detect the abnormality. Although Jiao Zhenyuan also felt that something was wrong, he couldn't pinpoint what the problem was. He could only stand there in a daze. His thoughts seemed to have frozen. That dreamlike lotus is really fine. Naiquan suddenly pointed at the pond. The dreamlike lotus that had disappeared had returned to its original state. It was swaying in the breeze, making one's heart shiver. Chen Fei looked at the pond with an unchanging expression. The thousand origin technique was trembling non-stop, warning Chen Fei of the danger ahead. 15 minutes ago, the thousand origin technique was still calm. The thousand origin technique was a combination of many mental cultivation techniques. He didn't expect it to be deceived at such a critical moment. It could only be said that when the difference in strength was too great, no matter how strong the cultivation technique was, it was useless. Of course, the thousand origin technique was not completely ineffective. Although he was deceived, the discomfort in Chen Fei's heart should be the result of the thousand origin technique struggle. Otherwise, Chen Fei wouldn't have been so decisive in using his core soul energy and then discovering the problem. Junior brother Chen, this secret realm is very dangerous now. Let's move together. Jiao Zhenyuan looked at Chen Fei and continued to invite him. If Jiao Zhenyuan was only interested in Chen Fei's archery skills before, then after what had just happened, Jiao Zhenyuan paid more attention to Chen Fei's sense of danger. This mystic realm was obviously abnormal. Many mystical ingredients had mutated. Not all of them, but most of them. Without a certain level of discernment, it was likely that in the end, it would not be humans eating mystical ingredients, but mystical ingredients eating humans. Chai Zhenjuan and Jiao Zhenyuan also looked at Chen Fei. However, compared to Jiao Zhenyuan, who was also from the primordial sword sect, Chai Zhenjuan and Jiao Zhenyuan were naturally estranged from each other. Used to moving with fewer people, Chen Fei thought for a moment and finally shook his head. In terms of sensitivity to danger, Chen Fei was much stronger than Jiao Zhenyuan, who was at the peak of the visceral tempering realm. Jiao Zhenyuan might be stronger than Chen Fei, but Chen Fei had the starry night sword, soul-chasing step, spatial travel, and all sorts of perfected cultivation techniques. Although this mystic realm was dangerous, it was not a problem for Chen Fei to protect himself. There were many things in the secret realm, especially those mutated mystical ingredients that were useless in numbers. At that time, whether it was the distribution of benefits or the ownership of the iron plate, there would be conflicts. In that case, Chen Fei might as well act together with Guo Linchen. At least, there would not be any disputes between the two of them because of their interests. That's a pity. Jiao Zhenyuan looked at the determination in Chen Fei's eyes. The words to persuade him to stay were on the tip of his tongue. He could not help but sigh. 2 invitations were Jiao Zhenyuan's limit. Jiao Zhenyuan also had his own pride. Although Chen Fei's performance was worth recruiting, it was impossible for Jiao Zhenyuan to invite him again and again. As one of the few people who had the highest chance of becoming a true disciple, Jiao Zhenyuan had his own principles. Goodbye, everyone. Chen Fei cupped his hands and looked at Jiao Zhenyuan and the others before leaving. Guo Linchen also cupped his hands and followed behind Chen Fei. Just now, this junior brother had some seeds and leaves of the dreamlike lotus. Someone suddenly said as he looked at Chen Fei's back. Do you still want to eat that thing? Someone sneered. Seal it well and return it to the sect after leaving the mystic realm. It might be a considerable amount of contribution points. This junior brother has saved our lives. And you're still thinking about this. Goodbye. Someone snorted coldly. He couldn't stand the behavior of others and disappeared. Everyone had different thoughts. They glanced at the dreamlike lotus in the pond, shook their heads, and left. If he was strong enough, he could still eat the dreamlike lotus. as long as he could resist a mental attack. Moreover, there were still several jade tokens under the pool. The 3 visceral tempering realm cultivators who had been dragged into the pool just now had 3 jade tokens under them. However, there were so many people just now and they were almost completely wiped out. This was not something that could be done with just numbers. Shen Fei didn't know what those people behind him were thinking. At this moment, he and Guo Linshan flashed and rushed towards the cave. The lotus seeds and leaves in the jade box in his arms were no longer moving. Shen Fei wanted to find a quiet place to study these things. The dreamlike lotus had mutated, but that didn't mean that it couldn't be eaten. The key was how to eat it. A moment later, they didn't find anyone following them. Shen Fei and the other returned to the cave, and Shen Fei took out the jade box. "Junior brother, what should we do next?" Seeing the jade box, Guo Linshan thought of what was inside and swallowed his saliva. The lotus seeds and leaves that had turned into venomous toads, as well as the miserable state of the others, had left a deep impression on Guo Linshan. "Study how to eat them," Shen Fei said in a low voice. The experience in his previous life had made Shen Fei understand. Many things seemed inedible, but it was definitely because the method was wrong. As long as the method was right, many inedible things could become delicious. These lotus seeds and leaves had mutated. But Shen Fei was an alchemist. Wasn't it just researching how to better eat medicinal herbs? Even if they had mutated. Chapter 161 Chapter 161 Creepy. Chapter 161 Creepy. In fact, if he wanted to deal with these mutated lotus seeds and leaves, the more convenient way was to use a few more core soul energy to wipe away the remaining consciousness. However, Shen Fei's previous core soul energy had almost caused him to have a concussion. If he were to use it a few more times, it would undoubtedly destroy the foundation of his mind. Eating the dreamlike lotus was meant to increase his soul power, but it damaged his soul foundation. No one would willingly do such a thing. "Why don't we hand these over to the sect?" The power of the dreamlike lotus had cast a shadow on Guo Linshan's heart. It could be said that all the warriors present had been influenced by the dreamlike lotus. Even now, Guo Linshan was not sure if the venomous toad they encountered was real or if it was an illusion created by dreamlike lotus. The pill furnace isn't here. Otherwise, it would be safer to refine them again. Shen Fei felt it was a pity that he didn't bring the alchemy furnace. However, the space was limited, and carrying the pill furnace would have caused other problems. As for carrying the pill furnace in, that was even more unrealistic. It was too conspicuous and would make them an easy target in this dangerous place. "Then what do you plan to do?" Guo Linshan asked curiously. "Use other herbs to grind into a medicinal liquid. When the time comes, pour it on the lotus seeds and leaves. They should be able to be swallowed." Shen Fei had a few plans in mind. Whether they were feasible or not, he would only know after testing them out. Guo Linshan nodded as if he understood something. Guo Linshan was not familiar with alchemy, so he couldn't fully grasp the details. Meanwhile, tens of miles away, Sun Zonghai was hiding in a small cave. The entrance was narrow, but the inside was extremely wide. In order to prevent the cave from being blocked, Sun Zonghai had personally dug a small tunnel leading to other places. At this moment, Sun Zonghai was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body trembled slightly as inner strength circulated rapidly within his body. After a long time, Sun Zonghai opened his eyes and exhaled. Sun Zonghai's face appeared somewhat pale. That day, in order to escape Shen Fei's pursuit, he used the movement technique, 10 sceneries of the heavenly lake, which caused Sun Zonghai's vitality to be greatly damaged and the blood essence in his body to be severely depleted. After so many days, he had consumed many decade-sold herbs, but Sun Zonghai had only improved slightly. However, he was still far from his peak condition. Sun Zonghai recalled what had happened that day, and his eyes could not help but reveal a vicious look. Because of Shen Fei's sudden appearance, the direction of the matter had changed drastically. "Yanyan? They are the culprits. One will avenge you." Sun Zonghai thought of the look in Yu Yanyan's eyes when she looked at him at the end. Sun Zonghai didn't think that it was disappointment. Sun Zonghai believed that Yu Yanyan wanted him to escape. There will be a chance. There will definitely be a chance, Sun Zonghai murmured. From tomorrow onwards, Sun Zonghai decided to go out and find a team to join. If he had the chance to meet Chen Fei and the others, he would take the opportunity to incite others to surround and kill Chen Fei and the others. This location is not bad. I used to like living like this. A voice suddenly sounded outside the cave. A figure grabbed the edge of the cave with one hand and stuck his head in. There was an inexplicable smile on his face as he looked at Sun Zonghai. Who are you? Frightened by the sound, Sun Zonghai did not notice anything at all when he was already at the entrance of the cave. Moreover, the person in front of him was clearly at the visceral tempering realm, so why didn't he sense the metal token on his body? Who am I in the past? I didn't have a name, but after living in this body, you can call me Yu Daoshan now. It was as if Yu Daoshan did not have any bones. The small hole could not stop him at all. Yu Daoshan walked in very easily. Sun Zonghai couldn't help but take a step back. Yu Daoshan gave Sun Zonghai a bad feeling, as if he was being targeted by his natural enemy. It was as if the person in front of him was not a human at all, but a demon in human skin. Don't come over again. Or don't blame me for being rude, Sun Zonghai shouted. Yu Daoshan's words didn't match up, and Sun Zonghai felt uncomfortable listening to them. Moreover, Sun Zonghai didn't want to get too close to Yu Daoshan. Sun Zonghai instinctively felt that if the two of them got too close, something terrible would happen. However, Sun Zonghai could tell that Yu Daoshan was only at the early stage of the visceral tempering realm based on his aura. The two of them had similar cultivation levels. Although Sun Zonghai was injured, he was not so afraid. Unless Yu Daoshan was as abnormal as Chen Fei and had battle prowess that far exceeded his cultivation. You are very afraid, but you are also very angry. I felt your anger just now. So one came over. Of course, this thing also helped. As Yu Daoshan spoke, he suddenly opened his mouth. The corners of his mouth split open all the way to his ears. His mouth was wide open, and a jade token was slowly spat out from Yu Daoshan's throat. Sun Zonghai immediately felt the mutual connection between the jade tokens. But now, this matter was no longer what Sun Zonghai was most concerned about. The moment Yu Daoshan opened his mouth, Sun Zonghai sensed an aura that did not belong to a human. Yu Daoshan was definitely not human. Run! This thought flashed through Sun Zonghai's mind, and Sun Zonghai did the same. The long spear in his hand was like a shooting star as it pierced toward Yu Daoshan's face. White horse spear. This was the fastest spear technique that Sun Zonghai had mastered. If the enemy was distracted, the spearhead would have already pierced into his body. Sun Zonghai never thought that he could hurt Yu Daoshan. He only wanted to use this move to force Yu Daoshan back temporarily, so that he could have a chance to escape. Tisk! The spear in Sun Zonghai's hand pierced into Yu Daoshan's face. Blood splattered everywhere as Yu Daoshan's head was pierced through from the front to the back by the spear tip. Sun Zonghai was stunned. This was just a feint. He had never thought that he could do anything to Yu Daoshan. Sun Zonghai held the spear in his hand. The muscle memory that he had developed from years of martial arts cultivation allowed him to quickly shake the spear in his hand. Sun Zonghai was not weak. On the contrary, he was very strong. Otherwise, he would not have become a legacy seed of Long Rainbow sect and entered the mystic realm. The force of the spear's vibration was so great that even if it was a demon beast, if its body was pierced and shaken like this, its wound would explode. Buzz! Before the spear could even shake, a hand grabbed the spear. You hit me, so I can hit you now. Yu Daoshan slowly extended his head out of the spear. The rotten skin on his face was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sun Zonghai's eyes slowly widened as he watched Yu Daoshan recover completely in the blink of an eye. Sun Zonghai moved his spear, but it did not move at all. Sun Zonghai wanted to abandon the spear, but he realized that his hand was stuck to the spear for some reason. Sun Zonghai was shocked to find that his entire body had stiffened. He couldn't even move his eyes. He could only stare at Yu Daoshan. You hit me, and one hit you again. However, I won't hit you. Your physical body is still useful. Yu Daoshan's face was filled with a stylized smile. At first glance, he didn't feel anything. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that there was no smile in this smile. It was as if this smile was just an imitation. Sun Zonghai struggled with all his might, using his inner strength. But there was nothing he could do. Before Sun Zonghai could figure out what Yu Daoshan wanted to do, a rabbit jumped into the cave. The rabbit stared at Sun Zonghai with its bloodred eyes. A creepy feeling suddenly struck Sun Zonghai. The rabbit jumped in front of Sun Zonghai and suddenly jumped in front of Sun Zonghai's face. It grabbed Sun Zonghai's mouth and began to desperately try to get into Sun Zonghai's mouth. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was unknown whose flesh and blood it was. But the two slowly fused into one. Sun Zonghai's consciousness blurred. In a place where Sun Zonghai could not see, there were already more than 10 people standing outside the cave. Everyone's cultivation was at the visceral tempering realm. Their eyes were red, and there was no human emotion in their eyes. There was only a beast-like coldness. Beneath the feet of these martial artists, there were dozens of wild rabbits hiding in the grass. They lay dormant quietly without making a single sound. 15 minutes later, Yu Daoshan walked out of the cave, followed by Sun Zonghai expressionlessly. It's time to find the next one. Yu Daoshan looked around and sensed the energy fluctuations coming from the iron plate. He opened his mouth and swallowed the iron plate. You hit me, and one hit you. It's only right and proper. Yu Daoshan's cold murmurs drifted in the wind. A dozen warriors flashed and followed behind Yu Daoshan, running forward, halfway up the mountain. Senior sister, why don't we go down the mountain? This place is too abnormal. If we continue walking like this, I'm afraid we'll be discovered. Two figures carefully hid behind the rocks and looked outside. One of them said in fear, we've already come this far. How can we turn back now? As long as one get that mystical ingredient, I might be able to directly break through to the aperture tempering realm. At that time, even in this vast mystic realm, there's nowhere I can't go, Shen Fengxiu said in a deep voice. Her eyes filled with fanaticism. Although this mystic realm rejected the aperture tempering realm, if one broke through to the aperture tempering realm in the mystic realm, the rejection of the mystic realm was very small because the energy was not stable yet. One could still stay in the mystic realm for a few days, with the strength of the aperture tempering realm. Even if there were many changes in the mystic realm, the aperture tempering realm cultivator could still do whatever they wanted. And it was precisely because of the mystic realm's mutation that led to a huge increase in the number of mystical ingredients that Shen Fengxiu made up her mind. As long as she broke through to the aperture tempering realm, even those veteran aperture tempering realm cultivators would be envious of the mystical ingredients here. Due to her cultivation technique, Shen Fengxiu was extremely sensitive to the aura of the mystical ingredient. She could sense that the mystical ingredient was nearby. They didn't need to continue walking to the top of Half Bottle Mountain. As long as they found the mystical ingredient halfway up the mountain and consumed it, Shen Fengxiu would be able to break through. With this half-spirit tool, you have to be careful. It's enough to hide our auras, Shen Fengxiu consoled as she brushed the hairpin on her head. Senior sister, is it that one? The junior sister's eyes suddenly widened as she pointed forward with an excited expression. Shen Fengxiu turned around and looked. At first, she was still a little confused, but it became clearer and clearer. It was the mystical ingredient she was looking for. The hairpin on Shen Fengxiu's head shook violently, but she did not feel anything. She walked towards the mystical ingredient step by step. Chapter 162 Chapter 162 Core Soul Energy Rising. Chapter 162 Core Soul Energy Rising. In the cave, Shen Fei was grinding all kinds of medicinal herbs and carefully mixing the medicinal liquid. 2 days had already passed, and Shen Fei was concentrating on matching the medicinal herbs. Fortunately, after a few days of experimentation, Shen Fei already had a perfect formula. He had also found the required medicinal herbs in the past 2 days. He could only say that there were really many medicinal herbs in this mystic realm. If he were to search carefully, he would be able to reap some benefits. Guo Linshan watched Shen Fei's technique from the side, and at the same time, he carefully guarded his surroundings. Alright, as the last ingredient was added, A bowl of medicine appeared in Chen Fei's hand. The smell was slightly pungent, and the color was a little strange. But Chen Fei's face was full of confidence. What should we do later? Guo Linshan's expression was slightly excited. If there was a chance, Guo Linshan naturally hoped to swallow the lotus seed. After all, it could directly strengthen his own core soul energy. Looking at Chen Fei's confident expression, Guo Linshan felt more at ease. After all, Chen Fei rarely did things that he was not confident in. He'll throw the lotus seed and lotus leaf into it later. There should be some movement. When the reaction is over, we can swallow the lotus seed. As Chen Fei spoke, he took out the heart pearl fragment from his bosom and placed it around the jade box. The lotus seeds and leaves were still connected to the dreamlike lotus, but they were now more than 10 miles away from each other, so it was hard for them to interact with each other. Chen Fei did not worry about the bead fragments, but it was just a precaution. As the jade box was opened, the lotus seeds and leaves trembled, but they did not move. Chen Fei waved his right hand and swept all the lotus seeds and leaves into the medicinal liquid. Squeak! Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the bowl, piercing everyone's eardrums. Chen Fei quickly covered the stone bowl with his hand to prevent the lotus seed and leaf from jumping out. The screams lasted for less than a breath before they died down. However, Chen Fei did not remove his hand and continued to cover it with his hand. Chen Fei only removed his hand after 15 minutes had passed, and there was no other movement in the bowl. The originally emerald green medicinal liquid had become much clearer at some point in time. One could see the lotus seeds and leaves lying quietly at the bottom of the bowl. Can we eat now? Guo Linshan asked hesitantly, mainly because the scream just now was somewhat annoying. It was just mystical ingredients. But now it was so abnormal that Guo Linshan became cautious. Alright, I'll go first. As Chen Fei spoke, he took out the nearly crushed lotus seed from the bowl and swallowed it. Compared to Guo Linshan, Chen Fei had enough confidence to swallow the lotus seed. Other than his confidence in the formula, he was also confident in the suppressing dragon elephant and the thousand origin technique. The thousand origin technique had been suppressed by dream-like lotus true body, but it wasn't as bad as it was now. When the lotus seed entered his mouth, it tasted a little strange, but other than the texture, there was nothing strange. As time passed, Chen Fei felt the lotus seed being digested. A cool feeling slowly spread throughout Chen Fei's entire sea of consciousness. There was a feeling of floating in the air, but it wouldn't really make you intoxicated. The feeling of being half awake and half drunk filled Chen Fei's senses. After an unknown period of time, Chen Fei woke up slightly, as if he had just woken up from a dream, as if he had just had a sweet sleep. Chen Fei felt that his mind was incomparably clear and agile. The thousand origin technique was very active, not because it was in danger, but because it was stimulated and unconsciously wanted to circulate. Little junior brother, are you alright? Guo Linshan asked with concern when he saw Chen Fei open his eyes. How long will one close my eyes for? Chen Fei asked with a smile. Less than 15 minutes. Guo Linshan thought for a moment and said, I seem to have slept for a day and a night. Chen Fei handed over the stone bowl in his hand and said, There's no problem with the lotus seed. Good. Guo Linshan's eyes lit up. Since Chen Fei said that there was no problem, Guo Linshan would not doubt it. Reaching out, he took out a lotus seed from the stone bowl and swallowed it. The strange taste made Guo Linshan involuntarily recall the scene in the pool. However, very soon, a feeling of floating hit Guo Linshan's heart, and he could not help but immerse himself in it. In less than 15 minutes, Guo Linshan also woke up. He could clearly feel the growth of his core soul energy, and the joy on his face could not be suppressed. Taking advantage of Guo Linshan's rest, Chen Fei picked up the second lotus seed and put it into his mouth. The feeling of being half asleep and half awake came again. The thousand origin technique quickly circulated to help Chen Fei absorb the increasing core soul energy. After an hour, Guo Linshan had finished consuming all 3 of his lotus seeds. He then walked out of the cave and stood guard for Chen Fei. Chen Fei didn't say that he would give Guo Linshan a lotus seed from his stash because he knew Guo Linshan's character. He would never ask for another lotus seed. If Chen Fei really said it out loud, It would cause Guo Linshan's displeasure. Chen Fei swallowed the remaining lotus seeds and leaves. Normal dreamlike lotuses don't put much of a burden on the body. They will gradually increase your mental strength. The medicinal power of this mutated dreamlike lotus was undoubtedly much stronger. But after removing the strange thoughts contained in it, Chen Fei, who had the 1,000 origin technique, didn't feel much burden absorbing it. A day passed very quickly. Chen Fei and the other man had completely stabilized the growth of their core soul energy. Chen Fei estimated his own core soul energy. Compared to before he consumed it, Chen Fei had increased by about 30. This was an extremely obvious increase that somewhat exceeded Chen Fei's expectations. In other words, Chen Fei's current mental strength had already surpassed those at the visceral tempering realm who did not cultivate mental strength techniques. As for those who cultivated mind and heart cultivation techniques, they would have to compete to know which one was stronger. This was just a small part of the dreamlike lotus. If he could consume the entire lotus, Chen Fei's divine power would double. However, this kind of thing could only be imagined. The dreamlike lotus was so powerful because its core soul energy had far surpassed the level of the body tempering realm. The number of people didn't mean much in front of the dreamlike lotus unless you were an aperture tempering realm expert. The mental strength of the aperture tempering realm, after being nourished by the apertures and vital energy, was far superior to that of a body refinement realm martial artist in both quality and quantity. Compared to the dreamlike lotus, it might be inferior in quantity, but it was much better in quality. The dreamlike lotus couldn't affect an aperture tempering realm expert. When the dreamlike lotus mental energy can't affect you, it's no longer a threat. For people like Chen Fei, they couldn't even tell if what they saw was real or not because they couldn't escape the influence of the dreamlike lotus. It was an impossible dream to pick the dreamlike lotus. If an aperture tempering realm expert saw this mutated dreamlike lotus, they would be tempted. It was a huge help to those at the aperture tempering state. Junior brother, where are we going next? Guo Linshan felt refreshed, and his eyes were bright. This was the external manifestation of his sudden increase in his core soul energy. Chen Fei's words suddenly stopped as his ears twitched. The growth of his core soul energy was also extremely obvious in terms of the improvement of his 5 senses. At this moment, Chen Fei's perception could hear some faint sounds. Guo Linshan saw Chen Fei's expression and immediately sensed it. However, compared to Chen Fei, Guo Linshan could only feel something unusual. A hint of danger approaching. Chen Fei's figure flashed and came to a huge rock outside the cave. Looking down at his surroundings from a high vantage point, a gentle breeze blew, blowing Chen Fei's hair back. Chen Fei held the bow in his left hand and scanned his surroundings. Guo Linshan appeared beside Chen Fei, wielding a broadsword with both hands, like a warrior protecting an archer. Why aren't you waiting in the forest? Have you started to run out recently? The bow and arrow in Chen Fei's hand disappeared and shot into the grass dozens of meters away. With a sharp whistle, the force of the arrow exploded, creating a huge hole in the wall. A figure jumped up from the middle and retreated a few meters before stopping. He looked at Chen Fei in surprise. You guys again? Guo Linshan looked at Fu Zhaoxing and shouted angrily. He had been intercepted in the forest previously. He did not expect that after a few days, the other party would directly come knocking on his door. We meet everywhere in life. One didn't expect to meet you guys again. A smile appeared on Fu Zhaoxing's face, but there was no smile in his eyes. Today, the metal plate was not with him. Fu Zhaoxing did not need to reveal any flaws in his movement technique in order to conceal the fluctuations of the metal plate. But even so, he was still seen through by Chen Fei at a glance. How could Fu Zhaoxing not be surprised? Chen Fei did not say anything. He flipped the bow in his hand and shot out 5 arrows in a row. 5 holes were blasted in the grass. And at the same time, the other 5 people were forced out. One of the unlucky ones was a little slow in dodging. His thigh was grazed by the arrow, and his flesh was instantly mangled. Blood splattered everywhere as he cried out in pain. You've gained a lot in the past few days. Chen Fei sensed the jade token that one of them was carrying and turned to look at Fu Zhaoxing. The 5 arrows just now were a warning to Fu Xiaoxing and the others that the movement technique they were so proud of was nothing in front of Chen Fei. If it were before consuming the lotus seed, Chen Fei would not have been able to find these people so easily. But now that his core soul energy had increased by 30, many things that he couldn't do in the past were now easily accomplished. Let's go. The smile on Fu Xiaoxing's face disappeared. He gave Chen Fei a vicious look, waved his hand, and retreated. 6 against 2. The chances of winning were naturally very high. However, Fu Xiaoxing could not see through Chen Fei. He felt that this marrow-tempering realm martial artist was a little strange, and always did things that exceeded his expectations. There were still many jade tokens in the mystic realm. Fu Xiaoxing did not need to waste his energy here at all. The gains did not make up for the losses. Guo Linchen let out a sigh of relief as he watched them leave. If they really fought, they could only retreat while fighting. However, Chen Fei's movement technique was outstanding, so they would not be in any danger. The time in the mystic realm is almost halfway past. This kind of thing will become more and more common in the future. Guo Linchen said in a deep voice. It was important to search for mystical ingredients in the mystic realm to strengthen oneself. However, as time approached, it became more important. Instead, it was to collect enough iron cards to complete the True Inheritance trial mission. Chen Fei nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he frowned and raised his head to look ahead. Fu Xiaoxing and the others, who had already gone far away, were currently running over in a frenzy. Chen Fei saw many scarlet eyes behind Fu Xiaoxing and the others. Be careful. It seems we're not alone out here. Chapter 163 Chapter 163 Flying Rock Style. Chapter 163 Flying Rock Style. Someone is chasing them. Guo Linchen looked at the faintly discernible figure in the distance and asked in surprise. Other than humans, it seems to be demonic beasts. Chen Fei wasn't too sure because the distance was a little far. However, now was clearly not the time to watch the show. With the skills of Fu Xiaoxing and the others, they had to escape desperately at this moment. Chen Fei was only 2 people. How could he have the capital to watch the show? Let's go too. Chen Fei grabbed Guo Linchen's shoulder and ran into the distance in a flash. Don't leave yet. Stay and fight the enemy together. They have a lot of jade tokens. We have a chance. Fu Xiaoxing saw Chen Fei run away from afar and could not help but shout anxiously. However, when he heard Fu Xiaoxing's words, Chen Fei did not stop. Instead, he ran even faster. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Fu Xiaoxing's sight. He ran so fast, Fu Xiaoxing cursed in his heart. He turned around and looked at the dozen or so people behind him. Fu Xiaoxing did not see clearly what their cultivation levels were. However, as long as there were at least 5 people in the visceral tempering realm, even if the rest were in the marrow tempering realm, it would be enough to drown them. Not only were there enough people, but there were also some rabbit demons following behind these people. Those rabbit demons gave Fu Xiaoxing a terrible feeling. Subconsciously, Fu Xiaoxing wanted to stay away. Senior brother Fu, what should we do? Those people are chasing after us. Someone said in a low voice. It had been almost 15 minutes. Although those people could not catch up, they did not give up. Flying rock style. Fu Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice. The flying rock style relied on a half-spirit weapon to increase the speed of a cultivator who cultivated the wind phantom technique. However, the after effects were also very obvious. After using it, it would definitely be exhausted, and its combat strength would be reduced to less than 10. It was also because of this flying rock style that Fu Xiaoxing and the others moved together. Even if they encountered any danger that they could not resist, they could rely on this movement technique to escape. Good. Jintai and the others also felt that the people chasing after them were terrifying. There were clearly quite a number of people, but none of them made a sound. Their eyes were still fixed on them. It was as if they were not interested in the jade tokens and mystical ingredients, but their bodies. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. Quick! Fu Xiaoxing shouted in unison. The inner strength in his body circulated in a strange way, then seeped out of his body and combined with each other. A gentle breeze blew past. and the indistinct appearance of a flying rock appeared outside Fu Zhaoxing and the others. In the next moment, the great rock spread its wings, and Fu Zhaoxing and the others disappeared from where they were, speeding into the distance. Yu Daoshan's scarlet eyes lit up as he looked at the movement techniques of the people in front of him. Good movement technique. Wasn't this what he was looking for? The movement techniques of the other members of his race were too slow. If he could retrieve this movement technique, not many people would be able to escape. Shen Fei was running with Guo Linshan when he suddenly felt a surge of aura coming from behind. Shen Fei's expression did not change. He brought Guo Linshan and dodged to the side just in time to see Fu Zhaoxing and the others flying past. Body integration skill amazing, Guo Linshan said in surprise. Not only was it difficult to cultivate, but it also required special conditions to truly achieve it. Shen Fei did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Fu Zhaoxing. Shen Fei could feel an obvious vital energy fluctuation from Fu Zhaoxing's body. It was very similar to a half-spirit tool. The advantages and disadvantages of this integration skill were obvious. The advantage was naturally that it was extremely fast. Under certain circumstances, it was especially useful. The weakness was that if they were attacked at this moment, they could only dodge and could not do anything else to counterattack. And because it was the combination of their inner strength, Shen Fei could sense many rough nodes with his core soul energy. Shen Fei might be able to break those nodes with just an arrow. Of course, it wasn't easy because Fu Zhaoxing and the others were extremely fast. Even those at the peak of the visceral tempering realm would find it difficult to catch their movements. They disappeared in an instant. How about we combine our strength and kill the people behind us? Fu Zhaoxing suddenly stopped and turned to look at Shen Fei. He actually raised the request for cooperation again. Shen Fei looked at Fu Zhaoxing in surprise. You can already escape, but you still want to kill the people behind you. Just now, Shen Fei didn't see those people clearly and turned around to leave because of the 1,000 origin techniques warning. Clearly, those people were not to be trifled with. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sense that something was amiss from so far away. They have a lot of jade tokens. Enough for us to split. Fu Zhaoxing's expression was a little anxious. It was not that Fu Zhaoxing was really after those jade tokens, but after Fu Zhaoxing ran for a while, he suddenly realized that they seemed to be being watched from behind. The distance between the two parties was clearly several kilometers, but the feeling of being locked on did not disappear. Instead, it became more and more obvious. Moreover, this kind of locking was extremely strange. Not only could those people sense Fu Zhaoxing, but Fu Zhaoxing could even faintly sense the other party. It was a two-way lock, but the decision was not in Fu Zhaoxing's hands. Perhaps it was because of this locking that it could still be effective at such a long distance. There aren't enough people. Sorry. Shen Fei refused directly and brought Guo Linshan to run in another direction. Shen Fei's reason was indeed that there were too few people. If they fought back like this, it was completely impossible to estimate who would kill who in the end. Unless they had more than a dozen people on their side, they would have a greater chance. I know that your primordial sword sect has a group of people gathered together, Fu Zhaoxing said loudly. Shen Fei and the other two knew that it was the primordial sword sect at a glance. It would be easier to communicate with them than to directly find them. Shen Fei stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Guo Linshan. Guo Linshan nodded slightly. It was almost half the time in the mystic realm. Now, he really had to consider the matter of the jade token. If they wanted the jade tokens, killing was inevitable. There were more than a dozen people behind them, but the number of jade tokens gave them the feeling that there were almost 30. It was very impressive. If this number of jade tokens could be eaten, even if they had to split it, they could at least get one or two more. Shen Fei's footsteps paused slightly. This did not seem to be something that could not be considered. Are you guys considering how to kill me? A voice suddenly sounded. Shen Fei and the others could not help but be shocked. They focused their eyes and saw a blood-colored figure transform into a graceful swan from afar and arrive in front of them. There was no flash, no facial features. It was a shadow made entirely of blood. As he spoke, the blood shadow slowly condensed into Yu Daoshan's appearance. Fu Zhaoxing discovered that the aura locking on them had disappeared. What kind of cultivation technique was this? It could actually cross such a long distance and directly descend on the scene. Kill them, Fu Zhaoxing shouted. This person was so arrogant. How dare he appear in front of them like this? The flying rock style spread out. Fu Zhaoxing and the others surrounded Yu Daoshan. A strong wind blew, turning into wind blades that slashed at Yu Daoshan. Shen Fei looked at the besieged Yu Daoshan and felt that this person was somewhat familiar. Shen Fei thought back for a moment, then remembered that this was the person who had stood beside Quang Dingbo in front of the Zhuhan fruit tree. However, Shen Fei clearly remembered that this person's cultivation was the same as his, only at the marrow tempering realm. In just a few days, he had already broken through to the middle stage of the visceral tempering realm. What kind of mystical ingredient would have such an effect? More importantly, the aura that Yu Daoshan was displaying at this moment was very different from that of ordinary martial artists. It made people feel uncomfortable from the bottom of their hearts. It wasn't just Yu Daoshan that Shen Fei had seen from afar. The dozen or so people all had such an aura, which was unforgettable. Kai kai kai. The sound of flesh being cut apart could be heard. Yu Daoshan did not resist at all. He allowed the blades to cut through his body. It could even be said that he opened his arms to welcome the attacks. Fu Zhaoxing and the others were scattered around, holding their blades and looking at Yu Daoshan warily. Yu Daoshan's abnormal behavior caused Fu Zhaoxing and the others to feel extremely puzzled. Did he deliberately cross over 10 miles just to die? No matter how he looked at it, it didn't make sense. Puff. A smile appeared on Yu Daoshan's face. Then, his entire body collapsed and turned into a pile of meat paste that scattered on the ground. Fu Zhaoxing and the others' cultivation levels were not weak to begin with. It could even be said that they were above average in this trial. Now, there were many people surrounding one person, but he did not resist. If it were any other visceral tempering realm cultivator, the result would be the same. What is this person trying to do? Jintai asked in puzzlement. This was too strange. It was so strange that even though they had killed the person, they still felt anxious. Retreat. Fu Zhaoxing looked at the ground, and his expression suddenly changed. He roared and retreated frantically. Jintai and the others did not dare to delay. Hearing Fu Zhaoxing's words, they also retreated. Bang! The flesh on the ground suddenly extended a few tentacles and grabbed at them. However, because of Fu Zhaoxing's reminder, these tentacles only grabbed the ground and made a dull sound. You hit me, so I can hit you now. A faint voice came from the flesh. Blood flowed, and a blood shadow stood up from the flesh. The flesh on the ground began to condense crazily towards the blood shadow. You're playing tricks, kill. Fu Zhaoxing roared angrily. His body turned into a gale as the blade in his hand slashed at the blood shadow. Since the flesh and blood could still be condensed, then he would cut the flesh and blood into ashes and see if he could still recover. Fu Zhaoxing was also a ruthless person. When others encountered such a situation, they would probably be frightened. However, Fu Zhaoxing was able to wake up in time and did things ruthlessly. Kill them. Although Zhu Jintai and the others were afraid, they still charged toward the blood mist. Since they had already started fighting, they naturally had to do it thoroughly to prevent future troubles. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Guo Linshan watched from the side, his eyes full of surprise. From Yu Daoshan's appearance to becoming minced meat, everything was done in a very short time. Guo Linshan thought that he knew all kinds of martial arts knowledge, but he had never heard of such a situation. If a martial artist could still recover after being beaten up like this, then there would be no danger that could stop humans. Chapter 164 Chapter 164 They are here. Chapter 164 They are here. This might not be a cultivation technique, Shen Fei suddenly said. He had intentionally stayed behind to observe until now. Other than using his naked eyes, Shen Fei had also been observing with his mental strength. Shen Fei could sense that Yu Daoshan had very little use of inner strength. Yu Daoshan's strange transformation was mostly due to his absolute control over his own flesh and blood. This seemed to be an innate talent, just like how flowers and plants could photosynthesize, and humans relied on breathing to survive. It was an instinct and not something created by a cultivation technique. Then what about us? Guo Linshan looked at Chen Fei. Let's go. They can't hold us back anymore. Chen Fei's expression was grave. Just now, Chen Fei felt his own core soul energy being shaken. This was Yu Daoshan's mind colliding with Chen Fei's. Yu Daoshan still had the strength to fight Chen Fei when he was facing Fu Xiaoxing. What kind of confidence did he have to do such a thing? In this short delay, Chen Fei felt the auras of the dozen or so people behind him begin to approach. Clearly, those people were chasing after him again. Chen Fei grabbed Guo Linshan's shoulder. His figure flashed as various thoughts ran through his mind. If Fu Xiaoxing and the others could not hold on and escape, it would be better. If they couldn't escape, Yu Daoshan would come to find Chen Fei again. Was it possessed by something? Chen Fei suddenly remembered the aperture tempering realm expert he met in the strange wind realm. However, in this mystic realm, the aperture tempering realm could not exist. They would be expelled unless they broke through to the aperture tempering realm in the mystic realm and could stay for a period of time. However, others had already broken through to the aperture tempering realm. Why would they still try to possess a martial artist? Is it a mutated mystical ingredient or a mutated beast? Chen Fei recalled the things he had encountered in the past few days. The mystical ingredients were not pure, and the demonic beast seemed to be normal. However, it was also possible that Chen Fei had not seen many of them. Perhaps the demon beasts had also undergone other changes, resulting in Yu Daoshan's situation. At the very least, when he first met Yu Daoshan, the feeling he gave Chen Fei was definitely not like this. Where are we going? Guo Linshan whispered. Find a place with a lot of people. One reckon that the mystic realm will really be crowded. Or rather, it would be too dangerous for the two of us to go alone if we don't deal with the trouble behind us. Chen Fei thought for a moment and said gravely, there were benefits to being alone, but there were also benefits to being in a group. Everything had its pros and cons, depending on the environment. A mournful cry suddenly came from behind. It was filled with pain as if it had suffered 1,000 tortures. Chen Fei and Guo Linshan looked at each other. Chen Fei's footsteps flashed. He sensed a location where the jade tokens were gathered from afar and rushed toward that place. He could only hope that Fu Xiaoxing and the others could last a little longer. At this moment, a few miles away, Fu Xiaoxing was like a stray dog. He brought his 2 junior brothers and used the flying rock style to escape crazily. It was broken, but no matter what, it could not be worn away. Fu Xiaoxing and the others used all sorts of methods, but they were unable to destroy that lump of flesh and blood. And just as the few of them revealed a slight flaw, they were entangled by flesh and blood. That scene was still in Fu Xiaoxing's mind. We have to find someone else. If we don't kill this monster, everyone in the mythical realm will die. Fu Xiaoxing's expression trembled as he sensed the fluctuations coming from the iron plate. He rushed towards the place with the most people nearby. He wanted to tell this news to everyone. Otherwise, everyone would die, including him. 12 miles away, a group of people were cleaning up the scene. They had just killed a high-level Tier 1 demonic beast and obtained a stalk of flaming sky grass at the same time. The heavenly flame grass was one of the ingredients used to refine the aperture breaking pill. Although it was not the main ingredient, it was still quite precious. More importantly, this heavenly flame grass had not mutated and was considered a normal mystical ingredient. For a group of 10 visceral tempering realm and 6 marrow tempering realm experts, killing a high-level Tier 1 demonic beast would not even cause any injuries. Someone is rushing towards us, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. Usually, when lone wolves sense the number of people on their side, they would avoid them far away. After all, they didn't just hunt demonic beasts to collect mystical ingredients. If they encountered a suitable situation, they would definitely collect the jade token. Therefore, unless it was a group of the same size that came to seek cooperation, the other owners of the jade tokens would not even have time to run away when they saw them, let alone approach them. However, no one cared. There were so many of them. Even if someone at the peak of the visceral tempering realm came, it would not be able to pose any threat to them. Let alone when there was a person at the peak of the visceral tempering realm in their team. Only those at the peak of the visceral tempering realm could form a deterrent force and make their subordinates follow the rules. Just as everyone was calmly packing up the things on the demon beasts, they saw two figures appear dozens of meters away from them. Chen Fei. It's you. Zheng Jinghan was playing with the longsword in his hand. When he saw the person who came, his eyes lit up. His figure flashed, and he arrived in front. Senior brother Zheng. Seeing Zheng Jinghan, Chen Fei was also a little surprised. He did not expect to see this person here. He cupped his hands and greeted him. Guo Linshan frowned slightly when he saw Zheng Jinghan. Guo Linshan knew very well what the Zheng family had done in the past. For this reason, Feng Ziupu had specially made a trip to the Zheng family and beat them into announcing that they were closing their doors to guests. As the representative of the Zheng family, Zheng Jinghan had a huge grudge against Chen Fei. Even if we are from the same sect, we are still competing in the mystic realm. Are the two of you giving us your jade tokens? Zheng Jinghan stared at Chen Fei. He had been looking for an opportunity to settle scores with Chen Fei for everything that had happened previously. Unfortunately, he couldn't find an opportunity. Or rather, there was no chance for him to be in the spotlight. But now that they were in the mystic realm, wasn't this an opportunity? All the fights in the mystic realm were within the sect's permission. However, it was rare for people from the same sect to go overboard. After all, there were always all kinds of tangled relationships in the sect. If he could snatch the metal tokens from Chen Fei and the other two, making them lose the qualifications to be true disciples, wouldn't that be the greatest revenge? Hearing Zheng Jinghan's words, the surrounding people slowly surrounded him. Apart from those from the primordial sword sect, there were also disciples from other sects gathered here. No one would complain about having too many jade tokens. Marshal Feng's title of Green Ridge Sword has been resounding in the sect recently. Junior brother Guo is Marshal Feng's disciple, so he must be an outstanding disciple. Why don't the two of us spar? Suddenly, someone stepped out of the crowd and looked at Guo Linshan with a provocative look in his eyes. News of Feng Zipa's breakthrough to the aperture tempering realm had spread in the sect recently, so most people wouldn't provoke him. However, if his master was also at the aperture refinement state, then there was nothing to worry about. Mu Yuansheng was one of them. His master was at the aperture tempering realm and was an elder of the law enforcement hall. Dong Benyuan. Back then, Dong Benyuan wanted to capture Chen Fei and send him to the Immoral Cloud Sword sect. But he was stopped by Wu Guanyin. Countless people were delighted to see this. After all, many people could not bear to see Zhang Benyuan lean so much toward the Immortal Cloud Sword sect. As Zhang Benyuan's disciple, Mu Yuansheng naturally wanted to avenge his master. If Chen Fei's cultivation weren't so low, only at the marrow tempering stage, Mu Yuansheng would have beaten him up. Why would I be afraid of you? Guo Linshan frowned and snorted. As the disciple of an elder of the law enforcement hall, Mu Yuansheng could be said to be quite arrogant and despotic in the sect. After all, the law enforcement hall itself was a place where people's sore spots were. Ordinary people would not dare to go against Mu Yuansheng. Very good. One was waiting for you to say that. Mu Yuansheng laughed loudly and said, however, it's too boring to just fight. Let's add some stakes. How about taking the jade tokens you have on you? Guo Linshan was about to speak when Chen Fei stopped him and looked up at Jiao Zhenyuan. Jiao Zhenyuan had already seen Chen Fei when he appeared, but he didn't say anything, allowing the others to make things difficult for the two of them. Because of the dreamlike lotus, Jiao Zhenyuan admired Chen Fei, but it was just admiration. Chen Fei had rejected his previous two invitations, so Jiao Zhenyuan felt a little uncomfortable. Now that Jiao Zhenyuan's team had grown, it didn't matter if Chen Fei was there or not. Naturally, he didn't have to care about Chen Fei's feelings. Therefore, Jiao Zhenyuan was waiting for Chen Fei to speak. He knew that there must be a reason for Chen Fei to come here. In the mystic realm, there might be a demonic beast that has possessed a martial artist and is currently wantonly hunting others. Chen Fei said calmly. Demonic beast possession. Chen Fei. What nonsense are you talking about? How can the spiritual wisdom of a demon beast possess us martial artists? Are you being hunted by the other people and want to join us? So you came up with such a lousy excuse. Zhang Jingdan laughed mockingly. When the others heard Chen Fei's words, their faces revealed similar smiles. The spiritual intelligence of demonic beasts had never been high. At least for Tier 1 demonic beasts. Even for peak Tier 1 demonic beasts, their spiritual intelligence was not very high. Saying that a demonic beast possessed a warrior was better than saying that there was a Tier 2 demonic beast in the mystic realm. It would be more believable. After all, the mystic realm was strange now. It was not impossible for a demonic beast to break through. However, it was too exaggerated to say that a demon beast possessed him. Jiao Zhaonuan did not smile. Instead, he frowned slightly. After the incident with the dreamlike lotus, Jiao Zhaonuan knew that this secret realm had become very strange. Besides, it was unnecessary for Chen Fei to find a lie that would be exposed as soon as he heard it. Where did you see a demonic beast possessing a martial artist? Jiao Zhaonuan asked in a low voice. Zhang Jingdan wanted to continue mocking Chen Fei, but he shut his mouth when he saw Jiao Zhaonuan speak. In this team, Jiao Zhaonuan was the absolute leader. Chen Fei was just about to speak when he suddenly sensed a jade token fluctuation coming from afar. In just a moment, it arrived in front of everyone. It was Fu Xiaoxing, but there were only 3 people left. Jiao Zhaonuan frowned as he looked at the 3 of them. What kind of technique was this to conceal the fluctuations of the jade token? They only noticed it when they were close to it. The monster is chasing us. We can't stop it. We are all going to die. Fu Xiaoxing looked at everyone and cried in panic. The feeling of being locked on appeared again. That monster still did not let them off. Chapter 165 Chapter 165 At any moment. Chapter 165 At any moment. What monster? Who are you? How dare you come here with just 3 people? I think you're here to give me an iron plate. Mu Yuancheng looked at Fu Xiaoxing and snorted coldly. He exchanged glances with the people around him and hesitated whether to make a move. Chen Fei and Fu Xiaoxing could be said to be disciples of the primordial sword sect, so it was not appropriate for them to attack them directly. Fu Xiaoxing, who was sent out, did not have any psychological pressure when fighting. Didn't he tell you? Fu Xiaoxing saw Mu Yuancheng's eyes and knew what he wanted to do. After all, he had been doing the same thing recently. So he quickly pointed at Chen Fei and said loudly, "You encountered the same thing. Did a demonic beast really possess us?" Martial artist Jiao Zhaonuan frowned. Demonic beast possession. Fu Xiaoxing was slightly stunned. Thinking of Yu Daoshan's unexplainable state, he immediately reacted. It was really possible that a demon beast had taken over his body. There were several rabbit demons among those people earlier. Previously, he did not understand why the rabbit demon would not attack each other when traveling with martial artists. He thought that there was someone who was good at using demon beasts among them. Looking at their auras and appearances now, weren't they just possessing? That's right. It's a possession. No matter how you kill that monster, it can't be killed. It can recover well even if it's beaten into meat paste. Fu Xiaoxing explained the situation he had encountered in detail. As Fu Xiaoxing explained, the surrounding people could not help but quieten down. They had not expected that he would be able to continue recovering after being beaten to a pulp. If Fu Xiaoxing was not lying, then this was really not something a martial artist could do. They didn't know about the aperture tempering state, but a body tempering realm martial artist definitely didn't have such an ability. If that person was really at the aperture tempering realm, it would be impossible for Fu Xiaoxing to escape. Combining all these circumstances, the most unlikely possibility of a demonic beast possessing the body seemed to be the only answer. At the thought of this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Brother Jiao, those monsters aren't targeting us now. We can leave first. Zhang Jingdan glanced at Chen Fei and turned to Jiao Zhaonuan. Since this monster was so difficult to deal with, there was no need for them to be at the front. They could just run first. That's right. If that monster is real, then the ones being hunted are them, not us. On the contrary, their arrival here is like inviting disaster, and their intentions should be condemned. Mu Yuancheng glared at Chen Fei and the others, his tone very impolite. Those rabbit demons have already possessed more than 10 people. The one he encountered just now was only one of them. If we don't stop them, As the rabbit demon's team grows larger and larger, none of us can think of leaving this mystic realm, Shen Fei said in a deep voice. He, who possessed the soul-chasing step, did not dare to say that his movement technique was the best among everyone in the mystic realm this time, but he was still in existence in the top few. If he really wanted to escape, Shen Fei could definitely bring Guo Linshan to the end. However, this was too passive, and the fault tolerance rate would become lower. It was better to take advantage of the fact that the rabbit demon team was not so large to gather a group of people and destroy this rabbit demon. That was the right path. You're saying it in a high-sounding manner. Isn't it just trying to drag us down with you? Zheng Jinggan sneered. If junior brother Chen wants to escape, there shouldn't be any problem. Jiao Zhangyuan suddenly said that Chen Fei had noticed the problem at the location of the dreamlike lotus that day. Jiao Zhangyuan saw Chen Fei's speed and felt ashamed. Zheng Jinggan opened his mouth. Not knowing what to say, Jiao Zhangyuan suddenly spoke up for Chen Fei, causing Zheng Jinggan to be at a loss. Jiao Zhangyuan turned to look at Chen Fei. He spoke up for Chen Fei because Jiao Zhangyuan already somewhat believed Chen Fei in Fu Zhaoxing's words. If it was really a demon beast who had already possessed so many people, if this continued, no one would be able to leave this mystic realm alone. What do you think we should do? Jiao Zhangyuan asked with a frown. Continue to ally with people. That demon rabbit has quite a number of people now. With just a few of us, it might be very difficult for us to protect ourselves. Shen Fei thought about how Fu Zhaoxing and the others had dealt with Yu Daoshan. He had already turned into minced meat, yet he was still unable to do anything to Yu Daoshan. Shen Fei did not know how to deal with him. Now, he could only call more people. If he couldn't beat them up once, then he would beat them twice. Shen Fei believed that there should still be a limit to this recovery. As long as there was a limit, it could be destroyed. Right. Continue to call for people. If we don't destroy these rabbit demons, all of us can forget about living in peace. Fu Zhaoxing nodded his head vigorously. In any case, he did not want to continue facing Yu Daoshan. The scene of his fellow disciples being devoured was still vivid in his mind. Alright, then let's continue. Looking for people, but when we're done waiting, how are we going to find those rabbit demons? Jiao Zhangyuan nodded in agreement. It was not easy to unite, but it was better than being destroyed in the end. They came to the mystic realm to train, not to die. This mystic realm was much stranger than before, so it was better to be careful. Those rabbit demons have been chasing me. I can feel it. When we were looking for someone. Actually, before Fu Zhaoxing could finish his sentence, his eyes could not help but widened slowly as he looked behind everyone. Seeing Fu Zhaoxing's expression, everyone could not help but be shocked. When they turned around, their expressions were also shocked. At some point, a dozen blood-red figures appeared behind them. The blood-red figures were silent, without facial features or limbs. However, just as everyone was stunned, the blood shadow slowly transformed into a human. The leaders were Yu Daoshan, Fu Zhaoxing's junior brothers who had just died, and martial artists from other sects. These people were standing behind Yu Daoshan, looking at Fu Zhaoxing and the others with bloodshot eyes. How could it be so fast? Fu Zhaoxing muttered to himself in disbelief. They were obviously following him. This time, Yu Daoshan was not alone. He had brought everyone with him. Senior brother, flying rock style. Fu Zhaoxing's junior brother suddenly said in a low voice. Fu Zhaoxing took on a serious look, and his pupils constricted. It really was the flying rock style. But why did these rabbit demons know the flying rock style? He didn't have a semi-spirit weapon, and he didn't know the wind phantom technique, so how could he use the flying rock style, even if a few of his fellow disciples had been possessed? Not all rabbit demons should know such a movement technique. Be on guard. Jiao Zhangyuan shouted loudly, waking everyone up. They all looked at Yu Daoshan warily. If they were still skeptical when they dealt with Fu Zhaoxing and the others just now, when they saw Yu Daoshan and the others and felt the aura emitted from their bodies, their hearts could not help but tremble. His aura was clearly at the visceral tempering realm, but it gave him a creepy feeling. Indeed, there's a feeling of being treated as mere food, like prey in their presence. They were like fish on a chopping block. The gazes and auras of those people in front of them naturally carried the attitude and aura of a predator, making humans, who were the spirits of all living things, extremely uncomfortable. There are so many people here. Yu Daoshan looked at Jiao Zhengyuan and the others with a programmed smile. There was no smile, only a grin, revealing sharp teeth. Friend, what brings you here? Jiao Zhengyuan looked at Yu Daoshan and cupped his hands. If possible, Jiao Zhengyuan naturally wanted to avoid a fight, regardless of whether the other party was possessed by a rabbit demon or not. The number of people on both sides was almost the same. In such a situation, no matter how they fought, both sides would suffer. Furthermore, if the other party was really as Fu Zhaoxing said, then the people on his side would be even more insufficient. I came here to ask you to join us. Yu Daoshan pointed behind him and invited them warmly. When those people heard Yu Daoshan's words, they actually cupped their hands together. Their movements were neat and orderly, but their eyes were filled with coldness. There was no trace of human emotion or warmth. It made people's scalps go numb. We have no intention of joining other teams. We appreciate your kindness. Zhao Zhaoluan had a bad feeling. These people didn't look like humans. This so-called joining didn't sound like a good thing. One didn't ask for your opinion. I just wanted to tell you about it. Yu Daoshan laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Daoshan had already pounced on Jiao Zhengyuan. His fierce aura was as if he wanted to eat Jiao Zhengyuan whole. It was so terrifying that it made people's backs turn cold. Attack! Jiao Zhengyuan frowned and shouted. The long sword in his hand was already thrust at Yu Daoshan. Tisk! The blade of the sword pierced through Yu Daoshan's heart. It was so smooth that Jiao Zhengyuan couldn't help but be stunned. What was going on? Yu Daoshan's momentum was too terrifying, so Jiao Zhengyuan naturally gave it his all. He thought it would be a long fight, but in the end, he pierced his opponent's heart with one move. Jiao Zhengyuan was a little dazed, but his muscle memory was one step ahead of him. He shook the sword in his hand, and a huge force swept through Yu Daoshan's body. Yu Daoshan's entire body shattered into countless blood clots. As long as he stabbed the enemy with the sword-splitting art, he could see the big picture from the small and cause great damage to the enemy. Even if it was just a small wound, the sword force could instantly enlarge the wound, just like Yu Daoshan at this moment. His heart was pierced by a sword, and then it turned into blood clots all over the ground. The cuts were all caused by the sharp sword force. Jiao Zhengyuan pulled out his sword and retreated, looking at the blood clots on the ground. If it was a martial artist who suffered such injuries, he would have died long ago. However, Jiao Zhengyuan remembered what Fu Zhaoxing had said before. The other party had been able to recover completely even after turning into meat paste. Now, he had only turned into a blood clot. It seemed that the degree of recovery was still a little low. Jiao Zhengyuan found it hard to believe that he could still recover after turning into a blood clot. Even though Fu Zhaoxing had no reason to lie to them, Jiao Zhengyuan still didn't quite believe it. Seeing was believing. Jiao Zhengyuan wanted to see how the other party could recover. It wasn't just Jiao Zhengyuan. Zhang Jingqin and the others were also staring at Yu Daoshan. Jiao Zhengyuan's fight was too smooth. So smooth that he finished off Yu Daoshan with a single strike. Shen Fei stood in the distance, frowning. It was still the same. He did not know what was wrong with this rabbit demon. Every time, they would let people attack first before counterattacking. Chapter 166 Chapter 166 Bloodline Essence. Chapter 166 Bloodline Essence. Fu Zhaoxing had done the same thing, and now he was doing the same thing to Jiao Zhengyuan. Would he stop hitting people if others didn't hit him first? However, Yu Daoshan's imposing manner was too terrifying. In such a situation, it was difficult for him not to make a move unless he dodged. But now that everyone was watching, if Jiao Zhengyuan had dodged just now, he would have lost the momentum of this battle and would not have been able to fight anymore. You hit me, so I can hit you. A sinister voice came out from the blood clot, making one's entire body go cold. The next moment, the blood clots suddenly gathered together, trying to transform back into a human. At the same time, a bloody hand grabbed Jiao Zhengyuan. Bang! Jiao Zhengyuan broke through the bloody hand with his sword and appeared in front of Yu Daoshan in a flash. He used the sword-splitting art again. Yu Daoshan used the same method to deal with his enemies. But it was different when facing Jiao Zhengyuan. Jiao Zhengyuan was much stronger than Fu Xiaoxing. As a disciple at the peak of the visceral tempering realm in the Yuanshan sword sect, Jiao Zhengyuan's techniques were extremely exquisite. Back then, a bloody hand could force Fu Xiaoxing away, but it couldn't make Jiao Zhengyuan take a step back. Boom! As Jiao Zhengyuan struck with the sword-splitting art, the blood clots that had gathered exploded again. Compared to the previous time, Jiao Zhengyuan's strength was even stronger this time. The entire ground shook slightly, and a huge pit appeared. Yu Daoshan's flesh and blood were splattered everywhere, and the original blood clots turned into blood foam. As the two of them started fighting, the people behind Yu Daoshan also rushed over. "Kill them!" Guo Linshan shouted and rushed forward. This battle was already unavoidable. Although they did not have the advantage in terms of numbers, they still had slightly more visceral tempering realm cultivators on their side. Thus, the winner and loser would only be known after a real battle. Chen Fei stood at the back and drew his bow. With just a few arrows, he blew up the rabbit demon at the marrow tempering realm. The power of Chen Fei's current arrows was not much weaker than the full-powered attack of an ordinary visceral tempering realm martial artist. Moreover, the speed of the arrows was extremely fast in this chaotic battle. The rabbit demons did not have time to react before they were shot in the head. Their bodies swayed and fell to the ground. Zhang Jinggen and the others looked at Chen Fei in surprise. With the strength of these arrows, even if they were to receive them, it would be very difficult. If Chen Fei only targeted them, they would probably not be able to endure more than a few arrows. Was this the combat strength of a martial artist in the marrow tempering realm? Moreover, since when did the sect have such powerful archery skills? He had never seen any martial uncle who specialized in archery. Even Feng Zipa's title was the Green Ridge Sword, not the Green Ridge Bow. Where did Chen Fei's archery come from? Chen Fei did not care about the gazes of the others. Instead, he stared at the rabbit demons in the marrow tempering realm. In the next moment, Chen Fei's expression could not help but change slightly. The few rabbit demons whose heads had been blown off by Chen Fei actually stood up shakily at this moment. As blood flowed, their heads were actually slowly recovering. Their speed was not as fast as Yu Daoshan's, but they were indeed recovering. In other words, these rabbit demons really had such an ability. Not only did Chen Fei see it, but everyone else also saw this scene, and a chill involuntarily flashed across their hearts. Bloodline can be so domineering. Won't there be any losses? Chen Fei was puzzled, but he did not stop shooting. He first used 5 arrows to blow up a rabbit demon at the visceral tempering realm. Chen Fei wanted to see the difference in recovery speed between the visceral tempering realm and the marrow tempering realm. Then, they shot 1 arrow at a time, shattering the bodies of the rabbit demons in the marrow tempering realm who were recovering. When Zhang Jinggen and Mu Yuancheng saw the scene, their eyes almost popped out. They had thought that if they were in Chen Fei's shoes, they would be able to block a few of his arrows. In the end, Chen Fei told them the truth. To kill a rabbit demon at the visceral tempering realm, only 5 arrows were needed. Of course, these rabbit demons did not act as exaggeratedly as Yu Daoshan. Compared to the other visceral tempering realm cultivators, they were still a lot slower. However, this was still the visceral tempering realm. How could 5 arrows solve the problem? It was like pouring cold water on their brains, making them sober up a little. Chen Fei did not pay attention to the change in the mentality of Zhang Jinggen and the others. At this moment, his attention was all on these few rabbit demons. Following the increase in his mental strength by 30, Chen Fei's archery skills had indeed improved by another level. In the past, Chen Fei could only be more sensitive when he was in close combat. He could sense the weaknesses of the enemy and kill them in one blow. Now that his mental strength had increased, Chen Fei could easily find flaws even from a distance, which greatly increased the threat of his archery. Otherwise, when he rescued Guo Linshan previously, Chen Fei could only use his bow and arrow to suppress the others. In the end, he still ended the battle with his sword technique. Guo Linshan was currently fighting Sun Zonghai. Sun Zonghai was no longer the same person he used to be, but Guo Linshan still held onto Sun Zonghai and did not let go, desperately suppressing his attacks. Guo Linshan couldn't describe how he felt when Sun Zonghai was possessed and turned into a rabbit demon. There was joy, sadness, and some fear. Clang! Suddenly, a loud sound of metal clashing rang out. Everyone couldn't help but turn their attention to the source of the sound and realized that it was coming from Jiao Zhangyuan. Just a while ago, Jiao Zhangyuan had been forced to retreat. Yu Daoshan had already recovered, but Jiao Zhangyuan was the one who was injured. Jiao Zhangyuan looked at Yu Daoshan with a serious expression. This rabbit demon's learning ability was too strong. Many moves would be seen through by Yu Daoshan after being used once or twice, and he would immediately break them. This forced Yu Daoshan to change his moves in order to have an effect on him. But a big problem now faced Jiao Zhangyuan. Although the new technique could indeed hurt Yu Daoshan, every time Yu Daoshan was injured, he would immediately recover. It was as if the damage just now was all fake. Jiao Zhangyuan's initial thoughts were similar to Chen Fei's. If you could recover once, could you recover 10 or 100 times? You had to have energy to recover. However, Jiao Zhangyuan was starting to waver. He didn't count the number of times. But Jiao Zhangyuan had dealt fatal damage to Yu Daoshan at least dozens of times. Even if the rabbit demon didn't have any so-called vital points, it would still take some energy to recover from these injuries. However, Jiao Zhangyuan could not see the loss. Yu Daoshan's speed and strength were still as great as before. As the battle progressed, Jiao Zhangyuan could feel that his opponent was getting stronger and stronger. If this continued, how could they fight? The rabbit demon was injured, but it was not injured. It was as if it was immortal. If Jiao Zhangyuan was injured, then he was really injured, whether it was his inner strength or physical strength. He had consumed a lot of them. Jiao Zhangyuan realized that he couldn't outlast his opponent. At least, Jiao Zhangyuan didn't see a chance to outlast him. Jiao Zhangyuan realized this himself. And so did the others. Although they were not facing the most powerful rabbit demon, Yu Daoshan, the other rabbit demons also had the ability to recover. They were not as exaggerated as Yu Daoshan, but they were not as powerful as Jiao Zhangyuan. Their situation was shockingly similar to Jiao Zhangyuan's. He could still barely hold on now, but as time passed, the rabbit demon would definitely be the winner. Some people had already begun to plan their escape route, but when they thought of the speed that the rabbit demon had displayed just now, it seemed that escaping had become an extravagant hope. This had directly turned into a desperate situation. Chen Fei frowned and thought for a moment. His figure flashed and arrived in front of a rabbit demon in the marrow tempering realm. He observed the other party's recovery process at a close distance, seemingly sensing a human's aura. Although the rabbit demon's head had not fully recovered, it still instinctively punched forward at Chen Fei. The long sword in Chen Fei's hand flashed, and the rabbit demon's hands and feet were instantly separated. Falling to the ground, Chen Fei focused his attention and observed. What kind of bloodline was so strong that it could recover at such a fast rate without consuming a single bit of power, or rather, it could recover at such a fast rate with very little power? Could it be that even if an aperture tempering realm expert came, they could only seal it and not destroy it? Then if the rabbit demons were to become more and their cultivation was higher, wouldn't they be invincible when they went out? Aperture tempering realm. Thinking of the aperture tempering realm, Chen Fei's thoughts suddenly paused. Compared to the body tempering realm, the aperture tempering realm's external performance was the absorption and control of vital energy, but internally, it was the flexible use of mental strength. Therefore, if an aperture tempering realm expert discovered that these rabbit demons were difficult to kill, their first action would definitely not be to seal them, but to try to attack with divine power. Suppress. Chen Fei did as he thought without any hesitation. Eternity moment smashed directly onto the rabbit demon in front of him. The rabbit demon's body suddenly stopped. The flesh and blood that were about to gather also stopped. This was a manifestation of eternity moment, which could slow down the other party's thoughts. This rabbit demon was currently in this state. Chen Fei carefully observed the other manifestations of the demon rabbit. In this stillness and slowness, Chen Fei could feel the strong mental fluctuations in its flesh and blood. So, this is one of the reasons why the rabbit demon can recover. Chen Fei continued to smash down on the rabbit demon's broken hand with his core soul energy. This time, the arm didn't even struggle and stop there. Chen Fei felt a wave of movement and disappeared from this arm. The expression on half of the rabbit demon's face suddenly became ferocious. From the beginning, no matter how many times he was injured, the other party's indifferent expression changed for the first time. Just like when a person was in pain, their expression would change, and they would even shout loudly. If you hit someone and they didn't do anything, it was obvious that you didn't hurt them at all. And now, it was obvious that Chen Fei had really hurt this rabbit demon and injured it. So that's really the case. Chen Fei's face broke into a smile. He flipped his sword and slashed at the rabbit demon's neck. Other than inner strength, there was also surging core soul energy on the longsword. Tisk! With a muffled sound, the core soul energy on the sword was exhausted. The rabbit demon's body stiffened and fell straight to the ground, no longer moving. Chen Fei turned his head and looked at Yu Daoshan in the distance. He finally understood why Yu Daoshan had to wait for the others to attack before launching his own attack. Chapter 167 Chapter 167 Predicting Your Predictions. Chapter 167 Predicting Your Predictions. It wasn't because this rabbit demon had any rules, but because it wanted to absorb some of the core soul energy contained in other people's attacks. Body tempering realm martial artists actually had very little experience in training their core soul energy. Especially before the visceral tempering realm, they focused on increasing their inner strength cultivation. Considering mental strength would become more practical after reaching the visceral tempering realm or even later stages. However, if they didn't train normally, it meant they wouldn't use their mental strength. Every time they cultivated their inner strength and used every move, they were actually using their heart's divine power to drive it. However, these were all instinctive uses, just like breathing, so no one would notice this. These rabbit demons had some characteristics of aperture refinement state experts, particularly their proficiency in using mental strength. In this situation, it was a bit challenging, especially when your first attack heavily injured the rabbit demon. Your mind would inevitably be slightly stunned. And it was this slight negligence of the mind that the rabbit demon would take the opportunity to absorb the core soul energy that was attached to the move. After they absorbed your core soul energy, they would let their bloodline get used to it. After that, the damage you can deal to them will become lower and lower, and they will start to use their core soul energy as they please to continuously heal their injuries. What you cut off was only their flesh and blood, and the core soul energy between their flesh and blood could only be resisted with core soul energy. However, because the other party had long known about your core soul energy, it became impossible to sever it, unless one was able to proficiently channel out their own core soul energy and not use it instinctively. Unfortunately, there were very few martial artists in the body tempering realm who could proficiently output their own core soul energy. Even those at the peak of the visceral tempering realm would mostly nurture and strengthen their core soul energy in preparation for measuring their acupoints later. He wouldn't think about how to use his core soul energy to attack others because, to them, this was equivalent to putting the cart before the horse. Of course, the difficulty of cultivating mental cultivation techniques was also a huge reason. All of these factors restricted the development of the heart and divine power of the body tempering realm martial artists. This was also the reason why these rabbit demons could do whatever they wanted, until Chen Fei discovered this. Everyone, change your opponents. Focus your mind and attack. Go, Chen Fei shouted. His figure flashed and arrived in front of Guo Linshan. He used a sword shield to deflect Sun Zonghai's attack. Sun Zonghai was injured by the thorns of the sword shield. His body could not help but stagger back. Before he could adjust, a sword light had already sunk into Sun Zonghai's forehead. Sun Zonghai's body suddenly stiffened, and a hint of pain appeared in his eyes. However, the pain quickly disappeared, and his body fell back stiffly. Chen Fei withdrew his longsword. He had used up 30 of his core soul energy, which was less than what he had used up earlier. Regarding the use of core soul energy, Chen Fei could be said to be the best among all the martial artists present. The Thousand Origin technique was a combination of 3 mental cultivation techniques, 2 of which were at the consummate level and 1 of which was the Alchemy Alliance's ultimate cultivation technique. Although there were only the first 2 levels, they were extremely profound. What Chen Fei had wrapped around the longsword was the thread-like core soul energy. When it pierced into Sun Zonghai's forehead, the core soul energy would quickly destroy all the nodes of Sun Zonghai's body and mind, disintegrating in one fell swoop. Silk would always consume much less than a piece. This was the huge difference between having a mental cultivation technique and not having one. When the others heard Chen Fei's words, they were more or less confused. It was only when Chen Fei killed Sun Zonghai that they realized that Chen Fei had already completely dealt with the 2 rabbit demons without them knowing. These 2 demon rabbits did not get up, nor did they sew their flesh together. They were completely like ordinary martial artists. If they were fatally injured, they would die. Core soul power. Chen Fei used his actions to prove his words. No matter how slow the others were, they understood that Chen Fei had found a way to defeat the enemy. They didn't dare to hesitate and changed their forms, exchanging enemies with the people around them. Body tampering realm martial artists were not good at using their vor soul energy. However, as mentioned before, they were not good at using it, but they used it every day, just like breathing. Thus, although these people used their mental strength without any technique, they could still mobilize all their mental strength and attach it to the move. Soon, they discovered that after these rabbit demons were injured, their recovery speed became slower and slower. Some of the weaker rabbit demons even began to show signs of being unable to recover from the injuries they had suffered. Haha, good. Everyone's expressions were excited. The scene of the rabbit demon recovering while fighting and being completely fine had disgusted them. The moves that these rabbit demons knew were actually a little stiff. Although they had possessed the martial artist's body, they had not integrated the cultivation techniques in the martial artist's original body. The result was that the combat strength displayed would be far lower than martial artists of the same rank. However, the characteristic of unlimited recovery was too advantageous. It meant that the rabbit demon could not defend and could continue to attack the enemy without caring. In any case, the margin of error was infinitely high. They could just fight casually, and the final winner might be them. But now, the ability to recover infinitely was suddenly cut off. The weakness of these rabbit demons was immediately reflected. Jiao Xiaonuan also noticed the situation in the arena, and his eyes lit up. Compared to the other martial artists who were ignorant about the use of core soul energy, Jiao Zhenguan, who had long reached the peak of the visceral tempering realm, had long been tempering his core soul energy. As a result, his usage of core soul energy was much better than the others. Now that he was brandishing his sword and fighting with Yu Daoshan, he could clearly feel the difference. Yu Daoshan no longer dared to attack him without restraint like before without putting up too much defense. However, that was all he could do. Qiao Zhenduan realized that he still couldn't suppress Yu Daoshan. Thinking about Chen Fei's suggestion to switch people to attack, Jiao Xiangyuan vaguely understood the reason. However, the problem now was that he could not switch with anyone else. Compared to the other rabbit demons who were confused, Yu Daoshan's intelligence was undoubtedly much higher. From the moment Jiao Xiangyuan repeated the sword move once or twice, the flaws could be seen and felt clearly. This rabbit demon Yu Daoshan was clearly the most demonic existence among this group of rabbit demons. Junior brother Chen, come and help me. Jiao Xiangyuan couldn't help but asked Chen Fei for help after being knocked back by Yu Daoshan. Even though it was a little embarrassing for someone at the peak of the visceral tempering realm to ask for help from someone at the marrow tempering realm, Jiao Xiangyuan was not that pedantic in this life and death situation. He would still ask for help loudly. Chen Fei's sword slashed across the neck of one of the rabbit demons. Before its stiff body fell to the ground, Chen Fei had already arrived in front of Jiao Zhenyuan. Compared to the other rabbit demons, Yu Daoshan was the most important one. Bang! A sword and shield blocked in front of Yu Daoshan. With a dull thud, Yu Daoshan couldn't help but take a step back. Chen Fei sensed the core soul energy attached to the sword and shield. He felt a pulling force. The other party wanted to absorb a bit of his core soul energy so that after devouring Chen Fei's core soul energy, he could develop sufficient immunity. However, Chen Fei's core soul energy was specially condensed by the Thousand Origin technique. If it was unintentional, Yu Daoshan might have swallowed some of it. But now that he was on guard, how could he let it be taken away again? Brother Jiao, you cut his flesh. 111 Destroy him, Chen Fei said in a deep voice. Good. Jiao Zhenhuan's eyes lit up when he saw Chen Fei's sword and shield. This was the Starry Night sword of the primordial sword sect, known as the strongest defensive sword technique in the body tempering realm. Of course, this statement was definitely an exaggeration. However, there was no doubt that the Starry Night sword was the strongest defensive sword technique of the primordial sword sect. With Chen Fei's sword technique, Jiao Zhenhuan could completely ignore his own defense and focus on attacking Yu Daoshan. Star Meteorite Sword. Jiao Zhenhuan displayed his strongest offensive sword technique the moment he attacked. The Star Meteorite Sword was not the strongest offensive sword technique of the primordial sword sect, but it was definitely one of the top sword techniques. It was a sword technique that could attack without defense. It was a sword technique that could be used to fight for one's life in the face of adversity. As soon as he used it, Jiao Zhenhuan's aura suddenly changed. His entire body was like a falling star, tragic and dazzling. Bang! When Yu Daoshan saw this sword technique, he had no better way than to dodge. However, as long as he dodged, he would immediately fall into a disadvantage, and then there would be unlimited suppression. If he didn't dodge and fought with his life, he might have the upper hand. Yu Daoshan had already absorbed Jiao Zhenhuan's core soul energy. No matter how much core soul energy Jiao Zhenhuan had added, it would not be able to cause much damage to him. It was that sword and shield move that made Yu Daoshan look at Chen Fei with caution. However, a mere marrow-tempering realm cultivator was the weakest among the martial artists present. No matter how strong the sword and shield were, how could they really block his attack? Roar! Yu Daoshan let out a roar that did not sound like a human voice. His body turned into a bloody shadow and crashed into Jiao Zhenhuan. Junior brother Chen. Jiao Zhenhuan shouted. He didn't retreat. The Star Meteorite sword became even more intense as it stabbed toward Yu Daoshan. Chen Fei didn't say anything. He used his spatial travel and arrived in front of Yu Daoshan before Jiao Zhenhuan. Tremendous strength, iron bones. Chen Fei's body expanded slightly. Eternity Moment did not smash out, but it was used on Chen Fei himself. The surrounding world suddenly became quiet. Yu Daoshan's blood shadow also slowed down. Chen Fei also saw the 7 changes in Yu Daoshan's next attack. Yu Daoshan seemed to be reckless, but 5 of the 7 transformations were actually trying to avoid Chen Fei's sword and shield. Just now, with a quick glance, Yu Daoshan had a rough idea of how to deal with the Starry Night sword and its shield. If he looked at it a few more times, Yu Daoshan might really be able to come up with a perfect solution. Unfortunately, there were no ifs for many things. Yu Daoshan's transformation was now seen through by Chen Fei. Since he had seen through it, there was naturally nothing to say. Sword light flashed, and a sword shield appeared in front of Yu Daoshan. Yu Daoshan's body trembled slightly. He adjusted himself slightly, trying to avoid the sword shield. However, the sword and shield shifted slightly as Yu Daoshan adjusted them. They remained in front of Yu Daoshan. Yu Daoshan's bloodshot eyes widened, and his face was ferocious. He couldn't avoid it, and he used all his strength to hit the sword and shield. Bang! The sword and shield were shattered, but Yu Daoshan's body also stopped moving. The thistles and thorns made Yu Daoshan's body stiffen for a moment. In the next moment, the light of the Star Meteorite sword blinded Yu Daoshan's eyes. Chapter 168 Chapter 168 Anxious and Exasperated. Chapter 168 Anxious and Exasperated. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Yu Daoshan couldn't evade and was directly hit, causing his flesh and blood to explode, scattering all over the ground. Jiao Zhenhuan's face turned slightly pale, but he let out a sigh of relief. Even he couldn't use such an explosive technique continuously. Succeeding in one move was the best outcome. Chen Fei's figure flashed as he swung the long sword in his hand. The battle had just begun. And this wasn't the first time Yu Daoshan had been turned into a mess of flesh. The key was whether he could destroy the mental power contained in his flesh and blood. If he couldn't, Yu Daoshan could still recover. If that happened, Shen Fei would have to consider running away, because it meant that Yu Daoshan had become an unbeatable force that only those at the Aperture Tempering Realm could defeat. Tisk! Shen Fei's sword swept through, and the fine strands of core soul energy attached to the sword clashed with the core soul energy in Yu Daoshan's flesh. Shen Fei felt a slight tremor in his heart as he attempted to remove the core soul energy from Yu Daoshan's flesh. Ah! Yu Daoshan let out a sharp cry for the first time. Regardless of how badly he was beaten, he hadn't reacted or screamed in pain before. Jiao Zhengyuan heard Yu Daoshan's cry and his face lit up. Only those who had fought with Yu Daoshan could understand the suffering. It was as if victory was forever out of reach, and relaxing even for a moment would send them plummeting into an abyss. If it weren't for Yu Daoshan's unwavering determination, most people would have turned and fled. Everyone, after you've defeated your opponent, come over and use your core soul energy to finish him off. Shen Fei shouted loudly. This rabbit demon's mental strength was evidently far superior to the others of its kind. Although Shen Fei's mental strength was better than the others, the difference wasn't significant. Shen Fei might not be able to exhaust Yu Daoshan to death even if he had used up all his mental strength. Guo Linchen was the first to rush over. He wielded his broadsword and struck hard at the meat paste. As the sword slashed down, the flesh on the ground trembled violently. It wanted to escape, but it had no strength. Guo Linchen's face turned slightly pale. This was the result of the clash of their spiritual powers. That's strong enough. Again, Guo Linchen roared in frustration. His core soul energy surged and poured into the broadsword, continuing to slash at the meat paste. This time, the flesh trembled and then stopped moving. However, Guo Linchen's face turned even paler. Jiao Zhengyuan stood by the side, preventing Yu Daoshan's flesh and blood from reuniting. Whenever there was any sign of movement, he would immediately strike down with his star meteorite sword. Yu Daoshan's flesh and blood had already been affected by Jiao Zhengyuan's core soul energy, so the effect of obliteration wasn't ideal. However, this ability to disintegrate physically remained undiminished. Shen Fei was methodically dealing with the meat paste one by one. As more people joined in, the amount of meat that Yu Daoshan could control began to decrease. Shrill cries rang out continuously, causing the other rabbit demons to go berserk. However, after learning about the true fate of these rabbit demons, the recovery ability was no longer as effective in providing protection. The predictability of their moves became the biggest weakness when facing enemies. As their core soul energy was depleted, the rabbit demons died one by one. More people joined in to break Yu Daoshan's core soul energy, and the remaining flesh and blood dwindled. Everyone's faces began to light up with smiles. They had thought it would be a deadly situation, but this unexpected twist changed everything. Now, it was them who wanted to kill all the rabbit demons. No one died. At most, they were injured. The key was that they would have to split the 30 or so jade tokens that the rabbit demons had brought. With this number of jade tokens, everyone would be able to get at least one. Some people secretly glanced at Shen Fei. In this battle, Shen Fei had played an extremely crucial role. Without him, they would likely have been completely wiped out. Thinking of the number of jade tokens that Shen Fei would get later, some people couldn't help but feel a little envious. However, the team itself needed to distribute the spoils according to merit and contribution. Any slight bias could easily lead to criticism and cause the entire team to fall apart. Jiao Zhengyuan understood this, and so did the others. Moreover, the strength that Shen Fei had displayed earlier had also frightened quite a number of people. With the power displayed by his bow and arrow, even anyone at the marrow tempering realm would probably die. Even if one were at the visceral tempering realm, unless one were at the late or peak stage, Shen Fei could directly nail one to death on the spot if he targeted one. You wouldn't even have a chance to escape. With strength and significant contributions, Shen Fei had more cards to play. Naturally, no one could object, nor did they dare to. Zhang Jinggan secretly gritted his teeth, not daring to say anything sarcastic. In the past, He had looked down on Chen Fei because of Chen Fei's lower cultivation level. Even if Chen Fei had a master at the aperture tempering realm, it couldn't hide the fact that his cultivation was lower than Zheng Jinggen's. But now, in a one-on-one fight, Zheng Jinggen might be beaten up by Chen Fei. Under such circumstances, no matter how unwilling Zheng Jinggen was, he had to let go of his previous grudge. This was because they were inferior to Chen Fei in terms of background. In terms of combat strength, they were still inferior to Chen Fei. What else did they have to fight with if they continued to entangle themselves? They would be the only ones to suffer. Zheng Jinggen was narrow-minded, but he wasn't stupid. Those who could raise their cultivation to the visceral tempering realm and pass the sex temperament test were not fools. At most, he would remain arrogant and despotic as usual. "You can't kill me." Yu Daoshan's voice suddenly came from the flesh. Then, some of the struggling flesh suddenly stopped trembling. Yu Daoshan immediately concentrated all his core soul energy into one spot. Bang! Mu Yuanchang's sword stabbed down, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying backward, his face unusually pale. This was the result of a clash of core soul energy, and he was injured as a result. The others were shocked, and their attack slowed down. The core soul energy of the visceral tempering realm was about the same. At most, it would be at the peak of the visceral tempering realm, slightly stronger, but not by much. Mu Yuanchang had been injured by the backlash. If they continued to attack, the outcome would not be any better. Mental energy was a crucial factor in breaking through to the aperture tempering realm. If he accidentally damaged his foundation and caused his future breakthrough to the visceral tempering realm to fail, it would be truly tragic. Ha ha ha. If you want to kill me, then die together. Yu Daoshan's voice suddenly turned crazy. The lump of flesh shook violently. The next moment, the flesh exploded. Countless drops of blood flew in all directions as a result of his mind's fluctuation. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked and frantically retreated. Mu Yuanchang's tragic state was right in front of them. They might not be able to kill him, but if they hurt his core soul energy, the gains would not make up for the losses. Spatial travel. Shen Fei's feet didn't move, but his upper body transformed into several shadows, dodging all the attacks of the blood that came at him. Although the rabbit demon's tone was filled with madness, the fluctuation of his mental strength was surprisingly calm. This calmness was not something a person who wanted to die together would have. Whoosh! Chen Fei had just dodged the attack of the blood water when he saw Yu Daoshan turn into a bloody shadow and run into the distance. As expected, the reason he had used all his power earlier was to create an opportunity to escape. Survival was always the first instinct of life. The rabbit demon was no exception. It naturally didn't want to stay here and wait for death. If there was a chance to escape, it would seize that opportunity without hesitation. Trying to run, Fu Xiaoxing's figure flashed as he attempted to block Yu Daoshan's path. But he was only able to send a piece of land flying. Senior brother Fu, this demon rabbit is using the flying rock style again. Fu Xiaoxing's junior brother whispered. I saw it. Fu Xiaoxing's expression turned grim. The feeling of having a fellow disciple possessed and having their cultivation techniques stolen was too terrible. The key was that the other party had even come up with something new. They didn't even need a half-spirit weapon to achieve the same effect. Seeing the blood shadow, the group of people wanted to stop it. But at most, they could only sever its tail. And they couldn't even do that. Jiao Zhongyun used his sword as a stepping stone, and the sword light flashed as he closely followed the blood shadow. But soon, Jiao Zhongyun had to stop. This kind of sword step was focused on short distance bursts, and its speed was very impressive. However, if he used it for too long, Jiao Zhengyuan's inner strength and physical strength couldn't keep up. Everyone gave up. Shen Fei turned into a shadow and followed Yu Daoshan. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared from everyone's sight. Junior brother Chen's movement technique is really fast. The others couldn't help but think of Jiao Zhenyuan praising Chen Fei's movement technique. Some people hadn't thought it was true before and believed their own movement techniques were just as good as Chen Fei's. Now, there was no comparison. Even Jiao Zhengyuan, who was at the peak of the visceral tempering realm, was far inferior to Chen Fei in terms of movement techniques. Jiao Zhaomuan didn't say anything. He frowned as he looked at the spot where Chen Fei had disappeared. If Yu Daoshan managed to escape after all these hardships, a bunch of rabbit demons might reappear after some time. They all knew how to kill these rabbit demons. But the other martial artists in the mystic realm didn't know. If Yu Daoshan secretly expanded the team to a few dozen people, things would get really serious. Chen Fei's body leaped, using the soul-chasing step to the fullest. However, he could only follow Yu Daoshan from afar and not catch up. But Chen Fei wasn't in a hurry. In order to gain a chance at survival, this rabbit demon had almost used up all the power in its body. There might be a little essence left, but without an external force, it would gradually diminish with each use. As long as Chen Fei didn't lose track of it, he would eventually kill this rabbit demon. Let me go. 111 Find those jade tokens. I know you need them. Yu Daoshan seemed to know his fate was sealed and shouted at Chen Fei. It was a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. It could only be said that when one's life was threatened, many things could change. All right. I promise you, Chen Fei said loudly. You're lying. The rabbit demon shouted angrily. Chen Fei was speechless. He suddenly remembered that the rabbit demon's use of mental strength was an instinct. Naturally, it would be easy to tell if Chen Fei was just being polite or sincere. Chapter 169 Chapter 169 A Pie of Brotherhood. Chapter 169 A Pie of Brotherhood. Chen Fei didn't feel uneasy when the rabbit demon exposed him on the spot. Earlier, if the rabbit demon truly believed him, Chen Fei had no qualms about killing it after obtaining the jade token. If the rabbit demon didn't trust him, then the worst outcome would still be the current situation. To Chen Fei, there wouldn't be much loss. Either way, letting the rabbit demon go was absolutely out of the question. Just as Jiao Zhaomuan had thought, Chen Fei didn't want to confront a group of martial artists possessed by rabbit demons, standing before him and brandishing their sabers. The rabbit demon seemed to sense Chen Fei's intentions and fell silent. Instead, it continued to change its form, attempting to shake off Chen Fei. However, Chen Fei's mastery of the soul-chasing steps made it effortless for him to adapt to these changes. Shaking him off was out of the question. Despite the diminishing effect of the Fleetfoot secret technique on Chen Fei, he wanted to try intercepting the rabbit demon directly. Regrettably, he had only incidentally learned Fleetfoot in Pingyang County, and its proficiency remained limited. As Chen Fei's cultivation and techniques advanced, the technique's assistance lessened. In a brief span, the human and demon covered over 20 miles. The rabbit demon even attempted to lead Chen Fei to the lair of some demon beasts. However, the demonic beast's aura was potent, and Chen Fei sensed it from afar. The rabbit demon refrained from advancing further, knowing that it would be devoured first, not Chen Fei. Despite its efforts, the rabbit demon couldn't shake off Chen Fei. Roaring in a mix of frustration and despair, the rabbit demon's bloodline was clearly about to surge in this mystic realm. After possessing numerous martial artists, why did its power falter today? This left the rabbit demon perplexed and infuriated. Yet, it had no means of altering the outcome. Suddenly, the rabbit demon veered ahead and rushed in another direction. Chen Fei remained composed as he assessed his opportunity to eliminate the rabbit demon. After the prolonged chase, little remained of the rabbit demon's essence. If it wanted to survive, this might be its last chance. Being trailed by the rabbit demon indicated either its desperation or absolute trust. Regardless, Chen Fei exercised caution, prioritizing his own safety. Baka, friend, save me. The rabbit demon implored urgently, directing its plea ahead. Fleetfoot. Chen Fei's speed surged due to his movement technique. While Fleetfoot's augmentation might be modest, every bit counted. Unexpectedly employing it exceeded the rabbit demon's predictions. Tisk. Chen Fei's longsword radiated brilliance as it pierced through the rabbit demon's bloodline. The rabbit demon's tumultuous emotions came to a halt, its essence distorted, transforming into a puddle of blood that seeped into the ground, confirming the rabbit demon's demise. Chen Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He scrutinized the surroundings warily. Just as he was about to depart, His gaze landed on a hole to the right. Sounds emanated from the hole. Rustling faintly. Shen Fei evaded instantly, putting a distance of 10 meters between himself and the hole. Reminded of the friend Baka mentioned earlier. Vigilance tinged Chen Fei's expression. Gradually, a small head emerged from the hole, its gaze fixating on Chen Fei. Chen Fei's eyes widened at the surprising sight. The head was transformed from a medicinal herb, reminiscent of ginseng, but differing slightly. Atop the herb was a pair of black eyes peering at Chen Fei. "Did you slay my comrade?" Despite its diminutive stature, Ginseng Baka's voice carried an aged air. Anger crept into its tone upon glimpsing the blood-stained soil, confirming its friend's demise. Chen Fei angled his longsword diagonally and regarded Ginseng Baka. Rabbit had turned into demon, and mystical ingredients had evolved to possess intelligence. Now, it held the capability to transform into a human form and even articulate speech. The rabbit demon spoke due to its possession of a warrior, absorbing the warrior's memories and acquiring the ability to employ martial techniques. However, the speaking capacity of this ginseng demon puzzled Chen Fei. Why could it communicate this anomaly contradicted logic? "I'm asking you a question. Did you end my companion's life?" Witnessing Chen Fei's silence, Baka's anger intensified. In a heartbeat, its form expanded, becoming a 3-meter-tall ginseng monster. Compared to its prior miniature figure, the present Baka exuded greater ferocity. Its aura radiated majesty, suppressing its surroundings. Chen Fei found his thousand origin techniques flow obstructed as if a pervasive mental state enveloped the area. Bang! Taking a stride, Baka materialized before Chen Fei, launching a punch. "You shall atone for slaying my companion." Baka had no formal boxing techniques to speak of, it simply relied on straightforward force. However, even with such a simple approach, its punch carried astonishing power. This was what was meant by the saying, "One force can overcome 10 skills." When your strength reached a certain level, skills became secondary. Of course, this required a significant disparity in strength for skills to be rendered secondary. Otherwise, skills could still play a substantial role in various situations. Boom! The ground quaked, creating a massive crater beneath Baka's punch. Baka withdrew its hand, leaving behind no flesh or blood. Chen Fei had already evaded the attack, reappearing 10 meters away. Facing such overwhelming power, confronting it directly would have been reckless. Phew! Baka exhaled audibly, 2 streams of air wafting forth. "You evaded my punch." Baka's tone brimmed with astonishment. Observing Chen Fei's demeanor, he already contemplated fleeing, considering his physical attributes and strength. Chen Fei's odds of victory seemed slim in direct combat. "Very well. I've done my utmost for my comrade. You're free to leave now." Baka muttered under its breath. Its body shrank, reverting to the miniature ginseng form. Chen Fei's eyes widened slightly, startled by Baka's statement. What kind of friendship was this? The loss of a friend could be avenged with a single punch. Was this truly friendship? "If you have no business, vacate the vicinity. It's hazardous here." Baka's muffled voice echoed as it stumbled towards the nearby hole, issuing a warning. "Why can you converse in human language?" Chen Fei queried, intrigued. "Oh, the rabbit brought me a human before, wanting me to follow it outside. I accepted the human, but I refused the rabbit's request. Absorbing the human allowed me to speak the language of humans," Baka explained. Baka continued forward, its ginseng form returning to the hole's entrance. Chen Fei blinked, his waist almost aching from the exchange. "Collect a human, and in return, you regain the strength of 1 punch," Chen Fei exclaimed in disbelief. "Yeah, isn't that reasonable?" Baka turned back to glance at Chen Fei, its eyes carrying a hint of disdain. Chen Fei blinked, surprised to find himself being looked down upon by a plant spirit. But upon closer consideration of Baka's words, there seemed to be a certain logic to it. Baka's strength was undoubtedly formidable. After all, it could transform into a giant form with astonishing power and speed. Its defense was likely unparalleled as well, otherwise, it couldn't withstand such tremendous force. If the rabbit spirit could exchange a human for Baka's punch, Could Chen Fei also exchange something else with Baka? The idea of making a deal with a plant spirit seemed somewhat fantastical. However, if he didn't try, how would he know if it was possible at the very least? Their communication was barrier-free. Do you know where I can obtain this? Chen Fei hesitated for a moment, then took out his jade token and displayed it to Baka. Baka glanced at the iron token and pondered for a moment before responding. I've seen it before, over by the strange locust tree. If you want it, you can go and get it yourself. If I want you to help me retrieve the jade token, can I exchange it for something else? Chen Fei asked. Surprisingly, this plant spirit Baka had indeed seen the jade token. The name Strange Locust Tree sounded ominous. It was likely a place where someone had faced unfortunate circumstances. You want to trade with me? Sure. If you bring me 2 living humans, I'll get you the jade token, Baka replied, suddenly intrigued. It had no intention of returning to its hiding spot. Since absorbing the human earlier, Baka felt somewhat different. Obtaining the jade token wasn't difficult. But what if absorbing 2 more humans led to some peculiar changes again? This won't work. Do you have any other suggestions? Chen Fei shook his head. While he could take human lives due to his professional role, he wasn't inclined to capture and feed them to creatures like Baka. You have the scent of dreamlike lotus on you. Give me a dozen dreamlike lotus seeds, and I'll give you the jade token, Baka suggested, sniffing the air and detecting the fragrance of dreamlike lotus leaves and petals on Chen Fei. The aroma of dreamlike lotus was alluring, but Baka couldn't overpower Chen Fei. It had managed to acquire some dreamlike lotus seeds with difficulty in the past, but had almost gotten stuck in the process. Although it yearned for the taste, it didn't want to take any risks. I don't have those either, Chen Fei responded, nearly rolling his eyes. If he had dreamlike lotus seeds, he would have used them himself. How could he have left them lying around? Baka was getting even more demanding. And it even wanted a dozen seeds. You don't have that either. You still want to make a deal with me? Baka looked at Chen Fei with disdain. It had only proposed 2 simple requests, and this human couldn't fulfill either of them. If it weren't for humans being slippery, Baka might have already consumed one. Do you want this or not? It's quite delicious, Chen Fei asked. Chen Fei pretended to extract an item from his pocket, revealing a roasted chicken in his left hand, and offering it to Baka. Time had frozen within the spatial grid, preserving the roast chicken's aroma. The fragrance was so tantalizing that one would crave to devour the entire roast chicken in a single bite. Baka inhaled deeply. It was indeed a scent it had never encountered. Despite this, Baka found nothing appetizing about the roast chicken. Its taste seemed peculiar, possibly inferior to that of humans. Baka didn't relish consuming humans, and the taste during its prior attempt proved unsatisfactory. Its interest lay in the novelty humans brought rather than their taste. I have no interest in this. Are there alternatives? Baka's retort resonated with disdain. Its modest requests remained unmet by this human, who seemingly proved elusive enough to evade being devoured in one gulp. What do you usually eat? Chen Fei inquired abruptly. I usually partake in these, but I've gotten sick of them. Baka extended its small hand, producing a medicinal herb aged at least 50 years. He consumed it in a few bites, demonstrating his preference for such fare. I propose a dish employing these herbs in exchange. How does that sound? Dish? Baka appeared startled. In the human memories it absorbed, the notion of a dish was somewhat reminiscent of the prior roast chicken. Nevertheless, it pondered how medicinal herbs could be used in cooking. Chapter 170 Chapter 170 100 Years Treasure. Chapter 170 100 Years Treasure. If the thing you make is to my liking, I'll treat it as a deal, Baka said loudly. Chen Fei rolled his eyes. After this medicinal herb turned into a spirit, did it forget what it was it actually needed to be to its liking before it could be considered a deal? In other words, if it directly denied your results, it would be equivalent to eating a meal for nothing and driving you away. There would be no loss. All right. You can decide after you finish eating. Chen Fei nodded and said, but one still have some things to deal with now. After I'm done, he'll come back for you. Go ahead. Baka waved his hand and jumped into the hole. Although Chen Fei was a little curious about the cave, He did not really look forward to death. Baka did not seem to be afraid that Chen Fei would summon a group of friends to surround and attack it. Chen Fei didn't know if it was because there was something strange about the cave or Baka's absolute confidence in his own strength. However, when Chen Fei thought about Baka's extreme strength, speed, and defense after he transformed, he realized that he was indeed much more powerful than an ordinary peak stage tier 1 demonic beast. Even martial artists below the peak of the visceral tempering realm would find it difficult to cause any harm to Baka. Only a group of martial artists at the peak of the visceral tempering realm would have a chance of killing Baka. Moreover, it was only a possibility. Baka was full of schemes. If he really discovered that something was wrong, his first reaction would probably be to escape. Moreover, it was probably related to the other spiritual materials that had formed spirits in the surroundings. Would he lead the other mutated mystical ingredients to fight back? Dozens of miles away, Jiao Zhongnuan handed the 4 jade tokens to Guo Linshan and said in a deep voice, "One of the jade tokens is yours. As for the remaining 3, you can give them to junior brother Chen when he returns." Good. Guo Linshan looked at the jade token in his hand and could not help but smile. Guo Linshan did not have any objections to him getting 1 piece and Chen Fei getting 3. In today's battle, as long as one's eyes were not blind, one would know who had contributed the most. If Chen Fei had not discovered the rabbit demon's fatal weakness, the people present would have lost their lives first, let alone split the jade tokens. The others looked at the jade tokens in Guo Linshan's hand with envy. With this number, they would give it all to a true inheritance seed. Together with their original one, they would directly meet the requirements for this trial. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious. However, just as Guo Linshan had thought, no matter how envious the others were, they did not dare to have any ideas about these jade tokens for the time being because the timing was not right. Chen Fei had just saved this battle and let each of them get at least 1 jade token. It was not right to immediately turn hostile and snatch the ones in Chen Fei's hand. They were all from the same sect, and it could turn extremely ugly. Moreover, Chen Fei's strength was also there, and that movement technique, to put it bluntly, if it was placed in a slightly open place, Chen Fei alone could probably beat 2 or 3 of them. Besides, they did not have a good way to do so. Therefore, although they were envious now, they could only be envious. There was no other better way. There's still enough time in the mystic realm. I don't dare to say that it'll take everyone to become a true disciple, but it'll definitely split the benefits together. Jiao Zhongnuan looked at the crowd and saw their expressions. He laughed loudly. Senior brother Jiao has always been fair. Someone agreed, and the others nodded. Putting everything else aside, Jiao Zhongnuan's distribution of items was indeed fair. He would not favor anyone. It was still in line with most people's ideas to distribute things according to merit. Jiao Zhongyuan was just about to continue when he felt the fluctuation of a jade token approaching from afar. He turned his head and found that Chen Fei had already appeared in front of him. Jiao Zhongyuan's expression changed slightly as he took the initiative to welcome them. That rabbit demon was too terrifying. It was besieged by so many people, but it still found a chance to escape. If the rabbit demon really escaped this time, it would learn its lesson and come back again. It would definitely be even more terrifying. Even if he knew the weakness, if the rabbit demon was prepared next time, it would really be difficult. Junior brother Chen, how is it? Jiao Zhongnuan asked in a low voice. Killed him. Chen Fei laughed softly. Good. Jiao Zhongnuan couldn't help but smile. This battle had truly ended well. He had completely eliminated the future trouble and didn't have to worry about the rabbit demon appearing at any time. Your jade token has been given to junior brother Guo, Jiao Zhongnuan said with a smile. Chen Fei was still very worthy of being roped in. This time, Jiao Zhongnuan's heart was even more determined. However, he did not know if he would succeed. Junior brother, your jade token. Guo Linshan handed the 3 jade tokens to him. Chen Fei lowered his head and looked at the jade tokens, including the 2 pieces in his spatial grid and the 1 in his bosom. The number of jade tokens that Chen Fei possessed actually reached as many as 6. This true inheritance mission only required 5 pieces. No matter how many, he would not get anything more out of it. Chen Fei put away the jade token and did not give it to Guo Linshan immediately. He would find an opportunity later. If Guo Linshan did not have enough jade tokens in the end, Chen Fei would give it to him then. There was still a lot of time anyway. Although there have been many changes in the mystic realm this time, the number of good things has indeed increased by a lot. Jiao Zhanyuan looked at Chen Fei and invited him again. Junior brother Chen, how about we work together next? Well, split it according to our contribution. As long as we work together, you don't have to worry about the distribution. Furthermore, the battles might become more frequent in the future, so it was safer to have more people. Chen Fei pondered for a moment. Jiao Zhangguan was right. There would definitely be more and more people gathering together. Other than the exploration of the mystic realm, they needed more cooperation to prevent being robbed by others. If it was before he met Baka, Chen Fei would probably have agreed. After all, if he really encountered a powerful mystical ingredient, Chen Fei would not be able to handle it alone. As for being alone and being robbed, Chen Fei was not too worried. After all, his movement technique was there. Of course, it was definitely not that he was the strongest in the mystic realm now, but there were only a few who could catch up to Chen Fei. Even if they could catch up, it was unknown if he could do anything to Chen Fei. Starry Night Sword, Thorn Sword, Suppressing Dragon Elephant, Thousand Origin Technique. All of these gave Chen Fei an unparalleled defense. Spatial travel gave Chen Fei the ability to get rid of the entanglement. Thus, when those people really caught up to Chen Fei and realized that Chen Fei was difficult to deal with, they would give up in the end, because when the effort was not proportional to the gains, most people would judge the situation and not waste their time on Chen Fei. I'm sorry, senior brother Jiao. I'm used to moving alone. Chen Fei rejected tactfully. Jiao Zhaoguan furrowed his brows and sighed. Jiao Zhaoguan was mentally prepared, so although he couldn't pull Chen Fei into the team, it was a pity. When the surrounding people heard Chen Fei's rejection, some of them felt a little regretful. After all, Chen Fei's strength was obvious to all. If they could act together, at least the competitiveness of the entire team would become stronger. Guo Linshan looked at Chen Fei strangely. This was a little different from what they had discussed before. Senior brother Guo, let's go. Chen Fei looked at Guo Linshan. Junior brother, I thought about it. I think one should stay with senior brother. Jiao, if I continue to be by your side, it'll be more or less a burden to you. Guo Linshan thought for a moment and said in a low voice. Chen Fei's combat strength had far surpassed Guo Linshan's. Guo Linshan knew this very well. Following Chen Fei would definitely bring more benefits. But Guo Linshan did not want to drag Chen Fei down. Although Chen Fei's movement technique was outstanding, bringing one more person would definitely be a lot of trouble. Since that was the case, Guo Linshan would rather stay in Jiao Zhongwen's team. This way, his own safety would be guaranteed, and Chen Fei would not be affected. It was killing two birds with one stone. Chen Fei looked at Guo Linshan in surprise. He looked into Guo Linshan's eyes and understood Guo Linshan's thoughts. Chen Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Guo Linshan had no choice but to follow Chen Fei to ensure his safety. Now that he had other choices, he did not want to drag Chen Fei down. Alright, senior brother Guo. Be careful. Chen Fei knew that Guo Linshan had made up his mind, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. He only reminded him. Guo Linshan smiled and nodded slightly. Jiao Zhaonuan naturally welcomed Guo Linshan's participation. After all, they were at the visceral tempering realm. This could make the entire team's combat strength stronger, so there was naturally no reason to refuse. Senior brothers, see you again. Chen Fei cupped his hands and ran toward Baka's position. Guo Linshan left, and Chen Fei went alone. It did increase Chen Fei's pace. Putting everything else aside, Chen Fei could directly eliminate the threat of the jade token alone. Chen Fei found a safe place and threw all 4 jade tokens into the spatial grid. This way, no one else could locate Chen Fei. A moment later, Chen Fei arrived in front of the hole and shook the ground with force. Baka, I'm here. So fast. You can cook for me now. Baka's little head stuck out of the hole. He did not see anyone else behind Chen Fei, which surprised him a little. He thought Chen Fei would bring people because it was not the first time Baka had met human martial artists. What medicinal herbs do you have? Take them all out so that I can see what one can make. Chen Fei stops 10 meters away from Baka. This position ensured that even if Baka went berserk, Chen Fei could still safely escape. Although there was no conflict of interest between the two parties, it was unlikely that Baka would make a move on Chen Fei. However, there was always a possibility. Chen Fei was just guarding against possible danger. There are a lot of medicinal herbs. Wait for me. I'll go down and bring some up. Baka smiled and disappeared into the hole. After a while, medicinal herbs began to be thrown out from the cave. At first, Chen Fei did not pay much attention to it. However, in just a short while, there were 20 to 30 stalks of medicinal herbs piled up outside the cave. More importantly, these medicinal herbs were all over 50 years old. The oldest stalk was already close to 100 years old. For medicinal herbs, 50 years was a hurdle, and 100 years was even more so. As long as the medicinal herbs were over 100 years old, even the most ordinary medicinal herb that could only be used to refine Kai and blood pills would become a rare treasure. In fact, if one was lucky enough, after 100 years, ordinary medicinal herbs could be turned into mystical ingredients, and their value would instantly soar. Is this enough? Baka poked his head out and pointed at the 30 over medicinal herbs around him as he spoke very casually. His expression was very similar to the calm look of a vegetable farmer pointing at cabbage. Chapter 171 Chapter 171 High Five as an Oath. Chapter 171 High Five as an Oath. Chen Fei blinked his eyes, perplexed by the strange occurrences within the mystic realm. Despite being harvested every few years, the age of the medicinal herbs present now was unexpectedly advanced. The herbs Daka was currently willing to offer were seemingly ordinary, yet he held back more valuable ones in reserve. The shift in the mystic realm's dynamics left Chen Fei wondering about the underlying cause. The mystical ingredients underwent mutation. The population of demon beasts surged, and even the age of commonplace medicinal herbs skyrocketed. Every creature in the entire mystical realm appeared to have consumed a substantial tonic, resulting in rapid growth. These medicinal herbs are inadequate, Daka inquired, noticing Chen Fei's lack of response and casting a dubious glance his way. Though the medicinal herbs were quite ordinary, Daka seemed skeptical about Chen Fei's abilities and motives if these were deemed insufficient. Sure. 111 Create 2 simple recipes for you to try. Chen Fei read the intention in Daka's eyes and offered a smile. He casually gathered a handful of medicinal herbs from the ground and began grinding them. If these medicinal ingredients were used for alchemy, following Chen Fei's plan, there might even be a chance to refine pills with 2 or even 3 pill veins. However, without a pill furnace at the moment, and Daka probably wouldn't be interested in consuming pills, the herbs could only be used to create a simple medicinal liquid. From a practical standpoint for martial artists, this approach was undoubtedly wasteful and couldn't fully extract the medicinal properties from the herbs. Do you have any preference? Chen Fei inquired with a grin. Preference? Daka appeared puzzled for a moment before realizing that Chen Fei was asking about taste preferences. He shook his head, indicating no particular aversions. The taste of raw medicinal herbs was already peculiar enough. Having consumed a variety before, Daka had grown somewhat weary of them. Thus, he didn't have strong feelings about avoiding specific flavors. Daka simply yearned for fresh and distinct tastes, which was the basis for his arrangement with Chen Fei. All right, give me a moment. Chen Fei nodded and began mixing the ground herbs. Though he lacked the optimal conditions for pill concoction, stimulating the interplay of medicinal properties was still achievable. Absent a fire or a pill furnace, the stimulation of these properties might be milder. Moments later, a faintly corrosive sound emerged. A light green medicinal liquid appeared in the stone bowl cradled by Chen Fei. The aroma of the concoction was peculiar, not in accordance with human olfaction. However, this potion was created with the purpose of leaving a lasting impression on Daka. It was meant to provide an intense sensory experience. Finished. Daka approached curiously, taking in the concoction scent. Although there were similarities to the herbs he regularly consumed, there were subtle distinctions. Daka's curiosity took hold, and he stared at the stone bowl held by Chen Fei, eager to taste the result. Sure. Have a sip. Chen Fei subtly tensed as Daka drew closer, without confidence in his physical prowess. Allowing such a formidable creature to approach him could be dangerous. Compared to an ordinary peak tier 1 demonic beast, Daka's strength far exceeded Chen Fei's. Battling an average peak tier 1 demonic beast was already beyond his capability, let alone facing Daka. Then he'll give it a try. Daka accepted the stone bowl from Chen Fei cautiously and took a tentative sip. Chen Fei watched in silence as Daka appeared simple and honest, yet cautious. Despite providing the medicinal ingredients, Daka still refrained from drinking the finished product in one gulp, fearful that Chen Fei might have added something unexpected into it. Daka took measured steps. After consuming a small amount, Daka's expression underwent a noticeable change. He smacked his lips, but he didn't identify any issues. Without hesitation, he drank the entire bowl of medicinal liquid. Chen Fei observed with a slight smile. The coarse skill of an alchemist lay in alchemical refinement. To engage in alchemy, the foundational step was understanding the various data about the medicinal ingredients detailed in the alchemical formula. Aside from the most crucial aspect of medicinal properties, information such as the appearance of the herbs, their growth environment, and taste were all considered. A proficient alchemist could easily blend and match herbs to create the desired flavor. The challenge lay in balancing the flavors and stimulating interactions between the medicinal properties to generate novel taste experiences. For other alchemists, this process was indeed difficult and required numerous trials to achieve satisfactory results. However, Chen Fei was familiar with perfected alchemical formulas that left no room for such doubts. How is it? Chen Fei inquired with a smile, seeing Daka continue to savor the medicinal liquid after drinking. The question was almost unnecessary, as Daka's expression told the story. Why would he show such a look if he wasn't thoroughly satisfied? Though not human, Daka's reactions mirrored a human's in many ways. It's delicious, completely different from what I'm used to. Daka's eyes widened, revealing his astonishment as he regarded Chen Fei. Initially, when he saw Chen Fei grinding the herbs and blending them, Daka felt somewhat let down. Wasn't it akin to consuming various herbs simultaneously? Daka often experimented with various combinations of medicinal herbs in pursuit of distinct flavors. However, the results were far from satisfying. Sometimes, the concoctions were even more unappetizing, leaving a lasting impression on Daka. Yet, just a moment ago, after consuming the medicinal liquid blended by Chen Fei, a completely new world seemed to unfold before Daka's eyes. The taste of that medicinal liquid was peculiar, defying precise description. Daka didn't feel the need to articulate it. All it knew was that it thoroughly enjoyed the concoction and was highly content with the experience. As long as you enjoy it, try this one. Chen Fei presented another concoction to Daka, who took it with caution. He still refrained from downing it all at once, recalling the importance of vigilance despite the pleasing taste. Within the mystical realm, negligence could result in being devoured by other mystical entities or demon beasts, ultimately reduced to waste. After taking a sip, Daka sensed a sensation akin to flames ascending from his mouth. The sensation wasn't painful. Instead, it offered an intense taste buds experience that burst forth. Though the previous concoction resembled a gentle trickle that lingered, this batch of medicinal liquid felt like a blazing inferno. It induced a powerful urge to dive into its intense flavors. Daka's excitement was palpable as he guzzled down the medicinal liquid, altering his perception of Chen Fei. Chen Fei observed with a smile, the result of leveraging his alchemical knowledge to subdue the formidable demon. The methods employed were indeed unconventional. Seems like you enjoy this flavor as well. A grin curved Chen Fei's lips. He needed to pique Daka's interest to achieve his objective. Daka was immensely powerful, and a forceful approach wouldn't suffice. Hence, Chen Fei utilized his alchemical expertise to establish a connection. Being able to do so was indeed something noteworthy too. One like both flavors very much. Make more. Daka returned the stone bowl to Chen Fei impatiently. Having tasted these two unique flavors, he was reluctant to revert to chewing raw herbs. Transitioning from scarcity to abundance is easy, but reversing the process can be challenging. Although Daka wasn't human, he recognized the inherent challenge. One can provide you with these medicinal liquids. Just ensure an ample supply of medicinal herbs. And 111 deliver as many bowls as you need. Chen Fei chuckled. Once you've tasted it, you'll find that the allure of a wonderful life is irresistible. Indeed, when it came to delicacies, once experienced, they left an indelible memory that was hard to forget. But, as we agreed before, 111 prepare the dishes you enjoy, but you'll need to offer something else in exchange. Like that jade token. Chen Fei's tone shifted as he brought up the details of the transaction. Daka's excitement momentarily faltered as he recalled that the human before him was initially there for an exchange. The 2 bowls of medicinal liquid from earlier seemed like a test before the transaction. However, the outcome of this test had left Daka so satisfied that he nearly forgot Chen Fei's original purpose. Once one get the jade token, will you keep making such delectable treats for me? Daka asked eagerly. Chen Fei shook his head. No, but I can provide you with 10 bowls of the 2 types of medicinal liquid you just tried. That's 5 bowls of each. Enough for you to enjoy. Daka's expression appeared disappointed. He understood the impracticality of expecting such a continuous arrangement. No one would agree to such a transaction. The jade token was with the strange locust tree, making retrieval somewhat challenging and potentially dangerous. Daka recognized the reality of the situation yet still held on to a glimmer of hope for an easy solution. 5 bowls of each isn't enough. One require at least 10 bowls of each before one can accept this deal. After brief consideration, Daka made use of the memory fragment from the human he had absorbed. The ability to negotiate mentally allowed him to propose double the price, believing he wouldn't lose out. Alright, 10 bowls it is. While it's a bit excessive, one believe we shouldn't let trivial matters come between friends. Let's seal the deal with a high five and a pledge. Chen Fei enthusiastically slapped Daka's hand, sealing the agreement. Daka seemed perplexed, glancing between Chen Fei and his own palm. Despite doubling the offer, Chen Fei agreed straightforwardly. Although Daka felt he had been slighted, he had secured numerous bowls of medicinal liquid. With the quantity obtained, it was difficult to consider himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Daka chose to trust the human's recollection. Having made a successful negotiation, he had no reason to doubt. Very well. Begin the preparation. You'll retrieve the iron plate. Daka smacked his lips, unsatisfied with the 2 bowls he had just consumed. He craved more and wasn't prepared to settle for just these 2. Chapter 172 Chapter 172 Keep drinking and you'll always feel good. Chapter 172 Keep drinking and you'll always feel good. After you get the jade token, you'll match it again. Chen Fei smiled and shook his head. This Baka had 800 eyes all over his body. At that time, if he did not retrieve the jade token and Chen Fei had prepared the medicine, Baka would probably try to take it by force. Chen Fei wouldn't be able to stop him. Of course, the chances of that happening were quite low. However, Chen Fei's intention was not to prepare the medicine in advance. He wanted Baka to stay motivated to complete the task. Baka hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Then stay here. I'll be back shortly." "I'll wait here." Chen Fei smiled and nodded. This was the result of understanding the other person's needs. Just 2 hours ago, Baka was indifferent to Chen Fei. Now, he was concerned about Chen Fei leaving. "Alright, wait for me." Baka nodded and darted off into the distance. Chen Fei watched Baka's departure. Although he hadn't changed in size, Baka's speed had increased significantly. He had even overtaken Chen Fei. Of course, without his enlarged form, Baka's threat level was significantly lower. If a conflict arose between them, Chen Fei could easily escape. True safety in a transaction meant equality. Otherwise, the other party could turn things around at any point without fear of consequences. After Baka left, Chen Fei began to organize the herbs on the ground. These were rare medicinal herbs that he rarely encountered. while he had read about them in medical books. This was his first time seeing them in person. They were quite fascinating. However, Shen Fei's primary reason for sorting the herbs was to determine what other medicinal concoctions he could create later on. Relying solely on 2 types of medicinal concoctions might briefly captivate Bacca's interest, but continuously offering only those 2 options would become monotonous and eventually bore Bacca. Introducing new elements was key to maintaining Bacca's engagement. This would eventually lead to gaining access to other desired items. Even though a lot of thought had gone into the creation of the 2 initial concoctions, they were relatively straightforward to formulate. Shen Fei had only used 3 types of herbs to create those 2 mixtures. Now, he could incorporate more herbs to create concoctions with diverse flavors. Shen Fei organized the herbs and looked toward the distant cave. Initially just a passing curiosity, Shen Fei's interest in the cave had grown substantially. Was there a medicinal garden inside? Was that why Bacca could provide such a variety of herbs? Or did Bacca collect these herbs himself? If so, it would be reasonable. If not, the implications were intriguing. There might be unmutated mystical ingredients hidden within. Despite his curiosity, Shen Fei decided against exploring the cave for now. Bacca could return at any moment. And if he saw Shen Fei entering the cave, trust could be shattered. Cooperation was a long-term prospect. There was no need to rush. As he pondered this, a silhouette rushed over from the distance. Shen Fei looked up to see Bacca returning unexpectedly quickly. However, Bacca appeared slightly worse for wear compared to when he left. Numerous whip marks adorned his body, and a scar marred his cheek. "Are you hurt?" Shen Fei asked softly. That strange locust tree was being so stingy. "It's just a useless jade token. It could've just given it to me. Instead, it refused, and we ended up fighting." Bacca's words tugged at the scar on his cheek, causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily. "Don't think I'm weak just because I'm injured. That strange locust tree didn't fare well either. I tore off one of its main branches." Bacca spoke in frustration. Shen Fei remained silent, observing as Bacca's injuries gradually healed. The lighter whip marks had already vanished. Bacca was indeed formidable, possessing not only great strength but also exceptional regenerative abilities. "Thank you for your efforts. I'll give you 11 bowls of each medicinal liquid later." Shen Fei offered his gratitude. Good. That's great." Bacca's expression brightened, his anger fading. At the same time, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Shen Fei couldn't help but smile at the sight. The objective was to make Bacca feel like he had gained something. Shen Fei began grinding the herbs. Though he could accelerate the process using his inner strength, he opted to grind them by hand. Hand grinding demonstrated craftsmanship and value, aspects that would be lost if he used his inner strength. Shen Fei had no intention of devaluing the final product. Bacca's attention was caught, and he watched in awe as Shen Fei employed 5 different methods of grinding. Shen Fei's ingenuity left Bacca unsure how to proceed with his plan to steal the concoction. Moreover, during the mixing process, Bacca detected Shen Fei's core soul energy. It was evident that Shen Fei's mind power was involved. This further complicated Bacca's intentions. An hour passed, and Shen Fei had prepared the 22 bowls of medicinal concoction that actually required less than a quarter of an hour to make. He presented them to Bacca. Bacca sniffed, his impatience replaced by patience. He had intended to seize the opportunity earlier, but Shen Fei's showmanship left him hesitating. In the meantime, Shen Fei's herbs transformed into a medicinal concoction that Bacca found irresistible. The scent was enticing, and Bacca's eyes lit up. Bacca sniffed the air, clearly impatient earlier but restraining himself. Now, seeing Shen Fei had finally completed the concoction, Bacca eagerly gulps down one bowl of the medicinal liquid after another. In this moment, Bacca forgot about being cautious, falling victim to the allure of the concoction. It's like a newborn foodie sometimes gets carried away. With each bowl of medicinal liquid ingested, Bacca's face took on an intoxicated expression. Without pause, he continued picking up bowls and drinking, his countenance reflecting pure bliss throughout. One bowl of medicinal liquid felt exhilarating for a moment, but drinking continuously meant an ongoing pleasure. Baka wholeheartedly grasped this secret, proceeding to consume bowl after bowl of the concoction. His face remained in a state of blissful ecstasy throughout. Chen Fei didn't focus on Baka's actions. Instead, he observed the jade token in his hand. It was the same kind of token every initial visceral tempering realm practitioner in the secret realm received. Bloodstains remained on it, possibly from the martial artist who fell victim to the strange locust tree. Chen Fei stored the jade token away and turned his attention back to Baka. It was only now that he noticed Baka had consumed all 22 bowls of the concoction. His eyes wistfully fixed on the empty stone bowls. "You still want more?" Chen Fei asked with a smile. "Yes. I haven't had enough." Baka licked his lips, his eyes fixed on Chen Fei. "Can you make more for me? Any other jade tokens?" Chen Fei had enough jade tokens, but he considered their potential value. The mystic realm required 5 jade tokens from legacy disciples. There was no stipulation that these plates had to be personally obtained, they could be gifted by others. Thus, the jade token became a sought-after commodity as the mystic realm neared its conclusion. It could be traded for any other desired item. Of course, one had to have the ability to protect them as well. Chen Fei might not have the strongest strength among the mystic realm's trial disciples, but his survival abilities were among the best. Even if surrounded, he could hold his own. "You still want more of this stuff, but I haven't come across any recently." Baka scratched his head, appearing somewhat puzzled. "Haven't seen any." Chen Fei was slightly surprised, but it made sense. The mystic realm was vast, and Baka's range of activity was likely confined to the vicinity. Moreover, Baka seemed like the type who preferred staying at home, so naturally, he would encounter fewer jade tokens. "Do you only want the jade token?" Baka inquired with concern. After today's medicinal liquid, he didn't want to revert to eating herbs. Not just that. I'm also interested in other items, like the lotus seeds and leaves you mentioned before. Chen Fei shook his head and shifted the conversation to the dreamlike lotus. Every martial artist would welcome enhanced mental strength, even those in the aperture tempering realm. The lotus seeds and leaves had considerably amplified Chen Fei's core soul energy during previous consumption. If he could obtain more, Chen Fei's mental strength could continue expanding, potentially resolving his mental strength concern before reaching the aperture tempering realm. "That thing, I want to eat it too, but I can't take on that lotus," Baka admitted helplessly. The dreamlike lotus seeds were the only thing he craved after tasting them. They were more addictive than Chen Fei's concoctions. Chen Fei frowned. The dreamlike lotus threat had evidently increased. Even Baka struggled against it, implying that no warrior in the secret realm could face it. Chen Fei felt a hint of pity. The supreme treasure was within reach, but his insufficient strength rendered him powerless. "There's a tree nearby bearing 2 fruits. I want those 2 fruits." After considering, Chen Fei pointed to where the Zhuhong fruit tree was situated. Though the dreamlike lotus was formidable, the Zhuhong fruit was enticing too. Consuming 2 Zhuhong fruits might propel Chen Fei to the visceral tempering realm, if luck favored him. Even if he didn't break through, he could advance to the peak of the marrow tempering realm. Returning to the sect, the visceral tempering realm wouldn't be out of reach. "Oh, you mean that tree? I know it. I want to taste those fruits as well." "Yes." Baka nodded. "But there's a snake guarding the tree. I can't handle both. If I lure away the snake, are you confident in dealing with the tree?" Chen Fei's eyes gleamed. "That shouldn't be a problem. Even if we can't defeat them, taking the fruits and leaving should be manageable." Baka nodded with confidence. In terms of resilience, Baka held himself in high regard. Chapter 133 Chapter 133 Not hurt too much. Extremely humiliated 1. Chapter 173 Not hurt too much. Extremely humiliated 1. In a dense forest, 2 figures, one large and one small, swiftly leaped among the treetops. Once you retrieve the fruit, you need to place it in the medicinal liquid. You and I will share half of the fruit. It doesn't all belong to you. Baka's voice echoed from beside Chen Fei. The Zhuhong fruit and the python were both extremely perilous entities. Baka wouldn't risk his life for mere sustenance. The python's skin was tough and its flesh was thick, rendering it nearly impervious to attacks from ordinary demon beasts. Even if they managed to penetrate its defenses, the damage was superficial. Yet, this didn't grant it invincibility within the secret realm. This mystic realm was home to numerous hazardous creatures. Even on Half-Bottle Mountain alone, there were beings capable of eliminating the python. While such demons were scarce elsewhere, they still existed in limited numbers. The Zhuhong fruit tree was among the few that posed a threat to Baka, inflicting substantial damage. In a life-or-death struggle, Baka would likely fall. Of course, the Zhuhong fruit tree wouldn't emerge unscathed either. Hence, for this endeavor, Baka aimed to secure half of the Zhuhong fruit. The Zhuhong fruit was beneficial to Chen Fei. For Baka, it was not only an exquisite delicacy, but also a potent tonic. That's why Baka consented to this cooperative venture. That's what we agreed upon earlier. Chen Fei nodded. Though he couldn't monopolize the Zhuhong fruit, Chen Fei had a shot at obtaining it thanks to Baka's assistance. Naturally, Chen Fei harbored no discontent. We're nearly there. He'll make my move once you divert that snake's attention. Baka halted. If they advanced together, the Zhuhong fruit tree would sense the threat and keep the python within. Chen Fei didn't respond verbally, he simply nodded and pressed onward without halting. Since the previous refinement of the Zhuhong fruit, Chen Fei carried the aura of the fruit, which prevented him from getting close to it. Over 10 days had elapsed, and he wasn't certain whether the lingering aura had dissipated. The Zhuhong fruit tree became visible in the distance, along with the obscured giant python below. It's not pursuing us. Did it discern that it couldn't catch up or that our aura faded? Usually, the python would have advanced at this point, but today, it remained unusually quiet. Chen Fei couldn't ascertain the circumstances, but it didn't impede his progress. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Fei stood less than 100 meters from the Zhuhong fruit tree. The Zhuhong fruit tree was clear in sight, as was the faintly visible mass of python beneath it. The Zhuhong fruit tree exhibited no reaction to Chen Fei's presence. Its branches swayed gently in the breeze while the python had risen upright, its cold eyes fixed on Chen Fei without blinking. Eager for confrontation, just one left. Was it taken or devoured by the python? Chen Fei gazed at the lone fruit hanging from the Zhuhong fruit tree. It had fully ripened to a vibrant red, yet a fruit was missing, a fact that disappointed Chen Fei. Luring a powerful ally to aid him had not been easy, but now, he was on the verge of admitting that he had arrived too late. Half the treasure had been claimed already. How could he endure such a loss? Whoosh! An arrow was drawn, knocked, and released in swift succession. The arrow transformed into a streak of light that struck the python's head with a crisp sound. The arrow had shattered upon impact, and the python paid the price with a broken scale on its head, revealing the crimson meat beneath. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The python appeared perplexed, swiftly erupting into rage. This human, who had absconded with its fruit, had left an indelible aura the last time, yet here he was again, not only returning but initiating an attack. Boom! The sound of the python thrashing echoed, toppling yet another colossal tree. Chen Fei remained impassive as he fired arrow after arrow. The projectile struck the python's head, causing scales to shatter and piercing into its flesh. Although these arrows didn't inflict significant harm, they assaulted its pride. The python's eyes radiated emotionless intensity, its intent to devour Chen Fei unmistakable. Boom! The python's immense head lunged like a lightning bolt, aiming for Chen Fei's location. With a resounding crash, an enormous crater materialized on the ground. The python then raised its head, the pit bereft of flesh or blood, even in its mouth. Tisk! An arrow materialized from the upper right, striking the same spot as the previous one. This time, the snake meat fragmented, leaving a hole. The python lifted its head, and an arrow suddenly hurtled toward its right eye. Ding! The arrow had shattered upon impact, though this arrow had been sudden, flying a mere 10 meters. The python's eyelids shielded it adequately, particularly more robust than the rest of its scales. When the arrow made contact with the scales, it could break through, yet the python's eyelids merely revealed a minute white mark, evidence of the arrow's impact. Boom! The python's cranium collided with the treetop, disintegrating a tree usually requiring 3 adults to encircle. Amidst the scattering debris, Chen Fei traversed the air, landing on the python's head. In the next instant, a gleam of swordlight manifested as Chen Fei thrust his blade into the python's skull, halted only by the skull's robust defenses. Hiss! Agonized. The python recoiled, battering its head against the ground. With a profound thud, Chen Fei reappeared over 10 meters distant. Peak Stage 1. Chen Fei muttered. In the flash of battle, had almost executed his full prowess, culminating in Sword 8, a nearly ultimate technique. Yet, despite this onslaught, the python's skull remained impenetrated, leaving it alive. Still, this skirmish accomplished Chen Fei's initial purpose. He aimed to vanquish or provoke the python into an unrestrained showdown. Despite the creature's overwhelming pursuit, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the human before, the python harbored no intentions of granting him a reprieve. Chen Fei had scarcely landed before he had to relocate. The sight of his previous stance obliterated by the python's frenzied assault, Chen Fei sprinted away, a grin tugging at his lips. He didn't unleash the full speed of the soul-chasing step, opting for a controlled yet consistent pace, thereby convincing the python it could overtake him within a few strides. Indeed, it took just a few strides. Simultaneously, his hands continued releasing arrows, their unrelenting assault rupturing the python's skull. Despite its scales and sinews, they couldn't withstand Chen Fei's ceaseless bombardment. In a matter of moments, the python's skull exposed bone, Chen Fei endeavored to uncover more of its cranium, seeking wheelmisses, hoping to find unprotected areas that might allow him to target its brain. If Chen Fei had enough patience, he might truly be able to exhaust this python to death. Of course, the prerequisite was that the python didn't return to the vicinity of the Zhuhong fruit tree. Otherwise, once the python returned, the efficacy of arrows against it would be almost nullified. The branches of the Zhuhong fruit tree could expertly intercept Chen Fei's arrows. As the human and the snake engaged in a relentless pursuit, they had traversed several miles, flattening the trees along the way. The python's focus was exclusively fixed on Chen Fei, disregarding its surroundings entirely. In just a brief moment, the portions of the python's skull exposed were multiplying. Chen Fei attempted to reveal more of its cranium, searching for any area not safeguarded by bone, a potential opening to directly target its brain. However, as things stood, it appeared the python's skull had undergone evolutionary adaptation. Its bone structure now almost completely shielded the python's brain, offering little chance to Chen Fei. Boom! As Chen Fei pondered how to draw the python, a colossal sound erupted several kilometers away from the Zhuhong fruit tree. The resounding impact reached Chen Fei even from this distance. They've begun their clash. A smile touched Chen Fei's lips. Killing the python wasn't his primary aim. Although had currently gained the upper hand, a python, even one that hadn't touched a hair on Chen Fei's head, was hardly an easy foe to defeat. Many uncertainties loomed over vanquishing a peak Tier 1 demonic beast. Though Head brought a substantial number of arrows stored within his spatial grid, much had been depleted during his time in the mystic realm. It was impractical to expend all of them against a mere python demon beast, no matter its level of importance. Furthermore, Chen Fei wasn't certain he could slay it. Snakes possessed tenacious vitality, as seen in the damaged flesh of its head, now slowly healing at an accelerated rate. Ha! An abrupt crash resounded. The python, diligently pursuing Chen Fei, ceased movement and turned toward the Zhuhong fruit tree. Summoning it back, Chen Fei pondered, his foot landing on a branch as he contemplated the unexpected development. The python seemed torn. Suddenly, 3 arrows materialized in rapid succession, aiming for its eyelids. These arrows made no noise, carried no gusts of wind, arriving in stealth. Had the python not instinctively closed its eyes when detecting the oddity, the 3 arrows would have pierced its eyeballs. Delving into its brain, Chen Fei chuckled as the jade pendant hanging around his neck dimmed. The 3 arrows helped the python decide. Ignoring the Zhuhong fruit tree's call, it resumed its chase, the near-death encounter instilling a fierce determination not to let the human evade its grasp. Chen Fei maintained his smile, his figure vanishing into the distance. The python, consumed by madness, pursued doggedly, leaving no gap between them. several kilometers away. Baka, now a giant, battled through the Zhuhong fruit tree's 5-meter expanse, enduring the tree's threshing branches. Chapter 174 Burning the Body. Chapter 174 Burning the Body. Every branch of the Zhuhong fruit tree appeared as if it were forged from steel. When pulled through the air, it emitted a fierce sound. Under such an assault, even a martial artist in the visceral tempering realm would be reduced to a pulp in an instant. Yet, Baka only shielded his head and charged straight ahead. He cared not if he struck its head or assaulted the branches elsewhere. Baka was undeterred. Sigh. That's enough. I merely seek a single fruit. Not to uproot you. Must you persist like this? Perhaps due to the pain. Baka finally couldn't help but shout at the Zhuhong fruit tree. However, the tree responded with an even more intense flurry of strikes. At this juncture, the gap between them was 5 meters. They were completely within the Zhuhong fruit tree's central attack zone. The attacks here were so frequent that they made one's scalp tingle. Yet, this location was the heart of the Zhuhong fruit tree's attack, and it was also Baka's ideal range for countering. You've left me no choice. I merely desire a single fruit. Baka suddenly bellowed. His previously 3-meter stature grew by over a meter, reaching nearly 5 meters. Concurrent with his increased height, Baka's formidable strength and his vaunted defense both surged. Where the Zhuhong fruit tree's branches had previously lacerated Baka's skin with each hit, now they only inflicted minor wounds on his body at most. Every gash on Baka's form was healing at an astonishing pace. Numerous minor wounds were already closed by the time the branches were extricated. This was Baka's authentic combat form. His berserk state. The lone drawback was its substantial energy consumption and somewhat reduced speed. However, this was the inevitable consequence of the exponential surge in his strength and defense. Presently, Baka was a mere 5 meters from the Zhuhong fruit tree. Speed no longer affected him. Baka now required immense strength and unyielding defense only. Boom! Baka unleashed a punch, obliterating over half the branches before him. Baka was about to advance when numerous branches ensnared his calves. With tremendous force, the branches constricted. The dreadful strength could transform refined iron into clay and allow it to be kneaded. Yet, at this instant, these branches caused negligible harm to Baka's thigh at most. At best, they inflicted insignificant wounds. Bang! Resembling the forceful wrenching of steel bars, Baka shattered all the branches ensnaring his legs with minimal effort. No matter how many branches entwined him, they failed to halt Baka's progress. I stated my intent. I want solely the fruit. Baka roared in fury, his hands ceaselessly pounding forward. Each punch was profoundly potent, though the Zhuhong fruit tree's branches strenuously blocked his strikes. They still crumbled. The Zhuhong fruit tree seemed to sense peril. Fresh branches burgeoned on each bough. In the blink of an eye, the quantity of branches had tripled, and this expansion was far from its limit. More branches sprouted. The branches obstructing Baka had grown so dense that he couldn't discern the path ahead. Roar! Baka unleashed an enraged roar and harnessed his full might. A root on his head abruptly withered. Baka's eyes radiated brilliance, and an energy shield enveloped him. With a step back on his right foot, Baka surged into the tangle of branches. Bang bang bang. The cacophony of shattering steel reverberated. Baka relied on this force to rapidly breach the natural barricade and arrive before the Zhuhong fruit tree. The Zhuhong fruit tree shuddered violently. It hadn't anticipated Baka would infiltrate its core. Life or death now lay at Baka's discretion. I voiced my desire. A single fruit is all I seek. Baka grunted, 2 jets of air erupting from his nostrils as they collided with the Zhuhong fruit tree. It quivered, on the cusp of relinquishing the fruit, when a colossal hand ensnared a branch. Bang! Baka wrenched the tree, both fruit and branches, from their moorings. The Zhuhong fruit tree trembled, yet none could discern if it was in pain or terror. I warned you. One wished solely for a fruit, yet you persisted in this stance. You vexed me. As Baka prepared to turn away, a touch of anger compelled him to kick the Zhuhong fruit tree's trunk. The earth quaked violently, the tree recoiling from the blow. Roots ruptured, and before it, soil erupted like a writhing earth dragon. Having vented Baka emitted a cold snort. He retreated on his right foot, clutching a small branch as he hastened toward his dwelling, several miles away. The python that had hounded Chen Fei seemed to have gleaned news. It abandoned its pursuit of Chen Fei and surged toward the Zhuhong fruit tree. Chen Fei ceased his attempts to lure the python further. After so much time, Baka either prevailed or retreated due to the Zhuhong fruit tree's superiority. Regardless of the scenario, Chen Fei retreated to his cave and awaited Baka. An hour later, Chen Fei re-entered the cavern to find Baka had returned. At the sight of Chen Fei, Baka proudly exhibited the fruit in his grasp. Approaching, Chen Fei inspected the fruit to confirm that it was the Zhuhong fruit. Then, he glimpsed a green branch at Baka's feet, adorned with numerous branches. From that tree, Chen Fei queried, intrigued. Yes. It vexed me. So one tore down the trunk to retrieve the fruit, Baka affirmed, though a twinge of regret accompanied the loss of one root from his head. These were repositories of his body's energy, employed only in dire straits. Even with daily herb consumption, Baka's head featured merely a dozen roots. Today's fruit caused him to forfeit one. Chen Fei surveyed the head before him, then the truncated trunk below. The trunk's texture indicated potential as a mystical ingredient. Chen Fei had witnessed the branch's might. Conventional metal paled beside them. It was clear the quality of these branches exceeded expectations, and this excluded the boughs above them. The branches alone harbored superlative quality. Interested had you voiced your intention earlier, one might have procured more. Chen Fei grinned, knowing that Baka may as well be an honest individual. Should you express interest? 111 accept. Chen Fei's lips curved. How could he continue pursuing other mystical ingredients if the current one didn't taste good? This thing isn't meant to be eaten. Baka chuckled, emphasizing its efficacy in only edible matters. Of course, due to Chen Fei's presence, it had become something that could make things delicious. That's where its true utility lay. You seek nourishment from the fruit or savor its taste, Chen Fei probed. There are two methods to consume it. Baka appeared puzzled, aware of alchemy. A martial artist's memory had absorbed hinted at a connection. Baka was slightly taken aback and inquired. There are two ways to eat it. What's the difference? I know very little about this, so don't you deceive me. You made the choice yourself. So what could I deceive you about? A smile adorned Chen Fei's face. There were two paths, you chose one. If you encounter problems later on, it's your own choice gone awry. What does that have to do with me? Explain the difference then, Baka requested, nodding in agreement with Chen Fei's rationale. Eating for nourishment entails maximizing the energy within the fruit. Do you know alchemy? It's somewhat similar to that. Chen Fei gestured, aware that Baka had absorbed a warrior's memory fragment, granting a rudimentary understanding of alchemy. As expected, the mention of alchemy prompted Baka to nod, possessing a limited grasp of the concept. This was due to the martial artist he absorbed possessing scant alchemical knowledge. Chen Fei nodded, divulging. Nourishment entails catalyzing the fruit's energy maximally. Do you know alchemy? It's somewhat analogous. Expecting Baka's understanding, Chen Fei was not disappointed. That's nourishment. Yet, the taste is unremarkable. To experience the taste, the fruit must be divided into two layers. The outer part is tastier, and I shall prepare that portion for you. The inner layer shall be mine, and they will be of equivalent weight. Chen Fei maintained honesty, albeit omitting one fact. While the outer flesh tasted better, it contained less energy, around 30 of the fruit's entirety. Hearing this, Baka frowned in contemplation. His just-used head root compelled Baka to seek energy replenishment. It was a source of comfort amidst this perilous mystic realm. However, to savor the taste, the flavor was of paramount importance. When seeking the Zhuhong fruit, Baka prioritized taste. Opting for an unsavory experience seemed antithetical. After hesitation, Baka tapped his head roots. He still possessed a dozen or so, sacrificing one held minimal consequence. Better to relish something exquisite first. I prefer the tastier option, Baka declared aloud. Very well, Chen Fei agreed. A faint smile graced Chen Fei's lips as he used his kai to slice the Zhuhong fruit. He revealed both the flesh and the inner layer to Baka. Seeing the parity in size, Baka's face broke into a smile. He found Chen Fei to be a trustworthy individual. Chen Fei proffered the Juhong fruit and began concocting. Over 2 hours later, he presented a stone bowl of medicine to Baka. Upon sipping, Baka's expression froze, replaced by rapture. The taste far exceeded expectations. Unlike the 2 previous medicinal concoctions, this outshone them immensely. Spotting Baka's expression, Chen Fei wore a broader grin. It seemed that compared to the other mystical ingredients before, those that came before lacked taste. Granted, Chen Fei set other mystical ingredients aside. Presently, he focused on refining his Juhong fruit. Previously, refining a Juhong fruit required 5 days. Now, with a mere half a fruit and augmented by supplementary herbs, the duration was notably abbreviated. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Fei raised his stone bowl. The Juhong fruit seamlessly integrated. He tipped the bowl back and downed the contents in a single gulp, akin to imbibing a fireball. A scorching sensation engulfed Chen Fei's entire being. Chapter 175 Chapter 175 Icy Heart. Chapter 175 Icy Heart. Previously, when Chen Fei refined the first Juhong fruit, he absorbed it gradually, fearing that the medicinal potency within the fruit would harm his body through dissolution. As a result, refining a single Juhong fruit took Chen Fei several days. Now, possessing over half of the Juhong fruit, Chen Fei could naturally refine it as before. However, the pace was sluggish. Continuing like this for a few more days could yield more mystical ingredients for Chen Fei and Baka to discover. Securing a Juhong fruit had already lifted Chen Fei's spirits. With such a potent ally, he surpassed a few visceral tempering realm martial artists in their prime. Without mentioning others, having defensive power as robust as Baka's within the body tempering realm was exceptionally rare. Even the warriors of the Big Dipper Tower couldn't match it. With Baka's herbs, Chen Fei formulated a recipe for this half of the Juhong fruit, integrating it completely into a medicinal liquid. The effects of the Juhong fruit remained unchanged, but the body's harm was mitigated. Though decades' worth of herbs were expended, their sole purpose was moderation. An hour passed while Chen Fei exhaled a breath of hot air. His flushed skin regained normalcy. The force was almost overwhelming for Chen Fei. The medicinal potency was now more than halfway merged with his inner strength. Through this rudimentary refining, Chen Fei's progress in the marrow tempering realm surged by 20%, nearly reaching 70% of the marrow tempering realm. Chen Fei still needed another day to progressively assimilate the unrevised parts of his body. By then, his realm progress might increase by another 50. Alternatively, Chen Fei could allow his body to absorb without refinement. Though this method required more time, possibly over 10 days. Chen Fei opened his eyes and noticed Baka's gaze fixed on him. "I thought you might not survive." Observing Chen Fei's unscathed state, Baka breathed a sigh of relief. Baka didn't feel any discomfort after consuming half of the Juhong fruit. Consequently, Baka couldn't have anticipated Chen Fei's body reacting so strongly after ingesting the remaining portion of the Juhong fruit. Baka had acquired a rare delicacy that day, a feast created by a chef who suddenly appeared. Baka had only tasted 3 medicinal concoctions, particularly the one brewed using the Juhong fruit. That taste was etched in Baka's memory. Naturally, Baka wished to continue savoring such delectable experiences. Lacking expertise in medicine making, Baka had to rely on Chen Fei. A faint smile crossed Chen Fei's face. He wouldn't have ingested the medicinal concoction in front of Baka without confidence. Though Chen Fei's aura appeared precarious, he could utilize the suppressing dragon elephant to suppress the medicinal potency within him during unexpected situations. Minus this assurance, Chen Fei wouldn't have dared consume the potion in Baka's presence. With only a few meetings and 2 collaborations between them, they remained fairly unfamiliar. Given Chen Fei's personality, he seldom entrusted his life to others, except when options were limited. "Did you enjoy the concoction?" Chen Fei redirected the conversation. "It was incredibly delicious." Baka's eyes gleamed momentarily, but he shook his head in regret. "Yet, only 1 fruit remains, and the tree one took it from was damaged by me. It's unlikely another fruit will appear anytime soon. Good food isn't limited to that fruit alone." As long as it's an edible mystical ingredient, I can fashion a potion to give you diverse flavors. Chen Fei offered this proposition. He didn't exaggerate. Any consumable ingredient could be transformed into a medicinal brew. Chen Fei's approach retained the original taste of these mystical ingredients, much like top-tier culinary techniques restoring the inherent flavors of dishes. Bacca's eyes glinted, avarice evident. If Chen Fei's claim was genuine, numerous options lay within their grasp. Without discussing other matters, let's focus on the closest enigmatic acacia tree here. It actually bears fruit, though Bacca rarely pays it any mind. Apart from the acacia tree's considerable strength, the fruit it produces isn't particularly delectable. It's quite dry and possesses an icy chill. Consuming this kind of fruit would lead to discomfort in Bacca's body for several days. Of course, as fruit from a spiritual material, it still harbors potent energy. However, Bacca isn't willing to endure suffering. After an initial accidental encounter, Bacca never attempted to consume this fruit again. Do you have a target? Chen Fei inquired, intrigued by Bacca's expression. When it comes to familiarity with the mystic realm, the natives are the most knowledgeable. Throughout his days in the mystic realm, Chen Fei had spent much of his time refining the acquired spiritual materials. As a result, he hadn't visited many places, and naturally, he was unaware of locations where spiritual materials might appear. It's not tasty, but I believe you. Give me a couple of days, and I'll go take a look. Bacca licked his lips, recalling the taste of the Zhuheng fruit earlier. He believed he could negotiate with the enigmatic strange locust tree. Bacca and the strange locust tree were somewhat acquainted, although their relationship developed after engaging in combat. Bacca intended to exchange some medicinal herbs with the acacia tree for its fruits. Bacca could bolster his body by gnawing on medicinal herbs to obtain energy. Similarly, the acacia tree could absorb medicinal herbs, possessing abilities akin to Bacca's. All right, I'll wait for your offerings. Chen Fei smiled, envisioning Bacca's ardent desire for the Zhuheng fruit juice. The recent dosage appeared to have triggered Bacca's thirst for its stimulating flavors, having sparked Bacca's proactive pursuit of that exhilarating flavor. His figure vanished from Chen Fei's sight. Glancing around, Chen Fei detected no anomalies. He assumed a cross-legged posture on the ground, initiating the refinement of the residual medicinal potency within him. Warmth, combined with an odd corrosive sensation, disseminated throughout his form, gradually heightening his inner strength cultivation. Unluckily, he hadn't secured the last two Zhuheng fruits. However, post-ingesting half of the Zhuheng fruit, Chen Fei's cultivation approached the threshold of the visceral tempering realm. Even absent a harvest from the mystic realm, Chen Fei could break through to the visceral tempering realm within 2 to 3 months post-mystic realm departure. Less than 3 months had elapsed since Chen Fei advanced to the marrow tempering realm, meaning he could ascend from the bone tempering realm to the visceral tempering realm within half a year. Only within the mystic realm could Chen Fei's rapid advancement seem plausible. Outside, this accelerated pace might raise suspicions and draw unwanted attention. Thankfully, these concerns were currently non-existent. After exiting the mystic realm, Chen Fei acquired 5 jade tokens, completing the true inheritance trial mission. Following an evaluation of his temperament, Chen Fei would transform into a bona fide disciple of the primordial sword sect. True disciples, comprising the core of the primordial sword sect, were figures most would shy from provoking. The ongoing refinement of medicinal potency in his body led to continued growth in the suppressing dragon elephant's experience points. Mirroring his initial experience with refining the Zhuheng fruit, this tangible advancement fascinated Chen Fei. Boom! A sudden explosion resonated from the distance. Chen Fei's attention shifted, detecting Bacca's furious roar. This commotion quickly ceased. 2 days slipped by unnoticed. Nevertheless, Bacca's fruit-seeking excursion seemingly brimmed with obstacles. He and the locust tree probably engaged in heated combat, a confrontation likely intense. A quarter of an hour later, Bacca's form appeared on the horizon. In mere moments, he stood before Chen Fei, observing Bacca's disheveled appearance, particularly a withered root on his head. Chen Fei couldn't help but chuckle. During Bacca's assault on the Zhuheng fruit tree, Shen Fei had already spotted one drooping root. Now, another root seemed deflated following his return from the strange locust tree. Evidently, Baka and the locust tree had engaged in a genuine skirmish. Otherwise, Baka wouldn't have extracted energy from his roots. Can't endure this any longer. My plan was to exchange medicinal herbs for fruits, but that darn tree refused me. Baka seemed somewhat agitated, exclaiming, "What right does that tree have to refuse me? Those fruits taste horrible." Even then, that cursed tree wouldn't budge, making things difficult. "So, you fought?" Chen Fei found this amusing. Baka was unmistakably infatuated. Non-cooperating demons were regarded as pests. The other demons dared to challenge Baka's whims, causing frustration. In the past, Baka might have abandoned the tree if fruit collection proved futile. Now, their interactions turned confrontational, indicative of Baka's intense longing for Chen Fei's concoctions. "Could I let that tree off?" I plucked down both fruits and leaves. Baka responded, revealing a palm bearing the fruits. Curious, Chen Fei accepted the offering. The fruits defied his expectations. These fruits resembled connected beans, incredibly tiny even in Baka's miniature grip. The minuscule size underscored the fruit's actual proportions. Besides the fruit, as Baka said, there were also several leaves from the strange locust tree. Despite a chilly feeling upon touching the fruit, it retained a regular temperature. In contrast, the leaves emitted an otherworldly chill, akin to exposure to sub-zero temperatures. Their touch invoked an icy sensation. "Can you create a good concoction from these?" Baka inquired, anticipation in his eyes. "Absolutely," Chen Fei confidently responded. Had he expressed doubt, Baka's frustration might have escalated. Chen Fei embarked on a thorough examination of the fruits and leaves, assessing their medicinal properties. An hour elapsed before Chen Fei registered surprising changes within his body. His core soul energy seemed frozen yet devoid of fluctuations, rather than negative. This state proved intriguing, as Chen Fei sensed every mental shift with unparalleled clarity. Chapter 176 Chapter 176 Unbridled. Chapter 176 Unbridled. "This is even more extreme than the Thousand Origin technique," Chen Fei muttered to himself. The Thousand Origin technique had refined 3 types of mental cultivation techniques. All of them could allow Chen Fei to maintain his consciousness in extreme environments to deal with various situations. Of course, something unexpected happened at dreamlike Lotus Place. In the past, the Thousand Origin technique could warn him of danger, but the dreamlike Lotus overwhelming suppression had rendered it ineffective. That was not to say that the Thousand Origin technique wasn't good. It was just that the enemy was too powerful, and the Thousand Origin technique couldn't handle it. And now, the fruit and leaves of this strange locust tree, especially the leaves, actually allowed Chen Fei to have an even more extreme mental state than usual. In this icy setting, Chen Fei could feel the fluctuation of his thoughts, and the subtle fluctuations of the inner strength in his body. Even his more delicate nerve cells seemed to be faintly aware of it. "Are these leaves all over that tree?" Chen Fei raised his head and looked at Baka. If the tree was covered in leaves like this, then the value of this tree would far exceed that of the dreamlike lotus. Although the leaves of the strange locust tree couldn't increase one's mental strength, Chen Fei estimated that this extremely detailed feeling of the body's condition would have unimaginable benefits for measuring and excavating the acupoints in the future. Chen Fei couldn't predict the exact effect. After all, Chen Fei's cultivation was only at the marrow tempering realm. He hadn't even broken through to the visceral tempering realm, let alone experienced the profundity of the acupoints. However, Chen Fei could still deduce it from the few words that Ji Hongji and the others said about measuring the acupoints. How can they be all over the tree crown if that's the case? Why would one pluck a few leaves from it? Baka couldn't help but exclaim. That strange locust tree is a big tree that's completely bald. There aren't many leaves on the tree. Most of them grow near the fruit. It's really too ugly. Baka shook his head and commented, making Chen Fei chuckle. Baka was still upset after the fight just now. However, Baka's description of the strange locust tree also made Chen Fei slightly disappointed. Such leaves were actually so rare. The level of protection must be extremely high. With Baccha's strength, he could severely injure the Yuhung tree, but in front of the strange locust tree, he could only retreat unscathed. At most, he could only pluck a few leaves. The strange locust tree was undoubtedly much stronger. Are you interested in going to the dreamlike lotus and getting some lotus seeds and leaves? Chen Fei looked at the leaf in his hand and suddenly raised his head to look at Baccha. Dreamlike lotus? Baccha was taken aback. Then he waved his hand and said, I can't go there. I can't beat dreamlike lotus. It's not that I can't beat her. It's probably because one can't even find the true body of the dreamlike lotus. Every time one get close to her, I fall into an illusion and can't distinguish what's real and what's fake. Baccha patted his body and continued. If it wasn't for the fact that my body was tough enough, I would have been played to death by that lotus flower. Baccha's expression darkened, probably recalling the fear of being controlled by the dreamlike lotus. Chen Fei grinned at Baccha. The first time they met, Baccha had asked for a dozen lotus seeds. Chen Fei thought that Baccha could resist the mental suppression of the dreamlike lotus. It turned out that he had been bluffing Chen Fei back then. Now that they were really going to fight, Baccha had no choice but to tell the truth. Roman 2. You'll refine this leaf into a medicinal liquid later. After you consume it, it can temporarily resist the suppression of the dreamlike lotus. Then it won't be able to drag you into the illusion, and you'll be able to see its true form. Chen Fei waved the leaf in his hand. Compared to the fruit, the leaf was slightly less important. However, when combined with the leaves, it could enhance the effect of icing the mind even further. Are you telling the truth? Baccha seemed a bit hesitant. When you finish drinking it, you can try it outside. If it doesn't work, we can retreat. Chen Fei reassured him. He didn't dare to venture deeper into the pool, but Baccha was resilient. Even if the treatment didn't work, he could still retreat safely. Then let's give it a try. Baccha hesitated for a moment. He thought of the taste of the lotus seed. He had had the chance to taste it once, and it was unforgettable. It was also very beneficial to his mind. This wasn't just for warriors, but also for creatures like Baccha. The only difference was the level of effect. If he could really obtain the lotus seeds, Baccha believed that with Chen Fei's skills, he could definitely turn them into delicious and nourishing concoctions. Thinking of this, Baccha felt his mouth watering. All right, wait for me. Seeing that Baccha had agreed, Chen Fei began to carefully prepare the leaves and fruits in his hands. After almost 2 hours, Chen Fei finally finished concocting the medicinal liquid. Chen Fei had spent so much time not to showcase his craftsmanship, but to pursue perfection and maximize the effect of the strange locust tree leaf. Only in this way, after Baccha ingests the medicinal liquid, will he have a genuine chance to withstand the mental suppression of the dreamlike lotus and locate the true form of the dreamlike lotus. Let's head to the pond. Chen Fei looked at Baccha. Baccha hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. There was no reason to retreat at this point. Previously, he could have said that it was for his appetite. Now that it was beneficial to his strength's growth, Baccha had no reason to give up. It was just a little risky. However, the mystic realm itself was dangerous and limited Baccha's current growth in strength. It was precisely the limitation of mental strength. In the past, Baccha hadn't found a good solution. He could only rely on the passage of time to accumulate strength. Or, he could use some mystical materials like the dreamlike lotus to boost his core soul energy. Unfortunately, none of these spiritual materials were easy to obtain. Baccha had attempted a few times before, but he was often deceived. He didn't even know where the true bodies of these creatures were. He had tried making several rounds, but he had been controlled each time, leading to mental exhaustion. With Chen Fei's assurance, Baccha also had a certain level of trust in his concoction. Under these circumstances, he was naturally willing to try again. A human and a demon. Their figures flickered as they headed towards the pond. An hour later, the two of them cautiously approached the pond and found it unusually noisy. Someone was already attacking the dreamlike lotus. Baccha suppressed his aura and transformed himself into a stick-like form. He perched on the treetops, moving toward the pond to avoid detection by the dreamlike lotus. Shen Fei didn't believe this method would work against the dreamlike lotus, but he didn't stop Baka. At this moment, Shen Fei's attention was fully focused on the battle unfolding ahead. Last time, over 20 individuals had attacked the dreamlike lotus together. They believed they could triumph and even acquire lotus seeds and leaves. But in the end, many of them lost their lives. Shen Fei had thought that no one would dare to assail the dreamlike lotus. After all, the mental suppression was insurmountable for body-refining cultivators. Dreamlike lotus seems to be injured. Baka's voice discreetly reached Shen Fei's ears. Though Baka couldn't locate her true form, he could sense changes in her aura. Compared to her usual composed and confident demeanor, Baka could detect a hint of restlessness and unease emanating from the dreamlike lotus. Shen Fei didn't reply. He narrowed his eyes. Gazing ahead, there were no fewer than 40 people there. Compared to Shen Fei and his group, their numbers were nearly double. However, the number of people meant little to dreamlike lotus. If one's mind couldn't withstand her mental onslaught, no matter how many came, they would be defeated. Yet, what Shen Fei witnessed was the actual body of the dreamlike lotus. It was trapped within an area of only a few meters in radius. The attacks of numerous warriors relentlessly pummeled the dreamlike lotus. Dreamlike lotus' primary strength lay in her mental suppression, but that didn't imply she lacked other methods to combat adversaries. At this moment, the blue light shield fluctuated slightly. With every counterattack from the dreamlike lotus, the blue light shield absorbed them all, rendering them ineffective against the surrounding warriors. Undoubtedly, dreamlike lotus' most potent ability was mental suppression. However, that didn't mean she lacked other means to contend with adversaries. The roots concealed beneath the pool were remarkably massive. Though their toughness didn't compare to the Yuhong tree, they could still withstand the various attacks hurtling toward them. However, as time passed, if dreamlike lotus possessed no other tactics, it was only a matter of time before she would be vanquished. Shen Fei's gaze shifted, and amidst the crowd, he caught sight of the source of the light shield, an object resembling a night-luminescent pearl emitting its glow. Shen Fei's eyes were fixed, but in the next moment, his mental state quivered, causing him involuntarily to avert his gaze. Each rotation of the luminous pearl triggered ripples in Shen Fei's mental strength. With just a single glance, its power was already overwhelming. No wonder it was able to withstand dreamlike lotus' mental suppression and render her powerless. Spiritual tool, Shen Fei muttered softly. Only a spiritual tool could possess such capabilities. However, Shen Fei was perplexed as to how a spiritual weapon's full power could be unleashed without the backing of an aperture-tempering state expert. Even Feng Zipu had difficulty fully harnessing the might of the Green Ridge sword after being wounded. Yet, the night-luminescent pearl was operating at its full capacity. This begged the question, how was this possible? Shen Fei couldn't fathom how, even at the cost of his own lifespan, such a feat could be achieved. Who are you? Why are you spying on me? With a resounding shout, a figure appeared before Shen Fei. His gaze assessed Shen Fei without reservation. Suddenly, the person's expression shifted. Pointing at Shen Fei, he exclaimed, "So it's you." Shen Fei regarded the newcomer and recalled after a moment. He remembered who this individual was. It was Shen Fei who had entered the mystic realm not too long ago. He had provoked a demonic beast to intentionally draw it in Shen Fei's direction. However, he was ultimately scared off by Shen Fei's arrow and fled dejectedly. He hadn't anticipated actually surviving encounters with so many demon beasts. Martial Brother Lei, this person is here for the dreamlike lotus. Apprehend him. Han Baixu's voice suddenly rang out as she retreated. Several figures moved towards Shen Fei as per her command. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow whizzing through the air echoed. Shen Fei sidestepped, causing the arrow to embed itself into the ground in front of him. Shen Fei's hair fluttered in the wake of the arrow's force, and his clothes rustled with each gust of wind. Sharpness, penetration, all of these attributes converged at one point, marking the marksman as an archery expert. Chapter 177. Chapter 177, Making a Countercharge. Chapter 177, Making a Countercharge. Shen Fei also cultivated archery, but his approach diverged from the previous one. Certainly, precision was the bedrock of archery. Yet, within this fundamental premise, a myriad of specialized techniques emerged. Chen Fei's bow and arrows lean toward robustness and weightness, focusing on employing sheer force to subdue opponents. For example, had the same arrow been loosed by Chen Fei, it would have torn through the earth, shattering upon impact, much like a mighty cannon. Against a less skilled martial artist, it would inflict harm, if not death. The arrow before him concentrated its energy at the tip, leaving no room for waste. Its sole objective was piercing power. Determining the stronger or weaker was intricate, reminiscent of comparing swords, one slender, the other broad. While both were swords, their trajectories were vastly different. Several figures approached Chen Fei, yet most halted upon observing his marrow-tempering realm cultivation. Clearly, these individuals didn't deem the marrow-tempering realm strength noteworthy. However, one person boldly strode towards Chen Fei. A stern expression mirrored that of Pan Baixu's as he scrutinized Chen Fei. This place does not extend hospitality. Depart now to preclude misconceptions. Lei Yingqiao, detecting no threat from Chen Fei, ordered him to leave. This time, over 50 individuals had congregated for the dreamlike Lotta Sake. Unquestionably, the spiritual weapon took precedence. Without it, numbers held little significance. At present, more than 40 individuals attacked the dreamlike lotus, with over 10 on standby to thwart any potential snatch attempts. Chen Fei remained silent, gazing at the struggling dreamlike lotus from a distance. The powerful core soul energy's impotence against the warriors indicated the impending demise of this mystical ingredient. Regret tinged Chen Fei's thoughts. Initially, he had planned to request the dreamlike lotus from Baka after concocting the ice-cold soul elixir. Even securing a portion of the plant, be it seeds or leaves, would have sufficed. Now, with over 50 adversaries present, rashly charging forth held no promise of success. With Baka's assistance, they might at best disrupt the enemy's operation, but this wouldn't advance Chen Fei's cause. Not far away, Han Baixu stood beside Ma Zufei and ingratiatingly spoke. Senior Martial Sister Ma, it's that person. When I first entered the mystic realm, before even acquainting myself with the surroundings, he charged over with a group of demonic beasts and implored me to aid in blocking them. He asserted it was assistance, but it was, in truth, an attempt to exploit me as a diversion for his escape. Ma Zufei's brows furrowed upon hearing Pan Baixu's account. Having launched the warning arrow moments ago, Ma Zufei observed Chen Fei's calculated withdrawal, a maneuver that intrigued her. Moreover, his possession of a bow and arrow piqued her curiosity. However, Pan Baixu's words obliterated any favorable impression of Chen Fei, provoking a demonic beast and then, instead of devising an escape strategy, seeking to drag others into peril was truly ignoble. Senior Martial Sister Ma is correct. I sensed something awry then, and one immediately distanced myself, vehemently rebuffing his plea. Han Baixu ardently agreed. But guess what, he's astonishingly shameless. Despite my escape, he continued rushing toward me and even had the audacity to reprimand me, blaming me for not rescuing him. A bona fide scoundrel. Ma Zufei scoffed. How utterly shameless. Pan Baixu fumed. He's still holding a grudge after all this time. Back then, I barely managed to escape. Thankfully, distance allowed me to flee. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Absolutely shameless. Ma Zufei sneered, her disdain for Chen Fei evident. Senior Martial Sister Ma, I've mulled over this incident. With this person's abrupt appearance, intuition tells me there's more to it. I suspect he harbors ulterior motives. Han Baixu glanced at Ma Zufei, assessing her response, and whispered, we're on the brink of obtaining the dreamlike lotus. We can't afford to falter. It might be prudent to subdue him now. Once we secure the dreamlike lotus and find no additional complications, we can consider releasing him. Ma Zufei's expression subtly shifted. Though she despised Chen Fei's actions, forcibly apprehending him was more drastic than she believed necessary. Moreover, it wouldn't necessarily serve her well. Senior Martial Sister Ma, he seems to be departing, Han Baixu added. Ma Zufei's expression flickered subtly. Presently, she possessed only 2 jade tokens. While traveling with a group in the mystic realm provided some safety, opportunities to acquire jade tokens had become scarcer. By now, over half the time within the mystic realm had elapsed, leaving 3 jade tokens unclaimed. If Ma Zufei claimed not to feel anxious about this, it would undoubtedly be a falsehood. Ma Zufei glanced at Chen Fei. With a marrow tempering realm cultivation, venturing alone in the mystic realm indicated a certain level of capability and courage. If Ma Zufei had encountered Chen Fei alone, she might have hesitated about whether or not to act. However, given the crowd surrounding them, and particularly Lei Yingcao's protective stance and interest in her, Ma Zufei felt more confident. Moreover, Lei Yingxiao already possessed other means to acquire 5 jade tokens 2 days before the end of the mystic realm's duration. Thus, capturing Chen Fei now might result in Ma Zufei obtaining this metal token. Senior Martial Sister Ma, he seems to be leaving, Pan Baiuxu added timely. At this moment, Chen Fei was attempting to extract information from Lei Yingxiao, particularly concerning the spiritual weapon. However, his questions were falling on deaf ears. It was evident that Lei Yingxiao was keen on driving them away. Goodbye. Chen Fei shook his head slightly, planning to turn and depart. Staying here any longer seemed unnecessary. It was better to follow Baka and search for other targets. Chen Fei was endeavoring to glean information from Lei Yingxiao, specifically about the spiritual weapon. Yet, his inquiries were falling on deaf ears. It was evident that Lei Yingxiao was eager to drive them away. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow cutting through the air reached Chen Fei's ears. In the next instant, the arrow pierced through him, but instead of flesh and blood scattering, Chen Fei's form dissolved like mist. Swiftly soaring through the air, the figure left behind was an illusion, a ruse that Chen Fei had orchestrated. Senior Brother Lei. This person ventured here alone. There might be a trap. It's prudent to apprehend him and conduct thorough interrogation. Ma Zufei's voice chimed in, causing Lei Yingxiao to furrow his brows. Wasn't this complicating matters? However, Lei Yingxiao detected the jade token's resonance emanating from Chen Fei's body, deducing Ma Zufei's motivation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several more arrows whizzed forth, blocking Chen Fei's escape route. Their intent was unmistakable. Chen Fei wouldn't be permitted to leave unscathed. Stay a while. Want you? We can have a little chat. Lei Yingxiao quipped, advancing toward Chen Fei. Since an attack had already been initiated, it was clear that Lei Yingxiao was siding with his own. In a swift motion, he reached Chen Fei's side and extended his hand, aiming to clutch Chen Fei's neck. The iron capturing palm, a technique to break stone and grasp iron, was executed with ease. Capturing someone was equally effortless. Lei Yingcao's cultivation reached the later stage of the visceral tempering realm, merely a step away from its pinnacle. While he wasn't the highest cultivated individual present, his combat prowess was on par with the other visceral tempering realm peak cultivators. This was why Lei Yingxiao was assigned to guard the area. His strength was trusted. Thus, as he executed the iron capturing palm, an aura of suppression engulfed from all directions, leaving no escape route. In the face of such an attack, even a marrow tempering realm warrior would be left with no choice but to submit. There was no way around it. Even if one had reached the visceral tempering realm, dealing with this situation required careful consideration. Otherwise, capture might occur within a few moves. Bang! The iron capturing palm failed to seize Chen Fei, the strike landing in thin air and emitting a muffled sound. Lei Yingxiao looked somewhat surprised at Chen Fei, who stood several meters away. The instantaneous shift in position was incredibly ingenious, catching Lei Yingxiao off guard and allowing Chen Fei to evade. Chen Fei adeptly sidestepped not only Lei Yingcao's iron capturing palm, but also the arrows sent by Ma Zufei. This forced Ma Zufei to approach, intensifying her intimidation factor. I've already retreated voluntarily. What's the meaning behind this? Chen Fei's brows furrowed. If he hadn't used the aerial maneuver, he would've been in a sorry state. With numerous opponents and exclusive rights to the dreamlike lotus, Chen Fei understood their perspective. They had the power to monopolize the mystical ingredient. so why would they share with others? However, why compel him to stay? Because of the jade token. Chen Fei glanced upward, spotting Pan Baixu in the background. He squinted his eyes, a glimmer of understanding emerging. Most likely, this person had played a covert role in this situation. However, it probably concerned the jade token as well. Chen Fei had obtained this jade token from Baka, and he couldn't easily stow it within his spatial grid. Pan Baixu wore a smug expression as he observed Chen Fei. He vividly remembered the arrow that Chen Fei had shot at him. As for who was right or wrong, Pan Baixu cared little for such matters. Presently, Pan Baixu sought to vent his frustrations because he had the means to do so in this position. Arriving alone defies logic. Sir, do you think you can challenge the dreamlike lotus by yourself if you clarify your intentions? You'll be allowed to leave later. Your hasty departure suggests ulterior motives. It's better to stay put and avoid self-deception, Lei Yingxiao bellowed, lunging at Chen Fei, his intent already fixed. This rhetoric resonated with the other vigilant individuals, prompting them to realize that Chen Fei might indeed be a scout dispatched by another team to scout the situation. At this point, apprehending Chen Fei wasn't entirely without reason. At the very least, it was reasonable. Chen Fei looked at Lei Yingxiao, drew his bow, and let an arrow fly. The arrow transformed into a streak of light and raced towards Lei Yingxiao. Lei Yingxiao sensed the arrow's force, his surprise evident. The arrow's potency far exceeded what one could expect from a marrow-tempering realm practitioner. Even though he knew that Chen Fei had arrived alone and must possess some reliance, the arrow's power astonished Lei Yingxiao. Lei Yingxiao prepared to intercept the arrow, but he suddenly realized that it wasn't aimed at him. Instead, it sailed past him and charged straight behind him. Be cautious, Lei Yingxiao shouted. The arrow wasn't aimed at him, but at someone behind him. This was completely unexpected. Bang! Ah! Pan Baixu's pained cry reverberated as he clutched his arm. At some point, it had been severed. Chapter 138 Chapter 138 Lightning Fast. Chapter 178 Lightning Fast. The potency of Chen Fei's arrows was consistent even against marrow-tempering realm experts. Had Pan Baixu not detected the impending danger and reacted swiftly to evade, the arrow would have struck him, causing a devastating explosion. How dare you? Lei Yingxiao's eyes narrowed as he witnessed Pan Baixu's miserable condition. Lei Yingxiao didn't dwell on dealing with Pan Baixu. Instead, he directed his fury toward others. To Lei Yingxiao, this was a clear sign of disrespect. In a fit of anger, Lei Yingxiao's voice thundered, his body blurring as his fists surged forward. His intention was crystal clear. He aimed to eliminate Chen Fei on the spot. Failing to do so would tarnish his reputation among his peers. A resounding boom echoed as the force of Lei Yingxiao's twin fists collided with the air, a testament to the formidable might behind his technique. Yet, the potency of a technique meant little if it failed to find its mark. Chen Fei's movements were akin to a fish gliding through water. Lei Yingxiao's imposing aura struggled to lock onto Chen Fei's position. Even if the lock succeeded, Chen Fei's evasive abilities remained unscathed, his agile dodge evading the genuine threat. Spatial evasion. The foundational movement technique of spatial evasion was executed flawlessly by Chen Fei, revealing its essence in action. Though seemingly a simple evasion, Lei Yingxiao found himself at a loss on how to proceed. In martial exchanges, assessing an adversary's moves was akin to predicting autumn through a single leaf. Yet, Lei Yingxiao refused to relent. He refused to believe that a martial artist at the marrow-tempering realm could master such a movement technique to such an extent. Lei Yingxiao surged forth once again, his determination unyielding. Amidst Pan Baixu's anguished cries, his fellow guards joined the fray, their fury driving them forward. Chen Fei's audacity to inflict harm before a crowd provoked outrage among the guards. To let Chen Fei escape without retribution would be a humiliation they couldn't tolerate. Ma Zufei's visage turned icy as her arrows unleashed a flurry toward Chen Fei. Precise, penetrating, and swift. Ma Zufei's arrows epitomized these qualities. Yet they all fell short of their mark. As they impacted the ground, they left behind minuscule depressions. Chen Fei's fluid movement made evading the arrows a trivial feat. Gazing at the retreating Pan Byakusu, Chen Fei couldn't help but harbor a hint of regret. The sheer number of adversaries present made it impossible for Pan Byakusu to exact his revenge. A circumstance Chen Fei lamented. Soul-chasing step. Chen Fei's body pivoted as he eluded Lei Yingcao's assault. A swift dash allowed him to create distance before he vanished into the distance. Don't even think about fleeing. Lei Yingcao's furious roar propelled him after Chen Fei. A determination to halt Chen Fei's escape fueling his pursuit. Alas! His blows struck empty air behind Chen Fei. Lei Yingcao's resolve remained unwavering. But he could sense the growing gap between him and Chen Fei. Lei Yingchao glanced towards Ma Zufei, who had fired more arrows recently. Despite being pursued, Chen Fei adeptly evaded her arrows while maintaining his forward pace. He's too fast. I can't keep up. Ma Zufei's teeth clenched as frustration boiled within her. A proficient archer with commendable agility, Ma Zufei's pride was challenged by Chen Fei's speed, even if she caught up. Hesitation gripped her. Proximity robbed her of the advantage her bow and arrows offered. How would she contend with Chen Fei at such close quarters? Perhaps her life would be forfeit. Moreover, she had witnessed Chen Fei's arrow aimed at Pan Byakusu, an arrow more formidable than her own. The mysteries that Chen Fei concealed remained a source of unease for Ma Zufei, who couldn't afford to wager her life. Nevertheless, her losses were minimal. At most, she forfeited the jade token, a disappointment she could tolerate. Senior brother Lei. What now? His companions rallied around Lei Yingchao, their expectant gazes aimed at him. As the overseer of security, Lei Yingcao's decision was paramount. Reinforce our original positions. Lei Yingchao drew a deep breath. Quelling his anger, a wave of his hand signaled the others to return to their designated posts. Maintaining the appearance of business as usual, the group dispersed, leaving behind Pan Byakusu's occasional cries of agony. The pain of losing an arm was excruciating, especially for martial artists. Chen Fei's figure perched atop a treetop, a mile away from the pond. His obscured view prevented a clear glimpse of the pond's location or any other significant details. What just occurred back his presence materialized beside Chen Fei, his voice laced with confusion. Bakar had witnessed the preceding events, Chen Fei's interactions, followed by combat, yet comprehension eluded him, leaving him puzzled by the human's intentions. Nothing substantial, merely a brief encounter. Chen Fei shook his head, reflecting on the altercation that had transpired. Engaging in direct confrontation seemed unwise, even with Bakar's assistance. Furthermore, the extent of the spiritual artifact's capabilities remained shrouded in uncertainty. Considering the worst-case scenario, the artifact's ability to suppress dimensional attacks, a direct clash with the artifact would be suicidal. Retrieving the artifact from the secret realm proved far more perilous than anticipated. The lesson was well learned. Understood. Shall we withdraw, maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection? Shall we continue to retreat after those individuals succeed? They will eventually seize the dreamlike lotus. Chen Fei couldn't help but pause for a moment. While this idea wasn't entirely infeasible, it did come with a considerable amount of risk. The pivotal factor lay in the spiritual artifact. Without comprehending its capabilities or how long others could control it, the danger was too great. But those individuals won't succeed. The dreamlike lotus cannot be killed. Baka shook his head in response. Why can't it be killed? Chen Fei raised an eyebrow, surprised by Baka's answer. Could it be that the dreamlike lotus he saw earlier wasn't its true form, but an illusion created by the dreamlike lotus? Could the dreamlike lotus truly be this overpowering? If it was indeed this formidable, Chen Fei's previous idea of using the ice-cold soul elixir to locate the dreamlike lotus' true form seemed rather unrealistic. The dreamlike lotus is one of the food sources for rat demons. They don't consume much, but they must partake in it periodically. If there's a risk of the dreamlike lotus' true form being destroyed, the rat demon will appear. Baka explained in a hushed tone. Baka's original intention in accompanying Chen Fei was to gather more lotus seeds and leaves. He had never considered uprooting the dreamlike lotus. Setting aside the feasibility, Baka would never do so because the rat demon would go berserk. The rat demon didn't mind how many lotus seeds or leaves were consumed, as the lotus would naturally regrow. However, if someone attempted to uproot the dreamlike lotus, the rat demon would intervene. What's a rat demon? Shen Fei's brow furrowed, his curiosity piqued by the mention of a new creature. Judging by its name, it seemed to be a type of rodent. Baka's trepidation towards rat demons exceeded that towards the dreamlike lotus. The fact that rat demons used the dreamlike lotus as a food source indicated their potency. The rat demons must be exceptionally strong. A rat demon is a rat demon. You'll see when the time comes. Let's head back and find a safe distance. Bakar scratched his head, unsure how to explain. He merely suggested that Chen Fei return and witness it for himself. Chen Fei nodded, refraining from further questions. If the dreamlike lotus true form could indeed be uprooted, the rat demon's appearance would confirm it. Given Bakar's wariness of rat demons, the dozens of warriors near the pond were facing a significant trial. Nonetheless, this encounter would provide Chen Fei with insights into the artifact's abilities. If he encountered it again, he'd be prepared. Taking advantage of chaos might indeed offer an opportunity to acquire some lotus seeds or leaves. With this thought, Chen Fei followed Baka, discreetly approaching the pond's location. The sounds of combat ahead gradually grew clearer. Baka found a prime vantage point, affording an aerial view of the pond scene. The jade pendant in Chen Fei's arms emitted a soft light, automatically adjusting his vision to encompass the distant scene. The dreamlike lotus endurance was waning. Around 60 to 70% of its roots had been compromised. Many warriors' attacks could now reach the dreamlike lotus true form. However, no one was making such an attempt. Each individual aimed to target the roots instead. After all, lotus seeds, leaves, and lotus roots were all invaluable for augmenting mental strength. Damaging them would be a regrettable outcome, an action to be avoided. Even the specific roots were being collected by designated individuals, though less potent compared to other parts. These roots still held value. Specialized individuals were harvesting them. As the skirmish unfolded, Baka's tone shifted, laced with apprehension. Look, they are here. Chen Fei's attention turned toward the pond center. A black streak, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, hurtled towards them at remarkable speed. Several martial artists stationed at the periphery seemed to sense something amiss. Before they could react, their bodies stiffened, crumbling into several pools of blood scattered across the ground. Chapter 179 Chapter 179 One-Hit Kill. Chapter 179 One-Hit Kill. Chen Fei's gaze widened slightly. What kind of power was this among those martial artists? Apart from a few in the marrow tempering realm, there were also martial artists in the visceral tempering realm at that time. The experts in the visceral tempering realm who could enter this mystic realm were all true disciples of the four sects. Their cultivation techniques were all top-notch choices. Yet, even so, he didn't possess the ability to resist at all. No, not just resisting. Those individuals only sensed a slight abnormality and were unaware of the attack they had fallen victim to. The Zhuheng fruit tree was indeed formidable. But when faced with a visceral tempering realm martial artist, there was still some resistance. It merely extended the time they could withstand the assault. However, wasn't this hamster a bit too much? Was it really just a tier 1 demonic beast? While Chen Fei remained in a daze, Rat Demon showed no signs of halting its onslaught. It continuously charged toward the dreamlike lotus. Along the way, any martial artists it encountered were swiftly dismembered with a single move. Devoid of any superfluous action. Everyone, attack! Lei Yingqiao shouted. He was positioned right in front of Rat Demon, leaving him no time to evade. Iron capturing palm. Lei Ying extended his hands forward, releasing a powerful force that rippled in all directions. Though this technique wasn't as potent as Chen Fei's, it didn't imply that iron capturing palm was ineffective. It was simply that Lei Yingqiao had underestimated Chen Fei's prowess at that time. Iron capturing palm was primarily a skill geared towards defense, fending off any attacks that could endanger his life. Lei Yingqiao was stationed close by for defensive purposes, primarily because of Iron Grasper. Bang! Under the impact of the iron grip, the speed of the dark figure's advance momentarily waned. Lei Yingxiao finally caught sight of his assailant. It was small and black, with upper and lower jaws equipped with front teeth. Its eyes were inkai black, resembling bottomless pools. Aside from its eyes, this demon rat's appearance was unremarkable. In fact, its body size was quite small, fitting within the span of Lei Yingxiao's palm. However, this seemingly innocuous rat demon had already slaughtered over 7 martial artists on its journey, including 2 at the initial stage of the visceral tempering realm. The victim's remains were utterly dismembered, leaving no chance for treatment. Blood mists sprayed in all directions, evoking shudders from those who witnessed it. Bang! Just as Lei Yingxiao got a clear view of the rat demon, an unimaginable force struck his hands. Lei Yingxiao's hands were accustomed to gripping iron with ease. He was confident in his strength and even dared to arm wrestle ordinary demonic beasts. Nonetheless, this strength that he prided himself on appeared trivial in the presence of the hamster. Lei Yingxiao's defense crumbled, and his hands were forcibly flung to the sides by the tremendous impact. Rat Demon's black eyes remained unwavering, and its movement was undeterred. Taking a step through the air, it utilized the momentum to lunge at Lei Yingxiao. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as an arrow struck the rat demon. Beginning at the tip, the entire arrow shattered, while the rat demon's body was momentarily staggered. Not a single blemish appeared on its fur. Ma Zufei's eyes widened slightly. She had accumulated her strength for a dozen breaths before releasing that arrow. Typically, this kind of attack was challenging to employ in a one-on-one encounter. Besides the time required to accumulate power, Ma Zufei would be immobilized. This type of archery, however, proved exceptional in group battles. It not only maximized the piercing potential of the arrow, but also showcased an exceptionally formidable accompanying force. In regular circumstances, even a peak-level demonic beast's defense would inevitably be pierced by such an arrow. Sustaining injury, remaining unscathed was absolutely implausible. However, Rat Demon defied the norm, retaining an immaculate fur coat without any discernible mark. Unleash! Lei Yingxiao seized an opportunity to catch his breath. With a resounding cry, he suffused his body with a crimson hue as his kai surged abruptly. Sacrifice technique, an incomplete skill that Lei Yingxiao had fortuitously come across. It granted him over a 30 surge in strength, attack speed, and defense in an instant. In this state, Lei Yingxiao was even more formidable and devastating than an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the visceral tempering realm. Nevertheless, due to the incomplete nature of the skill, his movement speed drastically declined after its use. Furthermore, activating the technique involved consuming all the blood essence in his body, and even a portion of his lifespan. Consequently, regardless of whether Lei Yingxiao emerged unscathed or not, his lifespan would substantially diminish. Simultaneously, his cultivation would be hindered, potentially leading to his regression to the middle stage of the visceral tempering realm. Recovery would necessitate a significant period of recuperation. Given these constraints, Lei Yingxiao exclusively triggered the incomplete sacrifice technique during specific moments or when facing life-or-death circumstances, such as now. If Ma Zufei's arrow hadn't arrived in the nick of time, Lei Yingxiao would have found himself in the same fate as those warriors who had perished prior. In this moment, Lei Yingxiao activated the sacrifice technique, driven not by any intention to assail the hamster, but merely to secure his survival, granting others the opportunity to respond and jointly combat the hamster. Lei Yingxiao, under the influence of the sacrifice technique, was undeniably fearsome. When executing iron capturing palm, both its momentum and power had increased substantially. The expanse in front of him seemed to constrict palpably. Suspended dust and floating grass roots remained stationary in midair. Only Lei Yingxiao's hands continued their forward trajectory, extending to ensnare the rat demon. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated as the entire vicinity nearly stilled, if only briefly. Although the rat demon suffered some effect from this collision, the impact remained minimal. Despite the simplicity of the encounter, Lei Yingxiao's hands were left fractured and bloodied. Blood oozed forth from his wounds, Lei Yingxiao refrained from parting his hands this time. Yet he couldn't help but stagger backward, expelling a mouthful of blood. Jai! The same person thwarted it twice, and a glint of bloodthirst flashed in the rat demon's pitch-black eyes. In the next moment, the rat demon disappeared without a trace. Building upon its previous high speed, its velocity surged once again. Lei Yingqiao's eyes widened abruptly. The blood in his entire body began to boil, and the surging blood even broke through the restraints of his blood vessels and skin. In the blink of an eye, Lei Yingxiao transformed into a figure made of blood. Lei Yingxiao seemed oblivious, his hands embracing the space before him. His once-dark sideburns turned pallid in an instant. This whiteness spread and transformed his hair into a pristine white. Lei Yingqiao's vital energy surged increasingly, and his mental power seethed. He even vaguely sensed the presence of his acupoints. Peak power consumed his blood essence and lifespan, elevating Lei Yingqiao's strength to a critical threshold. Boom! A resounding explosion shattered the blood mist, and a figure was sent flying, hurtling dozens of meters before crashing forcefully into a large tree. The tree shattered, and the figure finally came to a halt. It was none other than Lei Yingqiao. However, in comparison to his previous peak state, Lei Yingqiao's arms were now in fragments, and a gaping hole had opened in his chest. Even the pulsating organs within were faintly visible. One below left Lei Yingqiao gravely wounded and teetering on the brink of death. Lei Yingqiao's intervention, ultimately, bought some time for the others. Sensing the tumultuous events, over a dozen figures rushed toward this location while the rest commenced a frenzied assault on the dreamlike lotus, including its main form that was previously spared. The dreamlike lotus was now on its last legs. The relentless siege without regard for consequences swiftly depleted the remaining roots. Even the lotus leaves on its main body began to shatter. Yet, the dreamlike lotus seemed cognizant of the rat demon's approach. The surging core soul energy it emanated exceeded its previous output. The colossal blue light shield started to quiver violently. Ma Zufei's bow and arrows rained down relentlessly, sealing off every direction the rat demon might flee to. Simultaneously, the other martial artists had finally arrived and started encircling the rat demon. Several hundred meters away, Chen Fei manipulated the jade pendant to grant him a vantage point of the unfolding spectacle. Undoubtedly, this rat demon wielded considerable might. The potency of the attack that Lei Yingqiao had just unleashed was such that even Chen Fei would have evaded it, had he been the target. However, despite this strength, the rat demon bested Lei Yingqiao. Lei Yingqiao's fate remained uncertain. However, Lei Yingqiao was not the sole presence by the pool. Numerous martial artists, predominantly at the visceral tempering realm, but some even in the middle stage, loomed nearby. A handful were even on the cusp of the visceral tempering realm's zenith. Should this rat demon confront a few martial artists, their fate would hinge upon the balance between survival and demise. Most, however, would likely opt for escape rather than engaging in a direct confrontation. Nevertheless, with the dreamlike lotus on the verge of being seized, departure wasn't a viable option. Furthermore, the present company was sizable. Despite the time squandered, the rat demon could be overpowered. This rat demon was indeed formidable, yet it seemed improbable that it would exploit the dreamlike lotus as a nourishing resource. Unless this rat demon was innately impervious to mental suppression, that could potentially explain its resistance. It's incensed. As though sensing Chen Fei's scrutiny, Baka glanced his way and pointed toward the pool. Die! An ear-piercing shriek rent the air, leaving over a dozen visceral tempering realm martial artists momentarily paralyzed. Upon closer inspection, blood trickled from many of their ears. What's more, with this high-pitched cry, the rat demon's physical previously the size of an adult's palm shrank further, diminishing by over half. With its diminished size, the already impressive velocity of the rat demon surged once more. Previously, a congregation of more than 10 individuals had managed to curtail its speed somewhat. Now, however, the transfigured rat demon paid no heed to the attacks of over 10 people. It was as if it were leisurely strolling through a garden, evading the attacks of all assailants. Boom boom boom. A plume of blood mist abruptly gushed forth from the bodies of those present. Their forms stiffened, and upon closer inspection, colossal apertures punctuated their torsos. Most of their inner organs lay shattered. Death was inevitable. Chapter 180 Chapter 180 The Arrival of All Sides. Chapter 180 The Arrival of All Sides. Shen Fei's pupils contracted rapidly. With the support of the jade pendant, Shen Fei could only catch a glimpse of a black streak in the scene that had just unfolded. Over 10 martial artists in the visceral tempering realm met tragic deaths. These were over 10 visceral tempering realm individuals. With such power, they could have had a high chance of success in pushing the Zhuhong fruit tree. However, they were now all taken down by a single strike from a rat demon. They hadn't even managed to put up any significant resistance. Moments ago, the rat demon's movement range had clearly been restricted, yet in the blink of an eye, it had effortlessly dispatched more than a dozen people. Shen Fei found it hard to conceive of any possibility where the visceral tempering realm could withstand such power. The number of people no longer seemed relevant, as the rat demon's figure became impossible to capture due to its extraordinary speed. When speed reaches a certain level, it signifies extreme power. The rat demon's body, coupled with its remarkable speed, made it virtually invulnerable. Quite impressive, isn't it? Baka's voice trembled slightly. Even his own defenses might not stand a chance against an attack like that. It seems we're outmatched, Shen Fei whispered. Considering the combat strength displayed by the rat demon, it was safe to say that any martial artist in the body tempering realm who venture here would likely meet their end without exception. Of course, there was the presence of a spiritual weapon. If they managed to confine the rat demon somehow, there might be a chance. The rat demon can't sustain that state indefinitely. Baka shook his head. Shen Fei also noticed that after the rat demon eliminated the martial artists, its body had returned to its palm-sized form and was resting momentarily. Shen Fei's expression shifted slightly. It appeared that the state it had just been in was also a form of desperation for the rat demon, making it seem more reasonable. Otherwise, if the rat demon could utilize that state limitlessly, it would likely have become a Tier 2 demonic beast long ago. The situation was soon discovered by other martial artists around the pool, as over 10 visceral tempering realm individuals had been defeated in an instant. Any body tempering realm martial artist witnessing such power would be filled with trepidation. Ma Zufei hurriedly retreated to a distance. As an archer, she had been positioned far away, thereby avoiding the wave of attacks. Now that there were no restraining factors, Ma Zufei had no intention of staying put. She fled to a safer distance. Senior Sister Xiao, something's amiss over there. Someone urgently shouted at Xiao Liling by the pool. Xiao Liling, who had been meditating cross-legged, abruptly opened her eyes. A blue glint flickered in her pupils, and the night luminescent pearl above the dreamlike lotus trembled slightly. Remain calm. If that rat demon dares to approach, you'll trap it, and the exquisite pearl continue attacking the dreamlike lotus and finish it off. Xiao Liling glanced at the distant rat demon and spoke in a cold tone. Her words managed to restore some calm among those present. The primary reliance of everyone here was Xiao Liling and the spirit tool she wielded. The exquisite pearl. Spiritual tools were typically exclusive to cultivators of the aperture tempering realm. Yet, Xiao Liling had found a way to control the exquisite pearl using an unknown method, evoking envy from others. The exquisite pearl had enabled Xiao Liling to gather numerous martial artists by her side. Within this perilous mystical realm, she could safely hunt for mystical ingredients and seize the resources she desired. This marked the 5th mystical ingredient they had encountered. The previous 4 encounters had been successful. Despite the threats posed by the mystical ingredients, they had failed to breach the defenses of the exquisite pearl. With the exquisite pearl at their disposal, the martial artists could operate with ease. Xiao Liling claimed she could attain half of the aperture tempering realm's power effortlessly, making her significantly stronger than Feng Zupu. Jai. The rat demon surveyed the area around the pool. The warriors present did not flee in panic. Instead, they intensified their assault on the dreamlike lotus. This served to further infuriate the rat demon. Swiftly transforming into a black shadow, the rat demon dashed across the pool. charging at the warriors. Seal, observing the rat demon's actions. Xiao Liling's expression became serious. With a low shout, the protective shield emitted by the exquisite pearl split into two. One shield continued suppressing the dream-like lotus, while the other enshrouded the rat demon. Although the rat demon had initially intended to dodge, the light barrier formed by the exquisite pearl defied conventional logic. No matter how the rat demon evaded, it was ultimately ensnared within the light barrier. Chen Fei, situated at a distance, watched the events unfold by the pool. This was the first time he had witnessed the miraculous capabilities of a spiritual tool so clearly. Given the rat demon's speed, only a small area could effectively confine it. This was a challenge even for a martial artist in the body-tempering realm, unless numerous individuals cornered it in a confined space. However, the exquisite pearl appeared to have no constraints. It upheld its seal with steadfast resolve, operating independently of conventional logic. Was it the power of core soul energy or something else? As Chen Fei mulled over these notions, several martial artists around the pool took advantage of the situation and attempted to attack the rat demon. Yet, the rat demon's speed was astonishing. Even within the confines of the light barrier, its maneuverability had limitations. It managed to dodge the attacks of the few assailants with ease. Even if the rat demon didn't evade, its body would likely only register a dull thud upon impact. The attacks would hardly pose a threat. The few martial artists exchanged incredulous glances. Now, they grasped the same sense of powerlessness that the warriors outside the pool had experienced in confronting the rat demon. Don't concern yourselves with the rat demon. Prioritize eliminating the dream-like lotus. Zhao Liling's order echoed, while the rat demon remained at bay. The warriors renewed their assault on the dream-like lotus. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement, redirecting their attention toward the dream-like lotus. The roots had already been depleted, and most of the leaves were in ruins. It wouldn't take long to bring this mystical ingredient to an end. Bang bang bang. No one attacked the rat demon, yet it began relentlessly ramming the light barrier. The entire barrier shook violently as if it might shatter at any moment. Xiao Liling's expression grew solemn as the rat demon's assault exceeded her expectations by far. Outsiders only saw Xiao Liling casually manipulating the exquisite pearl, but for someone at the body-tempering realm, wielding a spiritual tool was anything but simple. Spiritual tools were not meant for martial artists in the body-tempering realm. Besides their rarity, these martial artists lacked the capability to wield them. Driving such a tool was challenging. Even if it cost them some lifespan, it was an arduous endeavor. However, Xiao Liling didn't exhaust her lifespan, and her manipulation of the exquisite pearl appeared seamless. She achieved this by employing her own bloodline. The exquisite pearl was originally a spiritual tool exclusive to Xiao Liling's immediate family. It was refined with the addition of a rare blood crystal and underwent specialized crafting. A single blood crystal could sometimes be worth as much as a spiritual weapon. It's good to be wealthy. By establishing a connection between the Xiao family bloodline and this specially crafted exquisite pearl, and then having the elders of the Xiao family infuse essence force into it, Xiao Liling could command the exquisite pearl. Even when the elemental energy within the exquisite pearl was depleted, it could automatically absorb the elemental energy from the surrounding environment to replenish itself, ensuring sustained usage. However, all of this came with a condition: not exhausting all the vital energy within the exquisite pearl. Otherwise, the exquisite pearl would go dormant, requiring Xiao Liling to sacrifice her own lifespan to activate it. With the power of the exquisite pearl's confinement now divided in two, the essence force depletion was accelerating. Moreover, the rat demon's attacking power exceeded Xiao Liling's expectations, magnifying the rate of essence force consumption. To kill the dream-like lotus, more than half the elemental energy within the pearl had been expended. If she delayed further, the pearl's effectiveness would fade before she could defeat the rat demon. When confronted with the rat demon once more, the situation might not be as it is now. Fortunately, the dream-like lotus was on the brink of being eliminated. With so many martial artists converging, it shouldn't take much time to take down a single rat demon. Chen Fei stood at a distance, observing the events by the pool, his brow furrowed. This spiritual tool was almost too effective. Even Chen Fei couldn't help but envy it. Prepare yourselves. Baka's voice suddenly rang out, infused with a hint of excitement. Chen Fei was momentarily puzzled, but he didn't inquire further. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the pool. Suddenly, an intense wave of energy surged from the dreamlike lotus. A sudden explosion rocked the scene. The dreamlike lotus ruptured, releasing a ripple that propagated outward. The ripples reached the light shield but were not dissipated. Instead, they rebounded, intensifying the energy within the shield. Zhao Liling's expression shifted dramatically. The essence force within the exquisite pearl plummeted at an alarming rate. Without hesitation, she opened a fissure atop the light shield, allowing the accumulating energy to escape. The minds of the surrounding warriors became suspended in a void as their consciousnesses seemed to stall. Seizing the opportunity, a streak of light shot forth from the light barrier, vanishing into the distance. A soft crack sounded as a fissure materialized within the light barrier containing the rat demon. The rift rapidly expanded, threatening to shatter the barrier. Zhao Liling's face contorted in alarm. The rapid depletion of essence force within the exquisite pearl led to its declining power. At this rate, if she didn't act promptly, the barrier would crumble before the rat demon could be captured again. In response, Zhao Liling reinforced the seal on the rat demon and then gestured with a flick of her hand. The light barrier began to whirl, and the rat demon was flung into the distance. Zhao Liling refrained from maintaining the rat demon's confinement for fear of exhausting the exquisite pearl's essence force. Instead, she chose to leverage the remaining energy to propel the rat demon away. While Zhao Liling managed the rat demon, Chen Fei and Baka pursued the remnants of the dreamlike lotus. Despite its explosion, the essence within its body lingered. It was crucial to prevent it from escaping. However, several arrows suddenly soared toward Chen Fei, swiftly evading each arrow. He leveraged Ling Jiaohua's attack to propel himself forward even faster. Ling Jiaohua was left bewildered by the outcome. Just as he was about to give chase, he realized that Chen Fei was swiftly distancing himself. Ma Zufei and a group of visceral tempering realm martial artists were also hot on the pursuit, their aim being the dreamlike lotus. Sir, I strongly advise you to cease this pursuit, Ling Jiaohua shouted at Chen Fei, his anger palpable. Before resuming his chase, ignoring Ling Jiaohua, Chen Fei maintained his focus on the distance. It wasn't just Ma Zufei and her companions in pursuit. Others who had previously lurked in the shadows had seized this opportunity to join the chase. Employing the soul-chasing step technique, Chen Fei nimbly overtook Ma Zufei and her companions. I told you to stop. Frustration marked Ling Jiaohua's expression as he swung his blade at Chen Fei. The shield and sword formation unfurled, with Chen Fei exploiting Ling Jiaohua's force to enhance his own speed. Ling Jiaohua was taken aback, and as he moved to continue pursuit, Chen Fei's figure grew increasingly distant. Chapter 181 Chapter 181 Sealing the Four Sides. Chapter 181 Sealing the Four Sides. Ling Jiaohua gazed at Chen Fei's receding figure and suddenly remembered that this person was the one who had just exchanged moves with Lei Yingxiao. Before, they were at a distance, so Ling Jiaohua hadn't paid much attention. Now, only just realizing who Chen Fei was, Ling Jiaohua finally understood Lei Yingxiao's emotions at that moment. With such speed and agility, there were probably only a few individuals within the secret realm who could match it. And yet they encountered him. The key question was, wasn't Chen Fei just at the marrow tempering realm in terms of cultivation? Why did his agility display such exaggeration? Did he channel all of his talents into his agility? If Chen Fei had the cultivation of the visceral tempering realm, Ling Jiaohua wouldn't have been so careless. And now, all they could do was watch helplessly as Chen Fei surpassed them, heading towards the true form of the dreamlike lotus. By the time they caught up, Chen Fei would likely have already escaped with the dreamlike lotus. Ma Zufei let out a soft sigh from the side. She had intended to remind Ling Jiaohua, but considering Chen Fei's spatial evasion technique and his long-distance speed, any reminder would likely be futile. As long as no one restrained Chen Fei, he could come and go as he pleased. This was the extreme convenience brought by his exceptional agility. Ma Zufei's goal had always been similar. Especially as an archer, she placed great emphasis on honing her agility. Unfortunately, though Ma Zufei's agility was decent, it couldn't reach this level. Chen Fei was oblivious to the thoughts of those behind him, his gaze firmly fixed on the direction in which the dreamlike lotus was escaping. Ling Jiaohua's group didn't pose much threat, and their agility and speed determined that they were unlikely to be in the first tier. But apart from them, there were others lurking around, waiting for an opportunity. If Xiao Liling's team successfully attacked the dreamlike lotus, these people who were observing from the surroundings would eventually pretend as if nothing had happened and leave quietly. After all, Xiao Liling's team was exceptionally large in numbers, and they had the support of spiritual artifacts. However, if the battle took an unexpected turn, their chance would come. Those daring enough to observe from the sidelines possessed formidable strength, otherwise, they wouldn't dare engage in such actions. Not to mention other aspects, their agility was undoubtedly exceptional, for without it, they could seize the dreamlike lotus, but might not have the chance to escape with their lives from this place. Chen Fei's speed was exceptionally outstanding. At the moment, there were 3 individuals about a dozen meters away who matched Chen Fei's speed. After observing for a moment, Chen Fei realized that all of them were at the visceral tempering realm in terms of cultivation, with one of them even at the peak of the visceral tempering realm. These people likely had their own teams before, but right now, only these 3 were able to keep up with the speed and chase after the dreamlike lotus. Compared to these 3, Chen Fei's marrow tempering realm cultivation stood out significantly. From the occasional glances these 3 gave, one could perceive their surprise and a hint of mockery. While Chen Fei's agility was formidable, the others couldn't overpower him in that aspect. However, they definitely could entangle him. Once they engaged in combat, it wasn't about agility but required solid brute strength. Chen Fei remained expressionless, and Baka was currently sitting on Chen Fei's scabbard. Unless Baka entered a berserk state, his speed relative to Chen Fei's would be slightly weaker. Thus, Chen Fei leading Baka made things more convenient. Of course, aside from this, if any trouble arose later, Chen Fei could suddenly release Baka to help fend off an immediate threat. The speed of the dreamlike lotus began to decrease. As a spiritual material, its natural movement was not significant. Having already unleashed its potential during its self-explosion, its speed inevitably slowed down as time passed. Consume the potion, the dreamlike lotus will likely counterattack later. Chen Fei reached into his pocket and pulled out a water pouch, tilting his head back to drink the ice-cold soul elixir. As the potion entered his system, Chen Fei's slightly excited emotions due to the dreamlike lotus instantly cooled down, and all negative feelings seemed to dissipate. Baka took the water pouch handed to him by Chen Fei and also drank from it, causing his presence to become elusive. Ha ha ha. Let me have this spiritual ingredient, there will be repayment in the future. And Shiji burst into laughter, his steps flashing as he arrived in front of the dreamlike lotus. With a grab, he took hold of it. Among the group, and Shiji was the only one at the peak of the visceral tempering realm, which gave him sufficient confidence in his strength. Buzz, sensing a human approaching, the dreamlike lotus scanned its surroundings with its consciousness. However, and Shiji coldly snorted, a beam of light flashing to protect his head. Surprisingly, the dreamlike lotus mental attack had no effect on Shiji. Those daring to target the dreamlike lotus had naturally developed their own techniques for mental defense. Of course, if the dreamlike lotus were in its peak state and not a spiritual artifact, it would be unable to withstand its mental attacks. But now, the dreamlike lotus had suffered considerable damage. Only a trace of its core essence remained within it, making it unable to unleash the peak power of its mental attack. First clear out the others, ensure the spiritual material's safety, and then find a place. You and one can each take half. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Duan Yanfeng's figure appeared next to the dreamlike lotus, and she winked at Shiji. Her flirtatious and charming intent was unmistakable as she extended her delicate hand, playfully aiming for Shiji's right arm, as if they were lovers engaging in playful banter. Get lost. Shiji's eyes widened, and he didn't even bother dodging her. He struck her with his elbow and simultaneously reached for the dreamlike lotus with his left hand. This kind of spiritually beneficial material like the dreamlike lotus was a welcome asset for enhancing mental strength. And Shiji's goal was to claim it all for himself. There was no way he'd share it with anyone else. Nobody was allowed. Thud! A muffled sound rang out, and Du Yinfeng's delicate face turned pale. She involuntarily flew backward. Compared to Shiji's peak visceral tempering realm cultivation, Du Yinfeng's level was somewhat lower. In this clash, the difference in their strength was enormous. Within the sunken water pavilion, apart from a few select martial techniques, most of its contents were not particularly focused on combat prowess. And Shiji coldly snorted. If it weren't for the critical moment, he would have made someone like Du Yinfeng pay a heavy price for daring to reach out to him. Based on their brief exchange just now, within 10 moves, and Shiji was confident he could take down Du Yinfeng, even if she were a woman, and Shiji wouldn't show any mercy. Brute! Du Yinfeng harbored a secret resentment but had little recourse. In terms of agility, and Shiji was on par with her, and in terms of strength, he surpassed her by far. No matter how they fought, she was bound to be defeated. Don't worry, senior sister. How about we share the dreamlike lotus? A cheerful laughter resounded, and Bailai appeared beside Shiji, his paper fan directed towards Shiji's head. Although it was just a paper fan, at this moment, it seemed like an extraordinary sword, exuding a tremendous sharpness, and Shiji's brow slightly furrowed, his expression turning more serious. A long blade appeared in his hand, directly swiping at the paper fan. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Bailei's figure involuntarily faltered, and Shiji was affected as well. His movement towards the dreamlike lotus left side paused momentarily. Buzz! Seizing the opportunity, the dreamlike lotus released another mental shockwave, surging towards its surroundings. This mental impact seemed to have been accumulated for a long time, and Shiji and his companions involuntarily stopped, their eyes filled with struggling emotions. Taking advantage of the situation, the dreamlike lotus swiftly burrowed into the ground from within the encirclement formed by the three. Whoosh! Shenfei's figure arrived at the spot where the dreamlike lotus disappeared. The fluctuation of the mental impact still lingered, but it was ineffective against Shenfei. Numerous details of the ground flashed through Shenfei's mind. Suddenly, his figure shifted, appearing about a dozen meters away. A surge of tremendous force propelled him as he thrust his sword into the ground. Bang! The ground exploded, and the true form of the dreamlike lotus was blasted out. Although it was a spiritual material, it wasn't truly adept at underground evasion. This attempt by the dreamlike lotus ended in failure. Such a low cultivation dares to vie for it get lost. Seeing Shenfei's appearance, Shiji sneered. People of all levels were daring to come. No Somion at the marrow tempering realm actually wanted to participate. Wealth and possessions incited human desires. But you also had to assess your own capabilities before attempting to snatch them. Shiji swung his blade, emitting a ferocious aura as he prepared to kill this overambitious marrow tempering realm cultivator. Clang! A sword and shield appeared and were shattered by the blade. But Shenfei had already used the momentum to approach the dreamlike lotus. He grabbed it. The dreamlike lotus had unleashed consecutive mental shocks, and its already depleted core essence now lacked the strength to resist. Shenfei easily grabbed hold of it. Shenfei activated his internal energy, delving directly into the core essence of the dreamlike lotus. Already on its last legs, the dreamlike lotus couldn't mount any meaningful resistance to Shenfei's internal energy impact. Its body quivered slightly, and its spiritual wisdom was erased. Even a formidable creature like the dreamlike lotus met its end. Shenfei had previously believed that the dreamlike lotus was invincible within the body refining realm, but as events showed, the world was full of uncertainties. Having powerful tools while having slightly less strength might lead to such outcomes. This applied not only to spiritual materials but also to martial practitioners, and even to all things in the world. Capture the dreamlike lotus. Seeing Shenfei's actions, Bailei eyes widened. His figure flashed, chasing after Chen Fei. This dreamlike lotus had already become a treasure that they three considered taboo. Chen Fei, a newly emerged marrow-tempering realm cultivator, was simply provoking them, asking for a death wish. You, junior brother, the dreamlike lotus isn't easy to take. How about you give it to senior sister? Duan Yinfeng softly chuckled, her gentle voice reaching Chen Fei's ears, trying to stir something within him. However, Chen Fei's heart was as calm as ice, impervious to her attempts. Clang! The sword shield flashed, blocking Wei Beilei attack. Taking advantage of the momentum, Chen Fei dashed toward a distant location. Their agility was fairly similar among the four, with Shiji undoubtedly possessing the strongest combat power. If it came to a direct clash, Chen Fei wasn't confident he could surpass him. However, in the context of snatching the dreamlike lotus, there was no need for a head-on confrontation. Chen Fei only needed to seize the dreamlike lotus when the time came. It would be a contest of who could flee faster. As the four engaged in a chase, Chen Fei paid no heed to the angry shouts behind him. As long as he didn't become trapped within the encirclement of the three, things should be fine. At this moment, Chen Fei continuously sensed his surroundings. The real danger hadn't passed yet. And it wasn't from the three behind him. The true danger came from the rat demon thrown by Xiao Liling. It was the real threat. Buzz! The thousand origin technique suddenly revved up at high speed, a sense of impending crisis closing in. In the blink of an eye, Chen Fei's heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 182 Chapter 182 Sensing the Aperture Points. Chapter 182 Sensing the Aperture Points. Eternity moment. The thousand origin technique trembled. And with a mental technique, the whole world seemed to pause for a moment in Chen Fei's perception. Chen Fei looked up and saw an almost invisible black line, which had appeared not far away without him knowing when. It was the rat demon. After being thrown by Xiao Liling, the rat demon had ultimately set its sights on dreamlike lotus. Once it obtained the dreamlike lotus, the rat demon had other ways to pursue and hunt down these humans. Chen Fei's advancing figure suddenly paused. He stepped forward with his right foot, his body retracting instead of advancing, unexpectedly rushing into the gap between Shiji and his two companions. This placed him within their encirclement. Shiji and his companions were momentarily stunned. Just as they were about to instinctively strike, they also sensed that something was amiss. A savage aura was sweeping toward them from not far away, as if it could engulf them. Rat demon. The hearts of the three trembled. They had seen the rat demon's strength clearly back at the water pool. While they were adept at body techniques, they didn't dare face the rat demon alone. Originally, in their plan, they believed that the rat demon wouldn't return so quickly. After all, the dreamlike lotus had long escaped, and the rat demon shouldn't have been able to track it down. However, the rat demon had somehow managed to track them all the way here, disregarding even those who had attacked it, like Xiao Liling. Now, they faced a dilemma. If they continued to fight for the dreamlike lotus, they would have to face the rat demon alone. The outcome uncertain. Yet, the dreamlike lotus was right in front of them, and they were reluctant to give up so easily. Duan Yinfeng gritted her teeth. Ultimately, fear overcame desire. Her combat strength within the visceral tempering realm wasn't strong, and facing the rat demon was akin to courting death. When they came here just now, they hadn't even considered obtaining the entire dreamlike lotus. They had at most hoped to get some and then escape quickly. Now that they hadn't obtained anything and the rat demon was pursuing them, Duan Yinfeng couldn't afford any more delay. She twisted her body and ran towards a distance. Folding fan stealth. The folding fan in Wei Beilei's hand flickered and suddenly disappeared, reappearing next to Chen Fei. The folding fan transformed into a sharp blade, slashing toward the dreamlike lotus. Wei Beilei didn't dare to take the entire dreamlike lotus, as it would lead the rat demon to relentlessly hunt him down. However, not taking any of it was also unacceptable to Wei Beilei. As long as he could obtain a small portion of the dreamlike lotus and consume it, his mental power would undoubtedly increase. This was a crucial spiritual material that determined whether he could advance to the aperture tempering realm. Wei Beilei was determined to fight for it. And Shiji roared, his body turning into a giant wave, completely blocking Chen Fei's retreat. The blade in his hand turned into coastal cliffs, pressing down on Chen Fei. Bang! The folding fan struck empty air, the blade cutting into the ground nearby, leaving behind a thin and long trench. The giant wave cleaved through, but it only shattered the illusion Chen Fei had created. Chen Fei's true body was already behind in Shiji at this moment. If Chen Fei were to counterattack now, it would surely throw Shiji into chaos. However, there was no need for that now. The most crucial thing was to find a way to secure the dreamlike lotus. Baka, coming! A massive figure suddenly appeared at Chen Fei's side. With a swift movement of his right hand, Chen Fei cleanly severed less than 10% of the dreamlike lotus and then tossed it to Shiji. As for the remaining 90% of the dreamlike lotus, Chen Fei held it in his hand. The heart pearl fragment appeared, wrapping around the dreamlike lotus. Then, Chen Fei madly dashed away toward the distance. Fleetfoot. Chen Fei's speed increased slightly as he turned into a blur, disappearing from the view of the others. This was a plan Chen Fei had discussed with Baka. The rat demon would definitely not let go of the dreamlike lotus, so there had to be someone to divert its attention. And Shiji and his companions were well suited for this role. The heart pearl fragment couldn't completely conceal the aura of the dreamlike lotus. If they didn't give a portion of the dreamlike lotus to Shiji as bait, the rat demon could still track the dreamlike lotus. With this two-pronged approach, they could distract the rat demon's attention. Chen Fei's figure flickered as he heard roars and explosions from behind, indicating that Baka had already engaged the rat demon in a fight. As for Shiji and the others, they were likely being held up at the scene as well. After running about a mile away, Chen Fei, taking advantage of the empty surroundings, quickly summoned a wooden cabinet from his spatial grid. He then threw his jade token and the remaining dreamlike lotus into it. Phew! Chen Fei couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. The spatial grid blocked all auras, and no matter how strong the rat demon was, it couldn't be stronger than the monk within the heart pearl back then. If the monk couldn't see through the spatial grid, a first level rat demon certainly wouldn't be able to either. Chen Fei identified the location and headed toward Baka's residence. Now that he had obtained the dreamlike lotus, Chen Fei could easily consume it alone. However, he felt that a bit of integrity was necessary. Baka had countless medicinal materials accumulated over decades, and they would be needed to refine the dreamlike lotus later. At most, Chen Fei could deceive Baka later, leaving the majority of the dreamlike lotus for himself. Chen Fei ran cautiously back near the cave entrance without encountering any other incidents. Without the fluctuations from the iron plate, and with Chen Fei being so careful, it would be extremely difficult for someone to intentionally find another person in such a vast mystic realm. However, this method will become less effective in the future. While the aura of cultivators might not be entirely constant, it does vary from individual to individual. As time goes on, when cultivators identify each other, it becomes more about recognizing the aura, the techniques they practice, and the moves they employ. With utmost caution, Chen Fei made his way back near the cave entrance without encountering any further incidents. There were no fluctuations from the iron plate, and with Chen Fei's vigilance, deliberately searching for someone in such an expansive secret realm would undoubtedly be exceedingly difficult. An hour later, Baka returned, and Chen Fei had already prepared the medicinal solution. He soaked the entire dreamlike lotus in it. The unique aura of the dreamlike lotus had long disappeared, and even if the rat demon's sense of smell were sharper, it wouldn't be able to track it here. Baka's appearance seemed somewhat miserable. Much worse than when he went to find the strange locust tree. 3 of the roots on his head had directly withered, indicating significant losses. However, Baka didn't seem to mind at all at this moment. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the dreamlike lotus. Baka had worried that Chen Fei might have left, as memories of people often showed such behaviors. Baka wasn't sure if Chen Fei would do the same. Fortunately, Chen Fei hadn't left and was waiting for Baka to return to share the dreamlike lotus. Next, we're going to start preparing the medicinal solution. Do you want to refine it for scholarly pursuits or for martial cultivation? Chen Fei looked at Baka. a smile playing on his lips. Bacca blinked. Refine it for scholarly pursuits or for martial cultivation, but Chen Fei not running away had greatly increased Bacca's trust in him. Bacca believed that Chen Fei wouldn't deceive him. Chen Fei was a good human. An hour later, Chen Fei held a stone bowl containing 80% of the dream-like lotus medicinal power. This was Bacca's own choice. It has nothing to do with me, Chen Fei silently thought. Then took a sip of the medicinal solution from the stone bowl. Boom! As if a deep tremor within his soul, Chen Fei's mental power surged. Illusions filled his sea of consciousness as he tightly controlled it, vigorously employing the 1,000 origin technique. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Although most of the physical form of the dreamlike lotus had dissipated, leaving only its essence, the benefits it provided for mental power were far superior due to its essence compared to the lotus seeds and leaves. Chen Fei had been refining the medicinal solution for several days now, and his mental power had been continuously growing. Even so, the medicinal power of the dreamlike lotus hadn't been fully digested yet. Every time Chen Fei finished a period of refinement, he would pause and rest briefly before continuing his practice. Bacca, on the other hand, had quickly assimilated the medicinal power of the dreamlike lotus. His strength had further increased, and he had started to assist Chen Fei in guarding. Clearly, Chen Fei had completely gained Bacca's trust. In Chen Fei's sea of consciousness, his mental power had turned into countless threads, like a towering tree, securely guarding his mental essence within it. The mental power outside of the essence kept surging, allowing this mental tree to continuously grow. While Chen Fei was diligently refining the dream-like lotus, conflicts in other parts of the secret realm started to intensify and become more frequent. As the 1-month deadline approached, almost all the exploration that could be done within the secret realm had been completed. Even the terrifying half-bottle mountain had been entered by cultivators. Of course, the ultimate outcome was unknown, and the group of individuals hadn't been seen again. In the later stages of the trial, the most important matter was on the table: the iron plates. Only by gathering all 5 jade tokens could one become a true disciple. At that point, whether it was techniques or other resources for cultivation, they would be prioritized for true disciples. For a sect, aside from considering the strength of top fighters, the quality of disciples, especially the quality of true disciples, was a crucial factor. Whether a sect's heritage could truly be carried on depended on how capable their true disciples were. This was why every sect placed a great deal of importance on their true disciples. The 4 factions within the secret realm were competing with each other, hoping that true disciples would not just be delicate flowers, but could adapt to the harsh world of martial arts. Survival of the fittest. The law of the jungle: advance or fall back. In a certain part of the mystic realm, Guo Linshan wiped blood off his face. He looked around. Many were injured, and there had been numerous casualties. Their group had unexpectedly fallen into an ambush, but fortunately, they had managed to endure and eventually turned the situation around. I should have enough jade tokens now, Guo Linshan murmured to himself, leaning tiredly against a tree and thinking of Chen Fei. But Guo Linshan knew that with Chen Fei's strength, obtaining 5 jade tokens would surely be no problem. Amidst the turmoil within the mystic realm, after 9 days of receiving the dreamlike lotus, Chen Fei had finally absorbed all of its medicinal power. His mental sea had already transformed into a lush tree with numerous branches and leaves. My mental power has doubled directly. Feeling the situation within his mental sea, Chen Fei murmured to himself. Mental power became increasingly challenging to grow as one progressed further, even more so than cultivating inner energy. Yet, even so, as the essence of the dreamlike lotus was absorbed, his mental power skyrocketed, and faintly, Chen Fei even sensed the locations of his acupoints. However, Chen Fei didn't have a way to measure the acupoints, so he wasn't sure if he was correct. Meanwhile, the internal energy within Chen Fei's body was rapidly circulating. Due to the might of his mental power, he didn't need to expend any mental effort to operate his inner energy. Moreover, due to the unique martial technique of the Zhang family, the divine refinement chant, the stronger the mental power, the faster the inner energy cultivation. Following this rhythm, Shen Fei wouldn't need to consume any spiritual materials. He could likely advance his cultivation to the visceral tempering realm within a month, and perhaps even faster. It seems like the mystic realm is about to end. A jade token appeared in Shen Fei's hand, emitting strong fluctuations. It not only guided other jade tokens, but also pointed to the portal leading out of the mystic realm. The mystic realm lasted for a month. But in reality, one could leave freely during the final 3 days, and there was more than one portal. Although the 4 factions wanted their disciples to be tested through competition, they also didn't want to see everyone wiped out in the end. That would be going a bit too far. Friend, are you leaving? Baka emerged from the cave, seeing Chen Fei's alertness and suddenly asking, "Yes, I'm leaving." Chen Fei nodded. There were still 3 days left, and he could continue to search for some mystical ingredients. However, the drastically enhanced mental power had given Chen Fei a deeper understanding of this mystic realm. There were great dangers everywhere, from all directions. But the greatest danger lay in Half-Bottle Mountain. That ever-present sense of crisis constantly pressed on Chen Fei. Simply obtaining spiritual materials must have already been done by others, those that were difficult to deal with. Even relying on Chen Fei and Baka probably couldn't be overcome due to insufficient strength. Since that's the case, why not leave now and return to the primordial sword sect to accept the inheritance of a true disciple? Chapter 183 Chapter 183 Growth Type Spiritual Artifact. Chapter 183 Growth Type Spiritual Artifact. Baka's face revealed an expression of reluctance upon hearing that Chen Fei was truly leaving. Baka knew that Chen Fei always had to depart from here, and the fragments of human memories it absorbed had made it clear to Baka that the place it lived in was just a small corner of the world. Beyond that lay a much broader expanse. Chen Fei came from the outside, as did all humans. When the time comes, everyone will leave here. Baka also had a bit of longing for the outside world, but it knew it couldn't leave. With its identity, the moment it appears outside, it would immediately be captured and most likely end up being used for alchemical purposes. Will you come back to see me? Baka stared at Chen Fei with wide eyes. Compared to the friendship with the rabbit demon, Baka felt a strong connection with Chen Fei. At least, if Chen Fei were in danger, Baka wouldn't just use a single punch. If the opportunity arises, Chen Fei looked at Baka, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. He wasn't sure if this counted as a well-intentioned lie, but from what Chen Fei sensed, the tremendous changes in this realm weren't limited to just the spirit materials and beasts. The entire realm seemed to be elevating, somewhat similar to the advancement of a warrior's realm. If that were indeed the case, then second-tier demonic beasts would soon appear in this realm, equivalent to those in the aperture tempering realm for cultivators, and they wouldn't be rejected by the realm. Precisely due to this perception, Chen Fei began to feel that this place was becoming extremely dangerous. Beings like Baka were already on the verge of reaching the second-tier demonic realm. Given the right opportunity, they could break through to the second tier. And there were many creatures like Baka in this current realm, so many that Baka wasn't even among the strongest. The Half-Bottle Mountain, Chen Fei only had to sense it slightly to detect the immense terror it contained. Clearly, many powerful beings were currently in hiding, waiting for the realm's upgrade, after which they could all ascend together. The duration for this change was uncertain. Chen Fei couldn't estimate whether it would take a few months or perhaps the next moment. All right, it's a deal. Baka extended its little fist. Chen Fei was momentarily puzzled but then understood and extended his fist as well, giving Baka's fist a light bump. This was their way of making a gentleman's agreement. Half an hour later, Chen Fei left the position of the cave with a bag of herbs given by Baka. The quantity of herbs was substantial. Baka had gifted several plants with a century's worth of growth, a rarity in the outside world. After running a distance, Chen Fei stashed the most precious ones into his spatial grid and carried the rest. The ones he didn't hide were items Chen Fei presented openly, as he couldn't leave the sect without turning in anything, and it wouldn't sit well with the sect. There was also the jade token Chen Fei had won on him to guide his way out. The remaining 6 were stored in his spatial grid. Shen Fei wanted to make contact with Guo Linshan first to check if he had enough tokens. Before deciding how to handle the extra two, Shen Fei moved forward cautiously while sensing the surge of his mental power and observing the changes in his body. After a moment, a smile crept onto Shen Fei's face. Besides the previously sensed surge in mental power that rapidly elevated his internal energy cultivation, Shen Fei found that his body's responsiveness had increased as he executed his body techniques. In a matter of moments, Shen Fei's face broke into a smile. In addition to the earlier surge in mental power, which accelerated the growth of his inner strength cultivation, he now discovered that his body's responsiveness had improved significantly as he utilized his body techniques. It was similar to the enhancement of his sensory acuity and bodily agility that usually accompanied advancement to a new realm. At this moment, the surge in mental power allowed every command he issued to his body to receive swift responses. Previously, Shen Fei couldn't sense any delays in his body's reactions. However, compared to his previous state, he now clearly felt that his sensitivity had increased another notch. Despite this incremental improvement, while Shen Fei was still in the marrow tempering realm and his cultivation method remained the same, his combat strength had grown remarkably. Furthermore, he was able to efficiently harness every ounce of strength within his body. While it wouldn't be accurate to say that 1 unit of strength had become 2, a 30% enhancement was more than sufficient. This was an incredibly exaggerated growth. The fluctuations emanating from the Jade token grew increasingly distinct, indicating that he was nearing the exit of the sect. Simultaneously, the Jade token no longer picked up signals from the other Jade tokens. Clearly, the sect considered this trial to be approaching its conclusion. No longer did the sect require disciples to continue with the brutal fighting amongst themselves. Climbing up a hill, Shen Fei looked ahead, following the guidance. There was roughly less than 3 miles left before he would officially leave the secret realm. Just as Shen Fei was about to leave his current spot, his steps suddenly faltered. Coming to a halt, a gentle breeze brushed by, causing the waist-high wild grass to sway with the wind. Narrowing his eyes, Shen Fei surveyed his surroundings. His hair was blown back by the wind, revealing his forehead. In the next moment, the longbow on his back came into his left hand. An arrow was knocked onto the bowstring, and with a firm pull of Shen Fei's right arm, the arrow transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from his hand. Boom! Like a heavy artillery strike, the thicket to the right was suddenly blasted apart, sending grass debris flying everywhere. Simultaneously, a figure shot out from within the thicket, and upon closer inspection, it was clear that the palm of his right hand had been torn apart. Evidently, the previous arrow had made it quite difficult for him to defend against. "It's a misunderstanding," Feng Dali shouted loudly, but his response was met with another arrow hurtling toward him. Feng Dali's expression slightly changed. Although he had hurriedly caught the first arrow, he couldn't deceive himself about the force contained within it. Feng Dali sighed inwardly. Running into a tough opponent at this juncture was unfortunate. He had only recently reached the marrow tempering realm. So what kind of terrifying archery and strength was this? Bang! In midair, Feng Dali lost his balance as the arrow hit him. He attempted to flee, but he realized several arrows were headed his way. Feng Dali was filled with dread, wildly wielding the longsword in his hand and desperately fleeing into the distance. "You rascal! Don't harm my senior brother," another voice shouted from another direction, and 3 figures jumped out of the thicket. However, they merely called out they didn't dare to charge forward. Feng Dali was the strongest among the 4 of them in terms of cultivation and combat prowess. Yet, he had been pushed into a precarious situation by just a few arrows. If they dared to rush forward, they would likely be shot before even approaching Shen Fei. Their intention for jumping out was more about diverting Shen Fei's attention, giving Feng Dali a chance to escape. However, Shen Fei, upon hearing their shouts, didn't respond at all. He continued to shoot arrows at Feng Dali. In just a moment, his quiver was left with less than half its contents. An arrow grazed Feng Dali's thigh, the explosion ripping through the flesh on the side of his thigh. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Yet, after that shout, He gritted his teeth and fled into the distance. The other three saw Feng Dali's miserable state and were all shocked. None of them dared to call out anymore. They too fled frantically in different directions. It was astonishing. A marrow-tempering cultivator skilled in archery had the four of them retreating rather than approaching. They could only desperately run away, terrified of moving too slowly. Chen Fei watched as Feng Dali and the others disappeared. Then he lowered the bow in his hand. Intercepting others on the road meant being prepared for counterattacks. If Feng Dali hadn't been injured just now, Chen Fei might have continued to attack, shouldering the bow and arrows. Chen Fei continued on toward the indicated location. Over the next 3 miles, he encountered no more roadblocking individuals, apart from the secret realm being extensive and the roadblockers being too dispersed. The ghastly scream of Feng Dali might have made the others wary and caused them to avoid Chen Fei's direction. Finally, after Chen Fei jumped onto a huge rock, he saw a spatial ripple several hundred meters ahead. A portal was shimmering with ripples. That was the exit. There were several exits like this within the secret realm. By now, the Jade Token had sensed the proximity of the exit. As long as inner energy was infused into the Jade Token, it would rapidly pull the body towards the exit, sending the person out of the secret realm. This measure was considered the sect's final act of gentleness during this trial, ensuring you wouldn't be cornered by a group of people before reaching the exit. At this moment, around 10 meters from the portal, dozens of people were gathered, exchanging resources amongst themselves. Many had even set up stalls directly. This time, the secret realm was much more dangerous than the previous records had indicated. However, the resources that could be obtained within the realm had also increased significantly. Aside from the spiritual materials, even just the herbs from several decades' growth, while not exactly abundant, could still be found with careful searching. In addition to the herbs, there were some ores used for crafting weapons, and even soils that were hard to come by in the outside world. People were bringing these items out to sell or exchange. Chen Fei observed from a distance for a while, not detecting any danger. Only then did he approach with confidence. There were no loud haggling cries. Instead, those interested in certain items would quietly negotiate. Occasionally, there might be intense arguments, but they would quickly be settled as well. There wasn't a powerful force keeping order here. The slightest friction could lead to chaos. However, this place had its own set of unwritten rules. Everyone hoped to acquire what satisfied them. Therefore, there was some risk involved in exchanges here. But many people were willing to try, especially given the demand for the Jade Tokens. In the sect's true transmission trial, collecting 5 Jade Tokens was the goal. How one acquired them didn't matter to the sect, whether it was through theft, aggression, or other forms of exchange. The sect didn't intervene. In the martial world, strength was respected, but that wasn't the only aspect. Entanglement over interests was ubiquitous. As long as you achieved your objectives, the methods were secondary. Everyone here seemed cautious, wary of one another. The slightest misstep could trigger the Jade Token to pull them out of the mystic realm, ensuring a level of safety. Clockstone milk. Chen Fei stopped in front of a stall, where a milky white liquid was contained in a crude illimide stone bowl, not even the size of a fingernail. Chen Fei observed it carefully and confirmed that it was indeed clockstone milk. Clockstone milk couldn't enhance one's cultivation, as it wasn't a spiritual material for consumption. It had other uses, like in crafting. Chen Fei wasn't skilled in crafting, but he knew that there was a unique crafting method within the sect. This method allowed several spiritual materials to be melted and gradually transformed from semi-spiritual weapons into spiritual weapons. The Green Ridge Sword of Feng Ziupu was actually created using this method, as were many of the elders' spiritual weapons within the sect. Chapter 184. Chapter 184. Prepare for a plan. Chapter 184. Prepare for a plan. A branch of the Zhuheng fruit tree, torn off by Baka in the past, was given to Chen Fei. The branch wasn't small in volume, but luckily it could be bent. After Chen Fei tied it up, he threw it into the spatial grid. Upon receiving the branch, Chen Fei's first thought was to refine a spiritual sword of his own. The steel sword he currently held in his hand was actually quite average in terms of toughness and sharpness. After all, it was just an ordinary tool, because he often used it until it broke. Shen Fei had prepared several of them in the spatial grid. If he could have a spiritual sword, or even a semi-spiritual sword, then for a considerable period of time, Shen Fei wouldn't need to worry about weapons. And now, his cultivation was on the verge of breaking through the marrow-tempering realm, and his mental power had surged due to the influence of the dreamlike lotus. Shen Fei was quite confident in his ability to break through to the aperture-tempering realm. Considering a future spiritual sword at this moment was a form of preparation. How much of the clockstone milk do you have? Shen Fei looked up at Wei Zongju. How much do you need? Wei Zongju raised his head. He had a full beard, and a scar crossed his forehead. His voice was rough. Do you have this amount? Shen Fei patted the water bag at his waist. Clockstone milk was either hard to find or in reasonable quantities if found, since it was mainly used for refining. The value depended on the amount one possessed. 2 little clockstone milk would be of little use in refining. 2 bags and a jade token. Wei Zongju carefully sized up Shen Fei, then closed his eyes. Because at this moment, the fluctuations between the jade tokens had disappeared, and Wei Zongju had no idea how many jade tokens Shen Fei had on him. However, a mere marrow-tempering realm cultivator within this mystic realm was already rare. To obtain more jade tokens would require extraordinary luck. Wei Zongju didn't expect Shen Fei to offer a high price. His attitude appeared somewhat indifferent. Shen Fei didn't really mind Wei Zongju's attitude. It was just that the price was a bit high. On the way here, he had overheard various bartering prices involving items. The purchasing power of jade tokens was astonishingly high. After all, it was related to the inheritance of true disciple teachings. Although it was only the third to last day, the price would probably skyrocket on the last day. However, that would also be the most dangerous time. The fragile order here would undoubtedly be shattered, even though there was the pull of jade tokens as an assurance. What if there were other unexpected circumstances? Anyway, Shen Fei wouldn't stay until the last day. Younger junior brother. A surprised voice rang out, and Shen Fei turned to see the figure of Guo Lingshan. Shen Fei was somewhat astonished, as there was no movement at all from the twin stone in his pocket. It seemed that Guo Lingshan had lost them. I told you. With junior brother Chen's abilities, no matter how dangerous this mystic realm is, there are few things that can threaten him. Jiao Zhouguan stood by, observing Shen Fei. He noticed that Shen Fei's energy and spirit were at their peak state. Compared to when they had parted ways initially, it seemed like he had made even more progress. On the other hand, 4 of them, compared to back then, not only had over half of the personnel been lost, leaving only 6 people, but everyone was also injured, and their energy and spirits were at a low point. Recent battles had indeed taken a toll. Senior brother Jiao, senior brother Guo. Shen Fei bowed his hand and looked at the several people behind Jiao Xianyuan. Most of them had a feeling of rebirth after a calamity. They had all breathed a sigh of relief upon arriving here. And within each person's expression, there was a trace of excitement, indicating that their gains were substantial. Jiao Zhongguan smiled, patting Shen Fei on the shoulder, and with the others, he walked further in. They were evidently interested in exchanging resources here. Zheng Jinggan observed Shen Fei from the side. She felt that Shen Fei seemed to have become stronger compared to last time, but it was difficult to pinpoint where exactly he had grown. Zheng Jinggan had been fortunate this time and survived the trial, while the stronger Mu Yuanzhang had died. Zheng Jinggan had given up on her plans to continue opposing Shen Fei. Currently, Shen Fei was only in the marrow-tempering realm, yet his combat strength was already astonishing. What would it be like when he reached the aperture-tempering realm? By then, as true disciples, the gap between them would only grow wider. Continuing to hold grudges would yield no benefits whatsoever. Seeing Shen Fei looking over, Zheng Jinggan smiled, nodded, and quickly followed Jiao Zhongguan's steps. Shen Fei was somewhat surprised to glance at Zheng Jinggan, and he nodded in acknowledgement. As the others walked away, Shen Fei turned to Guo Lingshan, whispering, "Senior brother Guo, do you have all the jade tokens you need?" "They are all there," And I even have an extra one. Junior brother. How about you? Do you have enough? I can give you this one. Guo Lingshan's expression was slightly excited after all. This signified the completion of the true disciple trial. Surviving this life and death situation was the most important part of this endeavor. Hearing Guo Lingshan's words, Shen Fei felt a warm sentiment. It seemed that they had thought of the same thing. I've collected enough. And I even have 2 extras, Shen Fei said with a smile. Guo Lingshan's eyes lit up involuntarily as he said, Junior brother, you're really impressive. Guo Lingshan glanced at the stalls ahead and continued in a hushed voice. With the surplus jade tokens, we can exchange resources or do some favors for fellow disciples. Shen Fei nodded slightly. However, there weren't many fellow disciples here at the moment, so they could only exchange resources. And when it came to favors, their value depended on whether others acknowledged them. If they did, they were valuable. If not, they were worthless. The sect required participants to exchange their gains in the mystic realm for contribution points. But it wasn't entirely mandatory. Only materials for refining aperture-breaking pills and precious spiritual materials like the dreamlike lotus had to be turned in. Other items could be kept or exchanged at the individual's discretion. Shen Fei and Guo Lingshan began walking around, not only among the stalls, but also around those who didn't have stalls. They would listen in on their conversations as well. In less than the time it takes to burn incense, the two had gained a better understanding of the situation. Shen Fei pondered and realized that the resources most people were willing to exchange weren't extremely precious. The truly valuable items were often consumed immediately upon being obtained. Presently, most of what was circulating were items that couldn't be immediately converted into power, such as clockstone milk. Shen Fei returned to Wai Zongju's stall. Wai Zongju glanced up at Shen Fei and took a longer look at Guo Lingshan beside him. How are you considering? Wai Zongju whispered. 5 bags of clockstone milk for 1 jade token. 2 bags are barely enough for refining. The more, the better, Shen Fei replied. I don't have that much clockstone milk. I've given a lot to others. Wai Zongju shook his head. Seeing that Shen Fei seemed genuinely interested and willing to exchange jade tokens, Wai Zongju hesitated for a moment. He took out a piece of ore from his pocket and said, Goldstone, 2 pieces this size, plus 2 bags of clockstone milk, in exchange for 1 jade token. How about that? Shen Fei's expression flickered slightly. Goldstone could also be used for refining, typically to sharpen the edge of a blade and increase its sharpness. 2 pieces of goldstone plus 2 bags of clockstone milk. The value of this offer wasn't much different from the prices others around them were giving. Deal? Shen Fei nodded and reached into his sleeve. But in reality, he retrieved a jade token from his spatial grid and placed it in his hand. Wai Zongju's expression brightened slightly. He observed the jade token, found no issues, and then took out the goldstone and clockstone milk from his bag. The two smoothly completed the exchange without any counterfeit items or surprises. Shen Fei squeezed the gold stone in his hand and a smile graced his face. He had already collected quite a bit of what he needed to craft the semi-spiritual sword. After leaving the mystic realm, he would continue gathering some more. Then, he could start working on crafting it. I also have other items here. See if there's anything you need. Taking what they needed, Wai Zongju's face was full of smiles as he began promoting other items. However, Shen Fei glanced at a few and shook his head. While these were all good items, they weren't what Shen Fei needed. Shen Fei and Guo Lingshan continued to stroll around. As time passed, more and more people gathered at the exit. Finally, Shen Fei managed to obtain another soft jade gold, which could also be used to craft a semi-spiritual sword. After a brief moment, Guo Lingshan also exchanged his extra jade token for something else. Shen Fei and Guo Lingshan reunited and were discussing whether to leave directly when a group of people on horseback came running from the distance. It's Zhao Liling. Curiosity flashed in Guo Lingshan's eyes as he looked over, but seeing the leader, his expression turned serious. A few days ago, the two sides had crossed paths. Guo Lingshan and the others were attacking a demon beast when Zhao Liling appeared. Without hesitation, Zhao Zhongguan led his group to retreat. not daring to linger even a moment longer. Xiao Liling's reputation had recently become prominent within the mystic realm due to the exquisite pearl. Among the participants in the mystic realm, only 2 individuals possessed spiritual artifacts. The other one had led their group directly to the half-bottle mountain and had yet to be seen again. Only Xiao Liling and her entourage roamed other parts of the mystic realm, sweeping through and claiming everything. No one dared to resist. With the spiritual tool, so many people surrounded Xiao Liling that other teams had no capacity to fight back. This was the power possessed by the top families among various sects. As long as a top-tier powerhouse emerged within the clan, they could protect the family for generations. It was both helpless and realistic. I heard they only encountered trouble at the dreamlike lotus area, which allowed the dreamlike lotus to escape, and they suffered significant losses. Guo Lingshan commented with a somewhat schadenfreude tone. Shen Fei smiled faintly. Among Xiao Liling's group, he saw Ma Zufei, Han Baiexu with his severed arm, and Lei Yingzhao. Shen Fei was somewhat surprised that Lei Yingzhao had survived. He had been on the brink of death after being attacked by the rat demon. He didn't expect that he would be saved in the end. Senior brother, let's go. Shen Fei didn't want to run into Ma Zufei and the others, that would only lead to trouble. Although they were unlikely to know that Shen Fei had taken the dreamlike lotus, it was better to avoid any complications. Alright, Guo Lingshan nodded and, along with Shen Fei, activated their jade tokens. Following the force, they were pulled towards the exit. Many others had made the same choice. And in a blink of an eye, a dozen or so people vanished in a flash of light. Han Baiexu gazed into the distance and seemed to have glimpsed a familiar figure just now. He touched his severed arm, his eyes darkening. Emerging from the mystic realm's exit, that peculiar feeling of being unsteady returned. Whether due to his mental power or not, Shen Fei adjusted even quicker this time, stabilizing his body in an instant. Shen Fei looked around. Many people were gazing at them. Feng Xiupu quickly arrived by Shen Fei's side. Seeing that Shen Fei and Guo Lingshan were unharmed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Shen Fei and Guo Lingshan weren't the first disciples to exit, so those outside already knew that the mystic realm had undergone significant changes and had become even more perilous than before. Do you have all your jade tokens? Wu Guanyin also approached Shen Fei and Guo Lingshan, his gaze turning towards Guo Lingshan. After all, Guo Lingshan was the true disciple seed, while Shen Fei could be considered just training experience. Guo Lingshan theatrically took out 5 jade tokens from his pocket. Feng Xiupu couldn't help but crack a smile next to him. Chapter 185 Chapter 185 Automatic Cultivation. Chapter 185 Automatic Cultivation. Not bad. Wu Guanyan's face lit up with a faint smile when he saw the 5 jade tokens. He nodded slightly and said, "Go over there to register. And also make sure to count the contents of your package." Alright. Guo Lingshan nodded. But he didn't move. Instead, he looked toward Shen Fei. Seeing Guo Lingshan's action, Wu Guanyan unexpectedly glanced at Shen Fei. Not only Wu Guanyan, but even Feng Xiupu was also somewhat surprised as he looked at Shen Fei. Guo Lingshan's gesture clearly indicated that Shen Fei should have also obtained the 5 jade tokens and wanted to go over to register together. However, Shen Fei was only at the marrow tempering realm cultivation level. From other disciples who had come out earlier, it was known that within the mystic realm, both demonic beasts and mystical ingredients had undergone significant mutations. Cultivating at the visceral tempering realm within the mystic realm posed a threat to life if not cautious. And at the marrow tempering realm, a slight lack of attention could lead to a situation of death. Guo Lingshan, being at the initial stage of the visceral tempering realm and managing to collect all 5 jade tokens, exceeded Wu Guanyan's expectations. Even Feng Xiupu had little confidence in whether Guo Lingshan could gather all 5 jade tokens. After all, most of the cultivators undergoing trials in the mystic realm were at a similar level or even stronger. Guo Lingshan's ability to obtain the 5 jade tokens was largely due to luck. Of course, luck sometimes was also a component of a person's strength. Shen Fei looked at the gazes of Wu Guanyan and the others, took out the 5 jade tokens from the package, and held them in his palm. A glint flashed in Feng Ziyupa's eyes. Chen Fei had actually managed to collect all 5 jade tokens. For this time's trial of true transmission, only Guo Linchen and Chen Fei from his sect participated, and both had obtained enough jade tokens. Feng Ziyupu had high expectations for Chen Fei, but those were mainly directed toward the true transmission trial several years later. He believed that Chen Fei obtaining the inheritance of a true disciple wouldn't be an issue, but he was thinking about the future. Not this time. This time was more about letting Chen Fei experience it in advance and accumulate some experience for the true transmission trial a few years later. Feng Ziyupu never doubted whether Chen Fei could become a true disciple, but it certainly wouldn't be in this trial. Moreover, since learning about the massive changes in the mystic realm, Feng Ziyupu had some regrets. He regretted allowing Chen Fei to participate in the trials so early. If any unexpected events occurred midway, that would be what vexed Feng Ziyupu the most. Fortunately, both Chen Fei and Guo Linchen had come out safely, and now, a huge surprise was unfolding before them. Excellent! Seeing the jade tokens in Chen Fei's hand, Wu Guanyan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Then he nodded slightly. Regardless of how Chen Fei managed to gather these 5 jade tokens, it was an achievement on Chen Fei's part. Go ahead and register. Once you pass the test of character upon your return to the sect, you will also receive the inheritance of a true disciple. Wu Guanyan patted Chen Fei's shoulder to encourage him. It had been many years since a disciple at the marrow-tempering realm had qualified in the trial for true transmission. The earliest instance dated back 30 years ago when a disciple like that emerged from within the sect. Unfortunately, this disciple became too impatient when attempting to break through to the aperture-tempering realm and failed. After gesturing their appreciation to Wu Guanyan and the others, Chen Fei and Guo Linchen walked toward the positions of the sect's disciples responsible for registration. At this moment, many people had their gaze fixed on the two of them, especially the fellow disciples participating in the trial. Their eyes were filled with envy. The number of jade tokens in the hands of Chen Fei and Guo Linchen had already been seen by them. In this trial for true transmission, the two of them had become the ultimate winners. Guo Linchen handed over the package to the disciple responsible for registration. Most of the mystical ingredients that could be consumed within the mystic realm had been directly ingested by Guo Linchen. Only those that couldn't be immediately converted were kept. Apart from the materials Guo Linchen had gathered himself, a significant portion had been acquired as spoils of battle from clashes with other cultivators. The battles within the mystic realm were fierce, involving ambushes and counter-ambushes. However, it had to be said that it was precisely due to this element that the members of Guo Linchen's team managed to gather enough jade tokens. All of it for exchange. The total contribution value is 13,600 points. The disciple responsible for registration said softly, and a smile appeared on Guo Linchen's face. The sect had always been very fair in its acquisition of items from the mystic realm and would even offer a slight premium. So, handing over the gains from the mystic realm to the sect wouldn't lead to any losses. When it was Chen Fei's turn to hand over his package, he left behind the materials needed to refine the spiritual sword and the herbs given by Baka. Chen Fei didn't have much to offer to the sect. Most of what he had obtained had already been converted into his own strength. 100 contribution points. The disciple responsible for registration provided the number, and Chen Fei nodded slightly without objection. Chen Fei and Guo Linchen returned to the side of Feng Ziyupu, who couldn't contain his smile. Having 2 more true disciple members in the sect was undoubtedly a joyful addition. Feng Ziyupu encouraged Chen Fei and Guo Linchen a few more times before letting them rest on the side. As time passed, the number of people leaving the mystic realm gradually increased, and the noise level grew louder. Chen Fei paid no attention to the outside world, but instead continuously examined his own state. The most important aspect was, of course, the surge in his mental power. During his time in the mystic realm, Chen Fei had vaguely sensed the presence of his acupoints. Now, as Chen Fei meditated in tranquility, that elusive feeling once again surfaced. Without a dedicated method to measure his acupoints, Chen Fei didn't dare to experiment at will for fear of damaging them, which would be more detrimental than beneficial. However, Not being able to pinpoint the acupoints precisely didn't mean Chen Fei couldn't observe them. As he concentrated his attention, especially with the meticulous control of the thousand origin technique, that elusive sensation gradually became clearer. Through the perspective of his mind, Chen Fei seemed to see a tiny point. This point wandered within a small area of his body and wasn't fixed in one place. At this stage, Chen Fei had roughly confirmed that this should be the location of a certain acupoint within the human body. To break through to the aperture tempering realm, he would need to use his mental power to stabilize the acupoint and then carefully excavate it. The aperture tempering realm was essentially a process of continuously locating and then breaking through the acupoints. Upon breaking through an acupoint, one would officially step into the aperture tempering realm, distancing oneself from cultivators at the body tempering realm. Not only would their combat power increase significantly, but their lifespan would also greatly extend. Chen Fei had occasionally heard Feng Xiupu mention that the human body contained numerous acupoints, and advancing to the aperture tempering realm involved opening up these acupoints. The quantity of open acupoints determined one's cultivation and strength in the aperture tempering realm. Of course, Chen Fei was still some distance away from this point. At that time, even Feng Xiupu had only briefly mentioned it without going into detail. Chen Fei shifted his attention away from the concept of acupoints. There was no need to rush into the aperture tempering realm. He had just reached the marrow tempering realm. It would be more suitable to contemplate acupoints after breaking through to the visceral tempering realm. With his mental power expanding, Chen Fei began to observe how the inner energy flowed through his meridians. Since completely refining the dream-like lotus and experiencing a doubling of his mental power, the operation of the origin connection technique no longer required Chen Fei's conscious effort. The origin connection technique automatically transported inner energy as if it had become instinctual, much like breathing or the beating of the heart. Chen Fei's mental power had become proficient in controlling the continuous improvement of his inner energy cultivation. Presently, Chen Fei was in a constant state of cultivating his inner energy. As for the burden on his meridians due to inner energy circulation, with the meticulous control of the thousand origin technique, this burden was minimized. Anyway, Chen Fei couldn't sense any pressure on his meridians from his inner energy cultivation now. Everything felt natural, and even eating and sleeping didn't impede his rapid increase in strength. No wonder the phase after body refining is spirit refining. The effect of mental power on strength growth is incredibly evident. Such thoughts crossed Chen Fei's mind. His mental power was undoubtedly exceptional within the marrow tempering realm. The mental power of typical cultivators in this realm had a significant gap compared to Chen Fei's. Of course, there must also be cultivators in the visceral tempering realm with mental power intensity similar to Chen Fei's, or even stronger. The protection top-tier experts provided to their descendants exceeded ordinary people's imagination. A treasure as precious as the dream-like lotus, which was considered highly valuable within Chen Fei's level, was likely viewed differently by top-tier experts. Just as Chen Fei regarded the flying ascent pill with a vastly different perspective compared to when he was in Pinyin County. Back then, even the flying ascent pill was hard to come by in Pinyin County. This was due to standing at different levels and having completely different perspectives. One should never use their own viewpoint to speculate about those who are stronger than them. Just as when Chen Fei saw the exquisite pearl within the mystic realm, he hadn't imagined that even cultivators at the body tempering realm could use spiritual tools so effortlessly. However, for families with top-tier experts, it wasn't standard practice, but the difference was negligible. Time passed quickly during cultivation. In just 3 days, the exit of the mystic realm closed, marking the complete end of this trial for true transmission. There might still be disciples left inside the mystic realm, but given a 3-day grace period, if you hadn't come out by then, you wouldn't be able to. Perhaps something was keeping you entangled. But the rule set by the 4 sects was clear. Standing on the side, Chen Fei watched the people in the valley. A month ago, there were over 400 trialed disciples who entered the mystic realm. Among them, roughly half were at the visceral tempering realm, and the other half at the marrow tempering realm. Now, after a month had passed, There were fewer than 50 cultivators at the marrow-tempering realm still standing here. Nearly 200 of those in the marrow-tempering realm were forever trapped within the mystic realm. The marrow-tempering realm suffered heavy losses, but the visceral tempering realm cultivators fared better. Shen Fei estimated roughly. There were less than 100 visceral tempering realm cultivators still standing here. Moreover, he had just heard from Guo Linshan that not every visceral tempering realm cultivator who came out had obtained all 5 jade tokens. Many jade tokens were lost along with the deaths of true disciple candidates, scattered throughout the various dangerous locations within the mystic realm. Farewell, everyone. Wu Guanyin arched his hand towards Pu Yundong and the others, then turned and left the valley with the members of the primordial sword sect. The upheaval within the mystic realm and the trial for true transmission had been one of the most brutal in recent decades. Wu Guanyin needed to report the situation to the sect leader, and afterward, it was likely that the 4 sects would undertake a purification of this mystic realm. Shen Fei speculated that the mystic realm was undergoing a transformation, which the likes of Wu Guanyin, marrow-tempering realm experts, would undoubtedly have considered. However, since they hadn't truly entered the mystic realm, they were still unaware of the actual events transpiring within. They didn't know what had happened and what kind of turmoil had led to such rapid changes. Chapter 186 Chapter 186 Elemental Spiritual Pool. Chapter 186 Elemental Spiritual Pool. An hour later, everyone returned to the primordial sword sect, and all members disbanded on the spot. Feng Xiupu brought Guo Linshan back to the courtyard. The disciples that Feng Xiupu had been instructing had already gathered here. When they learned that both Guo Linshan and Chen Fei had passed the true inheritance trial, everyone was extremely surprised. Guo Linshan's success could be somewhat expected. After all, he had always been the senior brother of their group, and his strength was evident to all. With a bit of luck, passing this true inheritance trial was still a possibility. But the fact that Chen Fei, who had been practicing with training partners, also passed the trial was quite bewildering. In the history of the primordial sword sect, such occurrences were very rare. Chen Fei was not yet considered an official disciple of the true inheritance, because there was still a test of character within the sect. However, if he could pass the trial within the mystic realm, there was no reason for him to stumble at this stage. "You're amazing, junior brother Chen," Luo Jun exclaimed with envy. This was the inheritance of a true inheritance disciple, and it could be said that by crossing this step, Shen Fei's status was already completely different from that of an inner disciple. Not only his status, but also his future development, would be entirely different. For inner disciples like Luo Jun, their goal had always been to inherit the true inheritance. However, achieving this was a rare feat. Just like Chen Fei's acquaintances from the strange wind realm, such as Ji Hongji and others, they did not possess the identity of true inheritance disciples. Therefore, they had to cultivate to the peak of the visceral tempering realm on their own and find a method to unify their acupoints before attempting a breakthrough. A successful breakthrough would naturally change everything, and they would even be granted the techniques of the aperture tempering realm. But many stumbled at this step. Without the sects bestowed aperture-breaking pills and considering their age, it was truly difficult to break through relying solely on their own strength. It's not that there was no hope, but the probability became very low unless they possessed extraordinary talent. After half an hour, the crowd dispersed. Feng Xiupu gave a few more instructions to Chen Fei and Guo Linshan before letting them leave. Most of what needed to be said had already been discussed during their time in the valley. Returning to the sect at this time was to allow Chen Fei and Guo Linshan to rest and relax after the tension within the mystic realm. Chen Fei returned to his dwelling and used a carrier pigeon to inform Kai De Feng, asking him to bring the medicinal ingredients tomorrow. Chen Fei didn't need much adjustment. Although there were dangers within the mystic realm, in the last few days, he had been under the protection of Baka, refining the dream-like lotus. After returning to the sect, Chen Fei's first task was to dive back into making money. He planned to participate in the character test for the true inheritance disciples in a few days. Passing it would allow him to directly receive the inheritance of the true inheritance disciples' techniques. At that point, expenses would inevitably increase once again, primarily because, after all this time, Shen Fei still owed Feng Xiupu 50,000 taels of silver, which made him feel somewhat ashamed. The expenses piled up, indeed, were quite substantial. For 5 consecutive days, Shen Fei immersed himself in alchemy. In this round of alchemical endeavors, he discovered the benefits of his heightened mental strength. Alchemy became much easier. The changes in the properties of the medicinal ingredients within the cauldron, though Chen Fei was already quite adept at understanding them, previously required his constant attention to adjust with his internal energy in a timely manner. Otherwise, given Chen Fei's fiery alchemical method, a slight delay might result in an exploding cauldron. However, now with the transformation of his mental strength, he only needed to pay a bit of attention to easily control the changes in the properties of the medicinal ingredients within the cauldron. This made Chen Fei considerably more relaxed, even though he intentionally extended the duration of his alchemical process. His level of fatigue was much lighter than before. Knock, knock. Shen Fei was in the midst of concocting pills when a knocking sound reached him. Who is it? Chen Fei used his internal energy to open the door and looked outside. An unfamiliar disciple of the primordial sword sect stood there. Somion Chen Fei had never seen before. Qian Guangji was about to speak, but upon seeing Chen Fei busy with alchemy, he paused. It was well known that alchemists disliked interruptions during their work, as it could easily lead to distraction and cause the pills to explode. Chen Fei's alchemical abilities were no secret, especially considering his status as a 7th-grade alchemist in the Alchemist Alliance. Before coming, Qian Guangji was already aware of this. It's all right. You can speak your mind, Shen Fei said to Qian Guangji, while before entering the mystic realm. Disturbing Chen Fei's alchemical process might not have been appropriate. Now this kind of conversational chemie mix posed no pressure on him. Only when crafting pill veins would he need to be more serious. I hope I'm not disturbing you, junior brother Chen, during your alchemy. Qian Guangji was somewhat surprised by Chen Fei's ability to converse so naturally while alchemizing. Although he wasn't an alchemist himself, Chen Fei's behavior seemed somewhat unusual, especially since the flames of alchemy were enveloping the cauldron. Since junior brother Chen is busy, I'll be brief. Does junior brother Chen have any intention to sell aperture-breaking pills? Qian Guangji whispered, his gaze closely fixed on Chen Fei. Observing any changes in his expression, I have no intention. I will use the aperture-breaking pill myself. Upon hearing the mention of aperture-breaking pills, Chen Fei's eyebrows raised slightly. He then smiled knowingly. It seemed someone had set their sights on his aperture-breaking pills. But this was only natural. After all, he was at the visceral tempering realm and had a significant chance of obtaining aperture-breaking pills. Among the disciples who had passed the true inheritance trial, it seemed that Chen Fei's aperture-breaking pills were the most likely to be obtained. Of course, Chen Fei had yet to pass the sex character test, so the aperture-breaking pills were not yet truly his. However, almost no one doubted that Chen Fei would fail the character test. In this situation, it was only natural for someone to approach Chen Fei and see if there was any hope. Junior brother Chen, don't be too hasty to refuse. You might want to hear our conditions first, Qian Guangji said with a smile after being declined. I've heard that junior brother Chen is gathering materials to refine the half-spirit sword. There might still be some components missing, and we could provide those for you. Aside from that, we can accelerate your breakthrough to the visceral tempering realm, provide alchemical pills for that, and even grant you access to the Wu family's elemental spirit pool for a day. A grand offer indeed. Chen Fei looked at Qian Guangji unexpectedly and lightly tapped the lid of the cauldron. In an instant, the fragrance of medicinal herbs permeated the entire room. Being aware of Chen Fei's intention to refine the half-spirit sword wasn't surprising. After all, back at the valley, the attending disciples had seen the spirit materials he had, many of which were meant for crafting the half-spirit sword. The spirit materials he had displayed then were still missing a substantial portion needed to refine the half-spirit sword. To replenish these would require significant resource, certainly not less than purchasing a half-spirit weapon. However, they didn't know that Chen Fei had already acquired the branch of the Zhuhan fruit tree. As long as he had the funds, Acquiring the other materials wouldn't be difficult. Therefore, this aspect had no appeal for Chen Fei. As for accelerating his breakthrough to the visceral tempering realm, Chen Fei was already on the verge of achieving that in less than 20 days. Such alchemical pills, if needed, he could make himself. On the other hand, the final offer access to the Wu family's elemental spirit pool was the most valuable. The Wu family was a prominent family within the primordial sword sect, somewhat similar to the Zheng family, but more powerful. At the very least, the Wu family had more than one practitioner in the visceral tempering realm, all of them in their prime, and the elemental spirit pool of the Wu family was rumored to contain an essence-transforming liquid. A day of cultivation within it was said to be equivalent to several months of regular practice. With minimal side effects, there was no need to worry about the body's inability to withstand it. Regarding essence-transforming liquid, Chen Fei was skeptical. He had absorbed essence multiple times, so he understood the process quite well. If the Wu family's elemental spirit pool truly contained essence-transforming liquid, then a day of cultivation wouldn't be equivalent to several months, but rather several years of regular practice. The primordial sword sect wouldn't entrust such a valuable treasure to the Wu family, even if their ancestors had retrieved it. However, even if it wasn't actual essence-transforming liquid, the cultivation effect within the pool was undoubtedly extremely potent. Given Chen Fei's current cultivation speed, if he truly spent a day there, breaking through to the visceral tempering realm was a sure thing. He might even make a few additional advancements within the visceral tempering realm, solidifying the early stage and approaching the mid-stage. This offer could indeed save Chen Fei a lot of time, far surpassing the benefits that others might gain from the Wu family's elemental spirit pool. However, whether the Wu family would become furious if they found out that he absorbed so much essence remained uncertain. Wu family's elemental spirit pool for 2 days. But if I absorb too much inside and the Wu family becomes displeased, it will be your responsibility to handle. Chen Fei pondered for a moment. The aperture-breaking pill essentially consumed physical essence and transformed it into mental energy, causing a surge in mental strength to successfully measure the acupoints and break through them. For many visceral tempering realm cultivators, this was a precious treasure they could only dream of obtaining. However, for Chen Fei, its impact might not be as substantial as one might think. His mental strength was already robust enough he didn't need the aperture-breaking pill to further enhance it. On the other hand, if he could spend 2 days in the Wu family's elemental spirit pool, Chen Fei could directly break through to the mid-stage of the visceral tempering realm, saving him a considerable amount of time. With a few more months of effort, he could elevate his cultivation to the peak of the visceral tempering realm and attempt to break through to the aperture tempering realm. The Wu family's elemental spirit pool has never been open to outsiders for 2 days. Qian Guangji said with a slight frown. Even if junior brother Chen were to bring aperture-breaking pills to the Wu family, they would still only grant a day's access to the elemental spirit pool. They won't offer more. Senior brother's goodwill is appreciated, but I have made up my mind. Chen Fei considered for a moment and politely declined. The items I just mentioned were already quite substantial. They are more than what's needed for junior brother, and junior brother need not demand more. Qian Guangji's brows furrowed slightly. He felt that Chen Fei was pushing his luck. Chen Fei smiled lightly, stood up, and politely bid farewell to Qian Guangji, effectively ending the discussion. Junior brother Chen, if you reconsider, feel free to reach out to me. The aperture-breaking pills are a bit of a hot potato for someone of junior brother's current cultivation level. Qian Guangji's smile faded, and he turned and left, his expression turning cold. Chen Fei's brows slightly furrowed. Would it be possible to coerce him into accepting if he didn't agree? However, he quickly shook his head. This possibility was highly unlikely. Leaving aside Feng Zi's strength at the visceral tempering realm, even if they looked at it from the perspective of the sect's rules, once Chen Fei became a true inheritance disciple, the sect wouldn't allow anyone to use force against him. The status of inner disciples and true inheritance disciples within the sect was entirely different in the eyes of the sect. Could there be other rules that I'm not aware of? Chen Fei thought for a moment. He walked out of the room, deciding to learn more about the situation, just in case. At the same time, he could use this opportunity to undergo the character test for the true inheritance disciples. Chen Fei was quite curious about this character test. Of course, he was even more curious about the inheritance of the true inheritance disciples within the sect, what it was like, and what it entailed. Chapter 187 Survival of the Fittest. What did Chen Fei say? Inside a building of the primordial sword sect, Fan Xinjing held a pen and was carefully writing strokes. Upon seeing Qian Guangji, he set the pen aside, not planning to sell it unless he can visit the Wu family elemental spirit pool for 2 days. Only then would he consider exchanging it for the aperture-breaking pill. Qian Guangji shook his head and recounted his interaction with Chen Fei. Enter the elemental spirit pool for 2 days. He dares to suggest that Fan Xinjing coldly snorted, picked up the nearby cup of tea, and drank it all. His brows furrowed. Fan Xinjing's current cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the visceral tempering realm. He had participated in the trial of the true disciples in the past. But, unfortunately, he didn't pass the trial and lost the qualification to become a true disciple. He couldn't accept this setback. He had diligently cultivated for years and now stood at the threshold of the aperture tempering realm. A step further would open up vast opportunities, drastically altering his status and position. However, without crossing this threshold, he would forever remain in the visceral tempering realm, though he was already far superior to ordinary people. How could Fan Xinjing be content with that? Fan Xinjing didn't dare attempt a reckless breakthrough because it was incredibly challenging. A single mistake could make obtaining a second chance almost impossible. Thus, he aimed to use everything that could increase his chances of breaking through, including the aperture-breaking pill. In this trial for true disciples, Chen Fei had undoubtedly become an eye-catching presence. With his cultivation in the marrow tempering realm, he managed to earn 5 jade tokens and pass the trial. If he passed the sects character assessment as well, all the benefits of being a true disciple, including the aperture-breaking pill, would fall into Chen Fei's hands. The sects character assessment was challenging, but not too difficult for those loyal to the sect. It mainly evaluated loyalty and sincerity. As long as one wasn't a spy from another sect or deviating from the sect's principles, one could say that Chen Fei's chances of obtaining the aperture-breaking pill were extremely high. Other true disciples wouldn't use their aperture-breaking pills for trade. It was unlikely that Chen Fei would exchange his aperture-breaking pill. Logically speaking, however, Chen Fei's lower cultivation made it easy for people to think of alternatives. Direct robbery was impossible, but using different resources for an exchange might have some possibilities. This aperture-breaking pill seems to have caught the attention of quite a few people. Fan Xinjing raised his head slightly, looking at Qian Guangji, and said in a deep voice, "We offer courtesy before using force. Since Chen Fei is unwilling to exchange, then it's no surprise if we resort to other methods. After all, this is allowed within the sect's rules. Naturally, if we don't do it, others will. In the end, it will come down to who has better means," Qian Guangji said with a smile. Several miles away, within Feng Zupu Manor's courtyard, Chen Fei and Feng Zupu sat around a stone table. Eliminating the last-ranked true disciple, Chen Fei asked with some surprise. Eliminating the last-ranked, that phrase sounds appropriate. Feng Zupu nodded with a smile. Chen Fei contemplated for a moment. Because of Qian Guangji's words, he had come to Feng Zupu specifically to learn if there were any special aspects of being a true disciple. He learned about this rule. To become a true disciple, one had to be under 30 years of age. They needed to have reached the 5th stage of the origin connection technique, and passed the sect's 2 rounds of assessments to obtain the true disciple inheritance. However, even after becoming a true disciple, it wasn't all smooth sailing. To keep true disciples competitive, their benefits were divided into different tiers. There was also a more ruthless rule. Every half-year, the last-ranked true disciple would have to accept challenges from other inner sect disciples. Of course, they'd only face one challenger, and there were no chain challenges. Half a year was a protection period for newly promoted true disciples, allowing them time to cultivate the true disciple techniques. If the last-ranked true disciple accepted a challenge and lost while defending their position, they would lose their true disciple status. Apart from continuing to practice the true disciple techniques, their other resources would be reduced to those of regular inner sect disciples. The inner sect disciple who successfully challenged and won would be directly promoted to the position of a true disciple, enjoying the corresponding resources. But won't this lead to collusion if one person wins? Another wins the next time. Won't everyone end up with the true disciple techniques? Chen Fei asked with some confusion. The concept of eliminating the last-ranked true disciple seemed overly complicated and had some apparent loopholes. Successfully challenging earns you access to true disciple resources. But to inherit the techniques, you must enter the top 10 ranks among true disciples. Feng Xiupu shook his head with a smile. To even qualify for challenging, an inner sect disciple must first pass the character assessment and be under 30 years old. It's a strict requirement. Moreover, the challenger and the challenged must have equal cultivation levels. The challenger needs to contribute 10,000 contribution points. And the winner takes all. Chen Fei nodded with realization. Those willing to challenge were likely the ones who initially participated in the trial for true disciples, but didn't pass. Instead of blocking the progress of these disciples with an iron fist, the sect had left a gap for them. As long as you proved yourself strong enough, defeating the last-ranked true disciple first, gaining true disciple resources, and then working your way up to the top 10, you could obtain the true disciple techniques. As long as you're formidable, what you lose will come back. Sometimes, luck and forming alliances are essential in the trials of the mystic realm. The sect removes these factors and allows you to prove with your own strength that you deserve the position of a true disciple. At the same time, it keeps those who have already become true disciples vigilant. Otherwise, if someone becomes a true disciple and is immediately knocked down by others, that would be too unjust. Of course, the contribution points required for challenges are not insignificant. If the last-ranked true disciple successfully defends their position, the rewards are also considerable. I didn't mention it before because, due to your cultivation level, you'll be ranked last among true disciples during the first month. But when it comes to equal cultivation levels, I don't believe anyone within the sect can defeat you. Feng Xiupu looked at Chen Fei, his eyes filled with pride for his disciple. Once your personal strength reaches a certain level, all conspiracies and tricks become meaningless. Guo Linchen had already informed Feng Xiupu about the events in the mystic realm. Based on Feng Xiupu's estimation, Chen Fei's current strength was on par with the mid-phase of the spirit tempering realm and capable of winning in a head-on confrontation. Currently, Chen Fei was in the marrow tempering realm. Even if he broke through to the initial stage of the aperture tempering realm, his challengers would also be in the initial stage. So, there was no need to be concerned. Thus, Feng Xiupu hadn't mentioned the rule for true disciples, as he had great confidence in Chen Fei. In Feng Xiupu's eyes, Chen Fei was destined to rise. The only thing obstructing Chen Fei was the time it takes to grow. Feng Xiupu's role was to protect and nurture Chen Fei's growth during this time. Can I take the character assessment today? Having received the answer he needed, a smile appeared on Chen Fei's face. Just as Feng Xiupu had confidence in Chen Fei never doubted his ability to face challenges from his peers. Go ahead. The sooner you become a true disciple, the sooner you can enjoy those resources. Feng Xiupu said with a smile. Understood. I take my leave. Master. Chen Fei stood up, bowed, and Feng Xiupu nodded slightly. Watching Chen Fei leave, competition among true disciples was diverse due to the relationships based on interests, and this was intentionally set up within the sect. Feng Xiupu eagerly anticipated Chen Fei's advancement, hoping that he would rise to the top among true disciples and then enter the spirit tempering realm. Indeed, Feng Xiupu had such immense confidence in Chen Fei. When age was a concern, Chen Fei's superiority in understanding was evident. Although his aptitude was not strong, his comprehension was remarkably stunning. Within the primordial sword sect, there was no true disciple who could match him. Leaving Feng Xiupu's courtyard, Chen Fei walked towards the Hall of True Transmission. In just a moment, He saw a grand hall standing halfway up the mountain with an imposing presence. There were very few people in the hall of true transmission, with only a few coming and going. When they saw Chen Fei, they were a little surprised, because his marrow tempering realm cultivation level seemed somewhat incongruous. However, they soon remembered the recent true disciple trial, in which someone with the marrow tempering realm cultivation level had completed the trial's requirements. This person is Chen Fei. Right, Tesk. A true disciple with the marrow tempering realm cultivation level is quite enviable. It's indeed enviable, but as the last ranked true disciple, he'll have to accept challenges from others. I wonder if he can hold his position. He probably can. I've looked into it. And Chen Fei's strength is actually quite formidable. Senior brother Jiu spoke highly of Chen Fei, believing that his true disciple status was well-deserved. Oh, senior brother Jiu regards Chen Fei so highly others were a bit surprised. I heard they fought together in the mystic realm. He witnessed it with his own eyes. Many people have been eyeing Chen Fei's true disciple position, waiting for him to participate in the temperament assessment. If what you say is true, their plans might just fall apart. The marrow tempering realm is one thing, but once Chen Fei's cultivation level advances to the visceral tempering realm, there are quite a few experts in that initial stage, including the recent trial. Some junior disciples who didn't complete their missions are also in the same phase. This challenge won't be that easy. Amidst the scattered discussions around him, Chen Fei smiled faintly and paid no attention. He directly approached one of the attendants in the hall and handed over his waist badge. The character assessment. The attendant recognized Chen Fei's identity upon seeing the waist badge and said with a smile, "Yes. I'd like to know how the assessment will be conducted." Chen Fei nodded. "Please follow me." After some registration, the attendant led Chen Fei to the backyard of the Hall of True Transmission. At a glance, Chen Fei saw a massive iron ball placed in the courtyard. This is the refining spirit sphere. Just place your hand on it to begin the assessment. The attendant explained about this spiritual tool. Approaching it, Chen Fei curiously examined it for a moment. The aura emitted by the refining spirit sphere was somewhat similar to the heart pearl he encountered before, yet entirely different. After a moment's thought, Chen Fei carefully placed his hand on the refining spirit sphere. In the next instant, as if struck by lightning, Chen Fei's entire consciousness was paralyzed. He lost his sense of the surroundings. In a daze, Chen Fei heard a voice calling out to him. Struggling, he opened his eyes and saw a group of people surrounding him. Some were urgently dialing their phones. Chapter 188. Chapter 188. Pulling back a shocking strength. Chapter 188. Pulling back a shocking strength. Awake now. Young man, is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Should be alright now. Fortunately, the speed of the car wasn't fast just now. Otherwise it wouldn't be this simple. Who said it wasn't? Thankfully. You don't seem to be seriously injured. The noisy sounds of the surroundings entered Chen Fei's ears. He looked at the clothes of the people around him. The mobile phone, and the distant tall buildings. A surreal feeling reached his heart. A familiar scene, yet also a blurry one. Everything around, for a long time initially, lingered in Chen Fei's mind. But as time passed, it gradually dissipated from his heart. Chen Fei stood up, gazing around, a touch of sorrow on his face. Young man, lie down first. The ambulance is coming, someone anxiously said as Chen Fei stood up. Chen Fei didn't reply, took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly. What I've been yearning for all along, now that it's here. Many details have already been forgotten, Chen Fei murmured to himself. At this moment, in Chen Fei's eyes, those distant tall buildings only retained some outlines. And as for the people around, their faces were even more blurred. All of this is a dream, an illusion, a mirage. Perhaps Chen Fei's mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. In response to this illusion tailored for ordinary cultivators, Chen Fei only felt confused for a moment before realizing what was happening. And this confusion was mostly due to the sudden sight of things from his past life, causing a disturbance in Chen Fei's mind. Break! With a low shout, the anxious people around and the distant tall buildings suddenly paused, then shattered. In the darkness, A strong suction came, pulling Chen Fei into it. The next moment, Chen Fei opened his eyes and found himself still standing in the rear courtyard of the Hall of True Transmission. The palm of his right hand had already left the refining spirit sphere, but the calm refining spirit sphere was emitting a faint light now, forming a halo around Chen Fei's body. And then the refining spirit sphere gradually calmed down. Congratulations, junior brother Chen, for passing the test of character. The disciple in charge looked at Chen Fei somewhat unexpectedly. It's not common to pass the tests so quickly. However, considering what has been happening to Chen Fei recently, a swift character test isn't a big deal. The refining spirit sphere can see the deepest secrets in one's heart. As long as the secret isn't detrimental to the primordial sword sect, everything else is inconsequential. Thus, Chen Fei smoothly passed the assessment, and this test of the refining spirit sphere will also be recorded and serve as proof that Chen Fei underwent the test. So, am I considered a true disciple now? Chen Fei gathered his mental focus, returning from the sensations of seeing scenes from his past life. Of course. Allow me to report the results. Later, the Hall Master will come to handle the subsequent matters. The disciple in charge nodded and his eyes held a hint of envy. Any inner disciple couldn't help but envy true disciples. Being a true disciple represented not only status, but also the potential for achievements in the future. Compared to ordinary inner disciples, the possibility of true disciples becoming powerful cultivators in the aperture tempering realm is undoubtedly much higher. Only those in the aperture tempering realm are the true backbone of the sect. Chen Fei waited in the Hall of True Transmission for half an hour, finally seeing the Hall Master of the Hall of True Transmission. Zhu Kunshan. Are you Chen Fei? Come with me. Zhu Kunshan looked at Chen Fei, a smile appearing on his face. Recently, Chen Fei's name had been ringing in his ears quite often, and Zhu Kunshan had been wondering when Chen Fei would come. He didn't expect it to be today. Chen Fei bowed in respect and followed behind Zhu Kunshan. The two passed through the rear courtyard, went deeper, and finally entered a tunnel, heading towards an underground location. Along the way, Chen Fei could sense many fluctuations. These were formations and restrictions. It was likely that there would be a big surprise waiting for anyone who entered without permission. After less than 15 minutes, the two arrived in a massive cave. Chen Fei looked around curiously and his gaze was drawn to several stone steels. These are the cultivation techniques of the true disciples. Leading Chen Fei, Zhu Kunshan came to one of the stone steels. His eyes carried a slight hint of emotion as he said, "Our primordial sword sect once had 4 peaks and 3 veins, which should have had 7 sets of true inheritance. But unfortunately, only 3 complete sets have survived to this day." Chen Fei nodded slightly. When he first entered the primordial sword sect, the disciple in charge had introduced this. If the techniques of the 4 peaks and 3 veins were combined, they would form the primordial sword cannon that once suppressed all directions. However, clearly, the primordial sword cannon couldn't be found anymore, as only 3 complete inheritances remained today. Let me introduce the 3 sets of inheritances. You can choose one to study. After his brief emotional moment, Zhu Kunshan pointed at the first stone steel and said, "Giant Spirit Sword. Harness the power of the giant to shake the heavens. Cultivate 80 acupoints. You can come and experience it." Zhu Kunshan motioned for Chen Fei to step forward and place his hand on the stone steel. Chen Fei nodded and placed his palm on it. The next moment, a scene appeared in Chen Fei's mind. Unlike the way the refining spirit sphere dragged someone directly into an illusion, this stone steel was more like watching a 3-dimensional movie from a third-person perspective. A solitary cliff by the sea. A figure stood atop the cliff. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew from all directions, and the figure leaped into the air. A massive sword radiance burst forth from their hand, just as a gigantic beast leaped out of the sea, colliding with the sword radiance. The tremendous momentum impacted Chen Fei's spiritual senses. In a daze, Chen Fei saw numerous points of light emanating from the figure, linking together to form the massive sword radiance. Boom! Amidst a resounding blast, Chen Fei's head lifted slightly, and he involuntarily took a step back. His hand left the stone steel, and the scene in his mind vanished. Your mental strength is quite good. Zhu Kunshan's eyes brightened as he saw Chen Fei's performance. The images retained in the stone stele were actually driven by Chen Fei's mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the more details one could see and the longer one could sustain the images. Zhu Kunshan estimated that Chen Fei had probably watched the entire retained image sequence. Among the true disciples Zhu Kunshan had recently brought, this was not common. Of course, this alone wasn't enough to fully judge Chen Fei's mental strength and its exact level. In any case, he was no less than a peak aperture tempering realm cultivator. Elder Zhu, what does cultivate 80 acupoints mean? Shaken from the impact just now, Chen Fei woke up and asked about the doubt he had in mind. The giant spirit sword was undoubtedly powerful, and the points of light he had seen at the end should be the acupoints. Totaling 80. In the aperture tempering realm, cultivation focuses on acupoints. Whether it is 1 or 10 aperture points, you're considered to be in the aperture tempering realm. Naturally, the more acupoints one cultivates, the stronger they become. When this giant spirit sword technique is cultivated to its peak, it can open 80 acupoints, reaching the later stages of the aperture tempering realm. Zhu Kunshan explained with a smile. This was common knowledge in the aperture tempering realm. However, practitioners in the body tempering realm rarely encountered this or found it useful. It could even lead to unnecessary troubles. Now that Chen Fei was a true disciple, his future goal was to reach the aperture tempering realm, so it was natural for him to become familiar with this. How is the aperture tempering realm divided into specific stages? Chen Fei, seeing that Zhu Kunshan was willing to explain, quickly asked. It's divided by 36 acupoints. But for the peak of the aperture tempering realm, shouldn't there be a total of 108 acupoints? Chen Fei questioned. Yes. Indeed, to be considered at the peak of the aperture tempering realm, one must have 108 acupoints. Zhu Kunshan let out a faint sigh. His expression tinged with melancholy as he continued. By refining all 7 parts of the primordial sword cannon, one can cultivate all 108 acupoints. But, unfortunately, we can't do that anymore. Chen Fei suddenly understood, but he still had some doubts. For techniques like the giant spirit sword, which cultivates 80 acupoints and reaches the later stages of the aperture tempering realm, what should one do if they want to continue breaking through? Should they seek other techniques to cultivate? No need. Zhu Kunshan shook his head, explaining, 4 stages above the aperture tempering realm. As long as your cultivation reaches the later stages of the aperture tempering realm, you can start breaking through. The difference lies mainly in the probability of success. Can these 3 techniques be cultivated simultaneously? Will the open acupoints be more numerous as a result? They will be a bit more numerous, but without the primordial sword cannon's harmonizing effect. These 3 techniques will conflict with each other. So, trying to cultivate all 3 at the same time won't enhance your combat power, and it could even harm your body and waste time. Zhu Kunshan said in a serious tone. Seeing that Chen Fei didn't quite understand, he continued, in the aperture tempering realm, techniques are not just about opening acupoints, it's also about the order in which acupoints are connected. With the same 80 acupoints, you can form many techniques. But if the sequence of acupoints is incorrect, it won't be beneficial. Instead, it could rupture your acupoints. Zhu Kunshan looked at Chen Fei and said earnestly, so without proper guidance from techniques, practicing haphazardly is dangerous. You could even experience demonic possession or explode from an incorrect sequence. Remember this. Chen Fei took a deep breath. The concept of acupoints now sounded more and more like a powder keg. Correct ignition sequence yields potent power, while an incorrect sequence leads to a direct explosion, becoming a human bomb. However, up to this point, Chen Fei had gained some insight into cultivating in the aperture tempering realm. Without techniques, reckless practice was dangerous. It might lead to an explosion. You've already understood the giant spirit sword. Now, take a look at the other 2 techniques. Zhu Kunshan led Chen Fei to another stone stele and said, this is soaring heaven technique. If you've been to the Sutra library, you might have seen 2 manuals, spatial travel and sky travel. They derive from the soaring heaven technique. Zhu Kunshan paused slightly and continued. Open 7 to 5 acupoints. Although the acupoint count is fewer than the giant spirit sword, these two techniques take different paths of advancement. Thus, if your energy is sufficient, you can cultivate soaring heaven technique alongside giant spirit sword. After Zhu Kunshan finished speaking, Shen Fei placed his palm on the stone stele. Once again, the figure appeared in his mind. This time, however, the figure wasn't wielding a sword but seemed to dissolve into invisibility. Faint traces of a figure flickered by, almost like an illusion. In the end, the figure solidified, and to Chen Fei's surprise, two figures appeared. The soaring heaven technique not only possesses unrivaled speed, but also, when cultivated to perfection, can condense a doppelganger. The doppelganger's strength is roughly about 30% of your main bodies. Seeing Chen Fei open his eyes, Zhu Kunshan smiled. Chen Fei's eyes brightened. This technique's mobility was impressive. It aligned with his preferences and, moreover, allowed for doppelganger cultivation. Don't think about cultivating both simultaneously. Only when you truly break through to the aperture tempering realm might the sect permit you to do so. For now, you can only choose one. Seemingly aware of Chen Fei's thoughts, Zhu Kunshan smiled. Chen Fei grinned and looked at the last stone stele. Compared to the previous two, this stone stele before him gave him a sense of weightiness. Chapter 189 Chapter 189 True Disciple Chen Fei. Chapter 189 True Disciple Chen Fei. Genuine sword. Opening 80 orifices. Exerts pressure through power, sealing and suppressing all directions. Led by Zhu Kunshan, Chen Fei arrived at the final stone tablet. As Zhu Kunshan finished speaking, Chen Fei placed his hand on the stone tablet. As the scene within the stone tablet entered Chen Fei's mind, the heavy pressure he had felt earlier rushed over him. A figure stood on the plain, surrounded by demonic beasts. Roaring filled the air, yet not a single demonic beast dared to step forward. However, the patience of these beasts was limited, and at some unknown moment, with the attack of one demonic beast, all the surrounding beasts swarmed in an instant. Surpass. A calm voice emerged from the figure's mouth. Ripples centered around the figure spread out in all directions, encompassing 100 meters in the blink of an eye. With the expansion of the ripples, the attacking demonic beasts were hit as if struck by a heavy blow. Their bodies crashed onto the ground, and some of the weaker ones were smashed into a pulp. Dozens of demonic beasts were immobilized on the spot, unable to move, only able to whimper and plead for mercy. Chen Fei's mind shook, and he withdrew from the scene within the stone tablet. Compared to the extreme killing ability of the giant spirit sword, the genuine sword leaned more towards control. It oppressed enemies with a disdainful gravity, limiting their movements. Those weaker in strength would likely die on the spot. With 3 complete sets of true transmitted techniques now seen, have you decided which one to choose? Zhu Kunshan looked at Chen Fei and asked with a smile. Chen Fei pondered for a moment before responding. These 3 sets of techniques had survived until now, indicating their formidable power. Regardless of which one he chose, they were all powerful enough for Chen Fei to cultivate into the aperture tempering realm or even the late aperture tempering realm. However, precisely because they were all powerful, Chen Fei wanted to choose the one that suited him the most. The giant spirit sword excelled in offense. When encountering strong defenses, the giant spirit sword would undoubtedly be more effective. The distinct characteristic of the soaring heaven technique was its agility and extremely powerful form of movement. Moreover, it could be combined with any of the other techniques. However, Chen Fei eliminated it as an option. This was because Chen Fei had already learned the lower-level version of soaring heaven, called spatial travel. Even if he chose the soaring heaven technique now, its effects on his cultivation in the visceral tempering realm would likely be only slightly stronger. At present, Chen Fei's main dilemma was whether to choose the offensive-focused giant spirit sword or the control-focused genuine sword. These 2 choices dictated his future combat approach. After contemplating for a while, Chen Fei finally made up his mind and looked up at Zhu Kunshan. Have you made your decision? Zhu Kunshan was also curious about Chen Fei's choice. Yes, I have. I choose the genuine sword. Chen Fei nodded and revealed his choice. Reflecting on his cultivation journey, Chen Fei realized he leaned more toward a conservative approach, with the Zhanyuan sword and the giant spirit sword both opening the same number of apertures. The difference lay in the combat style one wanted. By cultivating the Zhanyuan sword, Chen Fei could restrict the enemy's speed. In the future, whether to fight or to flee would ultimately be entirely up to Chen Fei himself, providing him with more options. Very well, Zhu Kunshan nodded without passing judgment on Chen Fei's choice. Among the true disciples, there were selections of all three sets of techniques, but comparatively, more disciples tended to choose the giant spirit sword, the inner sect technique, origin connection technique, and the giant spirit sword were almost considered part of the same lineage. The attributes awakened by the origin connection technique, tremendous strength and iron bones, could be seen as preparation for the giant spirit sword. Therefore, comprehending the giant spirit sword was actually a bit easier. Of course, this wasn't to say that the Zhanyuan sword was inferior. It might be a bit more challenging to comprehend, but for disciples with strong insight, the difference wasn't significant. By cultivating the origin connection technique to the 5th level as a marrow tempering realm cultivator, Chen Fei had already demonstrated his aptitude. Choosing the Zhanyuan sword was not an issue, so Zhu Kunshan didn't attempt to persuade him further. Elder, do we have a technique called thunderous sword force within our sect? Chen Fei suddenly asked. This was something that he vividly remembered from before joining the sect. Yes. However, the cultivation method for the initial stage of the thunderous sword force is available, but the subsequent methods have been lost once you reach the aperture tempering realm. If you're interested, you can try cultivating it, Zhu Kunshan replied with a somewhat dim expression. Looking at Chen Fei, now that you've arrived in front of the Zhanyuan sword stone tablet, one will activate the sealed tablet. You will officially start receiving the inheritance. Yes. Chen Fei nodded and positioned himself in front of the stone tablet. Zhu Kunshan's inner energy surged. His hands formed seals, and the stone tablet trembled slightly, emitting a faint light. In the next moment, the light envelops Chen Fei. Under the radiance, countless profound insights of the techniques entered Chen Fei's sea of consciousness. Not only did it contain the method to cultivate the Zhanyuan sword, but also the insights left behind by previous masters of the Zhanyuan sword, all of which entered Chen Fei's sea of consciousness. Chen Fei's sea of consciousness expanded slightly, and the thousand origin technique rapidly circulated, absorbing all the transmitted contents. The transmission of the techniques continued for a full hour before gradually coming to a halt. Chen Fei stood in place with his eyes closed. After a moment, he exhaled slowly. The Zhanyuan sword included not only cultivation methods, but also complementary offensive techniques. The inheritance only extends to the initial stage of the aperture tempering realm, including methods to cultivate 36 orifices. The subsequent ones can only be acquired when your cultivation reaches that level, Zhu Kunshan explained. Looking at Chen Fei, the primordial sword sect did this not only to avoid overburdening disciples with a massive influx of techniques into their sea of consciousness, but also for another crucial reason: to observe the disciples' performance. Although the refining spirit sphere had assessed disciples, it was, after all, just a spiritual treasure. During the process of true disciples' cultivation, the sect would continue to monitor their progress. Only when the disciples had truly demonstrated their capability and reached the appropriate level of cultivation would the complete techniques be bestowed upon them. In any case, having the initial stage of the aperture tempering realm techniques bestowed wouldn't delay a disciple's cultivation. To obtain the subsequent parts of the inheritance, one only needed to reach the required cultivation level. Thank you, Elder, for transmitting the techniques. Chen Fei turned and looked at Zhu Kunshan, bowing respectfully. At this moment, Chen Fei's sea of consciousness contained a wealth of content that he couldn't inspect all at once. He would have to carefully review it during his quiet moments of solitude. Now that you've received the true inheritance, you can go. Some matters true disciples need to be aware of will be explained to you by the steward disciples later. Zhu Kunshan gazed at Chen Fei with clear eyes, his expression slightly moved. Chen Fei's mental power indeed exceeded Zhu Kunshan's expectations. Normally, After receiving the techniques, a true disciple's mental power would be suppressed for a period. Only after adapting would their mental power gradually recover. Yet, Shen Fei's mental power appeared unaffected, indicating that its strength truly surpassed that of an ordinary true disciple. Shen Fei accompanied Zhu Kunshan back to the Hall of True Transmission. After a few words of encouragement from Zhu Kunshan, he disappeared from sight. With the guidance of a steward disciple, Shen Fei began to register officially, becoming a true disciple of the primordial sword sect. Junior Brother Chen, there are currently 98 true disciples within the sect, including you. Initially, you will be ranked according to your cultivation level, and you are now the 98th. The steward disciple handed Shen Fei a new waist badge. Upon examining it, Shen Fei noticed that it was markedly different from the intersect disciples' badges. I will take you to the lodgings for true disciples, the steward disciple said. Walking toward the hall's exit, Shen Fei neatly stored the waist badge and followed behind. Roman 2. Is there anything special about the lodgings for true disciples? Shen Fei whispered to the steward disciple. Indeed, there is something different. The spiritual energy there is denser, which greatly benefits your cultivation. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the two arrived at the true transmission peak. The steward disciple led Shen Fei to a courtyard. Looking around, Shen Fei noticed that it was located halfway up the true transmission peak, surrounded by lush trees. This is where you will be reciting from now on. You can arrange for a servant to attend to your daily needs. The steward disciple looked at Shen Fei and said in a hushed voice, going further up leads to the residences of other true disciples. If you wish to live higher up, you'll need to improve your ranking among the true disciples. The higher up you go, the denser the spiritual energy, Shen Fei curiously asked. Yes. The higher up you go, the more abundant the spiritual energy becomes. The steward disciple nodded and continued. True disciples are assessed every 6 months. If junior brother feels confident, then you can challenge higher-ranked disciples. If successful, your ranking will change. At that time, not only your residence, but also the monthly supply of pills and contribution points will be adjusted accordingly. Shen Fei nodded. True disciples received monthly pills provided by the sect and direct allocation of contribution points. The higher the ranking, the more they would receive. With Shen Fei currently ranked at the bottom, he naturally received the least. Is it necessary to wait for half a year before challenging higher ranks? Shen Fei suddenly asked. Not exactly. In the semi-annual assessment, if you challenge a higher-ranked true disciple, they cannot refuse. If you wish to challenge before the half-year mark, you need their agreement. If successful, your ranking will change, and the resources for the next month will also be adjusted. The steward disciple looked at Shen Fei, chuckling softly. The disciple with the lowest cultivation, Shen Fei, was he planning to climb the ranks within half a year? This half-year was mainly given to these newly promoted true disciples for cultivation. It was essential to use this time wisely to refine the true transmitted techniques. This would prevent falling to the bottom of the ranks after half a year. By that time, there might be other inner sect disciples keeping a close eye on that bottom position. Shen Fei noticed the steward disciple's gaze, smiled faintly, and didn't explain anything. Challenging within half a year required both parties' agreement. If an inner sect disciple wanted to challenge the bottom-ranked true disciple, they would probably need the agreement of the bottom-ranked true disciple as well. It was not like the challenges after half a year, where the challenger must be chosen, and no evasion was possible. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother, Shen Fei said, clasping his hands. Don't mention it. If you have any questions, you can find me at the Hall of True Transmission. The steward disciple bowed and, after gesturing, turned and left. Shen Fei stood in place, stroking his chin, and thought of Qian Guangji. Those people were plotting to obtain the aperture-breaking pill from Shen Fei. They were likely waiting for the challenge after this half-year, or even before half a year. They might provoke Shen Fei directly to make him accept the challenge. But now, Shen Fei was already at the marrow tempering realm. For them to find someone with a similarly strong power at this level would be somewhat challenging. After all, Shen Fei's origin connection technique was cultivated to the 5th level. which few at this level had achieved. Let's first feel the spiritual energy here and see how dense it really is. Shen Fei looked up at his courtyard, lifted his foot, and walked inside. Becoming a true disciple wasn't a significant event, as there had been several inner sect disciples promoted to true disciples recently. However, news of this had spread among certain individuals. Chapter 190 Chapter 190 Breaking Through to the Visceral Tempering Realm. Chapter 190 Breaking Through to the Visceral Tempering Realm. Shen Fei has already been initiated as a true disciple. Should we wait for half a year or apply pressure ahead of time? Shen Fei is not weak. Finding someone to match him in the marrow tempering realm is difficult, and he might not necessarily accept a challenge. It's better to wait until he breaks through to the visceral tempering realm and offer substantial rewards to compel him to fight. Be prepared on both fronts. If Shen Fei doesn't break through to the marrow tempering realm within half a year, well, find a disciple in the marrow tempering realm to challenge him. If he does break through, even better. As well, have more options. There were quite a few disciples in the marrow tempering realm who were diligently cultivating, hoping to break through to the 5th level of the origin connection technique, so they could challenge Shen Fei. There were also many marrow tempering realm disciples who could potentially break through, but they were currently suppressing their progress, keeping an eye on Shen Fei's movements. Given the rarity of the true disciple position, if you and I were in their shoes, we would make the same choice. Unfortunately, our cultivation levels far exceed theirs, and we've lost the chance to challenge. What a pity. It is a pity indeed. However, if there's an opportunity to obtain the aperture breaking pill, that would be good too. If we can step into the aperture tempering realm by chance, it would also be a remarkable achievement. On the path of martial arts, every bid is fought for. Let's hope that Junior Brother Chen can understand our situation. With Shen Fei becoming a true transmission disciple, it seemed there was a hidden current among the inner disciples. Meanwhile, many marrow tempering realm disciples had begun secluded cultivation, and numerous early visceral tempering realm disciples were practicing various powerful techniques. Many disciples were perplexed by these occurrences and didn't know what was happening, but many were aware that all these disciples were fixated on that true transmission disciple position. Disciples who had been in the sect for a while understood this phenomenon. Every time a new true transmission disciple ascended to the peak, those who hadn't succeeded in their trials were eager to try. Only when the last true transmission disciple defeated those inner disciples would this trend subside. Or, when an exceptionally powerful inner disciple emerged and made a breakthrough. This phenomenon has repeated within the primordial sword sect for many years, and the sect encouraged it, even intentionally propelling it. Shen Fei was blissfully unaware of the commotion outside. Either that, or he was deliberately avoiding inquiries. He was simply immersing himself in his practice, following his own rhythm. The courtyard of the true transmission peak indeed possessed more spiritual energy than other places. Shen Fei could feel that each time he absorbed spiritual energy with the receival bead, he gained about 20% more. Even without the receival bead, during regular practice, he could sense the inner strength within his body becoming more agile and lively, accelerating his cultivation progress. Due to the significant increase in his mental power, Shen Fei only needed about 20 days to break through to the visceral tempering realm. With the change in environment, this time frame was further compressed, and he probably didn't even need 20 days. Alchemy and internal energy cultivation kept Shen Fei busy and delighted. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about the newly acquired Zhangyuan sword. The Zhangyuan sword was a technique for the aperture tempering realm, but in reality, it could be practiced even in the visceral tempering realm, much like spatial travel and the soaring heaven technique. In the visceral tempering realm, if the practice was executed well, the Zhangyuan sword could release gravity, though not as potently as in the aperture tempering realm. To cultivate the visceral tempering realm portion of the Zhangyuan sword, it required 40,000 taels. The aperture tempering realm portion could only be started after completing the visceral tempering realm portion. It was somewhat akin to cultivating the stages of the origin connection technique. The idea crossed Shen Fei's mind that the aperture tempering realm section couldn't be simplified. However, Shen Fei wasn't in a hurry. since his cultivation hadn't truly reached that level yet. He planned to first perfect the visceral tempering realm section of the Zhangyuan sword. The subsequent progress would naturally fall into place, with a price of 40,000 taels for simplification. Lately, with Chen Fei's diligent work in alchemy, he had gradually started accumulating it. It would take at most a month for Chen Fei to amass enough money. By the time Chen Fei just broke through to the visceral tempering realm, he could seamlessly proceed to cultivate the Zhangyuan sword, ensuring no time would be wasted. As time passed during Chen Fei's cultivation, 20 days went by in a flash. During these 20 days, Chen Fei hadn't left the true transmission peak at all, devoting himself to intensive practice. Several other newly promoted true disciples were in the same state as Chen Fei. Each one of them was adjusting to the new true transmission technique, hoping to achieve an excellent ranking in half a year at the very least. Not at the bottom, with the sparse light of the moon, within the courtyard of the true transmission peak, Chen Fei sat cross-legged in a secret chamber, repeatedly actively circulating the origin connection technique. Although his mental power had surged, allowing Chen Fei to automatically practice the technique, he found that consciously driving it could accelerate the growth of his inner strength. Through these 20 days of intense cultivation, Chen Fei's internal strength had reached a critical state. Profound inner strength surged through his meridians, causing slight tremors in his flesh as it resonated with the circulation of inner strength. Half of Chen Fei's mental focus controlled the circulation of inner strength, while the other half observed the changes within his body. In the marrow tempering realm, inner strength permeates the bone marrow, bringing forth new blood and vitality. In Chen Fei's bones, inner strength had long permeated, and now it flowed toward his internal organs. Chen Fei's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled, causing his already surging inner strength to accelerate once more. Inner strength directly spread throughout his body, invigorating his internal organs with new vitality. Visceral tempering realm achieved. Chen Fei's eyes snapped open, a hint of joy in his gaze. While Chen Fei knew that breaking through to the visceral tempering realm wouldn't hinder him, and there wouldn't be any obstacles, the actual accomplishment still brought genuine happiness to him. This was another step on the path of martial arts. Chen Fei had finally arrived at the last position of the body refining realm. One more step, and he would step onto the path of cultivating the aperture tempering realm, the path to longevity. Chen Fei stepped out of the secret chamber and entered the courtyard. He looked up at the clear moon in the sky. Never before had he seen the moon so clearly. The breakthrough in his cultivation allowed Chen Fei to perceive the world even more distinctly. His 5 senses had further heightened, and a leap in his combat strength was now a natural progression. Apart from this, Chen Fei's mental power seemed to have undergone some tempering. Vaguely, Chen Fei sensed something different in his surroundings. Is it vital energy? Chen Fei muttered to himself. A bit uncertain, he attempted to manipulate the perceived sensation with his mental power, managing to barely touch it but finding it difficult to move it. After just a moment, Chen Fei's mental power began to feel weary. Perhaps it really is vital energy. But without acupoints, relying solely on the mental power of the visceral tempering realm makes it difficult to manipulate the vital energy. Chen Fei speculated in his mind. Although he couldn't directly access the vital energy, he was now able to perceive it, surpassing over 90% of those in the visceral tempering realm. Chen Fei took a few steps forward, leaving a phantom image at each step that dispersed a moment later. As he moved, these phantom images continued to follow behind him. After a moment, Chen Fei halted his steps, and the phantom images behind him vanished. The next moment, a sword light flashed through the courtyard, leaving a massive trench on the ground and fine cracks on the courtyard walls. Chen Fei sheathed his sword, sensing the changes in his body. Although he hadn't gone all out, he could feel that his strength had significantly increased. With this level of cultivation, perhaps if he had ventured into the mystic realm, he might have been able to forcibly seize those 3 crimson fruits using his own strength. Of course, the feasibility could only be known after a genuine attempt, but at least Chen Fei now knew that the Zhuhong fruit tree could no longer exert absolute suppression over him. As for that peak first-order python he faced before, Chen Fei had to rely on evasive tactics back then to wound it. Now, in a direct confrontation, Chen Fei hopes to inflict heavy damage on it. However, it could only be damage, as first-order peak demonic beasts had an incredibly strong recovery ability. To truly kill one, Chen Fei estimated that he would need to complete the Visceral Tempering Realm section of the Zhongyuan sword first. Realm Visceral Tempering Realm 21,500,000. Chen Fei glanced at the panel. The entry had changed. Achieving the Visceral Tempering Realm required double the experience compared to the Marrow Tempering Realm. Given Chen Fei's current speed of inner strength cultivation, he estimated he would complete the Visceral Tempering Realm cultivation within 2 years. 2 years to push his cultivation to the peak of the Visceral Tempering Realm was quite fast among true disciples. Moreover, Chen Fei hadn't yet cultivated the Zhongyuan sword. His speed would increase further after that. The next morning, Chen Fei went to the Hall of True Transmission to report his breakthrough. The resources allocated to true disciples every month were based not only on ranking, but also on cultivation level. Previously, the Hall of True Transmission had provided Chen Fei with pills suitable for Marrow Tempering Realm cultivation. Now that Chen Fei had broken through to the Visceral Tempering Realm, he would naturally need pills suitable for the Visceral Tempering Realm cultivation, as continuing to use pills for the Marrow Tempering Realm would significantly decrease their effectiveness. Congratulations to junior brother Chen on breaking through to the Visceral Tempering Realm. A disciple congratulated Chen Fei as he sensed Chen Fei's aura. Offering a respectful gesture, the disciple had examined Chen Fei's information and knew he had recently entered the sect at the Bone Tempering Realm. A few months ago, Chen Fei had advanced to the Marrow Tempering Realm, and now he was entering the Visceral Tempering Realm. Such progress was truly astonishing. Though considering the Mystic Realm, it made sense, though others might feel envious of Chen Fei's luck. Thank you. Chen Fei thanked the disciple and updated his information before leaving the Hall of True Transmission. Having stepped into the Visceral Tempering Realm, Chen Fei could now start practicing the Zhongyuan sword. The silver tails, accumulated through days of dedicated alchemy, were already prepared. Back in his courtyard, Chen Fei sat cross-legged in the secret chamber. Looking at the panel, discovered technique spend 40 to simplify the Zhongyuan sword. Simplifying the Zhongyuan sword, simplification successful Zhongyuan sword GT withstand the impact of a waterfall. Seeing the result of the simplification, Chen Fei furrowed his brow slightly. It wasn't difficult to find a waterfall, but none were within the primordial sword sect. He would need to go to the wilderness, and the distance was quite far. Practicing in the wild wouldn't be too convenient. The panel didn't specify the size of the waterfall, so a small waterfall should work. Rubbing his chin, Chen Fei considered whether a man-made waterfall used for scenic purposes could work as well. Thinking this, Chen Fei called over a disciple and gave them some instructions. As Chen Fei contemplated how to practice the Zhongyuan sword, news of his breakthrough to the Visceral Tempering Realm spread throughout the primordial sword sect, causing many Marrow Tempering Realm disciples to regret and start preparing for their own breakthrough to the Visceral Tempering Realm. After all, Chen Fei's position as the last true disciple was now in their sights. As for the early Visceral Tempering Realm disciples, they were delighted, despite rumors of Chen Fei's formidable strength. Since they were also in the early Visceral Tempering Realm, they didn't believe they were far inferior to him. Even though Chen Fei had a few more months to practice the true transmission technique, achieving significant progress in just a few months was exceedingly challenging. Could we incite Chen Fei somehow whether he practices the true transmission techniques or not? There will still be a difference in strength. While he's just broken through to the Visceral Tempering Realm, and his strength isn't yet stable, it's easier to defeat him. Trying to force him to accept a challenge isn't easy. Wu family's elemental spirit pool for 2 days, that's something we can't provide. Reaching the Marrow Tempering Realm secures true transmission disciple status. Chen Fei is bound to be proud. Sometimes, killing doesn't necessarily require a knife, and we don't need to offer enticing rewards to force someone to accept a challenge. Understood. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. As Chen Fei was busy arranging a scenic waterfall, rumors related to him began circulating within the primordial sword sect. Chapter 191 Chapter 191 Taking Pleasure in Others' Misfortune. Chapter 191 Taking Pleasure in Others' Misfortune. Rumors have it that Chen Fei has already entered the visceral tempering realm. Not long ago, he just broke through to the marrow tempering realm, and now he has actually stepped into the visceral tempering realm. This journey into the mystic realm has undoubtedly brought Chen Fei tremendous gains. It's both a remarkable improvement in his cultivation and a step toward becoming a true disciple. His ability must be strong to achieve this. Otherwise, how could he have gained so much in the mystic realm? The marrow tempering realm can only be strengthened so much. When our sect's disciples entered the mystic realm, there were more than 40 in the marrow tempering realm, yet he alone reaped such rewards. And what about the visceral tempering realm? No matter how strong Chen Fei is, can he surpass the visceral tempering realm? True. But luck is also a part of strength. Yes, good luck is unstoppable. If I had that kind of luck, perhaps I would have become a true disciple too. Ha ha ha. You think you could become a true disciple? Chen Fei managed it with luck. So why can't I? Well then, go light some incense and pray for good luck. I actually will. When my luck turns around, he'll show you a true disciple spot. Within the sect's marketplace, discussions about true disciples were ongoing. Compared to inner disciples, true disciples not only held a higher status, but the techniques and resources they obtained far surpassed those of inner disciples. The recent induction of 7 new true disciples into the sect had become a hot topic, and among them, Chen Fei was the most talked about. His entry into the true transmission peak at the marrow tempering realm and the rumors of him breaking into the visceral tempering realm were the envy of many. However, when people discussed Chen Fei in comparison to other true disciples, their focus shifted more toward his luck. Without strong luck, how could one pass the trials among so many visceral tempering realm disciples? Such an event hadn't occurred in decades. Yet Chen Fei managed to achieve it once again. With good luck and moderate strength. If one had that luck, I could do it too. Somehow, the discussions about Chen Fei took a turn. The title of the weakest true disciple in history was even jokingly bestowed upon him. Many were already anticipating the outcome of other inner disciples challenging Chen Fei 6 months later. Amusement, envy, and jealousy mixed together as many discussed Chen Fei with a mindset of watching a spectacle. Since these were all private discussions, nobody was really making bold claims. And it was all light-hearted banter. Once outside, nobody acknowledged it. However, amidst the inner disciples, similar discussions had already spread. Many disciples poured their frustrations, dissatisfaction, and feelings of being unrecognized into jests and mockery aimed at Chen Fei. Within a courtyard halfway up the true transmission peak, Chen Fei and Ji Hongji sat facing each other. On the table lay drinks and alcohol that Ji Hongji had purposely brought along. I've never known what the true transmission peak looks like. Thanks to Junior Brother, I finally have the chance to see it. Ji Hongji looked around, a hint of envy in his words. Every disciple within the sect aspired to become a true disciple. However, achieving that status was incredibly difficult. Ji Hongji hadn't passed the trials within the mystic realm when he attempted them. As for challenging the lowest strength true disciple, Ji Hongji had considered it too, but there were numerous challengers, and the last ranked true disciple hadn't chosen him. Still, being a true disciple was being a true disciple despite being the lowest ranked. After practicing the true disciples' techniques for half a year, their strength would surpass that of others. In Ji Hongji's year, no one successfully challenged that position. Instead, they gifted a lot of contribution points to the last-ranked true disciple, enriching their resources and boosting their strength even further. From what Ji Hongji knew, over the years, hardly anyone had succeeded in challenging that position. They were all at the visceral tempering realm, all with the 5th level of the origin connection technique, and their cultivation was the same. But after practicing the true disciples' techniques for half a year, how could they compare? It was an upward path left by the sect. But it was narrow. It gave inner disciples hope. But in reality, it served to motivate the true disciples to cultivate. Many understood this logic. But the desire for a true disciple position was so strong that every time Someone would challenge the last-ranked true disciple, even if it meant wasting 10,000 contribution points. It was worth it. Senior brother. You're too kind. Chen Fei chuckled softly. In the courtyard of the true transmission peak, only one menial disciple could be selected, and no other inner disciples could stay for long. Otherwise, Chen Fei would have chosen a senior brother to be there. Have you heard about the discussions among the disciples about you lately? Ji Hongji emptied his cup of alcohol and looked up at Chen Fei. His visit today was actually about this matter. I've heard some. Chen Fei nodded. After breaking through to the visceral tempering realm, even though he had been busy enjoying the waterfall scenery, some rumors and information had reached his ears. Lately, some disciples have been privately discussing you with a somewhat condescending attitude. One suspect there's someone behind this, trying to provoke you into accepting a challenge ahead of time. Ji Hongji furrowed his brows and spoke with a deep voice. At this time, you must remain composed and not be influenced by others. Half a year from now, when you've successfully practiced the true disciples' techniques, you can shatter any doubts that arise. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I understand this principle. Chen Fei smiled. He naturally understood the intentions of those people. Instead of going out to argue, Chen Fei continued to waiting for those people to come and challenge him on their own accord. Words couldn't hurt Chen Fei, and their attempts to disrupt him were in vain. Chen Fei needed to see the actual benefits. In fact, if those people really understood Chen Fei well, they would know that their tricks were futile. If they went straight to action, Chen Fei would actually respond. The current situation of them trying to subtly provoke him only made Chen Fei feel sorry for their approach. It seems one was overly concerned. Ji Hongji observed Chen Fei's demeanor, noting that he wasn't agitated by words, which made him chuckle. In fact, during their journey in the strange wind realm, Ji Hongji had already recognized Chen Fei's bravery and cunning. How else could he have saved them from danger? This time, his worry had caused unnecessary confusion. He was concerned that Chen Fei might not handle the verbal provocations well. Now it appeared that he had worried too much. Senior brother Ji, could you do me a favor? Chen Fei looked at Ji Hongji, thought for a moment, and suddenly spoke up. What is it? Help me send a message to the others. If they want to challenge me, they can come directly to the true transmission peak in a month. Chen Fei whispered. Ji Hongji was taken aback. Weren't they just discussing how he wouldn't be influenced by others' provocations? Why was he now accepting challenges so readily? Junior brother Chen, don't act impulsively. Ji Hongji couldn't help but sound anxious. He couldn't believe his words were going to waste so quickly. Senior brother Ji, I'm not being impulsive. Seeing Ji Hongji's reaction, Chen Fei couldn't help but smile. I'm just coveting the stakes they are holding. What stakes? Ji Hongji was somewhat bewildered. They want to challenge me ahead of time. Shouldn't they show some sincerity? Let's bet on it. Otherwise, why should I agree to their challenge? Ji Hongji began to comprehend, but his brows were still furrowed. Those people broke through to the visceral tempering realm earlier than you. Some even 2 or 3 years ago. In that time, they've had enough time to practice powerful techniques. Facing them now could be somewhat risky for you. Junior brother, there's no chance of success anyway. How could they possibly put up enough to gamble with me? Chen Fei looked at Ji Hongji. Seeing his continued concern, he thought for a moment and then extended his finger, pointing it slowly at Ji Hongji's forehead. Ji Hongji stared at Chen Fei's gesture with confusion. Suddenly, his expression changed. As an immense aura surged into his consciousness, it was as if the point of Chen Fei's finger wasn't just a finger, but a soaring sword energy that aimed to shatter him. Ji Hongji's hair wafted without wind, and he resisted the urge to retaliate. Ji Hongji knew that Chen Fei wouldn't actually harm him. However, this threatening feeling instinctively prompted Ji Hongji's body to react defensively. Chen Fei's finger stopped about a foot away from Ji Hongji. His intention wasn't to display something, but to convey to Ji Hongji the true extent of his strength, without actually engaging in combat. Given Ji Hongji's current peak visceral tempering realm strength and his intent to open his acupuncture points, he could naturally understand the significance behind Chen Fei's gesture. I understand. He'll pass on the message. Ji Hongji's body relaxed slightly as he looked at Chen Fei, a smile forming on his face. With this level of strength, how could accepting challenges be a concern? Why wait for a month? Ji Hongji wondered about Chen Fei's strength. It didn't seem necessary to wait for a month. I've been practicing the true disciples techniques recently and don't want to be disturbed. Chen Fei smiled. This was indeed his most genuine reason. While he wanted to earn the stakes, he was more focused on mastering the Zhongyuan sword technique. Whether he acquired the stakes sooner or later had minimal impact on Chen Fei. All right. Ji Hongji nodded, refilling their cups. He was now looking forward to the sight of those challengers coming to face Chen Fei, witnessing his true strength. Half a day later, news that Chen Fei was willing to accept the challenges of other inner disciples ahead of schedule spread throughout the inner sect. This Chen Fei, he's actually not waiting for the 6-month agreement and is accepting challenges ahead of time. Isn't that a bit reckless? This is true character. I used to scorn Chen Fei for relying on luck to obtain the true disciple position. But now, seeing him willing to accept a challenge a month early, I respect him as a true man. Your respect means nothing. The half-year period is the time the sect gives for true disciples to practice. It's the sect's protection. But now, Chen Fei isn't using this time to cultivate properly. Such temperament won't lead to great achievements. Exactly. He was provoked by mere words and accepted a challenge. Does he think the luck he had in the mystic realm will continue in the sparring arena? It's a real battle with real weapons. There's no room for even a bit of luck. Maybe Chen Fei thinks his strength is already sufficient. He just broke through to the visceral tempering realm, and his realm probably isn't stable yet. The challengers have been in that state for a long time. How does this look? Chen Fei has made a mistake from the very beginning. Originally, if he had trained for half a year, pondering the true disciples' techniques well, there would have been hope. But now, he's personally ruining that hope. With the news spreading, many inner disciples were discussing it, and almost no one held a favorable view of Chen Fei's decision. Although they had previously believed that Chen Fei had relied on luck to become a true disciple, they hadn't completely dismissed his performance after 6 months. After all, the true disciples' techniques were indeed strong if practiced properly. However, now that he had just broken through to the visceral tempering realm and was accepting challenges a month later, what kind of progress could he make with just 1 month of practice? Did he really think he was an extraordinary genius? If he were truly a genius, he wouldn't have only been at the marrow tempering realm at this age and relied on the benefits from the mystic realm to break through to the visceral tempering realm. Chapter 192. Chapter 192 Can't Wait. Chapter 192 Can't Wait. Chen Fei actually accepted the challenge. In a courtyard, Qian Guangji's face was filled with satisfaction as he said, "The previous instigation was just a prelude. Many more tactics haven't been deployed yet. But Chen Fei couldn't handle it like this. He's truly young. He didn't really lose his composure completely. Didn't he give himself a month to prepare?" Fan Zhenjiang's face also bore a smile. They had indeed planned a lot beforehand, fearing that Chen Fei would remain as indifferent as he had been in previous years, completely disregarding the outside world. In that case, they would have had no way to influence him. Unexpectedly, just by inciting discussions, the effect was remarkable. Chen Fei was immediately stirred up and willing to accept the challenge. Ha ha ha. A month. How long can a month really be? Does Chen Fei really think he can fully comprehend the profound transmission technique within a month? It's laughable. Qian Guangji burst into loud laughter. The profound true transmission technique was incredibly intricate. According to the information Qian Guangji had gathered, most disciples who had received the true transmission technique could only grasp the basics within 6 months. Far from mastery, only those exceptionally gifted individuals could achieve mastery of the technique within half a year and unleash its immense power. Who did Chen Fei think he was? Still, don't underestimate him. Based on the information we've received, Chen Fei's archery skills are outstanding. Those who have seen him in the mystic realm have all praised him. It's said that he can directly threaten those in the visceral tempering realm. Fan Zhenjiang's smile faded. Even though he had always believed that Chen Fei had relied on luck to pass the true transmission trial, When it came to an actual showdown, they had to give their all. In open terrain, archery can indeed be quite effective. I've heard that Chen Fei's body technique is also extraordinary. It's reasonable that he gained some reputation within the mystic realm by combining the two. Qian Guangji nodded and said, however, in a combat arena with limited space, it's hard to employ archery effectively. As long as we get close, Chen Fei's archery will be ineffective. Archers also practice close combat techniques. Chen Fei's swordsmanship should be decent as well. That's something we should be cautious of, Fan Xinjing reminded. Of course. That's natural. In the combat arena, we give it our all and leave no room for Chen Fei. But now, what needs to be resolved is how to get Chen Fei to agree to put up the aperture-breaking pill as a stake. Qian Guangji said in a low voice. The challenge was about the position of the true disciple, and the aperture-breaking pill was completely unrelated to that. It already belonged entirely to Chen Fei. Let's use the things we planned to exchange with him earlier as a stake and provoke him into accepting the bet. If he can't withstand verbal provocation, we can continue using words to provoke him, Fan Xinjing said with a serious tone. Good, a smile appeared on Qian Guangji's face. It wasn't only Fan Xinjing and Qian Guangji who were watching the true disciple position and the aperture breaking pill. Many other inner disciples were also keeping an eye on them. Those rumors that had been amplified weren't solely the work of Fan Xinjing and Qian Guangji. Many others were involved as well. Their goal was simple: to provoke Chen Fei. And without much effort, Chen Fei couldn't hold back, bringing joy to all who had participated. The challenge now, and the challenge 6 months later, would undoubtedly have different levels of difficulty. No matter how much they looked down upon Chen Fei in their hearts, when it came to the actual challenge, they would undoubtedly give their all. Lowering the difficulty of the challenge now was naturally the best outcome. They were all eagerly waiting for the month to pass, so they could directly remove Chen Fei from the true transmission position. In a courtyard halfway up the true transmission peak, after passing the message to Ji Hongji, Chen Fei had stopped paying attention to the changes outside and immersed himself in the practice of the Zhongyuan sword. The artificially created waterfall had an effect. At this moment, Chen Fei sat beneath a small waterfall. As the gentle flow of water struck him, various insights regarding the Zhongyuan sword arose in his mind. If there were outsiders present, they might find Chen Fei's appearance somewhat odd. The water flowed down from above, drenching Chen Fei's head. It seemed dissonant no matter how one looked at it. Fortunately, there were no outsiders, and Chen Fei absorbed the insights of the Zhongyuan sword, seemingly undergoing a subtle transformation in his internal energy. The internal energy cultivated from the origin connection technique previously didn't possess any distinct features, but now, as he practiced the Zhongyuan sword, his internal energy gradually became denser. With undivided attention, Chen Fei immersed himself in cultivation. The days seemed to have returned to a familiar rhythm: alchemy and practice. This was what Chen Fei repeated every day. Yet he didn't feel impatient. On the contrary, he found it enjoyable. For anyone experiencing constant improvement in their abilities, such a life would likely not breed complaints. People mostly complain when they feel they're stagnant or even regressing, despite their desperate efforts. 15 days later, Chen Fei reached mastery level in the visceral tempering section of the Zhongyuan sword. At that moment, his internal energy underwent a complete transformation. It felt as though he had suddenly gained weight, transforming from a floating air into something with substance. Chen Fei could sense the texture of his internal energy. The most noticeable change was that each time he practiced, he could clearly start to harness the vital energy. Previously, when he practiced, the surrounding vital energy would be mildly drawn into his body, the effect quite weak. By increasing the concentration of vital energy in the vicinity, he could slightly enhance his cultivation speed. Now, in the same elemental environment, Chen Fei's cultivation speed had further increased. It was as if this type of internal energy had a kind of adhesive effect on the surrounding vital energy. Aside from the accelerated practice and the denser internal energy, the power of Chen Fei's techniques had also increased significantly. It was as though his internal energy had been refined, but in a different manner. Chen Fei stood in the courtyard, sword in hand, and drove it into the ground ahead of him. The next moment, a gravitational fluctuation spread out from the point where the sword landed, affecting an area within a radius of 10 meters. Anything within that range was caught in the gravitational disturbance. This was the Zhanyuan sword at the visceral tempering realm, using the sword as a pivot to exert pressure in all directions. Chen Fei could also use himself as the center, causing the gravitational field to move with him. Currently, the maximum radius of the gravitational field was 10 meters. Alternatively, it could be focused solely on the sword's blade, making it the most potent attack of the Zhanyuan sword. How he used it was entirely up to him. Satisfied, Chen Fei nodded and retrieved the sword from the ground. The Zhanyuan sword at the mastery level could already pose a threat to the visceral tempering realm, especially when all the power was concentrated into the sword's blade. The resulting force was truly astonishing. And this was only mastery level. With continued practice, the power of the Zhanyuan sword would keep increasing. Chen Fei looked forward to seeing what scenes would unfold when he fully mastered the visceral tempering realm of the Zhanyuan sword. Time continued to pass, and another 15 days flew by. However, the Zhanyuan sword hadn't yet reached the great completion level. The speed of cultivation for the Zhanyuan sword had somewhat exceeded Chen Fei's expectations. He had thought that he could reach great completion of the Zhanyuan sword in the visceral tempering realm within a month. Nonetheless, this didn't hinder him. At most, once he dealt with the challengers, he could continue his cultivation. These challengers were never Chen Fei's main focus. His attention was directed toward the other true disciples on the true transmission peak, particularly those from previous years. There were over 90 true disciples, and Chen Fei was curious about the power levels of the top-ranking disciples. In the early morning sunlight, a knock sounded on the door of Chen Fei's courtyard. "Come in." Sitting on a stone bench, Chen Fei knew that a group of people would be arriving today, so he waited in the courtyard. Creak. The wooden door of the courtyard swung open with the sound of wood rubbing against wood. Qian Guangji entered, his face carrying a faint smile as he looked at Chen Fei. "Junior brother Chen, we meet again. Congratulations on becoming a true disciple," Qian Guangji greeted with a cupped fist salute, his eyes containing a hint of insincerity. "Please, take a seat. Let's wait for the others." Chen Fei gestured for him to sit, and Qian Guangji nodded, taking a seat on the stone bench. Qian Guangji naturally didn't think he was the only one visiting Chen Fei today. There were definitely other inner disciples eagerly watching Chen Fei's true disciple position. In about 15 minutes, people began to arrive in the courtyard, one after another. Several of them exchanged glances, their intentions known without being spoken. Half an hour later, there were already 9 people seated in the courtyard. After waiting for a while, Chen Fei realized that no one else was coming. He stepped forward and closed the door, then turned to face the 9 individuals in the courtyard. Some of them had participated in the trial alongside him, and he recognized a few faces. However, most of them were complete strangers. Judging from their aura, most were approaching the mid-stage of the visceral tempering realm. Chen Fei could even sense that they were intentionally suppressing their cultivation to prevent themselves from advancing further. Chen Fei smiled faintly. It seemed that for the position of true disciple, many of them had done more than just wait for a month. They had waited for quite a long time. Their intention was clear. If there were true disciples in the initial stage of the visceral tempering realm, they wanted to rely on their current level of cultivation to make a move. Unexpectedly, they had encountered Chen Fei, a true disciple who had just broken through to the visceral tempering realm. This was truly a golden opportunity for them. Perhaps there are no more participants. I'm the first one here. Can I speak first? Seeing that Chen Fei had closed the door, Qian Guangji stood up and looked at Chen Fei. "No rush. Let me speak first, and then you can share your thoughts." Chen Fei glanced at Qian Guangji, smiling slightly, and then turned his attention to the others. He said, "Fellow senior brothers, we all know why you've come here. Allow me to share my thoughts as well." Chen Fei paused for a moment and continued, "I'm willing to accept your challenges. However, there must be stakes, and they should be proportionate to the true disciple position." "Right." Hearing Chen Fei's words, The 9 individuals fell silent for a moment. But soon after, someone chuckled softly. Qian Guangji had been somewhat displeased when Chen Fei closed the door and blocked his chance to speak. However, upon hearing Chen Fei's words, a smile emerged on his face, laced with mockery. Junior brother Chen is quite confident. That's good. I was worried that you might back down before one came. Since junior brother Chen has requests, that's even better. One heard that junior brother Chen is collecting the spirit materials for the half-spirit sword. One happened to have a piece of refined iron. How about I challenge you first? Lan Yunfeng stood up, looking at Chen Fei. In his hand appeared a black mineral, his eyes already filled with anticipation. Lan Yunfeng had long been impatient for the true disciple position. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.